The Project Gutenberg ebook of Buddenbrooks, Volume 2 of 2. This ebook is for the use of anyone anywhere in the United States and most other parts of the world at no cost and with almost no restrictions whatsoever. You may copy it, give it away or reuse it under the terms of the Project Gutenberg license included with this ebook or online at www.gutenberg.org. If you are not located in the United States, you will have to check the laws of the country where you are located before using this ebook. Title: Buddenbrooks, Volume 2 of 2. Author: Thomas Mann. Translator: H.T. Loporter. Release date: February 15, 2024. Ebook number 72962. Language: English. Original publication: New York, Alfred A. Knopf, 1924. Credits: Tim Lindell, David E. Brown, and the online distributed proofreading team at https://www.pgdp.net. This file was produced from images generously made available by the Internet Archive/American Libraries. Start of the Project Gutenberg ebook. Buddenbrooks, Volume 2 of 2. Buddenbrooks. 2 other books by Thomas Mann. Death in Venice. Royal Highness. Magic Mountain. Thomas Mann. Buddenbrooks Volume 2. Translated from the German by H.T. Loporter. Alfred A. Knopf. New York, 1927. Copyright 1924, by Alfred A. Knopf Incorporated. Published, February, 1924. Second printing, July, 1924. Third printing, March, 1927. Manufactured in the United States of America. Part 7. Chapter I. A Christening. A christening in Broad Street. Everything is there that was dreamed of by Madame Pierremender in the days of her expectancy. In the dining room, the maidservant, moving noiselessly so as not to disturb the services in the next room, is filling the cups with steaming hot chocolate and whipped cream. There are quantities of cups, crowded together on the great round tray with the gilded shell-shaped handles. And Anton the butler is cutting a towering layer cake into slices, and Mamselle Jungmann is arranging flowers and sweets in silver dessert dishes, with her head on one side, and both little fingers stuck out. Soon the company will have seated themselves in the salon and sitting room, and all these delicacies will be handed round. It is to be hoped they will hold out, since it is the whole family which has gathered here, in the broader, if not quite in the broadest sense of the word. For it is, through the Overdyks, connected distantly with the Kistenmakers, and through them with the Mollendorps and so on. One simply must draw the line somewhere. But the Overdyks are represented, and, indeed, by no less a personage than the head of the family, the venerable Dr. Caspar Overdyk, reigning burgomaster, more than 80 years old. He came in a carriage, and mounted the steps leaning on his staff and Thomas Buddenbrooks' arm. His presence enhances the dignity of the occasion and, beyond a question, this occasion is worthy of every dignity. For within, in the salon, there is a flower-decked small table, serving as an altar, with a young priest in black vestments and a stiff snowy ruff like a millstone round his neck, reciting the service, and there is a great, strapping, particularly well-nourished person, richly arrayed in red and gold, bearing upon her billowing arms a small something, half smothered in laces and satin bows, an air of firstborn son. A Buddenbrook. Do we really grasp the meaning of the fact? Can we realize the thrill of that first whisper, that first little hint that traveled from Broad Street to Mengstrasse? Or Frau Pierremender's speechless ecstasy, as she embraced her mother, her brother, and very gently her sister-in-law. And now, with the spring of the year 1861 he has come, he, the heir of so many hopes, whom they have expected for so many years, talked of him, longed for him, prayed to God and tormented Dr. Grabo for him. At length he has come and looks most unimposing. His tiny hands play among the gilt trimmings of his nurse's waist, his head, in a lace cap trimmed with pale blue ribbons, lies sidewise on the pillow, turned heedlessly away from the preacher. He stares out into the room, at all his relatives, with an old, knowing look. Those eyes, under their long-lashed lids, blend the light blue of the father's and the brown of the mother's iris into a pale, indefinite, changeful golden brown, but bluish shadows lie in the deep corners on both sides of the nose, and these give the little face, which is hardly yet a face at all, an aged look not suited to its 4 weeks of existence. But, please God, they mean nothing, for has not his mother the same? And she is in perfectly good health. And anyhow, he lives, and is a son, which was the cause, 4 weeks ago, for great rejoicing. He lives, and it might have been otherwise. The consul will never forget the grip of good Dr. Grabo's hand, as he said to him, 4 weeks ago, when he could leave the mother and child, "Give thanks to God, my dear friend, there wasn't much to spare." The consul has not dared to ask his meaning. He put from him in horror the thought that his son, this tiny creature, yearned for in vain so many years, had slipped into the world without breath to cry out, almost like Antony's second daughter. But he knows that that hour, 4 weeks ago, was a desperate one for mother and child, and he bends tenderly over Gerda, who reclines in an easy chair in front of him, next his mother, her feet, in patent leather shoes, crossed before her on a velvet cushion. How pale she still is! And how strangely lovely in her pallor, with that heavy dark red hair and those mysterious eyes that rest upon the preacher in half-veiled mockery. Herr Andreas Pringsheim, Pastor Marianus, succeeded thus young to the headship of St. Mary's after old Colling's sudden death. He holds his chin in the air and his hands prayerfully folded beneath it. He has short, curly blonde hair and a smooth-shaven, bony face, with a somewhat theatrical range of expression, from fanatical zeal to an exalted serenity. He comes from Franconia, where he has been for some years, serving a small Lutheran community among Catholics, and his effort after a clear and moving delivery has resulted in exaggerated mannerisms, and are rolled upon his front teeth and long, obscure, or crudely accented vowel sounds. He gives thanks to God, in a voice now low and soft, now loud and swelling, and the family listen. Frau Piermander, clothed in a dignity that hides her pride and her delight, Erika Grunlich, now almost 15 years old, a blooming young girl with a long braid and her father's rosy skin, and Christian, who has arrived that morning, and sits letting his deep-set eyes rove from side to side all over the room. Pastor Tiberius and his wife have not shrunk from the long journey, but have come from Riga to be present at the ceremony. The ends of Sievert Tiberius' long, thin whiskers are parted over his shoulders, and his small grey eyes now and then open wider and wider, most unexpectedly, and grow larger and more prominent till they almost jump out of his head. Clara's gaze is dark and solemn and severe, and she sometimes lifts her hand to a head that always seems to ache. But they have brought a splendid present to the Buddenbrooks, a huge brown bear stuffed in a standing position. A relative of the pastor's shot him somewhere in the heart of Russia, and now he stands below in the vestibule with a card tray between his paws. The Krogers have their son Jurgen visiting them. He is a post office official in Rostock, a quiet, simply dressed man. Where Jacob is, nobody knows but his mother, who was an overdiac. She, poor, weak woman, secretly sells the household silver to send money to the disinherited son. And the ladies Buddenbrook are there, deeply rejoiced over the happy family event, which does not prevent Fifi from remarking that the child looks rather unhealthy, a view which the Frau Consul, Bornstewing, and likewise Friedrich and Henriette, feel bound to endorse. But poor Clotilde, lean, grey, resigned, and hungry, is moved by the words of Pastor Pringsheim and the prospect of layer cake and chocolate. The guests not belonging to the family are Herr Friedrich Wilhelm Marcus and Sesame Wakebrod. Now the pastor turns to the godparents and instructs them in their duty. Justice Kroger is one. Consul Buddenbrook refused at first to ask him. Why invite the old man to commit a piece of folly, he says. He has frightful scenes with his wife every day over Jacob, their little property is slowly melting away out of pure worry, he is even beginning to be careless in his dress. But you know what will happen, if we ask him, he will send the child a heavy gold service and refuse to be thanked for it. But when Uncle Justus heard who was to be asked in his place, Stephen Kistenmaker had been mentioned, he was so enormously piqued that they had to ask him after all. The gold mug he presented was, to Thomas's great relief, not exaggeratedly heavy. And the second godfather? It is this dignified old gentleman with the snow-white hair, high neckband, and soft black broadcloth coat with the red handkerchief sticking out of the back pocket, sitting here bent over his stick, in the most comfortable armchair in the house. It is, of course, Burgomaster Dr. Overdyk. It is a great event, a triumph. Good heavens, how could it have come about? He is hardly even a relative. The Buddenbrooks must have dragged the old man in by the hair. In fact, it is rather a feat, a little intrigue planned by the consul and Madame Pierremander. At first it was merely a joke, born of the great relief of knowing that mother and child were safe. A boy, Tony, cried the consul. He ought to have the burgomaster for godfather. But she took it up in earnest, whereupon he considered the matter seriously and agreed to make a trial. They hid behind Uncle Justus, and got him to send his wife to her sister-in-law, the wife of Overdyk the lumber dealer. She accepted the task of preparing the old father-in-law, then Thomas Buddenbrook made a visit to the head of the state and paid his respects, and the thing was done. Now the nurse lifts up the child's cap, and the pastor cautiously sprinkles 2 or 3 drops out of the gilt-lined silver basin in front of him, upon the few hairs of little Buddenbrook, as he slowly and impressively names the names with which he is baptizing him, Justus, Johann, Caspar. Follows a short prayer, and then the relatives file by to bestow a kiss upon the brow of the unconcerned little creature. Therese Wakebrod comes last, to whom the nurse has to stoop with her burden, in return for which Sesame gives him 2 kisses, that go off with small explosions, and says, between them, "You good child." 3 minutes later, the guests have disposed themselves in salon and living room, and the sweets are passed. Even Pastor Pringsheim, the toes of his broad, shiny boots showing under his black vestments, sits and sips the cool whipped cream off his hot chocolate, chatting easily the while, and wearing his serene expression, which is most effective by way of contrast with his sermon. His manner says, as plainly as words, "See how I can lay aside the priest and become the jolly ordinary guest." He is a versatile, an accommodating sort of man. To the Frau Consul he speaks rather unctuously, to Thomas and Gerda like a man of the world, and with Frau Pierremander he is downright jocose, making jokes and gesturing fluently. Now and then, whenever he thinks of it, he folds his hands in his lap, tips back his head, glooms his brows, and makes a long face. When he laughs he draws the air in through his teeth in little jerks. Suddenly there is a stir in the corridor, the servants are heard laughing, and in the doorway appears a singular figure, come to offer congratulations. It is Grobleben, from whose thin nose, no matter what the time of year, there ever hangs a drop, which never falls. Grobleben is a workman in one of the consul's granaries, and he has an extra job, too, at the house, as boots. Every morning early he appears in Broad Street, takes the boots from before the door, and cleans them below in the court. At family feasts he always appears in holiday attire, presents flowers, and makes a speech, in a whining, unctuous voice, with the drop pendant from his nose. For this, he always gets a piece of money, but that is not why he does it. He wears a black coat, an old one of the consul's greased leather top boots, and a blue woolen scarf round his neck. In his wizened red hand he holds a bunch of pale-colored roses, which are a little past their best, and slowly shed their petals on the carpet. He blinks with his small red eyes, but apparently sees nothing. He stands still in the doorway, with his flowers held out in front of him, and begins straightway to speak. The old Frau Consul nods to him encouragingly and makes soothing little noises. The consul regards him with one eyebrow lifted, and some of the family Frau Pirminder, for instance, put their handkerchiefs to their mouths. "I be a poor man, your honor and ladies and gentlemen, but I've a feelin' hairt, and the happiness of my master comes home to me, it do, seein's he's allus been so good to me, and so I've come, your honor and ladies and gentlemen, to congratulate the Herr Consul and the Frau Consul, and the whole respected family, from a full hairt, and that the child may prosper, for that they deserve frm God and man, for such a master as Consul Buddenbrook there aren't so many, he's a noble gentleman, and our Lord will reward him for all, splendid, Grobleben." That was a beautiful speech. Thank you very much, Grobleben. What are the roses for? But Grobleben has not nearly done. He strains his whining voice and drowns the consul out. "And I say Lord will reward him and the whole respected family, and when his time has come to stand before his throne, for stand we all must, rich and poor, and one'll have a fine polished hardwood coffin and tother and old box, yet all on us must come to Mother Earth at last, yes, we must all come to her at last, to Mother Earth, to Mother come, Grobleben. This isn't a funeral, it's a christening. Get along with your Mother Earth. And these be a few flowers," concludes Grobleben. "Thank you, Grobleben, thank you. This is too much. What did you pay for them, man? But I haven't heard such a speech as that for a long time. Wait a minute here, go out and give yourself a treat, in honor of the day." And the consul puts his hand on the old man's shoulder and gives him a thaler. "Here, my good man," says the Frau Consul. "And I hope you love our blessed Lord." "I be lovin' him from my heart, Frau Consul, that's the holy truth." And Grobleben gets another thaler from her, and a third from Frau Pirminder, and retires with a bow and a scrape, taking the roses with him by mistake, except for those already fallen on the carpet. The burgomaster takes his leave now, and the consul accompanies him down to his carriage. This is the signal for the party to break up, for Gerda Buddenbrook must rest. The old Frau Consul, Tony, Erika, and Mamsell Jungmann are the last to go. "Well, Ida," says the consul, "I have been thinking it over, you took care of us all, and when little Johann gets a bit older he still has the monthly nurse now, and after that he will still need a day nurse, I suppose, but will you be willing to move over to us when the time comes?" "Yes, indeed, Herr Consul, if your wife is satisfied." Gerda is content to have it so, and thus it is settled. In the act of leaving, however, and already at the door, Frau Pirminder turns. She comes back to her brother and kisses him on both cheeks, and says, "It has been a lovely day, Tom. I am happier than I have been for years. We Buddenbrooks aren't quite at the last gasp yet, thank God, and whoever thinks we are is mightily mistaken. Now that we have little Johann, it is so beautiful that he is christened Johann. It looks to me as if quite a new day will dawn for us all." Chapter 2. Christian Buddenbrook, proprietor of the firm of H.C.F. Permeister and Company of Hamburg, came into his brother's living room, holding in his hand his modish grey hat and his walking stick with the nun's bust. Tom and Gerda sat reading together. It was 9:30 on the evening of the christening day. "Good evening," said Christian. "Oh, Thomas, I must speak with you at once, please excuse me, Gerda, it is urgent, Thomas." They went into the dark dining room, where the consul lighted a gas jet on the wall, and looked at his brother. He expected nothing good. Except for the first greeting, he had had no opportunity to speak with Christian, but he had looked at him, during the service, and noted that he seemed unusually serious, and even more restless than common. In the course of Pastor Pringshame's discourse he had left the room for several minutes. Thomas had not written him since the day in Hamburg when he had paid over into his brother's hands an advance of 10,000 marks current on his inheritance, to settle his indebtedness. "Just go on as you are going," he had said, "and you'll soon run through all your money. As far as I am concerned, I hope you will cross my path very little in future. You have put my friendship to too hard a test in these 3 years." Why was he here now? Something must be driving him. "Well?" asked the consul. "I'm done," Christian said. He let himself down sidewise on one of the high-backed chairs around the dining table, and held his hat and stick between his thin knees. "May I ask what it is you are done with, and what brings you to me?" said the consul. He remained standing. "I'm done," repeated Christian, shaking his head from side to side with frightful earnestness and letting his little round eyes stray restlessly back and forth. He was now 33 years old, but he looked much older. His reddish blonde hair was grown so thin that nearly all the cranium was bare. His cheeks were sunken, the cheekbones protruded sharply, and between them, naked, fleshless, and gaunt, stood the huge hooked nose. If it were only this, he went on, and ran his hand down the whole of his left side, very close, but not touching it. "It isn't a pain, you know, it is a misery, a continuous, indefinite ache. Dr. Drojmüller in Hamburg tells me that my nerves on this side are all too short. Imagine, on my whole left side, my nerves aren't long enough. Sometimes I think I shall surely have a stroke here, on this side, a permanent paralysis. You have no idea. I never go to sleep properly. My heart doesn't beat, and I start up suddenly, in a perfectly terrible fright. That happens not once but 10 times before I get to sleep. I don't know if you know what it is. I'll tell you about it more precisely." "It is not now," the consul said coldly. "Am I to understand that you have come here to tell me this?" "I suppose not." "No, Thomas. If it were only that, but it is not that alone. It is the business. I can't go on with it. Your affairs are in confusion again." The consul did not start, he did not raise his voice. He asked the question quite calmly, and looked sidewise at his brother, with a cold, weary glance. "No, Thomas. For to tell you the truth, it is all the same now. I never really was in order, even with the 10,000, as you know yourself. They only saved me from putting up the shutters at once. The thing is, I had more losses at once, in coffee and with the failure in Antwerp, that's the truth. So then I didn't do any more business, I just sat still. But one has to live, so now there are notes and other debts, 5,000 thaler. You don't know the hole I'm in. And on top of everything else, this agony. Oh, so you just sat still, did you?" cried the consul, beside himself. His self-control was gone now. "You let the wagon stick in the mud and went off to enjoy yourself. You think I don't know the kind of life you've been living, theaters and circus and clubs and women, you mean, Aline? Yes, Thomas, you have very little understanding for that sort of thing, and it's my misfortune, perhaps, that I have so much. You are right when you say it has cost me too much, and it will cost me a goodish bit more, for I'll tell you something, just here between two brothers, the third child, the little girl, 6 months old, she is my child. You fool, you. Don't say that, Thomas. You should be just, even if you are angry, to her, and to why shouldn't it be my child? And as for Aline, she isn't in the least worthless, and you ought not to say she is. She is not at all promiscuous, she broke with Consul Holm on my account, and he has much more money than I have. That's how decent she is. No, Thomas, you simply can't understand what a splendid creature she is, and healthy she is, as healthy. He repeated the word, and held up one hand before his face with the fingers crooked, in the same gesture as when he used to tell about Maria and the depravity of London. You should see her teeth when she laughs. I've never found any other teeth to compare with them, not in Valparaiso, or London, or anywhere else in the world. I'll never forget the evening I first met her, in the oyster room, at Ulick's. She was living with Consul Holm then. Well, I told her a story or so, and was a bit friendly, and when I went home with her afterwards, well, Thomas, that's a different sort of feeling from the one you have when you do a good stroke of business. But you don't like to hear about such things, I can see that already, and anyhow, it's over with. I'm saying goodbye to her, though I shall keep in touch with her on account of the child. I'll pay up everything I owe in Hamburg, and shut up shop. I can't go on. I've talked with mother, and she is willing to give me the 5,000 thaler to start with, so I can put things in order, and I hope you will agree to it, for it is much better to say quite simply that Christian Buddenbrook is winding up his business and going abroad, than for me to make a failure. You think so too, don't you? I intend to go to London again, Thomas, and take a position. It isn't good for me to be independent, I can see that more and more. The responsibility, whereas in a situation one just goes home quite carefree, at the end of the day. And I liked living in London. Do you object? During this exposition, the consul had turned his back on his brother, and stood with his hands in his pockets, describing figures on the floor with his foot. Very good, go to London, he said, shortly, and without turning more than halfway toward his brother, he passed into the living room. But Christian followed him. He went up to Gerda, who sat there alone, reading, and put out his hand. Good night, Gerda. Well, Gerda, I'm off for London. Yes, it's remarkable how one gets tossed about hither and yon. Now it's again into the unknown, into a great city, you know, where one meets an adventure at every third step, and sees so much of life. Strange, do you know the feeling? One gets it here sort of in the pit of the stomach, it's very odd. Chapter 3. James Mollendorph, the oldest of the merchant senators, died in a grotesque and horrible way. The instinct of self-preservation became very weak in this diabetic old man, and in the last years of his life he fell a victim to a passion for cakes and pastries. Dr. Grabo, as the Mollendorph family physician, had protested energetically, and the distressed relatives employ gentle constraint to keep the head of the family from committing suicide with sweet baked stuffs. But the old senator, mental wreck as he was, rented a room somewhere, in some convenient street, like Little Groping Alley, or Angel's Wick, or behind the wall a little hole of a room, whither he would secretly betake himself to consume sweets. And there they found his lifeless body, the mouth still full of half-masticated cake, the crumbs upon his coat and upon the wretched table. A mortal stroke had supervened, and put a stop to slow dissolution. The horrid details of the death were kept as much as possible from the family, but they flew about the town, and were discussed at length on the Bourse, in the club, and at the Harmony, in all the business offices, in the assembly of burgesses, likewise at all the balls, dinners, and evening parties, for the death occurred in February of the year 62, and the season was in full swing. Even the Frau Consul's friends talked about it, on the Jerusalem evenings, in the pauses of Lee Gerhardt's reading aloud. The little Sunday school children discussed it in awesome whispers as they crossed the Buddenbrook entry, and Herr Stutt, in Belfounders Street, went into ample detail over it with his wife, who moved in the highest circles. But interest could not long remain concentrated upon the past. And even with the first rumor of the old man's death, the great question had at once sprung up: who was to succeed him? What suspense, what subterranean activity? A stranger, intent on the sights of the medieval town, would have noticed nothing, but beneath the surface there was unimaginable bustle and commotion, as one firm and unassailable honest conviction after another was exploded, and slowly the while, divergent views approached each other. Passions are stirred, ambition and vanity wrestle together in silence. Dead and buried hopes spring once more to life and again are blasted. Old Coors, the merchant, in Baker's Alley, who gets 3 or 4 votes at every election, will sit quaking at home on the fatal day, and listen to the shouting, but he will not be elected this time either. He will continue to take his walks abroad, displaying outwardly his usual mingling of civic pride and self-satisfaction, but he will bear down with him into the grave the secret chagrin of never having been elected senator. James Mollendorp's death was discussed at the Buddenbrook Thursday dinner table, and Frau Piermander, after the proper expressions of sympathy, began to let her tongue play upon her upper lip and look across artfully at her brother. The Buddenbrook ladies marked the look. They exchanged piercing glances, and with one accord shut their eyes and their lips tightly together. The consul had, for a second, responded to the sly smile his sister gave him, and then given the talk another turn. He knew that the thought which Tony hugged to her breast in secret was being spoken in the street. Names were suggested and rejected, others came up and were sifted out. Henning Coors in Baker's Alley was too old. They needed new blood. Consul Hunius, the lumber dealer, whose millions would have weighted the scale heavily in his favor, was constitutionally ineligible, as his brother already sat in the Senate. Consul Eduard Kistenmaker, the wine dealer, and Consul Hermann Hagenstrom were names that kept their places on the list. But from the very first was heard the name of Thomas Buddenbrook, and as election day approached, it grew constantly plainer that he and Hermann Hagenstrom were the favored candidates. Hermann Hagenstrom had his admirers and hangers-on, there was no doubt of that. His zeal in public affairs, the spectacular rise of the firm of Strunk and Hagenstrom, the showy house the consul kept, the luxurious life he led, the pâtes de foie gras he ate for breakfast, all these could not fail to make an impression. This large, rather overstout man with the short, full, reddish beard and the snub nose coming down flat on his upper lip, this man whose grandfather nobody knew, not even himself, and whose father had made himself socially impossible by a rich but doubtful marriage, this man had become a brother-in-law of the Hunius and the Mollendorps, had ranged his name alongside those of the 5 or 6 reigning families in the town, and was undeniably a remarkable and a respected figure. The novel and therewith the attractive element in his personality that which singled him out for a leading position in the eyes of many was its liberal and tolerant strain. His light, large way of making money and spending it again differed fundamentally from the patient, persistent toil and the inherited principles of his fellow merchants. This man stood on his own feet, free from the fetters of tradition and ancestral piety, and all the old ways were foreign to him. His house was not one of the ancient patrician mansions, built with senseless waste of space, in tall white galleries mounting above a stone-paved ground floor. His home on Sand Street, the southern extension of Broad Street, was a modern dwelling, not conforming to any set style of architecture, with a simple painted facade, but furnished inside with every luxury and planned with the cleverest economy of space. Recently, on the occasion of one of his large evening parties, he had invited a prima donna from the government theater, to sing after dinner to his guests, among them his witty, art-loving brother, and had paid her an enormous fee for her services. Hermann Hagenstrom was not the man to vote in the assembly for the application of large sums of money to preserve and restore the town's medieval monuments. But it was a fact that he was the first, absolutely the first man in town to light his house and his offices with gas. Yes, if Consul Hagenstrom could be said to represent any tradition whatever, it was the free, progressive, tolerant, unprejudiced habit of thought which he had inherited from his father, old Heinrich, and on this was based all the admiration people undoubtedly felt for him. Thomas Buddenbrooks' prestige was of a different kind. People honored in him not only his own personality, but the personalities of his father, grandfather, and great-grandfather as well. Quite apart from his own business and public achievement, he was the representative of 100 years of honorable tradition. And the easy, charming way, indeed, with which he carried the family standard made no small part of his success. What distinguished him, even among his professional fellow citizens, was an unusual degree of formal culture, which, wherever he went, aroused both wonder and respect in about equal degrees. On Thursdays at the Buddenbrooks, the coming election received only brief and passing comment in the presence of the consul. Whenever it was mentioned, the old Frau Consul discreetly averted her light eyes. But Frau Pirmander, now and then, could not refrain from displaying her astonishing knowledge of the Constitution. She had gone very thoroughly into the decrees touching the election of a member of the Senate, precisely as once she thoroughly informed herself on the laws governing divorce. She talked about voting chambers, ballots, and electors. She weighed all the possible eventualities. She could recite verbatim and glibly the oath taken by the voters. She spoke of the free and frank discussion which the Constitution ordains must be held over each name upon the list of candidates, and vivaciously wished she might be present when Hermann Hagenstrom's character was being pulled to pieces. A moment later she leaned over and began to count the prune pits on her brother's dessert plate, tinker, tailor, soldier, sailor, finishing triumphantly with senator when she came to the last pit. But after dinner she could not hold in any longer. She took her brother's arm and drew him into the bow window. "Oh, Tom! Tom! Suppose you are really elected. If our coat of arms is put up in the Senate chamber at the town hall, I shall just die of joy. I know I shall. I shall fall dead at the news, you'll see. Now, Tony dear, have a little self-control, a little dignity, I beg of you. You are not usually lacking in dignity. Am I going around like Henning Koers? We amount to something even without the senator. And I hope you won't die, whichever way it turns out." And the agitations, the consultations, the struggles of opinion took their course. Consul Peter Dolman, the rake with a business now entirely ruined, which existed only in name, and the 27-year-old daughter whose inheritance he was eating up, played his part by attending two dinners, one given by Thomas Buddenbrook and the other by Hermann Hagenstrom, and both times addressing his host, in his loud, resounding voice, as senator. But Sigismund Gosch, old Gosch the broker, went about like a raging lion, and engaged to throttle anybody, out of hand, who wasn't minded to vote for Consul Buddenbrook. Consul Buddenbrook, gentlemen, there's a man for you. I stood at his father's side in the 48, when, with a word, he tamed the unleashed fury of the mob. His father, and his father's father before him, would have been senator were there any justice on this earth. but at bottom it was not so much Consul Buddenbrook himself whose personality fired Gauch's soul to its innermost depths. It was rather the young Frau Consul, Gerda Arnoldson. Not that the broker had ever exchanged a word with her. He did not belong to her circle of wealthy merchant families, nor sit at their tables, nor pay visits to them. But, as we have seen, Gerda Buddenbrook had but to arrive in the town to be singled out by the roving fancy of the sinister broker, ever on the lookout for the unusual. With unerring instinct he divined that this figure was calculated to add content to his unsatisfied existence, and he made himself the slave of one who had scarcely ever heard his name. Since then he encompassed in his reveries this nervous, exceedingly reserved lady, to whom he had not even been presented. He lifted his Jesuit hat to her, on the street, to her great surprise, and treated her to a pantomime of cringing treachery, gloating over her the while in his thoughts as a tiger might over his trainer. This dull existence would afford him no chance of committing atrocities for this woman's sake. Ah, if it only would, with what devilish indifference would he answer for them? Its stupid conventions prevented him from raising her, by deeds of blood and horror, to an imperial throne, and thus, nothing was left but for him to go to the town hall and cast his vote in favor of her furiously respected husband and, perhaps, one day, to dedicate to her his forthcoming transition of Lope de Vega. Chapter 4 Every vacant seat in the Senate must, according to the Constitution, be filled within 4 weeks. 3 of them have passed, and this is election day, a day of thaw, at the end of February. It is about 1 o'clock, and people are thronging into Broad Street. They are thronging before the town hall, with its ornamental glazed brick facade, its pointed towers and turrets mounting toward a whitish-gray sky, its covered steps supported on outstanding columns, its pointed arcades, through which there is a glimpse of the marketplace and the fountain. The crowd stands steadfastly in the dirty slush that melts beneath their feet. They look into each other's faces and then straight ahead again, and crane their necks. For beyond that portal, in the council room, in 14 armchairs arranged in a semicircle sit the electors, who have been chosen from the Senate and the Assembly and await the proposals of the voting chambers. The affair has spun itself out. It appears that the debate in the chambers will not die down. The struggle is so bitter that up to now not one single unanimous choice has been put before the council, otherwise the burgomaster would at once announce an election. Extraordinary. Rumors nobody knows whence, nobody knows how, come from within the building and circulate in the street. Perhaps Herr Kasperson, the elder of the 2 beadles, who always refers to himself as a servant of the state, is standing inside there and telling what he hears, out of the corner of his mouth, through his shut teeth, with his eyes turned the other way. The story goes that proposals have been laid before the sitting, but that each of the 3 chambers has turned in a different name, namely Hagenstrom, Kistenmaker, and Buddenbrook. A secret ballot must now be taken. With ballot papers it is to be hoped that it will show a clear plurality. 4 people without overshoes are suffering, and stamping their feet to warm them. The waiting crowd is made up of all sorts and conditions. There are seafaring characters, with bare tattooed necks and their hands in the pockets of their sailor trousers, grain porters with their incomparably respectable countenances, and their blouses and knee breeches of black glazed calico, drivers who have clambered down from their wagons of piled-up sacks, and stand whip in hand to wait for the decision, servant maids in neckerchiefs, aprons, and thick striped petticoats with little white caps perched on the backs of their heads, and market baskets hanging on their bare arms, fish and vegetable women with their flat straw baskets, even a couple of pretty farm girls with Dutch caps, short skirts, and long flowing sleeves coming out from their gaily embroidered stay bodies. Mingled among these, burghers, shopkeepers who have come out hatless from neighboring shops to exchange their views, sprucely dressed young men who are apprentices in the business of their fathers or their fathers' friends, and schoolboys with satchels and bundles of books. 2 laborers with bristling sailor beards stand chewing their tobacco. Behind them is an excited lady, craning her neck this way and that to get a glimpse of the town hall between their powerful shoulders. She wears a long evening cloak trimmed with brown fur, which she holds together from the inside with both hands. Her face is well covered with a thick brown veil. She shifts her feet about in the melting snow. God! Cours bain't get in it this time, nuther, be he, says the one laborer to the other. Nah, ye muttonhead, 'tis certain he bain't. There's no more talk o' him. Th Vodens between Hagenstrom, Buddenbrook, and Kistenmaker. 'Tis all about they now. 'Tis whether which one o' th 3 be ahead o' the others, eh? So 'tis, yes, they do say so. Then I'm minded they'll be chus in Hagenstrom. Eh, smarta so they'll be chus in Hagenstrom. Ye can tell that to your grandmother. And therewith he spits his tobacco juice on the ground close to his own feet, the crowd being too dense to admit of a trajectory. He takes hold of his trousers in both hands and pulls them up higher under his belt, and goes on, Hagenstrom, he's a great pig, he be so fat he can't breathe through his own nose. If so be it's all o'er wi cours, then I'm for Buddenbrook. 'Tis a very shrewd chapter. So 'tis, so 'tis. But Hagenstrom, he's got the money. That bain't the question, 'tis no matter o' riches. And then this Buddenbrook he be so devilish fine, his cuffs and his silk tie and his stickin' out mustaches, hast seen him walk? He hops along like a bird. Ye ninny, that bain't the question, no more nth other. They say his sister ve put away 2 men already. The lady in the fur cloak trembles visibly. Eh, that sort o' thing, what do we know about it? Likely the consul he couldn't help it hisself. The lady in the veil thinks to herself, he couldn't, indeed. Thank God for that, and presses her hands together, inside her cloak. And then, adds the Buddenbrook partisan, didn't the burgomaster his own self stand godfeather to his son? Can't ye tell somethin' by that? Yes, can't you indeed, thinks the lady. Thank heaven, that did do some good. She starts. A fresh rumor from the town hall, running zigzag through the crowd, has reached her ears. The balloting, it seems, has not been decisive. Edward Kistenmaker, indeed, has received fewer votes than the other 2 candidates, and his name has been dropped. But the struggle goes on between Buddenbrook and Hagenstrom. A sapient citizen remarks that if the voting continues to be even, it will be necessary to appoint 5 arbitrators. A voice, down in front at the entrance steps, shouts suddenly, Heine Seehas is lekt ra for Heine Seehas. Heine Seehas, be it known, is an habitual drunkard, who peddles hot bread on a little wagon through the streets. Everybody roars with laughter, and stands on tiptoe to see the wag who is responsible for the joke. The lady in the veil is seized with a nervous giggle, her shoulders shake for a moment, and then give a shrug which expresses as plainly as words, is this the time for tomfoolery like that? She collects herself again, and stares with intensity between the 2 laborers at the town hall. But almost at the same moment her hands slip from her cloak, so that it opens in front, her figure relaxes, her shoulders droop, she stands there entirely crushed. Hagenstrom, the word seems to have come from nobody knows where, down from the sky, or up from the earth. It is everywhere at once. There is no contradiction. So it is decided. Hagenstrom. Hagenstrom it is, then. One may as well go home. The lady in the veil might have known. It was ever thus. She will go home. She feels the tears rising in her throat. This state of things has lasted a second or so, when there occurs a shouting and a backward jostling of the throng. It runs through the whole assemblage, as those in front press back those behind, and at the same time something red appears in the doorway. It is the coats of the beadles Casperson and Ulefeld. They are in full dress uniform, with white riding breeches, three-cornered hats, yellow gauntlet gloves, and short dress swords. They appear side by side, and make their way through the crowd, which falls back before them. They move like fate, silent, resolved, inexorable, not looking to right or left, with gaze directed toward the ground. They take, according to instructions, the route marked out by the election. And it is not in the direction of Sand Street. They have turned to the right. They are going down Broad Street. The lady in the veil cannot believe her eyes. However, all about her, people are seeing just what she sees. They are pushing on after the beadles, and saying to each other, "It isn't Hagenstrom, it's Buddenbrook." And a group of gentlemen emerge from the portal, in excited conversation, and hurry with rapid steps down Broad Street, to be the first to offer congratulations. Then the lady holds her cloak together and runs for it. She runs, indeed, as seldom lady runs. Her veil blows up, revealing her flushed face. No matter for that, and one of her furred goloshes keeps flapping open in the sloppy snow and hindering her frightfully, yet she outruns them all. She gains the house at the corner of Baker's Street. She rings the alarm bell at the vestibule door. Fire, murder, thieves, she shouts at the maid who opens. "They're coming, Catherine, they're coming," takes the stairs, and storms into the living room. Her brother himself sits there, certainly a little pale. He puts down his paper and makes a gesture, almost as if to ward her off. But she puts her arms about him, and repeats, "They're coming, Tom, they're coming. You are the man, and Herman Hagenstrom is out." That was Friday. On the following day, Senator Buddenbrooks stood in the council hall, in the seat of the deceased James Mollendorf, and in the presence of the city fathers there assembled, and the delegation of burgesses, he took the oath, "I will conscientiously perform the duties of my office, strive with all my power for the good of the state, faithfully obey the Constitution, honorably pursue the public will, and in the discharge of my office, regard neither my own advantage nor that of my relatives and friends. I will support the laws of the state and do justice on all alike, whether rich or poor. In all things where secrecy is needful, I will not speak, and especially will I not reveal what is given me to keep silent. So help me God." Chapter V. Our desires and our performance are conditioned by certain needs of our nervous systems which are very hard to define in words. What people called Thomas Buddenbrook's vanity, his care for his personal appearance, his extravagant dressing, was at bottom not vanity but something else entirely. It was, originally, no more than the effort of a man of action to be certain, from head to toe, of the adequacy and correctness of his bearing. But the demands made by himself and by others upon his talents and his capacities were constantly increased. He was overwhelmed by public and private affairs. When the Senate sat to appoint its committees, one of the main departments, the administration of the taxes, fell to his lot. But tolls, railways, and other administrative business claimed his time as well, and he presided at hundreds of committees that called into play all the capacities he possessed. He had to summon every ounce of his flexibility, his foresight, his power to charm, in order not to wound the sensibilities of his elders, to defer constantly to them, and yet to keep the reins in his own hands. If his so-called vanity notably increased at the same time, if he felt a greater and greater need to refresh himself bodily, to renew himself, to change his clothing several times a day, All this meant simply that Thomas Buddenbrook, though he was barely 37 years old, was losing his elasticity, was wearing himself out fast. When good Dr. Grabo begged him to relax a little, he answered, "Oh, my dear doctor, I haven't reached that point yet." By which he meant that he still had an interminable deal of work to do before he arrived at the goal and could settle back to enjoy himself. The truth was, he hardly believed himself in such a condition. Yet it drove him on, it left him no peace. Even when he seemed to rest, as he sat with the paper after dinner, 1,000 ideas whirled about in his brain, while the veins stood out on his temples, and he twisted the ends of his mustaches with a certain still intensity of passion. He concentrated with equal violence whether the subject of his thought was a business manoeuvre, a public speech, or a decision to renew his entire stock of body linen, in order to be sure that he had enough, for a while, at least. If such wholesale buying afforded him passing relief and satisfaction, he could indulge himself in it without scruple, for his business at this time was as brilliant as ever it had been in his grandfather's day. The repute of the firm grew, not only in the town but round about, and throughout the whole community he continued to be held in ever greater regard. His talents were admitted on all hands, with admiration or envy as the case might be, while he himself wrestled ceaselessly, at times despairingly, to evolve an order and method of work which should enable him to overtake the flights of his own restless imagination. Thus, when, in the summer of 1863, Senator Buddenbrook went about with his mind full of plans for the building of a great new house, it was not arrogance which impelled him. He was driven by his own inability to be quiet, which his fellow burghers would have been right in ascribing to his vanity, for it was another manifestation of the same thing. To make a new home, and a radical change in his outward life, to pack up, to reinstall himself afresh, to weed out all the accumulations of bygone years and set aside everything old or superfluous, all this, even in imagination, gave him feelings of freshness, newness, spotlessness, stimulation. All of which he must have craved indeed, for he attacked the plan with great enthusiasm, and already had his eye on a suitable location. There was a property of considerable extent at the lower end of Fisher's Lane. The house, grey with age, in bad repair, was offered for sale on the death of its owner, an ancient spinster, the relic of a forgotten family, who had dwelt there alone. On this piece of land the senator thought to build his house, and he surveyed it with a speculative eye when he passed the spot on his way to the harbor. The neighborhood was pleasant enough, good burgher houses, the most modest among them being the narrow little facade opposite, with a small flower shop on the ground floor. He threw himself into the affair. He made a rough estimate of the expense involved, and though the sum he fixed provisionally was by no means a small one, he felt he could compass it without undue effort. But then he would suddenly have the thought that the whole thing was a senseless folly, and confess to himself that his present house had plenty of room for himself, his wife, their child, and their servants. But the half-conscious cravings were stronger, and in the desire to have them strengthened and justified from outside, he first revealed his plan to his sister. "Well, Tony, what do you say to it? The whole house is a sort of handbox, isn't it, and the winding stair is really a joke. It isn't quite the thing, is it? And now that you've had me made senator in a word, don't you think I owe it to myself?" Ah, in the eyes of Madame Pierremender, what was there he did not owe to himself? She was full of practical enthusiasm. She crossed her arms on her breast and walked up and down with her shoulders raised and her head in the air. "Of course you do, Tom, goodness gracious, yes. What possible objection could there be? And when you have married an Arnoldson, with 100,000 thaler to boot, I'm very proud to be the first you've told it to. It was lovely of you. And if you do it, Tom, why, you must do it well, that's what I say. It must be grand. Well, yes, I agree with you. I'm willing to spend something on it. I'll have Voigt, and we'll go over the plans together. Voigt has a great deal of taste. The second opinion which Thomas called in was Gerda's. She praised the idea unreservedly. The confusion of moving would not be pleasant, but the prospect of a large music room with good acoustic properties impressed her most happily. As for the old Frau Consul, she was quite prepared to think of the new house as a logical consequence of all the other blessings which had fallen to her lot, and to give thanks to God therefore, accordingly. Since the birth of the heir, and the recent election, she gave freer expression to her motherly pride, and had a way of saying "my son, the senator," which the Broad Street Buddenbrooks found most offensive. These aging spinsters felt that all too little shadow set off the sunshine through which Thomas's outward life ran its brilliant course. It was no great consolation at the Thursday family gatherings to pour contempt on poor, good-natured Clotilde. As for Christian, through the good offices of Mr. Richardson, his former chief, had found a situation in London, whence he had lately telegraphed a fantastic desire to marry Fräulein Puvogel, an idea upon which his mother had firmly set her foot. Christian now belonged, quite simply, to Jacob Kroger's class, and was, as it were, a dead issue. They consoled themselves, to some extent, with the little weaknesses of the old Frau Consul and Frau Permender. They would bring the conversation round to the subject of coiffures. The Frau Consul was capable of saying, in the blandest way, that she always wore her hair very simply, whereas it was plain to anyone gifted by God with intelligence, and certainly to the Misses Buddenbrook, that the immutable red blonde hair under the old lady's cap could no longer by any stretch be called her hair. Still more gratifying was it to get Cousin Tony started on the subject of those nefarious persons who had formerly had an influence on her life. Thierry Triechka, Grunlich, Permender, Hagenstrom. Tony, when she was egged onto it, would utter these names into the air like so many little trumpetings of disgust, with her shoulders well up. They had a sweet sound in the ears of the daughters of Uncle Gotthold. They could not dissimulate, and they would accept no responsibility for omitting to say that little Johann was frightfully slow about learning to walk and talk. They were really quite right. It was an admitted fact that Hanno, this was the nickname adopted by the Frau Senator for her son at a time when he was able to call all the members of his family by name with fair correctness, was incapable of pronouncing the names Friedrich, Henriette, and Fifi so that anyone could understand what he said. And at 15 months he had not taken a single step alone. The Misses Buddenbrook, shaking their heads pessimistically, declared that the child would be halt and tongue-tied to the end of his days. They later admitted the error of their gloomy prophecy, but nobody, in fact, denied that Hanno was a little backward. His early infancy was a struggle for life, and his family was in constant anxiety. At birth he had been too feeble to cry out, and soon after the christening a 3-day attack of cholera infantum was almost enough to still forever the little heart set pumping, in the first place, with such difficulty. But he survived, and good Dr. Grabo did his best, by the most painstaking care and nourishment, to strengthen him for the difficult period of teething. The first tiny white point had barely pricked through the gum, when the child was attacked by convulsions, which repeated themselves with greater and greater violence, until again the worst was to be feared. Once more the old doctor speechlessly pressed the parents' hands. The child lay in profound exhaustion, and the vacant look in the shadowy eyes indicated an affection of the brain. The end seemed almost to be wished for. But Hanno regained some little strength, consciousness returned, and though the crisis which he had survived greatly hindered his progress in walking and talking, there was no longer any immediate danger to be feared. The child was slender of limb, and rather tall for his age. His hair, pale brown and very soft, began to grow rapidly, and fell waving over the shoulders of his full, pinafore-like frocks. The family likenesses were abundantly clear, even now. From the first he possessed the Buddenbrook hand, broad, a little too short, but finely articulated, and his nose was precisely the nose of his father and great-grandfather, though the nostrils would probably remain more delicate. But the whole lower part of his face, longish and narrow, was neither Buddenbrook nor Kroger, but from the mother's side of the house. This was true of the mouth in particular, which, when closed, began very early to wear an anxious, woebegone expression that later matched the look of his strange, gold-brown, blue-shadowed eyes. So he began to live, brooded over by his father's reserved tenderness, clothed and nurtured under his mother's watchful eye, prayed over by Aunt Antony, presented with tops and hobby horses by the Frau Consul and Uncle Justus, and when his charming little perambulator appeared on the streets, it was looked after with interest and expectation. Madame Dika, the stately nurse, had attended the child up to now, but it had been settled that when they moved into the new house, not she, but Ida Jungmann, should move in with them, and the latter's place with the old Frau Consul be filled by somebody else. Senator Buddenbrook carried out his plans. He had no difficulty in obtaining title to the property in Fisher's Lane. The Broad Street house was turned over to Gosh the broker, who dramatically declared himself prepared to assume the task of disposing of it. Stephen Kistenmaker, who had a growing family, and, with his brother Edward, made good money in the wine business, bought it at once. Herr Voigt undertook the new building, and soon there was a clean plan to unroll before the eyes of the family on Thursday afternoons, when they could, in fancy, see the facade already before them, an imposing brick facade with sandstone caryatides supporting the bow window, and a flat roof, of which Clotilde remarked, in her pleasant drawl, that one might drink afternoon coffee there. The senator planned to transfer the business offices to his new building, which would, of course, leave empty the ground floor of the house in Meng Street. But here also things turned out well, for it appeared that the City Fire Insurance Company wanted to rent the rooms by the month for their offices, which was quickly arranged. Autumn came, and the grey walls crumbled to heaps of rubbish, and Thomas Buddenbrook's new house rose above its roomy cellars, while winter set in and slowly waned again. In all the town there was no pleasanter topic of conversation. It was tip-top, it was the finest dwelling house far and wide. But it must cost like the deuce, the old consul would never have spent money so recklessly. Thus the neighbors, the middle-class dwellers in the gabled houses, looking out at the workmen on the scaffoldings, enjoying the sight of the rising walls, and speculating on the date of the carpenter's feast. It came at length, and was celebrated with due circumstance. Up on the flat-topped roof an old master mason made the festal speech and flung the champagne bottle over his shoulder, while the tremendous wreath, woven of roses, green garlands, and gay-colored leaves, swayed between standards, heavily in the breeze. The workmen's feast was held at a neighboring inn, at long tables, with beer, sandwiches, and cigars, and Senator Buddenbrook and his wife and his little son on Madame Dika's arm, walked through the narrow space between the tables and bowed his thanks at the cheers they gave him. When they got outside, they put little Hanno back into his carriage, and Thomas and Gerda crossed the road to have another look at the red facade with the white caryatides. They stood before the flower shop with the narrow door and the poor little show window, in which only a few pots of onions stood on a green glass slab. Iwerson, the proprietor, a blond giant of a man, in a woolen jacket, was in the doorway with his wife. She was of a quite different build, slender and delicate, with a dark, southern-looking face. She held a 4 or 5-year-old boy by one hand, while with the other she was pushing a little carriage back and forth, in which a younger child lay asleep, and she was plainly expecting a third blessing. Iwerson made a low, awkward bow. His wife, continuing to push the little carriage back and forth, looked calmly and observantly at the Frau Senator with her narrow black eyes, as the lady approached them on her husband's arm. Thomas paused and pointed with his walking stick at the great garland far above them. "You did a good job, Iwerson," said he. "No, Herr Centaur. That's the wife's work. She's the one for these affairs." "Oh," said the senator, raised his head with a little jerk, and gave, for a second, a clear friendly look straight into Frau Iwerson's face. Then, without adding a word, he courteously waved his hand, and they moved on their way. Chapter 6. One Sunday at the beginning of July, Senator Buddenbrook had moved some 4 weeks before Frau Piermander appeared at her brother's house toward evening. She crossed the cool ground floor, paved with flags and decorated with reliefs by Thorwaldsen, whence there was a door leading into the bureau. She rang at the vestibule door. It could be opened from the kitchen by pressing on a rubber bulb, and entered the spacious lobby, where, at the foot of the steps, stood the bear presented by Tiberius and Clara. Here she learned from Anton that the senator was still at work. "Very good, Anton," she said. "I will go to him." Yet she did not go at once into the office, but passed the door that led into it and stood at the bottom of the splendid staircase, which as far as the first story had a cast iron balustrade, but at the distance of the second story became a wide pillared balcony in white and gold, with a great gilt chandelier hanging down from the skylight's dizzy height. "Very elegant," said Frau Piermander, softly, in a tone of great satisfaction, gazing up into this spacious magnificence. To her it meant, quite simply, the power, the brilliance, and the triumph of the Buddenbrook family. But now it occurred to her that she was not, in fact, come upon a very cheerful errand, and she slowly turned away and passed through the door into the office. Thomas sat there quite alone, in his place by the window, writing a letter. He glanced up, raised an eyebrow, and put out his hand to his sister. "Evening, Tony. What's the good word?" "Oh, nothing very good, Tom." "Oh, your staircase, it's just too splendid. Why are you sitting here writing in the dark?" It was a pressing letter. "Well, nothing very good, Ed. Come into the garden, a little. It is pleasanter out there." As they crossed the entry, a violin adagio came trillingly down from the story above. "Listen," said Tony, and paused a moment. "Gerda is playing. How heavenly! What a woman!" "She isn't a woman, she's a fairy." "How is Hanno, Tom?" "Just having his supper, with Jungmann. Too bad he is so slow about walking. Oh, that will come, Tom, that will come." "Are you pleased with Ida?" "Why not?" They crossed the flags at the back, leaving the kitchen on the right, went through a glass door and up 2 steps into the lovely, scented flower garden. "Well?" the senator asked. It was warm and still. The fragrance from the neat beds and borders hung in the evening air, and the fountain, surrounded by tall pale purple iris, sent its stream gently plashing heavenward, where the first stars began to gleam. In the background, an open flight of steps flanked by low obelisks, led up to a gravelled terrace, with an open wooden pavilion, a closed marquee, and some garden chairs. On the left hand was the property wall between them and the next garden. On the right the side wall of the next house was covered with a wooden trellis intended for climbing plants. There were a few currant and gooseberry bushes at the sides of the terrace steps, but there was only one tree, a large, gnarled walnut by the left-hand wall. "The thing is this," answered Frau Pirminder, with some hesitation, as the brother and sister began to pace the gravel path of the forepart of the garden. Tiberius has written Clara, questioned Thomas. Please don't make a long story of it. Yes, Tom. She is in bed, she is very bad. The doctor is afraid of tuberculosis of the brain. I can hardly speak the words. Here is the letter Tiberius wrote me, and enclosed another for mother, which we are to give her when we have prepared her a little. It tells the same story. And there is this second enclosure, to mother, from Clara herself, written in pencil, in a shaky hand. And Tiberius wrote that she herself said they were the last she should write, for it seems the sad thing is she makes no effort to live. She was always longing for heaven, finished Frau Pirminder, and wiped her eyes. The senator walked at her side, his hands behind his back, his head bowed. You are so quiet, Tom. But you are right. What is there to say? Just now, too, when Christian lies ill in Hamburg, for this was, in fact, the state of things. Christian's misery in the left side had increased so much of late that it had become actual pain, severe enough to make him forget all smaller woes. He was quite helpless, and had written to his mother from London that he was coming home, for her to take care of him. He quit his situation in London and started off, but at Hamburg had been obliged to take to his bed. The doctor diagnosed his ailment as rheumatism of the joints, and he had been removed from his hotel to a hospital. Any further journey was for the time impossible. There he lay, and dictated to his attendant letters that betrayed extreme depression. Yes, said the senator, quietly. It seems as if one thing just followed on another. She put her arm for an instant across his shoulders. But you mustn't give way, Tom. This is no time for you to be downhearted. You need all your courage. Yes, God knows I need it. What do you mean, Tom? Tell me, why were you so quiet Thursday afternoon at dinner, if I may ask? Oh, business, my child. I had to sell no very small quantity of grain, not very advantageously, or, rather, I had to sell a large quantity very much at a loss. Well, that happens, Tom. You sell at a loss today, and tomorrow you make it good again. To get discouraged over a thing of that kind wrong, Tony, he said, and shook his head. My courage does not go down to zero because I have a piece of bad luck. It's the other way on. I believe in that, and events show it. But what is the matter with it, then? She asked, surprised and alarmed. One would think you have enough to make you happy, Tom. Clara is alive, and with God's help she will get better. And as for everything else, here we are, walking about, in your own garden, and it all smells so sweet, and yonder is your house, a dream of a house. Herman Hagenstrom's is a dog kennel beside it. And you have done all that. Yes, it is almost too beautiful, Tony. I'll tell you, it is too new. It jars on me a little. Perhaps that is what is the matter with me. It may be responsible for the bad mood that comes over me and spoils everything. I looked forward immensely to all this, but the anticipation was the best part of it. It always is. Everything gets done too slowly, so when it is finished the pleasure is already gone. The pleasure is gone, Tom. At your age, a man is as young, or as old, as he feels. And when one gets one's wish too late, or works too hard for it, it comes already weighted with all sorts of small vexatious drawbacks, with all the dust of reality upon it, that one did not reckon with in fancy. It is so irritating, so irritating. Oh yes, but what do you mean by as old as you feel? Why, Tony, it is a mood, certainly. It may pass. But just now I feel older than I am. I have business cares. And at the directors' meeting of the Buchen Railway yesterday, Consul Hagenstrom simply talked me down, refuted my contentions, nearly made me appear ridiculous. I feel that could not have happened to me before. It is as though something had begun to slip, as though I haven't the firm grip I had on events. What is success? It is an inner, an indescribable force, resourcefulness, power of vision, a consciousness that I am, by my mere existence, exerting pressure on the movement of life about me. It is my belief in the adaptability of life to my own ends. Fortune and success lie with ourselves. We must hold them firmly deep within us. For as soon as something begins to slip, to relax, to get tired, within us, then everything without us will rebel and struggle to withdraw from our influence. One thing follows another, blow after blow, and the man is finished. Often and often, in these days, I have thought of a Turkish proverb. It says, when the house is finished, death comes. It doesn't need to be death, but the decline, the falling off, the beginning of the end. You know, Tony, he went on, in a still lower voice, putting his arm underneath his sister's, when Hanno was christened, you said, it looks as if quite a new life would dawn for us all. I can still hear you say it, and I thought then that you were right, for I was elected senator, and was fortunate in my business, and this house seemed to spring up out of the ground. But the senator and this house are superficial after all. I know, from life and from history, something you have not thought of. Often, the outward and visible material signs and symbols of happiness and success only show themselves when the process of decline has already set in. The outer manifestations take time, like the light of that star up there, which may in reality be already quenched, when it looks to us to be shining its brightest. He ceased to speak, and they walked for a while in silence, while the fountain gently murmured, and a whispering sounded from the top of the walnut tree. Then Frau Piermander breathed such a heavy sigh that it sounded like a sob. How sadly you talk, Tom. You never spoke so sadly before. But it is good to speak out, and it will help you to put all that kind of thoughts out of your mind. Yes, Tony, I must try to do that, I know, as well as I can. And now give me the enclosures from Clara and the pastor. It will be best, won't it, for me to take over the matter, and speak tomorrow morning with mother? Poor mother! If it is really tuberculosis, one may as well give up hope. Chapter 7. You don't even ask me? You go right over my head. I have done as I had to do. You have acted like a distracted person, in a perfectly unreasonable way. Reason is not the highest thing on earth. Please don't make phrases. The question is one of the most ordinary justice, which you have most astonishingly ignored. Let me suggest to you, my son, that you yourself are ignoring the duty and respect which you owe to your mother. And I answer you, my dear mother, by telling you that I have never for a moment forgotten the respect I owe you, but that my attributes as a son became void when I took my father's place as head of the family and of the firm. I desire you to be silent, Thomas. No, I will not be silent, so long as you fail to realize the extent of your own weakness and folly. I have a right to dispose of my own property as I choose, within the limits of justice and reason. I could never have believed you would have the heart to wound me like this. And I could never have believed that my own mother would slap me in the face. Tom. Why, Tom. Frau Piermander's anguished voice got itself a hearing at last. She sat at the window of the landscape room, wringing her hands, while her brother paced up and down in a state of high excitement, and the Frau Consul, beside herself with angry grief, sat on the sofa, leaning with one hand on its upholstered arm, while the other struck the table to emphasize her words. All three wore mourning for Clara, who was now no longer of this earth, and all three were pale and excited. What was going on? Something amazing, something dreadful, something at which the very actors in the scene themselves stood aghast and incredulous. A quarrel, an embittered disagreement between mother and son. It was a sultry August afternoon. Only 10 days after the senator had gently prepared his mother and given her the letters from Clara and Tiberius, the blow fell, and he had the harder task of breaking to the old lady the news of death itself. He traveled to Riga for the funeral, and returned with his brother-in-law, who spent a few days with the family of his deceased wife, and also visited Christian in the hospital at Hamburg. And now, 2 days after the pastor had departed for home, the Frau Consul, with obvious hesitation, made a certain revelation to her son. 127,500 marks current, cried he, and shook his clasped hands in front of him. If it were the dowry, even. If he wanted to keep the 80,000 marks. Though, considering there's no heir, even that. But to promise him Clara's whole inheritance, right over my head. Without saying yes or no. Thomas, for our blessed Lord's sake, do me some sort of justice, at least. Could I act otherwise? Tell me, could I? She who has been taken from us, and is now with God, she wrote me from her deathbed, with faltering hand, a penciled letter. Mother, she wrote, we shall see each other no more on this earth, and these are, I know, my dying words to you. With my last conscious thoughts, I appeal to you for my husband. God gave us no children, but when you follow me, let what would have been mine if I had lived go to him to enjoy during his lifetime. Mother, it is my last request, my dying prayer. You will not refuse it? No, Thomas, I did not refuse it, I could not. I sent a dispatch to her, and she died in peace. The Frau Consul wept violently. And you never told me a syllable. Everybody conceals things from me, and acts without my authority, repeated the senator. Yes, Thomas, I have kept silent. For I felt I must fulfill the last wish of my dying child, and I knew you would have tried to prevent me. Yes. By God, I would have. You would have had no right to, for 3 of my children would have been on my side. I think my opinion has enough weight to balance that of 2 women and a degenerate fool. You speak of your brother and sisters as heartlessly as you do to me. Clara was a pious, ignorant woman, mother. And Tony is a child and, anyhow, she knew nothing about the affair at all until now, or she might have talked at the wrong time, And Christian? Oh, he got Christian's consent, did Tiberius. Who would have thought it of him? Do you know now, or don't you grasp it yet, what he is, this ingenious pastor? He is a rogue, and a fortune hunter. Sons-in-law are always rogues, said Frau Pirmander, in a hollow voice. He is a fortune hunter. What does he do? He travels to Hamburg, and sits down by Christian's bed. He talks to him. Yes, says Christian, yes, Tiberius, God bless you. Have you any idea of the pain I suffer in my left side? Oh, the idiots, the scoundrels. They joined hands against me. And the senator, perfectly beside himself, leaned against the wrought iron fire screen and pressed his clenched hands to his temples. This paroxysm of anger was out of proportion to the circumstances. No, it was not the 127,000 marks that had brought him to this unprecedented state of rage. It was rather that his irritated senses connected this case with the series of rebuffs and misfortunes which had lately attended him in both public and private business. Nothing went well any more. Nothing turned out as he intended it should. And now, had it come to this, that in the house of his fathers they went over his head in matters of the highest importance. That a pastor from Riga could thus bamboozle him behind his back. He could have prevented it if he had only been told. But events had taken their course without him. It was this which he felt could not have happened earlier, would not have dared to happen earlier. Again his faith tottered, his faith in himself, his luck, his power, his future. And it was nothing but his own inward weakness and despair that broke out in the scene before mother and sister. Frau Piermander stood up and embraced her brother. "Tom," she said, "do control yourself. Try to be calm. You will make yourself ill. Are things so very bad? Tibertius doesn't need to live so very long, perhaps, and the money would come back after he dies. And if you want it to, it can be altered, can it not be altered, Mama?" The Frau Consul answered only with sobs. "Oh, no, no," said the consul, pulling himself together, and making a weak gesture of dissent. "Let it be as it is. Do you think I would carry it into court and sue my own mother, and add a public scandal to the family one? It may go as it is," he concluded, and walked lifelessly to the glass door, where he paused and stood. "But you need not imagine," he said in a suppressed voice, "that things are going so brilliantly with us. Tony lost 80,000 marks, and Christian, beside the setting up of 50,000 that he has run through with, has already had 30,000 in advance, and will need more, as he is not earning anything, and will have to take a cure at Oinhausen. And now Clara's dowry is permanently lost, and her whole inheritance besides for an indefinite period. And business is poor. It seems to have gone to the devil precisely since the time when I spent more than 100,000 marks on my house. No, things are not going well in a family where there are such scenes as this today. Let me tell you one thing, if father were alive, if he were here in this room, he would fold his hands and commend us to the mercy of God." Chapter 8 Wars and Rumors of War, Bleeding and Bustle. Prussian officers tread the parquetry floors of Senator Buddenbrooks' bel étage, kiss the hand of the lady of the house, and frequent the club with Christian, who is back from Oinhausen. In Meng Street Mamsell Severin, Riekchen Severin, the Frau Consul's new companion, helps the maids to drag piles of mattresses into the old garden house, which is full of soldiers. Confusion, disorder, and suspense reign. Troops march off through the gate, new ones come in. They overrun the town, they eat, sleep, fill the ears of the citizens with the noise of rolling drums, commands, and trumpet calls, and march off again. Royal princes are feted, entry follows entry. Then quiet again and suspense. In the late autumn and winter the victorious troops return. Again they are billeted in the town for a time, are mustered out and go home to the great relief of the cheering citizens. Peace comes, the brief peace, heavy with destiny, of the year 1865. And between two wars, little Johann played. Unconscious and tranquil, with his soft curling hair and voluminous pinafore frocks, he played in the garden by the fountain, or in the little gallery partitioned off for his use by a pillared railing from the vestibule of the second story, played the plays of his 4.5 years, those plays whose meaning and charm no grown person can possibly grasp, which need no more than a few pebbles, or a stick of wood with a dandelion for a helmet, since they command the pure, powerful, glowing, untaught and unintimidated fancy of those blissful years before life touches us, when neither duty nor remorse dares to lay upon us a finger's weight, when we may see, hear, laugh, dream, and feel amazement, when the world yet makes upon us not one single demand, when the impatience of those whom we should like so much to love does not yet torment us for evidence of our ability to succeed in the impending struggle. Ah, only a little while, and that struggle will be upon us, and they will do their best to bend us to their will and cut us to their pattern, to exercise us, to lengthen us, to shorten us, to corrupt us. Great things happened while little Hanno played. The war flamed up, and its fortunes swayed this way and that, then inclined to the side of the victors, and Hanno Buddenbrooks' native city, which had shrewdly stuck to Prussia, looked on not without satisfaction at wealthy Frankfurt, which had to pay with her independence for her faith in Austria. But with the failure in July of a large firm of Frankfurt wholesale dealers, immediately before the armistice, the firm of Johann Buddenbrook lost at one fell sweep the round sum of 20,000 thaler. Part 8. Chapter I. When Herr Hugo Weinschenk, in his buttoned-up frock coat, with his drooping lower lip and his narrow black mustaches, which grew, in the most masculine way imaginable, right into the corners of his mouth, with both his fists held out in front of him, and making little motions with his elbows at about the height of his waist, when Herr Hugo Weinschenk, now for some time director of the City Fire Insurance Company, crossed the great entry in Meng Street and passed, with a swinging, pompous stride, from his front to his back office, he gave an impressive impersonation of an energetic and prosperous man. And Erika Grunlich, on the other hand, was now 20 years old, a tall, blooming girl, fresh-colored and pretty, full of health and strength. If chance took her up or down the stairs just as Herr Weinschenk passed that way, and chance did this not seldom, the director took off his top hat, displaying his short black hair, which was already graying at the temples, minced rather more than ever at the waist of his frock coat, and greeted the young girl with an admiring glance from his bold and roving brown eye. Whereat Erika ran away, sat down somewhere in a window, and wept for hours out of sheer helpless confusion. Fräulein Grunlich had grown up under Therese Weichbrod's care and correction. Her thoughts did not fly far afield. She wept over Herr Weinschenk's top hat, the way he raised his eyebrows at sight of her and let them fall, over his regal bearing and his balancing fists. Her mother, Frau Pirmander, saw further. Her daughter's future had troubled her for years, for Erika was at a disadvantage compared with other young girls of her age. Frau Pirmander not only did not go into society, she was actually at war with it. The conviction that the best people thought slightingly of her because of her 2 divorces, had become almost a fixed idea, and she read contempt and aversion where probably there was only indifference. Consul Hermann Hagenstrom, for instance, simple and liberal-minded man that he was, would very likely have been perfectly glad to greet her on the street. His money had only increased his joviality and good nature. But she stared, with her head flung back, past his goose-liver-pated face, which, to use her own strong language, she hated like the plague, and her look, of course, distinctly forbade him. So Erika grew up outside her uncle's social circle. She frequented no balls, and had small chance of meeting eligible young gentlemen. Yet it was Frau Antonie's most ardent hope, especially after she herself had failed in business, as she said, that her daughter might realize her own unfulfilled dream of a happy and advantageous marriage, which should redound to the glory of the family and sink the mother's failure in final oblivion. Tony longed for this beyond everything, and chiefly now for her brother's sake, who had latterly shown so little optimism, as a sign to him that the luck of the family was not yet lost, that they were by no means at the end of their rope. Her second dowry, the 18,000 thaler so magnanimously returned by Herr Pirmander, lay waiting for Erika, and directly Frau Antonie's practiced glance marked the budding tenderness between her daughter and the director, she began to trouble heaven with a prayer that Herr Weinschenk might be led to visit them. He was. He appeared in the first story, where he was received by the 3 ladies, mother, daughter, and granddaughter, talked for 10 minutes, and promised to return another day for coffee and more leisurely conversation. This too came to pass, and the acquaintance progressed. The director was a Silesian by birth. His old father, in fact, still lived in Silesia, but the family seemed not to come into consideration, Hugo being, evidently, a self-made man. He had the self-consciousness of such men, a not quite native, rather insecure, mistrustful, exaggerated air. His grammar was not perfect, and his conversation was distinctly clumsy. And his countrified frock coat had shiny spots, his cuffs, with large jet cuff buttons, were not quite fresh, and the nail on the middle finger of his left hand had been crushed in some accident, and was shriveled and blackened. The impression, on the whole, was rather unpleasing, yet it did not prevent Hugo Weinschenk from being a highly worthy young man, industrious and energetic, with a yearly salary of 12,000 marks current, nor from being, in Erika Grunlicke's eyes, handsome to boot. Frau Piermander quickly looked him over and summed him up. She talked freely with her mother and the senator. It was clear to her that here was a case of two interests meeting and complementing each other. Director Weinschenk was, like Erika, devoid of every social connection. The two were thus, in a manner, marked out for each other. It was plainly the hand of God himself. If the director, who was nearing the 40s, his hair already sprinkled with gray, desired to found a family appropriate to his station and connections, here was an opening for him into one of the best circles in town, calculated to advance him in his calling and consolidate his position. As for Erika's welfare, Frau Piermander could feel confident that at least her own lot would be out of the question. Herr Weinschenk had not the faintest resemblance to Herr Piermander, and he was differentiated from Bendix Grunlick by his position as an old established official with a fixed salary which, of course, did not preclude a further career. In a word, much goodwill was shown on both sides. Herr Weinschenk's visits followed each other in quick succession, and by January of the year 1867 he permitted himself to make a brief and manly offer for Erika Grunlicke's hand. From now on he belonged to the family. He came on Children's Day, and was received civilly by the relatives of his betrothed. He must soon have seen that he did not fit in very well, but he concealed the fact under an increased assurance of manner, while the Frau Consul, Uncle Justice, and the Senator, though hardly the Broad Street Buddenbrooks, practiced a tactful complaisance toward the socially awkward, hard-working official. And tact was needed. For pauses would come at the family table, when Director Weinschenk tried to make conversation by asking if orange marmalade was a pudding, when he gave out the opinion that Romeo and Juliet was a piece by Schiller, when his manner with Erika's cheek or arm became too roguish. He uttered his views frankly and cheerfully, rubbing his hands like a man whose mind is free from care, and leaning back sidewise against the arm of his chair. Someone always needed to fill in the pause by a sprightly or diverting remark. He got on best with the senator, who knew how to steer a safe course between politics and business. His relations with Gerda Buddenbrook were hopeless. This lady's personality put him off to such a degree that he was incapable of finding anything to talk about with her for 2 minutes on end. The fact that she played the violin made a strong impression upon him, and he finally confined himself, on each Thursday afternoon encounter, to the jovial inquiry, "Well, how's the fiddle?" After the third time, however, the Frau Senator refrained from reply. Christian, on the other hand, used to look at his new relative down his nose, and the next day imitate him and his conversation with full details. The second son of the deceased Consul Buddenbrook had been relieved of his rheumatism in Oinhausen, but a certain stiffness of the joints was left, as well as the periodic misery in the left side, where all the nerves were too short, and sundry other ills to which he was heir, as difficulty in breathing and swallowing, irregularity of the heart action, and a tendency to paralysis, or at least to a fear of it. He did not look like a man at the end of the 30s. His head was entirely bald except for vestiges of reddish hair at the back of the neck and on the temples, and his small round roving eyes lay deeper than ever in their sockets. And his great bony nose and his lean, sallow cheeks were startlingly prominent above his heavy drooping red moustaches. His trousers, of beautiful and lasting English stuff, flapped about his crooked emaciated legs. He had come back once more to his mother's house, and had a room on the corridor of the first story. But he spent more of his time at the club than in Meng Street, for life there was not made any too pleasant for him. Richtchen Severin, Ida Jungmann's successor, who now reigned over the Frau Consul's household and managed the servants, had a peasant's instinct for hard facts. She was a thick-set country-bred creature, with coarse lips and fat red cheeks. She perceived directly that it was not worthwhile to put herself out for this idle storyteller, who was silly and ill by turns, whom his brother, the senator, the real head of the family, ignored with lifted eyebrows. So she quite calmly neglected Christian's wants. "Gracious, Herr Buddenbrook," she would say, "you needn't think as I've got time for the likes of you." Christian would look at her with his nose all wrinkled up, as if to say, "Aren't you ashamed of yourself," and go his stiff-kneed way. "Do you think," he said to Tony, "that I have a candle to go to bed by? Very seldom. I generally take a match." The sum his mother could allow him was small. "Hard times," he would say. Yes, things were different once. "Why, what do you suppose? Sometimes I've had to borrow money for tooth powder." "Christian," cried Frau Piermander. "How undignified! And going to bed with a match." She was shocked and outraged in her deepest sensibilities, but that did not mend matters. The tooth powder money Christian borrowed from his old friend Andreas Gieske, doctor of civil and criminal jurisprudence. He was fortunate in this friendship, and it did him credit, for Dr. Gieske, though as much of a rake as Christian, knew how to keep his dignity. He had been elected senator the preceding winter, for Dr. Overdieck had sunk gently to his long rest, and Dr. Langhal sat in his place. His elevation did not affect Andreas Gieske's mode of life. Since his marriage with Fräulein Hunius, he had acquired a spacious house in the center of the town, but as everybody knew, he also owned a certain comfortable little vine-clad villa in the suburb of St. Gertrude, which was charmingly furnished, and occupied quite alone by a still young and uncommonly pretty person of unknown origin. Above the house door, in ornamental gilt lettering, was the word Quisisana, by which name the retired little dwelling was known throughout the town, where they pronounced it with a very soft S and a very broad A. Christian Buddenbrook, as Senator Gieske's best friend, had obtained entry into Quisisana, and been successful there, as formerly with Aline Pivot-Gel in Hamburg, and on other occasions in London, Valparaiso, and sundry other parts of the world. He told a few stories, and was a little friendly, and now he visited the little vine-clad house on the same footing as Senator Gieske himself. Whether this happened with the latter's knowledge and consent, is of course doubtful. What is certain is, that Christian found there, without money and without price, the same friendly relaxation as Dr. Gieske, who, however, had to pay for the same with his wife's money. A short time after the betrothal of Hugo Weinschenk and Erika Grunlich, the director proposed to his relative that he should enter the insurance office, and Christian actually worked for 2 weeks in the service of the company. But the misery in his side began to get worse, and his other, indefinable ills as well, and the director proved to be a domineering superior, who did not hesitate, on the occasion of a little misunderstanding, to call his relative a booby. So Christian felt constrained to leave this post too. Madame Piermander, at this period of the family's history, was in such a joyful mood that her happiness found vent in shrewd observations about life, how, when all was said and done, it had its good side. Truly, she bloomed anew in these weeks, and their invigorating activity, the manifold plans, the search for suitable quarters, and the feverish preoccupation with furnishings brought back with such force the memories of her first betrothal that she could not but feel young again, young and boundlessly hopeful. Much of the graceful high spirits of girlhood returned to her ways and movements. Indeed, she profaned the mood of one entire Jerusalem evening by such uncontrollable hilarity that even Lee Gerhardt let the book of her ancestor fall in her lap and stared about the room with the great, innocent, startled eyes of the deaf. Erika was not to be parted from her mother. The director agreed, nay, it was even his wish that Frau Antony should live with the Weinschenks, at least at first, and help the inexperienced Erika with her housekeeping. And it was precisely this which called up in her the most priceless feeling, as though no Bendix Grunlich or Alois Piermander had ever existed, and all the trials, disappointments, and sufferings of her life were as nothing, and she might begin anew and with fresh hopes. She bade Erika be grateful to God, who bestowed upon her the one man of her desire, whereas the mother had been obliged to offer up her first and dearest choice on the altar of duty and reason. It was Erika's name which, with a hand trembling with joy, she inscribed in the family book next the director's. But she, Tony Buddenbrook, was the real bride. It was she who might once more ransack furniture and upholstery shops and test hangings and carpets with a practiced hand, she who once more found and rented a truly elegant apartment. It was she who was once more to leave the pious and roomy parental mansion and cease to be a divorced wife, she who might once more lift her head and begin a new life, calculated to arouse general remark and enhance the prestige of the family. Even was it a dream, dressing gowns appeared upon the horizon, 2 dressing gowns, for Erika and herself, of soft, woven stuff, with close rows of velvet trimming from neck to hem. The weeks fled by the last weeks of Erika Grunlich's maidenhood. The young pair had made calls in only a few houses, for the director, a serious and preoccupied man, with no social experience, intended to devote what leisure he had to intimate domesticity. There was a betrothal dinner in the great salon of the house in Fisher's Lane, at which, besides Thomas and Gerda, there were present the bridal pair and Henriette, Friedrich and Fifi Buddenbrook, and some close friends of the senator, and the director continually pinched the bare shoulders of his fiancée, rather to the disgust of the other guests. And the wedding day drew near. The marriage was solemnized in the columned hall, as on that other occasion when it was Frau Grunlich who wore the myrtle. Frau Stud from Belfounders Street, the same who moved in the best circles, helped to arrange the folds of the bride's white satin gown and pin on the decorations. The senator gave away the bride, supported by Christian's friend Senator Giesk, and 2 school friends of Erika's acted as bridesmaids. Director Hugo Weinschenk looked imposing and manly, and only trod once on Erika's flowing veil on the way to the improvised altar. Pastor Pringsheim held his hands clasped beneath his chin, and performed the service with his accustomed air of sweet exaltation, and everything went off with dignity and according to rule. When the rings were exchanged, and the deep and the treble yes sounded in the hush, both a trifle husky, Frau Piermander, overpowered by the past, the present, and the future, burst into audible sobs, just the unthinking, unembarrassed tears of her childhood. And the sisters Buddenbrook, Fifi, in honor of the day, was wearing a gold chain to her pince nez, smiled a little sourly, as always on such occasions. But Mademoiselle Wake-Broad, who had grown shorter with the lengthening years, and had the oval brooch with the miniature of her mother around her thin neck, sesame, said, with the disproportionate solemnity which hides deep emotion, "Be happy, you good child." Followed a banquet, as solemn as solid, beneath the eyes of the white Olympians, looking down composedly from their blue background. As it drew toward its end, the newly wedded pair disappeared, to begin their wedding journey, which was to include visits to several large cities. All this was at the middle of April, and in the next 2 weeks, Frau Piermander, assisted by the upholsterer Jacobs, accomplished one of her masterpieces. She moved into and settled the spacious first story which she had rented in a house halfway down Baker Alley. There, in a bower of flowers, she welcomed the married pair on their return. And thus began Tony Buddenbrooks' third marriage. Yes, this was really the right way to put it. The senator himself, one Thursday afternoon when the Weinschenks were not present, had called it that, and Frau Piermander quite relished the joke. All the cares of the new household fell upon her, but she reaped her reward in pride and pleasure. One day she happened to meet on the street Frau Consul Julchen Mollendorf, born Hagenstrom, into whose face she looked with a challenging, triumphant glance. It actually dawned upon Frau Mollendorf that she had better speak first, and she did. Tony waxed so important in her pride and joy, when she showed off the new house to visiting relatives, that little Erica, beside her, seemed but a guest herself. Frau Antony displayed the house to their guests, the train of her morning gown dragging behind her, her shoulders up and her head thrown back, carrying on her arm the key basket with its bow of satin ribbon. She displayed the furniture, the hangings, the translucent porcelain, the gleaming silver, the large oil paintings. These last had been purchased by the director, and were nearly all still lives of edibles or nude figures of women, for such was Hugo Weinschenk's taste. Tony's every movement seemed to say, "See, I have managed all this for the third time in my life. It is almost as fine as Grunlicke's, and much finer than Piermander's." The old Frau Consul came, in a black and grey striped silk, giving out a discreet odor of patchouli. She surveyed everything with her pale, calm eyes and, without any loud expressions of admiration, professed herself pleased with the effect. The senator came, with his wife and child. He and Gerda hugely enjoyed Tony's blissful self-satisfaction, and with difficulty prevented her from killing her adored little Johann with currant bread and port wine. The Mrs. Buddenbrook came, and were unanimously of opinion that it was all very fine. Of course, being modest people themselves, they would not care to live in it. Poor, lean, grey, patient, hungry Clotilde came, submitted to the usual teasing, and drank 4 cups of coffee, praising everything the while, in her usual friendly drawl. Even Christian appeared now and then, when there was nobody at the club, drank a little glass of Benedictine, and talked about a project he had of opening an agency for champagne and brandy. He knew the business, and it was a light, agreeable job, in which a man could be his own master, write now and then in a notebook, and make 30 thaler by turning over his hand. Then he borrowed a little money from Frau Piermander to buy a bouquet for the leading lady at the theatre, came, by God knows what train of thought, to Maria and the depravity in London, and then lighted upon the story of the mangy dog that travelled all the way from Valparaiso to San Francisco in a hand satchel. By this time he was in full swing, and narrated with such gusto, verve, and irresistible drollery that he would have held a large audience spellbound. He narrated like one inspired. He possessed the gift of tongues. He narrated in English, Spanish, Low German, and Hamburgese. He depicted stabbing a phrase in Chile and pickpocketings in Whitechapel. He drew upon his repertory of comic songs, and half sang, half recited, with incomparable pantomime and highly suggestive gesture. I sauntered out one day, in an idle sort o' way, and chanced to see a maid, ahead o' me. She'd such a charmin' air, her back was French I'd swear, and she wore her at as rakish as could be. I says, my pretty dear, since you and I are air, perhaps you'd take me arm and walk along. She turned her pretty ead, and looked at me and said, you just get on, my lad, and hold your tongue. From this he went off on an account of a performance at the Rennes Circus in Hamburg, and reproduced it turned by a troupe of English vaudeville artists, in such a way that you felt you were actually present. There was the usual hubbub behind the curtain, shouts of "Open the door, will you," quarrels with the ringmaster, and then, in a broad, lugubrious English German, a whole string of stories, the one about the man who swallowed a mouse in his sleep, and went to the vet, who advised him to swallow a cat, and the one about my grandmother, lively old girl, she was, who, on her way to the railway station, encounters all sorts of adventures, ending with the train pulling out of the station in front of the nose of the lively old girl. And then Christian broke off with a triumphant orchestra, and made as if he had just waked up and was very surprised that no music was forthcoming. But, quite suddenly, he stopped. His face changed, his motions relaxed. His little deep round eyes began to stray moodily about, he rubbed his left side with his hand, and seemed to be listening to uncanny sounds within himself. He drank another glass of liqueur, which relieved him a little. Then he tried to tell another story, but broke down in a fit of depression. Frau Piermander, who in these days was uncommonly prone to laugh and had enjoyed the performance hugely, accompanied her brother to the door, in rather a prankish mood. "Adieu, Herr Agent," said she. "Mincing Ernennisinger. Old goose. Come again soon." She laughed full-throatedly behind him and went back into her house. But Christian did not mind. He did not even hear her, so deep was he in thought. "Well," he said to himself, "I'll go over to Quisisana for a bit." His hat a little awry, leaning on his stick with the nun's bust for a handle, he went slowly and stiffly down the steps. Chapter 2. In the spring of 1868, one evening towards 10 o'clock, Frau Piermander entered the first story of her brother's house. Senator Buddenbrooks sat alone in the living room, which was done in olive green rep, with a large round center table and a great gas lamp hanging down over it from the ceiling. He had the Berlin Financial Gazette spread out in front of him on the table, and was reading it, with a cigarette held between the first and second fingers of his left hand, and a gold pince-nez on his nose. He had now for some time been obliged to use glasses for reading. He heard his sister's footsteps as she passed through the dining room, took off his glasses, and peered into the darkness until Tony appeared between the portieres and in the circle of light from the lamp. "Oh, it is you. How are you? Back from Poppenrade? How are your friends?" "Evening, Tom." "Thanks, Armgard is very well. Are you here alone?" "Yes, I'm glad you have come. I ate my dinner all alone tonight like the Pope. I don't count Mamsell Jungmann, because she is always popping up to look after Hanno. Gerda is at the casino. Christian fetched her, to hear Tamayo play the violin. Bless and save us, as mother says. Yes, I've noticed lately that Gerda and Christian get on quite well together." "Yes, I have too. Since he came back for good, she seems to have taken to him. She sits and listens to him when he tells about his troubles. Dear me, I suppose he entertains her. She said to me lately, 'There is nothing of the burgher about Christian, Thomas. He is even less of a burgher than you are, yourself.'" "Burgher, Tom. What did she mean?" "Why, it seems to me there is no better burgher on top of the earth than you are." "Oh, well, she didn't mean it just in that sense. Take off your things and sit down a while, my child. How splendid you look. The country air did you good." "I'm in very good form," she said, as she took off her mantle and the hood with lilac silk ribbons and sat down with dignity in an easy chair by the table. "My sleep and my digestion both improved very much in this short time. The fresh milk, and the farm sausages and hams one thrives like the cattle and the crops. And the honey, Tom, I have always considered honey one of the very best of foods. A pure nature product, one knows just what one's eating. Yes, it was really very sweet of Armgard to remember an old boarding school friendship and send me the invitation. Herr von Mayboom was very polite, too. They urged me to stay a couple of weeks longer, but I know Erika is rather helpless without me, especially now, with little Elizabeth. How is the child? Doing nicely, Tom. She is really not bad at all, for 4 months, even if Henriette and Friedrich and Fifi did say she wouldn't live. And Weinschenk? How does he like being a father? I never see him except on Thursdays. Oh, he is just the same. You know, he is a very good, hard-working man, and in a way a model husband. He never stops in anywhere, but comes straight home from the office and spends all his free time with us. But you see, Tom, we can speak quite openly, just between ourselves. He requires Erika to be always lively, always laughing and talking, because when he comes home tired and worried from the office, he needs cheering up, and his wife must amuse him and divert him. Idiot, murmured the senator. What? Well, the bad thing about it is, that Erika is a little bit inclined to be melancholy. She must get it from me, Tom. Sometimes she is very serious and quiet and thoughtful, and then he scolds and grumbles and complains, and really, to tell the truth, is not at all sympathetic. You can't help seeing that he is a man of no family, and never enjoyed what one would call a refined bringing up. To be quite frank, a few days before I went to Poppenrade, he threw the lid of the soup tureen on the floor and broke it, because the soup was too salt. How charming! Oh, no, it wasn't, not at all. But we must not judge. God knows, we are all weak creatures, and a good, capable, industrious man like that heaven forbid. No, Tom, a rough shell with a sound kernel inside is not the worst thing in this life. I've just come from something far sadder than that, I can tell you. Armgard wept bitterly, when she was alone with me. You don't say. Is Herr von Mayboom? Yes, Tom, that is what I wanted to tell you. We sit here visiting, but I really came tonight on a serious and important errand. Well, what is the trouble with Herr von Mayboom? He is a very charming man, Ralph von Mayboom, Thomas, but he is very wild, a hail fellow, well met with everybody. He gambles in Rostock, and he gambles in Warnemünde, and his debts are like the sands of the sea. Nobody could believe it, just living a couple of weeks at Poppenrade. The house is lovely, everything looks flourishing, there is milk and sausage and ham and all that, in great abundance. So it is hard to measure the actual situation. But their affairs are in frightful disorder. Armgard confessed it to me, with heartbreaking sobs. Very sad. You may well say so. But, as I had already suspected, it turned out that I was not invited over there just for the sake of my beaux yeux. How so? I will tell you, Tom. Herr von Mayboom needs a large sum of money immediately. He knew the old friendship between his wife and me, and he knew that I am your sister. So, in his extremity, he put his wife up to it, and she put me up to it, you understand. The senator passed his fingertips across his hair and screwed up his face a little. I think so, he said. Your serious and important business evidently concerns an advance on the Poppenrade harvest, if I am not mistaken. But you have come to the wrong man, I think, you and your friends. In the first place, I have never done any business with Herr von Mayboom, and this would be a rather strange way to begin. In the second place, though, in the past, grandfather, father, and I myself have made advances on occasion to the landed gentry, it was always when they offered a certain security, either personally or through their connections. But to judge from the way you have just characterized Herr von Maybaum and his prospects, I should say there can be no security in his case. You are mistaken, Tom. I have let you have your say, but you are mistaken. It is not a question of an advance, at all. Maybaum has to have 35,000 marks current, heavens and earth. 35,000 marks current, to be paid within 2 weeks. The knife is at his throat, to be plain, he has to sell at once, immediately. In the blade, oh, the poor chap. The senator shook his head as he stood, playing with his pince-nez on the tablecloth. That is a rather unheard of thing for our sort of business, he went on. I have heard of such things, mostly in Hesse, where a few of the landed gentry are in the hands of the Jews. Who knows what sort of cutthroat it is that has poor Herr von Maybaum in his clutches? Jews? Cutthroats, cried Frau Pirminder, astonished beyond measure. But it's you we are talking about, Tom. Thomas Buddenbrooks suddenly threw down his pince-nez on the table so that it slid along on top of the newspaper, and turned toward his sister with a jerk. Me, he said, but only with his lips, for he made no sound. Then he added aloud, go to bed, Tony. You are tired out. Why, Tom, that is what Ida Jungmann used to say to us, when we were just beginning to have a good time. But I assure you I was never wider awake in my life than now, coming over here in the dead of night to make Armgard's offer to you, or rather, indirectly, Ralph von Maybaum's, and I will forgive you for making a proposal which is the product of your naivete and the Maybaum's helplessness. Helplessness? Naivete, Thomas. I don't understand you. I am very far from understanding you. You are offered an opportunity to do a good deed, and at the same time the best stroke of business you ever did in your life. Oh, my darling child, you are talking the sheerest nonsense, cried the senator, throwing himself back impatiently in his chair. I beg your pardon, but you make me angry with your ridiculous innocence. Can't you understand that you are asking me to do something discreditable, to engage in underhand maneuvers? Why should I go fishing in troubled waters? Why should I fleece this poor landowner? Why should I take advantage of his necessity to do him out of a year's harvest at a usurious profit to myself? Oh, is that the way you look at it? Said Frau Pirminder, quite taken aback and thoughtful. But she recovered in a moment and went on, but it is not at all necessary to look at it like that, Tom. How are you forcing him, when it is he who comes to you? He needs the money, and would like the matter arranged in a friendly way, and under the rose. That is why he traced out the connection between us, and invited me to visit. In short, he has made a mistake in his calculations about me and the character of my firm. I have my own traditions. We have been in business 100 years without touching that sort of transaction, and I have no idea of beginning at this late day. Certainly, Tom, you have your traditions, and nobody respects them more than I do. And I know father would not have done it, God forbid. Who says he would? But, silly as I am, I know enough to know that you are quite a different sort of man from father, and since you took over the business it has been different from what it was before. That is because you were young and had enterprise and brains. But lately I am afraid you have let yourself get discouraged by this or that piece of bad luck. And if you are no longer having the same success you once did, it is because you have been too cautious and conscientious, and let slip your chances for good coups when you had them. Oh, my dear child, stop, please, you irritate me, said the senator sharply, and turned away. Let us change the subject. Yes, you are vexed, Tom, I can see it. You were from the beginning, and I have kept on purpose, to show you you are wrong to feel yourself insulted. But I know the real reason why you are vexed, it is because you are not so firmly decided not to touch the business. I know I am silly, but I have noticed about myself and about other people too that we are most likely to get angry and excited in our opposition to some idea when we ourselves are not quite certain of our own position, and are inwardly tempted to take the other side. Very fine, said the senator, bit his cigarette holder, and was silent. Fine? No, it's very simple, one of the simplest things life has taught me. But let it go, Tom. I won't urge you. Don't imagine that I think I could persuade you. I know I don't know enough. I'm only a silly female. It's a pity. Well, never mind, it interested me very much. On the one hand I was shocked and upset about the Maybooms, but on the other I was pleased for you. I said to myself, Tom has been going about lately feeling very down in the mouth. He used to complain, but now he does not even complain anymore. He has been losing money, and times are poor and all that just now, when God has been good to me, and I am feeling happier than I have for a long time. So I thought, this would be something for him, a stroke of luck, a good coup. It would offset a good deal of misfortune, and show people that luck is still on the side of the firm of Johann Buddenbrook. And if you had undertaken it, I should have been so proud to have been the means, for you know it has always been my dream and my one desire, to be of some good to the family name. Well, never mind. It is settled now. What I feel vexed about is that Mayboom has to sell, in any case, and if he looks around in the town here, he will find a purchaser, and it will be that rascal Hermann Hagenstrom. Oh, yes, he probably would not refuse it, the senator said bitterly, and Frau Piermander answered, 3 times, one after the other, you see, you see, you see. Thomas Buddenbrook suddenly began to shake his head and laugh angrily. We are silly. We sit here and work ourselves up, at least, you do, over something that is neither here nor there. So far as I know, I have not even asked what the thing is about what Herr von Mayboom actually has to sell. I do not know Poppenrade. Oh, you would have had to go there, she said eagerly. It's not far from here to Rostock, and from there it is no distance at all. And as for what he has to sell, Poppenrade is a large estate. I know for a fact that it grows more than 1,000 sacks of wheat. But I don't know details. About rye, oats, or barley, there might be 500 sacks of them, more or less. Everything is of the best, I can say that. But I can't give you any figures, I am such a goose, Tom. You would have to go over. A pause ensued. No, it is not worth wasting words over, the senator said decidedly. He folded his pince-nez and put it into his pocket, buttoned up his coat, and began to walk up and down the room with firm and rapid strides, which studiously betrayed no sign that he was giving the subject any further consideration. He paused by the table and turned toward his sister, drumming lightly on the surface with his bent forefinger as he said, I'll tell you a little story, my dear Tony, which will illustrate my attitude toward this affair. I know your weakness for the nobility, and the Mecklenburg nobility in particular. Please don't mind if one of these gentry gets rapped a bit. You know, there is now and then one among them who doesn't treat the merchant classes with any great respect, though perfectly aware that he can't do without them. Such a man is too much inclined to lay stress on the superiority to a certain extent undeniable of the producer over the middleman. In short, he sometimes acts as if the merchant were like a peddling Jew to whom one sells old clothes, quite conscious that one is being overreached. I flatter myself that in my dealings with these gentry I have not usually made the impression of a morally inferior exploiter. To tell the truth, the boot has sometimes been on the other foot. I've run across men who were far less scrupulous than I am. But in one case, it only needed a single bold stroke to bring me into social relations. The man was the Lord of Grossbogendorf, of whom you have surely heard. I had considerable dealings with him some while back. Count Strelitz, a very smart-appearing man, with a square eyeglass. I could never make out why he did not cut himself, patent leather top boots, and a riding whip with a gold handle. He had a way of looking down at me from a great height, with his eyes half shut and his mouth half open. My first visit to him was very telling. We had had some correspondence. I drove over, and was ushered by a servant into the study, where Count Strelitz was sitting at his writing table. He returns my bow, half gets up, finishes the last lines of a letter, then he turns to me and begins to talk business, looking over the top of my head. I lean on the sofa table, cross my arms and my legs, and enjoy myself. I stand 5 minutes talking. After another 5 minutes, I sit down on the table and swing my leg. We get on with our business, and at the end of 15 minutes he says to me, very graciously, "Won't you sit down?" "Beg pardon?" I say. "Oh, don't mention it, I've been sitting for some time." "Did you say that?" "Really?" cried Frau Pirmander, enchanted. She had straightway forgotten all that had gone before, and lived for the moment entirely in the anecdote. "I've been sitting for some time, oh, that is too good." Well, and I assure you that the Count altered his tune at once. He shook hands when I came, and asked me to sit down. In the course of time we became very friendly. But I have told you this in order to ask you if you think I should have the right, or the courage, or the inner self-confidence to behave in the same way to Herr von Maboom if, when we met to discuss the bargain, he were to forget to offer me a chair. Frau Pirmander was silent. "Good," she said then, and got up. "You may be right, and, as I said, I'm not going to press you. You know what you must do and what leave undone, and that's an end of it. If you only feel that I spoke in good part you do, don't you? All right. Good night, Tom. Or no, wait, I must go and say how do you do to the good Ida and give Hanno a little kiss. I'll look in again on my way out." With that she went. Chapter 3. She mounted the stairs to the second story, left the little balcony on her right, went along the white and gold balustrade and through an antechamber, the door of which stood open on the corridor, and from which a second exit to the left led into the senator's dressing room. Here she softly turned the handle of the door opposite and went in. It was an unusually large chamber, the windows of which were draped with flowered curtains. The walls were rather bare, aside from a large black-framed engraving above Ida's bed, representing Giacomo Meyerbeer surrounded by the characters in his operas. There was nothing but a few English-colored prints of children with yellow hair and little red frocks, pinned to the window hangings. Ida Jungmann sat at the large extension table in the middle of the room, darning Hanno's stockings. The faithful Prussian was now at the beginning of the 50s. She had begun early to grow grey, but her hair had never become quite white, having remained a mixture of black and grey. Her erect bony figure was as sturdy, and her brown eyes as bright, clear, and unwearied as 20 years ago. "Well, Ida, you good soul," said Frau Pirmander, in a low but lively voice, for her brother's little story had put her in good spirits, "and how are you, you old standby, you?" "What's that, Tony Standby, is it? And how do you come to be here so late?" "I been with my brother on pressing business." "Unfortunately, it didn't turn out. Is he asleep?" she asked, and gestured with her chin toward the little bed on the left wall, its head close to the door that led into the parents' sleeping chamber. "Shh," said Ida. "Yes, he is asleep." Frau Pirmander went on her tiptoes toward the little bed, cautiously raised the curtain, and bent to look down at her sleeping nephew's face. The small Johann Buddenbrook lay on his back, his little face, in its frame of long light brown hair, turned toward the room. He was breathing softly but audibly into the pillow. Only the fingers showed beneath the too wide sleeves of his nightgown. One of his hands lay on his breast, the other on the coverlet, with the bent fingers jerking slightly now and then. The half-parted lips moved a little too, as if forming words. From time to time a pained expression mounted over the little face, beginning with the trembling of the chin, making the lips and the delicate nostrils quiver and the muscles of the narrow forehead contract. The long dark eyelashes did not hide the blue shadows that lay in the corners of the eyes. "He is dreaming," said Frau Pirmander, moved. She bent over the child and gently kissed his slumbering cheek, then she composed the curtains and went back to the table, where Ida, in the golden light from the lamp, drew a fresh stocking over her darning ball, looked at the hole, and began to fill it in. "You are darning, Ida, funny. I can't imagine you doing anything else." Yes, Tony. The boy tears everything, now he has begun to go to school. But he is such a quiet, gentle child." "Yes, he is. But even so does he like going to school?" "Oh, no, Tony. He would far rather have gone on here with me. And I should have liked it better too. The masters haven't known him since he was a baby, the way I have. They don't know how to take him, when they are teaching him. It is often hard for him to pay attention, and he gets tired so easily, poor darling." "Have they whipped him yet?" "No, indeed." "Sakes alive, how could they have the heart, if the boy once looked at them?" "How was it the first time he went? Did he cry?" "Yes, indeed, he did. He cries so easily, not loud, but sort of to himself. And he held your brother by the coat and begged to be allowed to stop at home. Oh, my brother took him, did he? Yes, that is a hard moment, Ida. I remember it like yesterday. I howled, I do assure you. I howled like a chained-up dog. I felt dreadfully. And why? Because I had had such a good time at home. I noticed at once that all the children from the nice houses wept, and the others not at all. They just stared and grinned at us. Goodness, what is the matter with him, Ida?" She turned in alarm toward the little bed, where a cry had interrupted her chatter. It was a frightened cry, and it repeated itself in an even more anguished tone the next minute, and then 3, 4, 5 times more, one after another. "Oh, oh, oh." It became a loud, desperate protest against something which he saw or which was happening to him. The next moment little Johann sat upright in bed, stammering incomprehensibly, and staring with wide open, strange golden brown eyes into a world which he, and he alone, could see. "That's nothing," said Ida. "It is the paver. It is sometimes much worse than that." She put her work down calmly and crossed the room, with her long heavy stride, to Hanno's bed. She spoke to him in a low, quieting voice, laid him down, and covered him again. "Oh, I see the paver," repeated Frau Pirmander. "What will he do now? Will he wake up?" But Hanno did not waken at all, though his eyes were wide and staring, and his lips still moved. "In my little garden go," said Hanno, mumblingly, "all my onions water." "He is saying his piece," explained Ida Jungmann, shaking her head. There, little darling, go to sleep now." "Little man stands there, he begins to sneeze," he sighed. Suddenly his face changed, his eyes half closed, he moved his head back and forth on the pillow and said in a low, plaintive sing-song, "The moon it shines, the baby cries, the clock strikes 12, God help all suffering folk to close their eyes." but with the words came so deep a sob that tears rolled out from under his lashes and down his cheeks and wakened him. He put his arms around Ida, looked about him with tear-wet eyes, murmured something in a satisfied tone about Antony, turned himself a little in his bed, and then went quietly off to sleep. "How very strange," said Frau Pirminder, as Ida sat down at the table once more. "What was all that?" "They are in his reader," answered Fräulein Jungmann. "It says underneath the boy's magic horn. They are all rather queer. He has been having to learn them, and he talks a great deal about that one with the little man. Do you know it? It is really rather frightening. It is a little dwarf that gets into everything, eats up the broth and breaks the pot, steals the wood, stops the spinning wheel, teases everybody, and then, at the end, he asks to be prayed for." It touched the child very much. He has thought about it day in and day out, and 2 or 3 times he said, "You know, Ida, he doesn't do that to be wicked, but only because he is unhappy, and it only makes him more unhappy still. But if one prays for him, then he does not need to do it any more." Even tonight, when his mama kissed him good night before she went to the concert, he asked her to pray for the little man. And did he pray too? Not aloud, but probably to himself. He hasn't said much about the other poem. It is called The Nursery Clock. He has only wept. He weeps so easy, poor little lad, and it is so hard for him to stop. But what is there so sad about it? How do I know? He has never been able to say any more than the beginning of it, the part that makes him cry in his sleep. And that about the wagoner, who gets up at 3 from his bed of straw, that always made him weep too. Frau Pirminder laughed emotionally, and then looked serious. "I'll tell you, Ida, it's no good. It isn't good for him to feel everything so much. The wagoner gets up at 3 from his bed of straw. Why, of course he does. That's why he is a wagoner. I can see already that the child takes everything too much to heart. It consumes him, I feel sure. We must speak seriously with Grabo. But there, that is just what it is," she went on, folding her arms, putting her head on one side, and tapping the floor nervously with her foot. "Grabo is getting old, and aside from that, good as he is, and he really is a very good man, a perfect angel so far as his skill is concerned, I have no such great opinion of it, Ida, and may God forgive me if I am wrong. Take this nervousness of Hanno's, his starting up at night and having such frights in his sleep. Grabo knows what it is, and all he does is to tell us the Latin name of it, Paver Nocturnus. Dear knows, that is very enlightening, of course. No, he is a dear good man, and a great friend of the family and all that, but he is no great light. An important man looks different. He shows when he is young that there is something in him. Grabo lived through the 48. He was a young man then. Do you imagine he was the least bit thrilled over it, over freedom and justice, and the downfall of privilege and arbitrary power? He is a cultivated man, but I am convinced that the unheard of laws concerning the press and the universities did not interest him in the least. He has never behaved even the least little bit wild, never jumped over the traces. He has always had just the same long, mild face, and always prescribed pigeon and French bread, and when anything is serious, a teaspoon of tincture of Althea. Good night, Ida. No, I think there are other doctors in the world. Too bad I have missed Gerda. Yes, thanks, there is a light in the corridor. Good night." When Frau Pirminder opened the dining room door in passing, to call a good night to her brother in the living room, she saw that the whole story was lighted up, and that Thomas was walking up and down with his hands behind his back. Chapter 4. The senator, when he was alone again, sat down at the table, took out his glasses, and tried to resume his reading. but in a few minutes his eyes had roved from the printed page, and he sat for a long time without changing his position, gazing straight ahead of him between the portieres into the darkness of the salon. His face, when he was alone, changed so that it was hardly recognizable. The muscles of his mouth and cheeks, otherwise obedient to his will, relaxed and became flabby. Like a mask, the look of vigor, alertness, and amiability, which now for a long time had been preserved only by constant effort, fell from his face, and betrayed an anguished weariness instead. The tired, worried eyes gazed at objects without seeing them, they became red and watery. He made no effort to deceive even himself, and of all the dull, confused, and rambling thoughts that filled his mind he clung to only one, the single, despairing thought that Thomas Buddenbrook, at 43 years, was an old, worn-out man. He rubbed his hand over his eyes and forehead, drawing a long, deep breath, mechanically lighted another cigarette, though he knew they were bad for him, and continued to gaze through the smoke haze into the darkness. What a contrast between that relaxed and suffering face and the elegant, almost military style of his hair and beard. The stiffened and perfumed mustaches, the meticulously shaven cheeks and chin, and the careful hair dressing which sedulously hid a beginning thinness. The hair ran back in two longish bays from the delicate temples, with a narrow parting on top. Over the ears it was not long and waving, but kept short cut now, in order not to betray how grey it had grown. He himself felt the change and knew it could not have escaped the eyes of others, the contrast between his active, elastic movements and the dull pallor of his face. Not that he was in reality less of an important and indispensable personage than he always had been. His friends said, and his enemies could not deny, that Senator Buddenbrook was the burgomaster's right hand. Burgomaster Langhals was even more emphatic on that point than his predecessor Overdijk had been. But the firm of Johann Buddenbrook was no longer what it had been. This seemed to be common property, so much so that Herr Stutt discussed it with his wife over their bacon broth, and Thomas Buddenbrook groaned over the fact. At the same time, it was true that he himself was mainly responsible. He was still a rich man, and none of the losses he had suffered, even the severe one of the year '66, had seriously undermined the existence of the firm. But the notion that his luck and his consequence had fled, based though it was more upon inward feelings than upon outward facts, brought him to a state of lowness and suspicion. He entertained, of course, as before, and set before his guests the normal and expected number of courses. But, as never before, he began to cling to money and, in his private life, to save in small and petty ways. He had 100 times regretted the building of his new house, which he felt had brought him nothing but bad luck. The summer holidays were given up, and the little city garden had to take the place of mountains or seashore. The family meals were, by his express and emphatic command, of such simplicity as to seem absurd by contrast with the lofty, splendid dining room, with its extent of parquetry floors and its imposing oak furniture. For a long time now, there had been dessert only on Sundays. His own appearance was as elegant as ever, but the old servant, Anton, carried to the kitchen the news that the master only changed his shirt now every other day, as the washing was too hard on the fine linen. He knew more than that. He knew that he was to be dismissed. Gerda protested. 3 servants were few enough to do the work of so large a house as it should be done. But it was no use. Old Anton, who had so long sat on the box when Thomas Buddenbrook drove down to the Senate, was sent away with a suitable present. Such decrees as these were in harmony with the joyless state of affairs in the firm. That fresh enterprising spirit with which young Thomas Buddenbrook had taken up the reins, that was all gone, now, and his partner, Herr Friedrich Wilhelm Marcus, who, with his small capital, could not have had a preponderating influence in any case, was by nature lacking in initiative. Herr Marcus' pedantry had so increased in the course of years that it had become a distinct eccentricity. It took him a quarter of an hour of stroking his mustaches, casting side glances, and giving little coughs, just to cut his cigar and put the tip in his pocket-book. Evenings, when the gaslight made every corner of the office as bright as day, he still used a tallow candle on his own desk. Every half-hour he would get up and go to the tap and put water on his head. One morning there had been an empty sack untidily left under his desk. He took it for a cat and began to shoo it out with loud imprecations, to the joy of the office staff. No, he was not the man to give any quickening impulse to the business in the face of his partner's present lassitude. Mortification and a sort of desperate irritation often seized upon the senator, as now, when he sat and stared wearily into the darkness, bringing home to himself the petty retail transactions and the penny-wise policies to which the firm of Johann Buddenbrook had lately sunk. But, after all, was it not best thus? Misfortune too has its time, he thought. Is it not better, while it holds sway, to keep oneself still, to wait in quiet and assemble one's inner powers? Why must this proposition come up just now, to shake him untimely out of his canny resignation and make him a prey to doubts and suspicions? Was the time come? Was this a sign? Should he feel encouraged to stand up and strike a blow? He had refused with all the decisiveness he could put into his voice, to think of the proposition, but had that settled it? It seemed not, since here he sat and brooded over it. We are most likely to get angry in our opposition to some idea when we ourselves are not quite certain of our own position. A deucedly sly little person, Tony was. What had he answered her? He had spoken very impressively, he recollected, about underhand manoeuvres, fishing in troubled waters, fleecing the poor landowner, usury, and so on. Very fine. But really one might ask if this were just the right time for so many large words. Consul Hermann Hagenstrom would not have thought of them, and would not have used them. Was he, Thomas Buddenbrook, a man of action, a businessman, or was he a finicking dreamer? Yes, that was the question. It had always been, as far back as he could remember, the question. Life was harsh, and business, with its ruthless unsentimentality, was an epitome of life. Did Thomas Buddenbrook, like his father, stand firmly on his 2 feet, in face of this hard practicality of life? Often enough, even far back in the past, he had seen reason to doubt it. Often enough, from his youth onwards, he had sternly brought his feelings into line. To inflict punishment, to take punishment, and not to think of it as punishment, but as something to be taken for granted should he never completely learn that lesson? He recalled the catastrophe of the year 1866, and the inexpressibly painful emotions which had then overpowered him. He had lost a large sum of money in the affair, but that had not been the unbearable thing about it. For the first time in his career he had fully and personally experienced the ruthless brutality of business life and seen how all better, gentler, and kindlier sentiments creep away and hide themselves before the one raw, naked, dominating instinct of self-preservation. He had seen that when one suffers a misfortune in business, one is met by one's friends and one's best friends not with sympathy, not with compassion, but with suspicion, cold, cruel, hostile suspicion. But he had known all this before, why should he be surprised at it? And in stronger and hardier hours he had blushed for his own weakness, for his own distress and sleepless nights, for his revulsion and disgust at the hateful and shameless harshness of life. How foolish all that was! How ridiculous such feelings had been! How could he entertain them, unless, indeed, he were a feeble visionary and not a practical businessman at all. Ah, how many times had he asked himself that question? And how many times had he answered it, in strong and purposeful hours with one answer, in weak and discouraged ones with another. But he was too shrewd and too honest not to admit, after all, that he was a mixture of both. All his life, he had made the impression on others of a practical man of action. But in so far as he legitimately passed for one, he, with his fondness for quotations from Goethe, was it not because he deliberately set out to do so? He had been successful in the past, but was that not because of the enthusiasm and impetus drawn from reflection? And if he were now discouraged, if his powers were lamed, God grant it was only for a time, was not his depression the natural consequence of the conflict that went on within himself? Whether his father, grandfather, and great-grandfather would have brought the Poppenrade harvest in the blade was not the point after all. The thing was that they were practical men, more naturally, more vigorously, more impeccably practical than he was himself. He was seized by a great unrest, by a need for movement, space, and light. He shoved back his chair, went into the salon, and lighted several burners of the chandelier over the center table. He stood there, pulling slowly and spasmodically at the long ends of his mustaches and vacantly gazing about the luxurious room. Together with the living room, it occupied the whole front of the house. It had light, ornate furniture, and looked like a music room, with the great grand piano, Goethe's violin case, the étagère with music books, the carved music stand, and the bas-reliefs of singing cupids over the doors. The bow window was filled with palms. Senator Buddenbrooks stood for 2 or 3 minutes motionless. Then he went back through the living room into the dining room and made light there also. He stopped at the sideboard and poured a glass of water, either to be doing something or to quiet his heart. Then he moved quickly on through the house, lighting up as he went. The smoking room was furnished in dark colors and wainscoted. He absently opened the door of the cigar cabinet and shut it again, and at the table lifted the lid of a little oak box which had playing cards, scorecards, and other such things in it. He let some of the bone counters glide through his fingers with a rattling sound, clapped the lid shut, and began again to walk up and down. A little room with a small stained glass window opened into the smoking room. It was empty except for some small light serving tables of the kind which fit one within another. On one of them a liqueur cabinet stood. From here one entered the dining room, with its great extent of parquetry flooring and its 4 high windows, hung with wine-colored curtains, looking out into the garden. It also occupied the whole breadth of the house. It was furnished by 2 low, heavy sofas, covered with the same wine-colored material as the curtains, and by a number of high-backed chairs standing stiffly along the walls. Behind the fire screen was a chimney place, its artificial coals covered with shining red paper to make them look glowing. On the marble mantel shelf in front of the mirror stood 2 towering Chinese vases. The whole story was now lighted by the flame of single gas jets, and looked like a party the moment after the last guest is gone. The senator measured the room throughout its length, and then stood at one of the windows and looked down into the garden. The moon stood high and small between fleecy clouds, and the little fountain splashed in the stillness over the overhanging boughs of the walnut tree. Thomas looked down on the pavilion which enclosed his view, on the little glistening white terrace with the 2 obelisks, the regular gravel paths, and the freshly turned earth of the neat borders and beds. But this whole minute and punctilious symmetry, far from soothing him, only made him feel the more exasperated. He held the catch of the window, leaned his forehead on it, and gave rein to his tormenting thoughts again. What was he coming to? He thought of a remark he had let fall to his sister, something he had felt vexed with himself the next minute for saying, it seemed so unnecessary. He was speaking of Count Strelitz and the landed aristocracy, and he had expressed the view that the producer had a social advantage over the middleman. What was the point of that? It might be true and it might not, but was he, Thomas Buddenbrook, called upon to express such ideas? Was he called upon even to think them? Should he have been able to explain to the satisfaction of his father, his grandfather, or any of his fellow townsmen how he came to be expressing, or indulging in, such thoughts? A man who stands firm and confident in his own calling, whatever it may be, recognizes only it, understands only it, values only it. Then he suddenly felt the blood rushing to his face as he recalled another memory, from farther back in the past. He saw himself and his brother Christian, walking around the garden of the Meng Street house, involved in a quarrel, one of those painful, regrettable, heated discussions. Christian, with artless indiscretion, had made a highly undesirable, a compromising remark, which a number of people had heard, and Thomas, furiously angry, irritated to the last degree, had called him to account. At bottom, Christian had said, at bottom every businessman was a rascal. Well, was that foolish and trifling remark, in point of fact, so different from what he himself had just said to his sister? He had been furiously angry then, had protested violently, but what was it that sly little Tony said? When we ourselves are not quite certain of our own position. No, said the senator, suddenly, aloud, lifted his head with a jerk, and let go the window fastening. He fairly pushed himself away from it. That settles it, he said. He coughed, for the sound of his own voice in the emptiness made him feel unpleasant. He turned and began to walk quickly through all the rooms, his hands behind his back and his head bowed. That settles it, he repeated. It will have to settle it. I am wasting time, I am sinking into a morass, I'm getting worse than Christian. It was something to be glad of, at least, that he was in no doubt where he stood. It lay, then, in his own hands to apply the corrective. Relentlessly. Let us see, now let us see what sort of offer was it they had made? The Poppenrade harvest, in the Blade? I will do it, he said in a passionate whisper, even stretching out one hand and shaking the forefinger. I will do it. It would be, he supposed, what one would call a coup, an opportunity to double a capital of, say, 40,000 marks current, though that was probably an exaggeration. Yes, it was a sign, a signal to him that he should rouse himself. It was the first step, the beginning, that counted, and the risk connected with it was a sort of offset to his moral scruples. If it succeeded, then he was himself again, then he would venture once more, then he would know how to hold fortune and influence fast within his grip. No, Messrs. Strunk and Hagenstrom would not be able to profit by this occasion, unfortunately for them. There was another firm in the place, which, thanks to personal connections, had the upper hand. In fact, the personal was here the decisive factor. It was no ordinary business, to be carried out in the ordinary way. Coming through Tony, as it had, it bore more the character of a private transaction, and would need to be carried out with discretion and tact. Herman Hagenstrom would hardly have been the man for the job. He, Thomas Buddenbrook, as a businessman, was taking advantage of the market, and he would, by God, when he sold, know how to do the same. On the other hand, he was doing the hard-pressed landowner a favor which he was called upon to do, by reason of Tony's connection with the Maybooms. The thing to do was to write this evening, not on the business paper with the firm name, but on his own personal letter paper with Senator Buddenbrook stamped across it. He would write in a courteous tone and ask if a visit in the next few days would be agreeable. But it was a difficult business, none the less slippery ground, upon which one needed to move with care. Well, so much the better for him. His step grew quicker, his breathing deeper. He sat down a moment, sprang up again, and began roaming about through all the rooms. He thought it all out again. He thought about Herr Marcus, Hermann Hagenstrom, Christian, and Tony. He saw the golden harvests of Poppenrade wave in the breeze, and dreamed of the upward bound the old firm would take after this coup, scornfully repulsed all his scruples and hesitations, put out his hand and said, "I'll do it." Frau Piermander opened the door and called out goodbye. He answered her without knowing it. Gerda said good night to Christian at the house door and came upstairs, her strange deep-set eyes wearing the expression that music always gave them. The senator stopped mechanically in his walk, asked mechanically about the concert and the Spanish virtuoso, and said he was ready to go to bed. But he did not go. He took up his wanderings again. He thought about the sacks of wheat and rye and oats and barley which should fill the lofts of the lion, the walrus, the oak, and the linden. He thought about the price he intended to ask. Of course it should not be an extravagant price. He went softly at midnight down into the counting house and, by the light of Herr Marcus' tallow candle, wrote a letter to Herr von Mabum of Poppenrade, a letter which, as he read it through, his head feeling feverish and heavy, he thought was the best and most tactful he had ever written. That was the night of May 27th. The next day he indicated to his sister, treating the affair in a light, semi-humorous way, that he had thought it all over and decided that he could not just refuse Herr von Mabum out of hand and leave him at the mercy of the nearest swindler. On the 30th of May he went to Rostock, whence he drove in a hired wagon out to the country. His mood for the next few days was of the best, his step elastic and free, his manners easy. He teased Clotilde, laughed heartily at Christian, joked with Tony, and played with Hanno in the little gallery for a whole hour on Sunday, helping him to hoist up miniature sacks of grain into a little brick-red granary, and imitating the hollow, drawling shouts of the workmen. And at the Burgesses' meeting of the 3rd of June he made a speech on the most tiresome subject in the world, something connected with taxation, which was so brilliant and witty that everybody agreed with it unanimously, and Consul Hagenstrom, who had opposed him, became almost a laughing-stock. Chapter V. Was it forgetfulness, or was it intention, which would have made Senator Buddenbrook pass over in silence a certain fact, had not his sister Tony, the devotee of the family papers, announced it to all the world, the fact, namely, that in those documents the founding of the firm of Johann Buddenbrook was ascribed to the date of the 7th of July, 1768, the 100th anniversary of which was now at hand. Thomas seemed almost disturbed when Tony, in a moving voice, called his attention to the fact. His good mood had not lasted. All too soon he had fallen silent again, more silent than before. He would leave the office in the midst of work, seized with unrest, and roam about the garden, sometimes pausing as if he felt confined in his movements, sighing, and covering his eyes with his hand. He said nothing, gave his feelings no vent. To whom should he speak, then? When he told his partner of the Poppenrade matter, Herr Marcus had for the first time in his life been angry with him, and had washed his hands of the whole affair. But Thomas betrayed himself to his sister Tony, when they said goodbye on the street one Thursday evening, and she alluded to the Poppenrade harvest. He gave her hand a single quick squeeze, and added passionately, "Oh, Tony, if I had only sold it already." He broke off abruptly, and they parted, leaving Frau Piermander dismayed and anxious. The sudden hand pressure had something despairing, the low words betrayed pent-up feeling. But when Tony, as chance offered, tried to come back to the subject, he wrapped himself in silence, the more forbidding because of his inward mortification over having given way, his inward bitterness at being, as he felt, feeble and inadequate to the situation in hand. He said now, slowly and fretfully, "Oh, my dear child, I wish we might ignore the whole affair." "Ignore it, Tom. Impossible. Unthinkable. Do you think you could suppress the fact? Do you imagine the whole town would forget the meaning of the day? I don't say it is possible, I only say I wish it were. It is pleasant to celebrate the past, when one is gratified with the present and the future. It is agreeable to think of one's forefathers when one feels at one with them and conscious of having acted as they would have done. If the Jubilee came at a better time, but just now, I feel small inclination to celebrate it." "You must not talk like that, Tom. You don't mean it. You know perfectly that it would be a shame to let the 100th anniversary of the firm of Johann Buddenbrook go by without a sign or a sound of rejoicing. You are a little nervous now, and I know why, though there is really no reason for it. But when the day comes, you will be as moved as all the rest of us." She was right, the day could not be passed over in silence. It was not long before a notice appeared in the papers, calling attention to the coming anniversary and giving a detailed history of the old and estimable firm, but it was really hardly necessary. In the family, Justice Kroger was the first to mention the approaching event, on the Thursday afternoon, and Frau Piermander saw to it that the venerable leather portfolio was solemnly brought out after dessert was cleared away, and the whole family, by way of foretaste, perused the dates and events in the life of the first Johann Buddenbrook, Hanno's great-great-grandfather, when he had varioloid and when genuine smallpox, when he fell out of the third-story window onto the floor of the drying house, and when he had fever and delirium. She read all that aloud with pious fervour. Not content with that, she must go back into the 16th century, to the oldest Buddenbrook of whom there was knowledge, to the one who was councillor in Grabau, and the Rostock tailor who had been very well off and had so many children, living and dead. "What a splendid man," she cried, and began to rummage through yellow papers and read letters and poems aloud. On the morning of the 7th of July, Herr Wenzel was naturally the first with his congratulations. "Well, Herr Center, many happy returns," he said, gesturing freely with razor and strop in his red hands. "100 years. And nearly half of it, I may say, I have been shaving in the respected family. Oh, yes, one goes through a deal with the family, when one sees the head of it the first thing in the morning." The deceased Herr Consul was always the most talkative in the morning, too. "Wenzel," he would ask me, "Wenzel, what do you think about the rye? Should I sell, or do you think it will go up again?" "Yes, Wenzel, and I cannot think of these years without you, either. Your calling, as I've often said to you, has a certain charm about it. When you have made your rounds, you are wiser than anybody, you have had the heads of nearly all the great houses under your hand, and know the mood of each one. All the others can envy you that, for it is really valuable information. A good bit of truth in that, Herr Center. But what about the Herr Center's own mood, if I may be so bold to ask? Herr Center's looking a trifle pale again this morning." "Am I? Well, I have a headache, and so far as I can see, it will get worse before it gets better, for I suspect they'll put a good deal of strain on it today." "I'm afraid so, Herr Center. The interest is great, the interest is very great. Just look out o window when I've done with you. Hosts of flags. And down at the bottom of the street the Wulinwewer and the Friedreich Overdiak with all their pennons flying. Well, let's be quick, then, Wenzel, there's no time to lose, evidently." The senator did not don his office jacket, as he usually did of a morning, but put on at once a black cutaway coat with a white waistcoat and light-colored trousers. There would certainly be visits. He gave a last glance in the mirror, a last pressure of the tongs to his mustache, and turned with a little sigh to go. The dance was beginning. If only the day were well over. Would he have a single minute to himself, a single minute to relax the muscles of his face? All day long he should certainly have to receive, with tact and dignity, the congratulations of a host of people, find just the right word and just the right tone for everybody, be serious, hearty, ironic, jocose, and respectful by turns, and from afternoon late into the night there would be the dinner at the Ratskeller. It was not true that his head ached. He was only tired. Already, though he had just risen, with his nerves refreshed by sleep, he felt his old, indefinable burden upon him. Why had he said his head ached as though he always had a bad conscience where his own health was concerned? Why? Why? However, there was no time now to brood over the question. He went into the dining room, where Gerda met him gaily. She too was already arrayed to meet their guests, in a plaid skirt, a white blouse, and a thin silk zouave jacket over it, the color of her heavy hair. She smiled and showed her white teeth, so large and regular, whiter than her white face. Her eyes, those close-set, enigmatic brown eyes, were smiling too, today. "I been up for hours, you can tell from that how excited I am," she said, "and how hearty my congratulations are." "Well, well. So the 100 years make an impression on you too?" "Tremendous. But perhaps it is only the excitement of the celebration. What a day. Look at that, for instance." She pointed to the breakfast table, all garlanded with garden flowers. "That is Fräulein Jungmann's work. But you are mistaken if you think you can drink tea now. The family is in the drawing room already, waiting to make a presentation, something in which I too have had a share. Listen, Thomas. This is, of course, only the beginning of a stream of callers. At first I can stand it, but at about midday I shall have to withdraw, I am sure. The barometer has fallen a little, but the sky is still the most staring blue. It makes the flags look lovely, of course, and the whole town is flagged, but it will be frightfully hot. Come into the salon. Breakfast must wait. You should have been up before. Now the first excitement will have to come on an empty stomach." The Frau Consul, Christian, Clotilde, Ida Jungmann, Frau Pirmander and Hanno were assembled in the salon, the last two supporting, not without difficulty, the family present, a great commemorative tablet. The Frau Consul, deeply moved, embraced her eldest born. "This is a wonderful day, my dear son, a wonderful day," she repeated. "We must thank God unceasingly, with all our hearts, for his mercies, for all his mercies." She wept. The senator was attacked by weakness in her embrace. He felt as though something within him freed itself and flew away. His lips trembled. An overwhelming need possessed him to lay his head upon his mother's breast, to close his eyes in her arms, to breathe in the delicate perfume that rose from the soft silk of her gown, to lie there at rest, seeing nothing more, saying nothing more. He kissed her and stood erect, putting out his hand to his brother, who greeted him with the absent-minded embarrassment which was his usual bearing on such occasions. Clotilde drawled out something kindly. Ida Jungmann confined herself to making a deep bow, while she played with the silver watch chain on her flat bosom. "Come here, Tom," said Frau Pirmander uncertainly. "We can't hold it any longer, can we, Hanno?" She was holding it almost alone, for Hanno's little arms were not much help, and she looked, what with her enthusiasm and her effort, like an enraptured martyr. Her eyes were moist, her cheeks burned, and her tongue played, with a mixture of mischief and nervousness, on her upper lip. "Here I am," said the senator. "What in the world is this? Come, Let me have it, we'll lean it against the wall. He propped it up next to the piano and stood looking at it, surrounded by the family. In a large, heavy frame of carved nutwood were the portraits of the 4 owners of the firm, under glass. There was the founder, Johann Buddenbrook, taken from an old oil painting, a tall, grave old gentleman, with his lips firmly closed, looking severe and determined above his lace jabot. There was the broad and jovial countenance of Johann Buddenbrook, the friend of Jean-Jacques Hofstede. There was Consul Johann Buddenbrook, in a stiff choker collar, with his wide, wrinkled mouth and large aquiline nose, his eyes full of religious fervour. And finally there was Thomas Buddenbrook himself, as a somewhat younger man. The 4 portraits were divided by conventionalized blades of wheat, heavily gilded, and beneath, likewise in figures of brilliant gilt, the date 1768 to 1868. Above the whole, in the tall, Gothic hand of him who had left it to his descendants, was the quotation, "My son, attend with zeal, to thy business by day, but do none that hinders thee from thy sleep at night." The senator, his hands behind his back, gazed for a long time at the tablet. "Yes, yes," he said abruptly, and his tone was rather mocking, "an undisturbed night's rest is a very good thing." Then, seriously, if perhaps a little perfunctorily, "Thank you very much, my dear family. It is indeed a most thoughtful and beautiful gift. What do you think, where shall we put it? Shall we hang it in my private office?" "Yes, Tom, over the desk in your office," answered Frau Pirminder, and embraced her brother. Then she drew him into the bow window and pointed. Under a deep blue sky, the 2-colored flag floated above all the houses, right down Fisher's Lane, from Broad Street to the wharf, where the Wohlenwewer and the Friedreich Overdiac lay under full flag, in their owner's honor. "The whole town is the same," said Frau Pirminder, and her voice trembled. "I been out and about already. Even the Hagenstroms have a flag. They couldn't do otherwise, I'd smash in their window." He smiled, and they went back to the table together. "And here are the telegrams, Tom, the first ones to come, the personal ones, of course, the others have been sent to the office." They opened a few of the dispatches, from the family in Hamburg, from the Frankfurt Buddenbrooks, from Herr Arnoldson in Amsterdam, from Jürgen Kroger in Wismar. Suddenly Frau Pirminder flushed deeply. "He is a good man, in his way," she said, and pushed across to her brother the telegram she had just opened. It was signed Pirminder. "But time is passing," said the senator, and looked at his watch. "I'd like my tea. Will you come in with me? The house will be like a beehive after a while." His wife, who had given a sign to Ida Jungmann, held him back. "Just a moment, Thomas. You know Hanno has to go to his lessons. He wants to say a poem to you first. Come here, Hanno. And now, just as if no one else were here, you remember? Don't be excited." It was the summer holidays, of course, but little Hanno had private lessons in arithmetic, in order to keep up with his class. Somewhere out in the suburb of St. Gertrude, in a little ill-smelling room, a man in a red beard, with dirty fingernails, was waiting to discipline him in the detested tables. But first he was to recite to Papa a poem painfully learned by heart, with Ida Jungmann's help, in the little balcony on the second floor. He leaned against the piano, in his blue sailor suit with the white V front and the wide linen collar with a big sailor's knot coming out beneath. His thin legs were crossed, his body and head a little inclined in an attitude of shy, unconscious grace. 2 or 3 weeks before, his hair had been cut, as not only his fellow pupils, but the master as well, had laughed at it, but his head was still covered with soft abundant ringlets, growing down over the forehead and temples. His eyelids drooped, so that the long brown lashes lay over the deep blue shadows, and his closed lips were a little wry. He knew well what would happen. He would begin to cry, would not be able to finish for crying, and his heart would contract, as it did on Sundays in St. Mary's, when Herr Pfeil played on the organ in a certain piercingly solemn way. It always turned out that he wept when they wanted him to do something, when they examined him and tried to find out what he knew, as Papa so loved to do. If only Mama had not spoken of getting excited. She meant to be encouraging, but he felt it was a mistake. There they stood, and looked at him. They expected, and feared, that he would break down, so how was it possible not to? He lifted his lashes and sought Ida's eyes. She was playing with her watch chain, and nodded to him in her usual honest, crabbed way. He would have liked to cling to her and have her take him away, to hear nothing but her low, soothing voice, saying, "There, little Hanno, be quiet, you need not say it." "Well, my son, let us hear it," said the senator, shortly. He had sat down in an easy chair by the table and was waiting. He did not smile, he seldom did on such occasions. Very serious, with one eyebrow lifted, he measured little Hanno with cold and scrutinizing glance. Hanno straightened up. He rubbed one hand over the piano's polished surface, gave a shy look at the company, and, somewhat emboldened by the gentle looks of Grandmama and Aunt Tony, brought out, in a low, almost a hard voice, the Shepherd's Sunday hymn, by Uhland. "Oh, my dear child, not like that," called out the senator. "Don't stick there by the piano and cross your hands on your tummy like that. Stand up. Speak out. That's the first thing. Here, stand here between the curtains. Now, hold your head up, let your arms hang down quietly at your sides." Hanno took up his position on the threshold of the living room and let his arms hang down. Obediently he raised his head, but his eyes, the lashes drooped so low that they were invisible. They were probably already swimming in tears. "This is the day of our," he began, very low. His father's voice sounded loud by contrast when he interrupted, "One begins with a bow, my son." And then, much louder, "Begin again, please, Shepherd's Sunday hymn." It was cruel. The senator was probably aware that he was robbing the child of the last remnant of his self-control. But the boy should not let himself be robbed. He should have more manliness by now. "Shepherd's Sunday hymn," he repeated encouragingly, remorselessly. But it was all up with Hanno. His head sank on his breast, and the small, blue-veined right hand tugged spasmodically at the brocade portiere. "I stand alone on the vacant plain," he said, but could get no further. The mood of the verse possessed him. An overmastering self-pity took away his voice, and the tears could not be kept back, they rolled out from beneath his lashes. Suddenly the thought came into his mind, if he were only ill, a little ill, as on those nights when he lay in bed with a slight fever and sore throat, and Ida came and gave him a drink, and put a compress on his head, and was kind, he put his head down on the arm with which he clung to the portiere, and sobbed. "Well," said the senator, harshly, "there is no pleasure in that." He stood up, irritated. "What are you crying about? Though it is certainly a good enough reason for tears, that you haven't the courage to do anything, even for the sake of giving me a little pleasure. Are you a little girl? What will become of you if you go on like that? Will you always be drowning yourself in tears, every time you have to speak to people?" "I never will speak to people, never," thought Hanno in despair. "Think it over till this afternoon," finished the senator, and went into the dining room. Ida Jungmann knelt by her fledgling and dried his eyes, and spoke to him, half consoling, half reproachful. The senator breakfasted hurriedly, and the Frau Consul, Tony, Clotilde, and Christian meanwhile took their leave. They were to dine with Gerda, as likewise were the Krogers, the Weinschenks, and the three Misses Buddenbrook from Broad Street, while the senator, willy-nilly, must be present at the dinner in the Ratskeller. He hoped to leave in time to see his family again at his own house. Sitting at the begarlanded table, he drank his hot tea out of a saucer, hurriedly ate an egg, and on the steps took 2 or 3 puffs of a cigarette. Grobleben, wearing his woolen scarf in defiance of the July heat, with a boot over his left forearm and the Polish brush in his right, a long drop pendant from his nose, came from the garden into the front entry and accosted his master at the foot of the stairs, where the brown bear stood with his tray. "Many happy returns, Herr Center, many happy, and one is rich and great, and others poor. Yes, yes, Grobleben, you're right, that's just how it is." And the senator slipped a piece of money into the hand with the brush, and crossed the entry into the anteroom of the office. In the office the cashier came up to him, a tall man with honest, faithful eyes, to convey, in carefully selected phrases, the good wishes of the staff. The senator thanked him in a few words, and went on to his place by the window. He had hardly opened his letters and glanced into the morning paper lying there ready for him, when a knock came on the door leading into the front entry, and the first visitors appeared with their congratulations. It was a delegation of granary laborers, who came straddling in like bears, the corners of their mouths drawn down with befitting solemnity and their caps in their hands. Their spokesman spat tobacco juice on the floor, pulled up his trousers, and talked in great excitement about a hun-erd year and many more hun-erd year. The senator proposed to them a considerable increase in their pay for the week, and dismissed them. The office staff of the Revenue Department came in a body to congratulate their chief. As they left, they met in the doorway a number of sailors, with 2 pilots at the head, from the Wulinwewer and the Friedreich Overdiak, the 2 ships belonging to the firm which happened at the time to be in port. Then there was a deputation of grain porters, in black blouses, knee breeches, and top hats. And single citizens, too, were announced from time to time. Herr Stud from Belfounders Street came, with a black coat over his flannel shirt, and Iwerson the florist, and sundry other neighbors. There was an old postman, with watery eyes, earrings, and a white beard, an ancient oddity whom the senator used to salute on the street and call him Herr Postmaster. He came, stood in the doorway, and cried out, "A bainty come for that, Herr Center. A knows as everybody gets summat as comes here today, but a bainty come for that, and so I tells yet." He received his piece of money with gratitude, none the less. There was simply no end to it. At 10:30 the servant came from the house to announce that the Frau Senator was receiving guests in the salon. Thomas Buddenbrook left his office and hurried upstairs. At the door of the salon he paused a moment for a glance into the mirror to order his cravat, and to refresh himself with a whiff of the eau de cologne on his handkerchief. His body was wet with perspiration, but his face was pale, his hands and feet cold. The reception in the office had nearly used him up already. He drew a long breath and entered the sunlit room, to be greeted at once by Consul Hunius, the lumber dealer and multimillionaire, his wife, their daughter, and the latter's husband, Senator Dr. Giesk. These had all driven in from Travemund, like many others of the first families of the town, who were spending July in a cure which they interrupted only for the Buddenbrook Jubilee. They had not been sitting for 3 minutes in the elegant armchairs of the salon when Consul Overdiak, son of the deceased burgomaster, and his wife, who was a kiston maker, were announced. When Consul Hunius made his adieus, his place was taken by his brother, who had $1 million less money than he, but made up for it by being a senator. Now the ball was open. The tall white door, with the relief of the singing cupids above it, was scarcely closed for a moment. There was a constant view from within of the great staircase, upon which the light streamed down from the skylight far above, and of the stairs themselves, full of guests either entering or taking their leave. But the salon was spacious, the guests lingered in groups to talk, and the number of those who came was for some time far greater than the number of those who went away. Soon the maidservant gave up opening and shutting the door that led into the salon and left it wide open, so that the guests stood in the corridor as well. There was the drone and buzz of conversation in masculine and feminine voices, there were handshakings, bows, jests, and loud, jolly laughter, which reverberated among the columns of the staircase and echoed from the great glass panes of the skylight. Senator Buddenbrooks stood by turns at the top of the stairs and in the bow window, receiving the congratulations, which were sometimes mere formal murmurs and sometimes loud and hearty expressions of goodwill. Burgomaster Dr. Langhals, a heavily built man of elegant appearance, with a shaven chin nestling in a white neckcloth, short grey mutton chops, and a languid diplomatic air, was received with general marks of respect. Consul Edward Kistenmaker, the wine merchant, his wife, who was a Mollendorf, and his brother and partner Stefan, Senator Buddenbrooks' loyal friend and supporter, with his wife, the rudely healthy daughter of a landed proprietor, arrive and pay their respects. The widowed Frau Senator Mollendorf sits throned in the center of the sofa in the salon, while her children, Consul August Mollendorf and his wife Julchen, born Hagenstrom, mingle with the crowd. Consul Hermann Hagenstrom supports his considerable weight on the balustrade, breathes heavily into his red beard, and talks with Senator Dr. Creamer, the chief of police, whose brown beard, mixed with gray, frames a smiling face expressive of a sort of gentle slyness. State Attorney Moritz Hagenstrom, smiling and showing his defective teeth, is there with his beautiful wife, the former Fräulein Pudfarken of Hamburg. Good old Dr. Grabo may be seen pressing Senator Buddenbrooks' hand for a moment in both of his, to be displaced next moment by Contractor Voigt. Pastor Pringsheim, in secular garb, only betraying his dignity by the length of his frock coat, comes up the steps with outstretched arms and a beaming face. And Herr Friedrich Wilhelm Marcus is present, of course. Those gentlemen who come as delegates from any body such as the Senate, the Board of Trade, or the Assembly of Burgesses, appear in frock coats. It is 11:30. The heat is intense. The lady of the house withdrew a quarter of an hour ago. Suddenly there is a hubbub below the vestibule door, a stamping and shuffling of feet, as of many people entering together, and a ringing, noisy voice echoes through the whole house. Everybody rushes to the landing, blocks up the doors to the salon, the dining room, and the smoking room, and peers down. Below is a group of 15 or 20 men with musical instruments, headed by a gentleman in a brown wig, with a grey nautical beard and yellow artificial teeth, which he shows when he talks. What is happening? It is Consul Peter Dolman, of course. He is bringing the band from the theater, and mounts the stairs in triumph, swinging a packet of programs in his hand. The serenade in honor of the 100th anniversary of the firm of Johann Buddenbrook begins, in these impossible conditions, with the notes all running together, the chords drowning each other, the loud grunting and snarling of the big bass trumpet heard above everything else. It begins with "Now Let Us All Thank God," goes over into the adaptation of Offenbach's La Belle Hélène, and winds up with a potpourri of folk songs, quite an extensive program. And a pretty idea of Dolman's. They congratulate him on it, and nobody feels inclined to break up until the concert is finished. They stand or sit in the salon and the corridor, they listen and talk. Thomas Buddenbrook stood with Stefan Kistenmaker, Senator Dr. Giesk, and Contractor Voigt, beyond the staircase, near the open door of the smoking room and the flight of stairs up to the second story. He leaned against the wall, now and then contributing a word to the conversation, and for the rest looking out into space across the balustrade. It was hotter than ever, and more oppressive, but it would probably rain. To judge from the shadows that drove across the skylight, there must be clouds in the sky. They were so many and moved so rapidly that the changeful, flickering light on the staircase came in time to hurt the eyes. Every other minute the brilliance of the gilt chandelier and the brass instruments below was quenched, to blaze out the next minute as before. Once the shadows lasted a little longer, and 6 or 7 times something fell with a slight crackling sound upon the panes of the skylight, hailstones, no doubt. Then the sunlight streamed down again. There is a mood of depression in which everything that would ordinarily irritate us and call up a healthy reaction, merely weighs us down with a nameless, heavy burden of dull chagrin. Thus Thomas brooded over the breakdown of little Johann, over the feelings which the whole celebration aroused in him, and still more over those which he would have liked to feel but could not. He sought again and again to pull himself together, to clear his countenance, to tell himself that this was a great day which was bound to heighten and exhilarate his mood. And indeed the noise which the band was making, the buzz of voices, the sight of all these people gathered in his honor, did shake his nerves, did, together with his memories of the past and of his father, give rise in him to a sort of weak emotionalism. But a sense of the ridiculous, of the disagreeable, hung over it all. The trumpery music, spoiled by the bad acoustics, the banal company chattering about dinners and the stock market, and this very mingling of emotion and disgust heightened his inward sense of exhaustion and despair. At 12:15, when the musical program was drawing to a close, an incident occurred which in no wise interfered with the prevailing good feeling, but which obliged the master of the house to leave his guests for a short time. It was of a business nature. At a pause in the music, the youngest apprentice in the firm appeared, coming up the great staircase, overcome with embarrassment at sight of so many people. He was a little, stunted fellow, and he drew his red face down as far as possible between his shoulders and swung one long, thin arm violently back and forth to show that he was perfectly at his ease. In the other hand he had a telegram. He mounted the steps, looking everywhere for his master, and when he had discovered him he passed with blushes and murmured excuses through the crowds that blocked his way. His blushes were superfluous, nobody saw him. Without looking at him or breaking off their talk, they slightly made way, and they hardly noticed when he gave his telegram to the senator, with a scrape, and the latter turned a little away from Kistenmaker, Voigt, and Giesk to read it. Nearly all the telegrams that came today were messages of congratulation. Still, during business hours, they had to be delivered at once. The corridor made a bend at the point where the stairs mounted to the second story, and then went on to the back stairs, where there was another, a side entrance into the dining room. Opposite the stairs was the shaft of the dumbwaiter, and at this point there was a sizable table, where the maids usually polished the silver. The senator paused here, turned his back to the apprentice, and opened the dispatch. Suddenly his eyes opened so wide that anyone seeing him would have started in astonishment, and he gave a deep, gasping intake of breath which dried his throat and made him cough. He tried to say very well, but his voice was inaudible in the clamour behind him. Very well, he repeated, but the second word was only a whisper. As his master did not move or turn round or make any sign, the hump-backed apprentice shifted from one foot to the other, then made his outlandish scrape again and went down the back stairs. Senator Buddenbrooks still stood at the table. His hands, holding the dispatch, hung weakly down in front of him. He breathed in difficult, short breaths through his mouth, his body swayed back and forth, and he shook his head meaninglessly, as if stunned. "That little bit of hail," he said, that little bit of hail. He repeated it stupidly. But gradually his breathing grew longer and quieter, the movement of his body less, his half-shut eyes clouded over with a weary, broken expression, and he turned around, slowly nodding his head, opened the door into the dining room, and went in. With bent head he crossed the wide polished floor and sat down on one of the dark red sofas by the window. Here it was quiet and cool. The sound of the fountain came up from the garden, and a fly buzzed on the pane. There was only a dull murmur from the front of the house. He laid his weary head on the cushion and closed his eyes. "That's good, he muttered, half aloud, drawing a deep breath of relief and satisfaction. "Oh, that is good." He lay 5 minutes thus, with limbs relaxed and a look of peace upon his face. Then he sat up, folded the telegram, put it in his breast pocket, and rose to rejoin his guests. But in the same minute he sank back with a disgusted groan upon the sofa. The music, it was beginning again, an idiotic racket, meant to be a gallop, with the drum and cymbals marking a rhythm in which the other instruments all joined either ahead of or behind time, a naive, insistent, intolerable hullabaloo of snarling, crashing, and feebly piping noises, punctuated by the silly tootling of the piccolo. Chapter 6. "Oh, Bach, Sebastian Bach, dear lady," cried Edmund Fiel, Herr Edmund Fiel, the organist of St. Mary's, as he strode up and down the salon with great activity, while Gerda, smiling, her head on her hand, sat at the piano, and Hanno listened from a big chair, his hands clasped round his knees. "Certainly, as you say, it was he through whom the victory was achieved by harmony over counterpoint. He invented modern harmony, assuredly. But how? Need I tell you how? By progressive development of the contrapuntal style. You know it as well as I do. Harmony? Ah, no. By no means. Counterpoint, my dear lady, counterpoint. Whither, I ask you, would experiments in harmony have led? While I have breath to speak, I will warn you against mere experiments in harmony." His zeal as he spoke was great, and he gave it free rein, for he felt at home in the house. Every Wednesday afternoon there appeared on the threshold his bulky, square, high-shouldered figure, in a coffee-colored coat, whereof the skirts hung down over his knees. While awaiting his partner, he would open lovingly the Bechstein grand piano, arrange the violin parts on the stand, and then prelude a little, softly and artistically, with his head sunk, in high contentment, on one shoulder. An astonishing growth of hair, a wilderness of tight little curls, red-brown mixed with gray, made his head look big and heavy, though it was poised easily upon a long neck with an extremely large Adam's apple that showed above his low collar. The straight, bunchy mustaches, of the same color as the hair, were more prominent than the small snub nose. His eyes were brown and bright, with puffs of flesh beneath them. When he played they looked as though their gaze passed through whatever was in their way and rested on the other side. His face was not striking, but it had at least the stamp of a strong and lively intelligence. His eyelids were usually half drooped, and he had a way of relaxing his lower jaw without opening his mouth, which gave him a flabby, resigned expression like that sometimes seen on the face of a sleeping person. The softness of his outward seeming, however, contrasted strongly with the actual strength and self-respect of his character. Edmund Fiel was an organist of no small repute, whose reputation for contrapuntal learning was not confined within the walls of his native town. His little book on church music was recommended for private study in several conservatories, and his fugues and chorals were played now and then where an organ sounded to the glory of God. These compositions, as well as the voluntaries he played on Sundays at St. Mary's, were flawless, impeccable, full of the relentless, severe logicality of the Strangsats. Such beauty as they had was not of this earth, and made no appeal to the ordinary layman's human feeling. What spoke in them, what gloriously triumphed in them, was a technique amounting to an ascetic religion, a technique elevated to a lofty sacrament, to an absolute end in itself. Edmund Peel had small use for the pleasant and the agreeable, and spoke of melody, it must be confessed, in slighting terms. But he was no dry pedant, notwithstanding. He would utter the name of Palestrina in the most dogmatic, awe-inspiring tone. But even while he made his instrument give out a succession of archaistic virtuosities, his face would be all aglow with feeling, with rapt enthusiasm, and his gaze would rest upon the distance as though he saw there the ultimate logicality of all events, issuing in reality. This was the musician's look, vague and vacant precisely because it abode in the kingdom of a purer, profounder, more absolute logic than that which shapes our verbal conceptions and thoughts. His hands were large and soft, apparently boneless, and covered with freckles. His voice, when he greeted Gerda Buddenbrook, was low and hollow, as though a bite were stuck in his throat. "Good morning, honored lady." He rose a little from his seat, bowed, and respectfully took the hand she offered, while with his own left he struck the fifths on the piano, so firmly and clear that she seized her Stradivarius and began to tune the strings with practiced ear. The G minor concerto of Bach, Herr Peel. The whole adagio still goes badly, I think. And the organist began to play. But hardly were the first chords struck, when it invariably happened that the corridor door would open gently, and without a sound little Johann would steal across the carpet to an easy chair, where he would sit, his hands clasped round his knees, motionless, and listen to the music and the conversation. "Well, Hanno, so you want a little taste of music, do you?" said Gerda in a pause, and looked at her son with her shadowy eyes, in which the music had kindled a soft radiance. Then he would stand up and put out his hand to Herr Peel with a silent bow, and Herr Peel would stroke with gentle affection the soft light brown hair that hung gracefully about brow and temples. "Listen, now, my child," he would say, with mild impressiveness, and the boy would look at the Adam's apple that went up and down as the organist spoke, and then go back to his place with his quick, light steps, as though he could hardly wait for the music to begin again. They played a movement of Haydn, some pages of Mozart, a sonata of Beethoven. Then, while Gerda was picking out some music, with her violin under her arm, a surprising thing happened. Herr Peel, Edmund Peel, organist at St. Mary's, glided over from his easy interlude into music of an extraordinary style, while a sort of shamefaced enjoyment showed upon his absent countenance. A burgeoning and blooming, a weaving and singing rose beneath his fingers, then, softly and dreamily at first, but ever clearer and clearer, there emerged in artistic counterpoint the ancestral, grandiose, magnificent march motif amounting to a climax, a complication, a transition, and at the resolution of the dominant the violin chimed in, fortissimo. It was the overture to Die Meistersinger. Gerda Buddenbrook was an impassioned Wagnerite. But Herr Peel was an equally impassioned opponent, so much so that in the beginning she had despaired of winning him over. On the day when she first laid some piano arrangements from Tristan on the music rack, he played some 25 beats and then sprung up from the music stool to stride up and down the room with disgust painted upon his face. "I cannot play that, my dear lady. I am your most devoted servant, but I cannot. That is not music, believe me. I have always flattered myself I knew something about music, but this is chaos. This is demagogy, blasphemy, insanity, madness. It is a perfumed fog, shot through with lightning. It is the end of all honesty in art. I will not play it." And with the words he had thrown himself again on the stool, and with his Adam's apple working furiously up and down, with coughs and sighs, had accomplished another 25 beats. But then he shut the piano and cried out, "Oh, fie, fie. No, this is going too far. Forgive me, dear lady, if I speak frankly what I feel. You have honored me for years, and paid me for my services, and I am a man of modest means. But I must lay down my office, I assure you, if you drive me to it by asking me to play these atrocities. Look, the child sits there listening. Would you then utterly corrupt his soul? But let him gesture as furiously as he would, she brought him over slowly, by easy stages, by persistent playing and persuasion. Feel, she would say, be reasonable, take the thing calmly. You are put off by his original use of harmony. Beethoven seems to you so pure, clear, and natural, by contrast. But remember how Beethoven himself affronted his contemporaries, who were brought up in the old way. And Bach, why, good heavens, you know how he was reproached for his want of melody and clearness. You talk about honesty, but what do you mean by honesty in art? Is it not the antithesis of hedonism? And, if so, then that is what you have here. Just as much as in Bach. I tell you, feel, this music is less foreign to your inner self than you think. It is all juggling and sophistry. Begging your pardon, he grumbled. But she was right, after all, the music was not so impossible as he thought at first. He never, it is true, quite reconciled himself to Tristan, though he eventually carried out Goethe's wish and made a very clever arrangement of the Liebestod for violin and piano. He was first won over by certain parts of Die Meistersinger, and slowly a love for this new art began to stir within him. He would not confess it. He was himself aghast at the fact, and would pettishly deny it when the subject was mentioned. But after the old masters had had their due, Goethe no longer needed to urge him to respond to a more complex demand upon his virtuosity. With an expression of shamefaced pleasure, he would glide into the weaving harmonies of the leitmotif. After the music, however, there would be a long explanation of the relation of this style of music to that of the Strangsatz, and one day Herr Pfeil admitted that, while not personally interested in the theme, he saw himself obliged to add a chapter to his book on church music, the subject of which would be the application of the old key system to the church and folk music of Richard Wagner. Hanno sat quite still, his small hands clasped round his knees, his mouth, as usual, a little twisted as his tongue felt out the hole in a back tooth. He watched his mother and Herr Pfeil with large quiet eyes, and thus, so early, he became aware of music as an extraordinarily serious, important, and profound thing in life. He understood only now and then what they were saying, and the music itself was mostly far above his childish understanding. Yet he came again, and sat absorbed for hours, a feat which surely faith, love, and reverence alone enabled him to perform. When only 7, he began to repeat with one hand on the piano certain combinations of sound that made an impression on him. His mother watched him smiling, improved his chords, and showed him how certain tones would be necessary to carry one chord over into another. And his ear confirmed what she told him. After Gerda Buddenbrook had watched her son a little, she decided that he must have piano lessons. I hardly think, she told Herr Pfeil, that he is suited for solo work, and on the whole I am glad, for it has its bad side apart from the dependence of the soloist upon his accompanist, which can be very serious too. If I did not have you, for instance, there is always the danger of yielding to more or less complete virtuosity. You see, I know whereof I speak. I tell you frankly that, for the soloist, a high degree of ability is only the first step. The concentration on the tone and phrasing of the treble, which reduces the whole polyphony to something vague and indefinite in the consciousness, must surely spoil the feeling for harmony unless the person is more than usually gifted, and the memory as well, which is most difficult to correct later on. I love my violin, and I have accomplished a good deal with it, but to tell the truth, I place the piano higher. What I mean is this: familiarity with the piano, as a means of summarizing the richest and most varied structures, as an incomparable instrument for musical reproduction, means for me a clearer, more intimate, and comprehensive intercourse with music. Listen, feel. I would like to have you take him, if you will be so good. I know there are 2 or 3 people here in the town who give lessons, women, I think. But they are simply piano teachers. You know what I mean. I feel that it matters so little whether one is trained upon an instrument, and so much whether one knows something about music. I depend upon you. And you will see, you will succeed with him. He has the Buddenbrook hand. The Buddenbrooks can all strike the ninths and tenths, only they have never set any store by it, she concluded, laughing. And Herr Pfeil declared himself ready to undertake the lessons. From now on, he came on Mondays as well as Wednesdays, and gave little Hanno lessons, while Gerda sat beside them. He went at it in an unusual way, for he felt that he owed more to his pupil's dumb and passionate zeal than merely to employ it in playing the piano a little. The first elementary difficulties were hardly got over when he began to theorize, in a simple way, with graphic illustrations, and to give his pupil the foundations of the theory of harmony. And Hanno understood. For it was all only a confirmation of what he had always known. As far as possible, Herr Pfeil took into consideration the eager ambition of the child. He spent much thought upon the problem, how best to lighten the material load that weighed down the wings of his fancy. He did not demand too much finger dexterity or practice of scales. What he had in mind, and soon achieved, was a clear and lively grasp of the key system on Hanno's part, an inward, comprehensive understanding of its relationships, out of which would come, at no distant day, the quick eye for possible combinations, the intuitive mastery over the piano, which would lead to improvisation and composition. He appreciated with a touching delicacy of feeling the spiritual needs of this young pupil, who had already heard so much, and directed it toward the acquisition of a serious style. He would not disillusionize the deep solemnity of his mood by making him practice commonplaces. He gave him chorals to play, and pointed out the laws controlling the development of one chord into another. Gerda, sitting with her embroidery or her book, just beyond the portieres, followed the course of the lessons. "You outstrip all my expectations," she told Herr Pfeil, later on. "But are you not going too fast? Aren't you getting too far ahead? Your method seems to me eminently creative." He has already begun to try to improvise a little. But if the method is beyond him, if he hasn't enough gift, he will learn absolutely nothing. He has enough gift, Herr Pfeil said, and nodded. Sometimes I look into his eyes, and see so much lying there, but he holds his mouth tight shut. In later life, when his mouth will probably be shut even tighter, he must have some kind of outlet, a way of speaking. She looked at him, at this square-built musician with the red-brown hair, the pouches under the eyes, the bushy mustaches, and the inordinate Adam's apple, and then she put out her hand and said, "Thank you, Pfeil. You mean well by him. And who knows, yet, how much you are doing for him." Hanno's feeling for his teacher was one of boundless gratitude and devotion. At school he sat heavy and hopeless, unable, despite strenuous coaching, to understand his tables. But he grasped without effort all that Herr Pfeil told him, and made it his own if he could make more his own that which he had already owned before. Edmund Pfeil, like a stout angel in a tailcoat, took him in his arms every Monday afternoon and transported him above all his daily misery, into the mild, sweet, grave, consoling kingdom of sound. The lessons sometimes took place at Herr Pfeil's own house, a roomy old gabled dwelling full of cool passages and crannies, in which the organist lived alone with an elderly housekeeper. Sometimes, too, little Buddenbrook was allowed to sit up with the organist at the Sunday service in St. Mary's, which was quite a different matter from stopping below with the other people, in the nave. High above the congregation, high above Pastor Pringsheim in his pulpit, the two sat alone, in the midst of a mighty tempest of rolling sound, which at once set them free from the earth and dominated them by its own power, and Hanno was sometimes blissfully permitted to help his master control the stops. When the choral was finished, Herr Pfeil would slowly lift his fingers from the keyboard, so that only the bass and the fundamental would still be heard, in lingering solemnity, and after a meaningful pause, the well-modulated voice of Pastor Pringsheim would rise up from under the sounding board in the pulpit. Then it happened not infrequently that Herr Pfeil would, quite simply, begin to make fun of the preacher, his artificial enunciation, his long, exaggerated vowels, his sighs, his crude transitions from sanctity to gloom. Hanno would laugh too, softly but with heartfelt glee, for those two up there were both of the opinion which neither of them expressed, that the sermon was silly twaddle, and that the real service consisted in that which the pastor and his congregation regarded merely as a devotional accessory, namely, the music. Herr Pfeil, in fact, had a constant grievance in the small understanding there was for his accomplishments down there among the senators, consuls, citizens, and their families. And thus, he liked to have his small pupil by him, to whom he could point out the extraordinary difficulties of the passages he had just played. He performed marvels of technique. He had composed a melody which was just the same read forward or backward, and based upon it a fugue which was to be played crab fashion. But after performing this wonder, nobody knows the difference, he said, and folded his hands in his lap with a dreary look, shaking his head hopelessly. While Pastor Pringsheim was delivering his sermon, he whispered to Hanno, "That was a crab fashion imitation, Johann. You don't know what that is yet. It is the imitation of a theme composed backward instead of forward, a very, very difficult thing. Later on, I will show you what an imitation in the Strangsatz involves. As for the crab, I would never ask you to try that. It isn't necessary. But do not believe those who tell you that such things are trifles, without any musical value. You will find the crab in musicians of all ages. But exercises like that are the scorn of the mediocre and the superficial musician. Humility, Hanno, humility is the feeling one should have. Don't forget it." On his 8th birthday, April 15, 1869, Hanno played before the assembled family a fantasy of his own composition. It was a simple affair, a motif entirely of his own invention, which he had slightly developed. When he showed it to Herr Pfeil, the organist, of course, had some criticism to make. "What sort of theatrical ending is that, Johann? It doesn't go with the rest of it. In the beginning it is all pretty good, but why do you suddenly fall from B major into the 6/4 chord on the 4th note with a minor third? These are tricks, and you tremolo here, too. Where did you pick that up? I know, of course, you have been listening when I played certain things for your mother. Change the end, child, then it will be quite a clean little piece of work." But it appeared that Hanno laid the greatest stress precisely on this minor chord and this finale, and his mother was so very pleased with it that it remained as it was. She took her violin and played the upper part, and varied it with runs in demi-semi-quaverse. That sounded gorgeous. Hanno kissed her out of sheer happiness, and they played it together to the family on the 15th of April. The Frau Consul, Frau Pirmender, Christian, Clotilde, Herr, and Frau Consul Kroger, Herr and Frau Director Weinschenk, the Broad Street Buddenbrooks, and Therese Wakebrod were all bidden to dinner at 4 o'clock, with the senator and his wife, in honor of Hanno's birthday, and now they sat in the salon and looked at the child, perched on the music stool in his sailor suit, and at the elegant, foreign appearance his mother made as she played a wonderful cantilena on the G-string, and then, with profound virtuosity, developed a stream of purling, foaming cadences. The silver on the end of her bow gleamed in the gaslight. Hanno was pale with excitement, and had hardly eaten any dinner. But now he forgot all else in his absorbed devotion to his task, which would, alas, be all over in 10 minutes. The little melody he had invented was more harmonic than rhythmic in its structure. There was an extraordinary contrast between the simple primitive material which the child had at his command, and the impressive, impassioned, almost over-refined method with which that material was employed. He brought out each leading note with a forward inclination of the little head, he sat far forward on the music stool, and strove by the use of both pedals to give each new harmony an emotional value. In truth, when Hanno concentrated upon an effect, the result was likely to be emotional rather than merely sentimental. He gave every simple harmonic device a special and mysterious significance by means of retardation and accentuation. His surprising skill in effects was displayed in each chord, each new harmony, by a suddenly introduced pianissimo. And he sat with lifted eyebrows, swaying back and forth with the whole upper part of his body. Then came the finale, Hanno's beloved finale, which crowned the elevated simplicity of the whole piece. Soft and clear as a bell sounded the E minor chord, tremolo pianissimo, amid the purling, flowing notes of the violin. It swelled, it broadened, it slowly rose. Suddenly, in the forte, he introduced the discord C-sharp, which led back to the original key, and the Stradivarius ornamented it with its welling and singing. He dwelt on the dissonance until it became fortissimo. But he denied himself and his audience the resolution, he kept it back. What would it be, this resolution, this enchanting, satisfying absorption into the B major chord? A joy beyond compare, a gratification of overpowering sweetness. Peace. Bliss. The kingdom of heaven, only not yet, not yet. A moment more of striving, hesitation, suspense, that must become well nigh intolerable in order to heighten the ultimate moment of joy once more elapsed, a final tasting of this striving and yearning, this craving of the entire being, this last forcing of the will to deny oneself the fulfillment and the conclusion, in the knowledge that joy, when it comes, lasts only for the moment. The whole upper part of Hanno's little body straightened, his eyes grew larger, his closed lips trembled, he breathed short, spasmodic breaths through his nose. At last, joy would no longer be denied. It came, it poured over him, he resisted no more. His muscles relaxed, his head sank weakly on his shoulder, his eyes closed, and a pathetic, almost an anguished smile of speechless rapture hovered about his mouth, while his tremolo, among the rippling and rustling runs from the violin, to which he now added runs in the bass, glided over into B major, swelled up suddenly into forte, and after one brief, resounding burst, broke off. It was impossible that all the effect which this had upon Hanno should pass over into his audience. Frau Pirmander, for instance, had not the slightest idea what it was all about. But she had seen the child's smile, the rhythm of his body, the beloved little head swaying enraptured from side to side, and the sight had penetrated to the depths of her easily moved nature. How the child can play! Oh, how he can play, she cried, hurrying to him, half weeping and folding him in her arms. Gerda, Tom, he will be a Meyerbeer, a Mozart, as no third name of equal significance occurred to her. She confined herself to showering kisses on her nephew, who sat there, still quite exhausted, with an absent look in his eyes. "That's enough, Tony," the senator said softly. "Please don't put such ideas into the child's head." Chapter 7. Thomas Buddenbrook was, in his heart, far from pleased with the development of little Johann. Long ago he had led Gerda Arnoldson to the altar, and all the Philistines had shaken their heads. He had felt strong and bold enough then to display a distinguished taste without harming his position as a citizen. But now, the long-awaited heir, who showed so many physical traits of the paternal inheritance, did he, after all, belong entirely to the mother's side? He had hoped that one day his son would take up the work of the father's lifetime in his stronger, more fortunate hands, and carry it forward. But now it almost seemed that the son was hostile, not only to the surroundings and the life in which his lot was cast, but even to his father as well. Gerda's violin playing had always added to her strange eyes, which he loved, to her heavy, dark red hair and her whole exotic appearance, one charm the more. But now that he saw how her passion for music, strange to his own nature, utterly, even at this early age, possessed the child, he felt in it a hostile force that came between him and his son, of whom his hopes would make a Buddenbrook a strong and practical-minded man, with definite impulses after power and conquest. In his present irritable state it seemed to him that this hostile force was making him a stranger in his own house. He could not, himself, approach any nearer to the music practiced by Gerda and her friend Herr Pfeil. Gerda herself, exclusive and impatient where her art was concerned, made it cruelly hard for him. Never had he dreamed that music was so essentially foreign to his family as now it seemed. His grandfather had enjoyed playing the flute, and he himself always listened with pleasure to melodies that possessed a graceful charm, a lively swing, or a tender melancholy. But if he happened to express his liking for any such composition, Gerda would be sure to shrug her shoulders and say with a pitying smile, "How can you, my friend? A thing like that, without any musical value whatever." He hated this musical value. It was a phrase which had no meaning for him save a certain chilling arrogance. It drove him on, in Hanno's presence, to self-assertion. More than once he remonstrated angrily, "This constant harping on musical values, my dear, strikes me as rather tasteless and opinionated." To which she rejoined, "Thomas, once for all, you will never understand anything about music as an art, and, intelligent as you are, you will never see that it is more than an after-dinner pleasure and a feast for the ears. In every other field you have a perception of the banal, in music not. But it is the test of musical comprehension. What pleases you in music? A sort of insipid optimism, which, if you met with it in literature, would make you throw down the book with an angry or sarcastic comment. Easy gratification of each unformed wish, prompt satisfaction before the will is even roused, that is what pretty music is like, and it is like nothing else in the world. It is mere flabby idealism. He understood her, that is, he understood what she said. But he could not follow her, could not comprehend why melodies which touched or stirred him were cheap and worthless, while compositions which left him cold and bewildered possessed the highest musical value. He stood before a temple from whose threshold Gerda sternly waved him back, and he watched while she and the child vanished within. He betrayed none of his grief over this estrangement, though the gulf seemed to widen between him and his little son. The idea of suing for his child's favor seemed frightful to him. During the day he had small time to spare. At meals he treated him with a friendly cordiality that had at times a tonic severity. "Well, comrade," he would say, giving him a tap or two on the back of the head and seating himself opposite his wife, "well, and how are you? Studying? And playing the piano, eh? Good. But not too much piano, else you won't want to do your task, and then you won't go up at Easter. Not a muscle betrayed the anxious suspense with which he waited to see how Hanno took his greeting and what his reply would be. Nothing revealed his painful inward shrinking when the child merely gave him a shy glance of the gold-brown, shadowy eyes, a glance that did not even reach his father's face, and bent again over his plate. It was monstrous for him to brood over this childish clumsiness. It was his fatherly duty to occupy himself a little with the child, so, while the plates were changed, he would examine him and try to stimulate his sense for facts. How many inhabitants were there in the town? What streets led from the Trave to the upper town? What were the names of the granaries that belonged to the firm? Out with it, now, speak up. But Hanno was silent. Not with any idea of wounding or annoying his father. But these inhabitants, these streets and granaries, which were normally a matter of complete indifference to him, became positively hateful when they were made the subject of an examination. However lively he was beforehand, however gaily he had laughed and talked with his father, his mood would go down to zero at the first symptom of an examination, and his resistance would collapse entirely. His eyes would cloud over, his mouth take on a despondent droop, and he would be possessed by a feeling of profound regret at the thoughtlessness of Papa, who surely knew that such tests came to nothing and only spoiled the whole meal time for everybody. With eyes swimming in tears he looked down at his plate. Ida would nudge him and whisper to him, the streets, the granaries. Oh, that was all useless, perfectly useless. She did not understand. He did know the names, at least some of them. It would have been easy to do what Papa asked if only he were not possessed and prevented by an overpowering sadness. A severe word from his father and a tap with the fork against the knife rest brought him to himself with a start. He cast a glance at his mother and Ida and tried to speak. But the first syllables were already drowned in sobs. "That's enough," shouted the senator, angrily. "Keep still, you needn't tell me. You can sit there dumb and silly all the rest of your life." And the meal would be finished in uncomfortable silence. When the senator felt troubled about Hanno's passionate preoccupation with his music, it was this dreaminess, this weeping, this total lack of freshness and energy, that he fixed upon. All his life the boy had been delicate. His teeth had been particularly bad, and had been the cause of many painful illnesses and difficulties. It had nearly cost him his life to cut his first set. The gums showed a constant tendency to inflammation, and there were abscesses, which Mamsell Jungmann used to open with a needle at the proper time. Now his second teeth were beginning to come in, and the suffering was even greater. He had almost more pain than he could bear, and he spent many sleepless, feverish nights. His teeth, when they came, were as white and beautiful as his mother's, but they were soft and brittle, and crowded each other out of shape when they came in, so that little Hanno was obliged, for the correction of all these evils, to make the acquaintance early in life of a very dreadful man no less than Herr Brecht, the dentist, in Mill Street. Even this man's name was significant. It suggested the frightful sensation in Hanno's jaw when the roots of a tooth were pulled, lifted, and wrenched out. The sound of it made Hanno's heart contract, just as it did when he cowered in an easy chair in Herr Brecht's waiting room, with the faithful Jungmann sitting opposite, and looked at the pictures in a magazine, while he breathed in the sharp-smelling air of the room and waited for the dentist to open the door of the operating room, with his polite and horrible "Won't you come in, please?" This operating room possessed one strange attraction, a gorgeous parrot with venomous little eyes, which sat in a brass cage in the corner and was called, for unknown reasons, Josephus. He used to say, "Sit down, one moment, please," in a voice like an old fishwife's, and though the hideous circumstances made the sound like mockery, yet Hanno felt for the bird a curious mixture of fear and affection. Imagine a parrot, a big, bright-colored bird, that could talk and was called Josephus. He was like something out of an enchanted forest, like Grimm's fairy tales, which Ida read aloud to him. And when Herr Brecht opened the door, his invitation was repeated by Josephus in such a way that somehow Hanno was laughing when he went into the operating room and sat down in the queer big chair by the window, next the treadle machine. Herr Brecht looked a good deal like Josephus. His nose was of the same shape, above his grizzled mustaches. The bad thing about him was that he was nervous, and dreaded the tortures he was obliged to inflict. "We must proceed to extraction, Fräulein," he would say, growing pale. Hanno himself was in a pale cold sweat, with staring eyes, incapable of protesting or running away, in short, in much the same condition as a condemned criminal. He saw Herr Brecht, with the forceps in his sleeve, bend over him, and noticed that little beads were standing out on his bald brow, and that his mouth was twisted. When it was all over, and Hanno, pale and trembling, spat blood into the blue basin at his side, Herr Brecht too had to sit down, and wipe his forehead and take a drink of water. They assured little Johann that this man would do him good and save him suffering in the end. But when Hanno weighed his present pains against the positive good that had accrued from them, he felt that the former far outweighed the latter, and he regarded these visits to Mill Street as so much unnecessary torture. They removed 4 beautiful white molars which had just come in, to make room for the wisdom teeth expected later. This required 4 weeks of visits, in order not to subject the boy to too great a strain. It was a fearful time, a long drawn-out martyrdom, in which dread of the next visit began before the last one, with its attendant exhaustion, was fairly over. When the last tooth was drawn, Hanno was quite worn out, and was ill in bed for a week. This trouble with his teeth affected not only his spirits but also the functioning of all his other organs. What he could not chew he did not digest, and there came attacks of gastric fever, accompanied by fitful heart action, according as the heart was either weakened or too strongly stimulated. And there were spells of giddiness, while the pavor nocturnus, that strange affliction beloved of Dr. Grabo, continued unabated. Hardly a night passed that little Johann did not start up in bed, wringing his hands with every mark of unbearable anguish, and crying out piteously for help, as though someone were trying to choke him or some other awful thing were happening. In the morning he had forgotten it all. Dr. Grabo's treatment consisted of giving fruit juice before the child went to bed, which had absolutely no effect. The physical arrests and the pains which Hanno suffered made him old for his age. He was what is called precocious, and though this was not very obvious, being restrained in him, as it were, by his own unconscious good taste, still it expressed itself at times in the form of a melancholy superiority. "How are you, Hanno?" somebody would ask, his grandmother or one of the Broad Street Buddenbrooks. A little resigned curl of the lip, or a shrug of the shoulders in their blue sailor suit, would be the only answer. "Do you like to go to school?" "No," answered Hanno, with quiet candor. He did not consider it worth while to try to tell a lie in such cases. "No. But one has to learn writing, reading, arithmetic and so on," said little Johann. No, he did not like going to school, the old monastic school with its cloisters and vaulted classrooms. He was hampered by his illnesses, and often absent-minded, for his thoughts would linger among his harmonic combinations, or upon the still unraveled marvel of some piece which he had heard his mother and Herr Pfeil playing, and all this did not help him on in the sciences. These lower classes were taught by assistant masters and seminarists, for whom he entertained mingled feelings, a dread of possible future punishments and a secret contempt for their social inferiority, their spiritual limitations, and their physical unkemptness. Herr Tietke, a little grey man in a greasy black coat, who had taught in the school even in the time of the deceased Marcella Stengel, who squinted abominably and sought to remedy this defect by wearing glasses as thick and round as a ship's portholes. Herr Tietke told little Johann how quick and industrious his father had been at figures. Herr Tietke had severe fits of coughing, and spat all over the floor of his platform. Hanno had, among his schoolmates, no intimates save one. But this single bond was very close, even from his earliest school days. His friend was a child of aristocratic birth but neglected appearance, a certain Count Maln, whose first name was Kai. Kai was a lad of about Hanno's height, dressed not in a sailor suit, but in shabby clothes of uncertain color, with here and there a button missing, and a great patch in the seat. His arms were too long for the sleeves of his coat, and his hands seemed impregnated with dust and earth to a permanent grey color, but they were unusually narrow and elegant, with long fingers and tapering nails. His head was to match, neglected, uncombed, and none too clean, but endowed by nature with all the marks of pure and noble birth. The carelessly parted hair, reddish blonde in color, waved back from a white brow, and a pair of light blue eyes gleamed bright and keen from beneath. The cheekbones were slightly prominent, while the nose, with its delicate nostrils and slightly aquiline curve, and the mouth, with its short upper lip, were already quite unmistakable and characteristic. Hanno Buddenbrook had seen the little Count once or twice, even before they met at school, when he took his walks with Iden northward from the castle gate. Some distance outside the town, nearly as far as the first outlying village, lay a small farm, a tiny, almost valueless property without even a name. The passerby got the impression of a dunghill, a quantity of chickens, a dog hut, and a wretched, kennel-like building with a sloping red roof. This was the manor house, and therein dwelt Kai's father, Count Eberhard Maln. He was an eccentric, hardly ever seen by anybody, busy on his dunghill with his dogs, his chickens, and his vegetable patch, a large man in top boots, with a green frieze jacket. He had a bald head and a huge grey beard like the tail of a turnip. He carried a riding whip in his hand, though he had no horse to his name, and wore a monocle stuck into his eye under the bushy eyebrow. Except him and his son, there was no Count Maln in all the length and breadth of the land any more. The various branches of a once rich, proud, and powerful family had gradually withered off, until now there was only an aunt, with whom Kai's father was not on terms. She wrote romances for the family story papers, under a dashing pseudonym. The story was told of Count Eberhard that when he first withdrew to his little farm, he devised a means of protecting himself from the importunities of peddlers, beggars, and busybodies. He put up a sign which read, "Here lives Count Maln. He wants nothing, buys nothing, and gives nothing away." When the sign had served its purpose, he removed it. Motherless, for the countess had died when her child was born, and the housework was done by an elderly female. Little Kai grew up like a wild animal, among the dogs and chickens, and here Hanno Buddenbrook had looked at him shyly from a distance, as he leaped like a rabbit among the cabbages, romped with the dogs, and frightened the fowls by turning somersaults. They met again in the schoolroom, where Hanno probably felt again his first alarm at the little Count's unkempt exterior. But not for long. A sure instinct had led him to pay no heed to the outward negligence, had shown him instead the white brow, the delicate mouth, the finely shaped blue eyes, which looked with a sort of resentful hostility into his own, and Hanno felt sympathy for this one alone among all his fellows. But he would never, by himself, have taken the first steps, he was too timid for that. Without the ruthless impetuosity of little Kai they might have remained strangers, after all. The passionate rapidity of his approach even frightened Hanno, at first. The neglected little Count sued for the favor of the quiet, elegantly dressed Hanno with a fiery, aggressive masculinity impossible to resist. Kai could not, it is true, help Hanno with his lessons. His untamed spirits were as hostile to the tables as was little Buddenbrooks' dreamy abstractedness. But he gave him everything he had, glass bullets, wooden tops, even a broken lead pistol which was his dearest treasure. During the recess he told him about his home and the puppies and chickens, and walked with him at midday as far as he dared, though Ida Jungmann, with a packet of sandwiches, was always waiting for her fledgling at the school gate. It was from Ida that Kai heard little Buddenbrooks' nickname. He took it up, and never called him henceforth by anything else. One day he demanded that Hanno, instead of going to the mill wall, should take a walk with him to his father's house to see the baby guinea pigs. Fräulein Jungmann finally yielded to the teasing of the two children. They strolled out to the noble domain, viewed the dunghill, the vegetables, the fowls, dogs, and guinea pigs, and even went into the house, where in a long low room on the ground floor, Count Eberhard sat in defiant isolation, reading at a clumsy table. He asked crossly what they wanted. Ida Jungmann could not be brought to repeat the visit. She insisted that, if the two children wished to be together, Kai could visit Hanno instead. So for the first time, with honest admiration, but no trace of shyness, Kai entered Hanno's beautiful home. After that he went often. Soon nothing but the deep winter snows prevented him from making the long way back again for the sake of a few hours with his friend. They sat in the large playroom in the second story and did their lessons together. There were long sums that covered both sides of the slate with additions, subtractions, multiplications, and divisions, and had to come out to zero in the end, otherwise there was a mistake, and they must hunt and hunt till they had found the little beast and exterminated him. Then they had to study grammar, and learn the rules of comparison, and write down very neat, tidy examples underneath. Thus, horn is transparent, glass is more transparent, light is most transparent. They took their exercise books and conned sentences like the following: I received a letter, saying that he felt aggrieved because he believed that you had deceived him. The fell intent of this sentence, so full of pitfalls, was that you should write ei where you ought to write ie, and contrariwise. They had, in fact, done that very thing, and now it must be corrected. But when all was finished they might put their books aside and sit on the window ledge while Ida read to them. The good soul read about Cinderella, about the prince who could not shiver and shake, about Rumpelstiltskin, about Rapunzel and the Frog Prince in her deep, patient voice, her eyes half shut, for she knew the stories by heart, she had read them so often. She wet her finger and turned the page automatically. But after a while Kai, who possessed the constant craving to do something himself, to have some effect on his surroundings, would close the book and begin to tell stories himself. It was a good idea, for they knew all the printed ones, and Ida needed a rest sometimes, too. Kai's stories were short and simple at first, but they expanded and grew bolder and more complicated with time. The interesting thing about them was that they never stood quite in the air, but were based upon a reality which he presented in a new and mysterious light. Hanno particularly liked the one about the wicked enchanter who tortured all human beings by his malignant art, who had captured a beautiful prince named Josephus and turned him into a green and red parrot, which he kept in a gilded cage. But in a far distant land the chosen hero was growing up, who should one day fearlessly advance at the head of an invincible army of dogs, chickens, and guinea pigs and slay the base enchanter with a single sword thrust, and deliver all the world, in particular, Hanno Buddenbrook, from his clutches. Then Josephus would be restored to his proper form and return to his kingdom, in which Kai and Hanno would be appointed to high offices. Senator Buddenbrook saw the two friends together now and then, as he passed the door of the playroom. He had nothing against the intimacy, for it was clear that the two lads did each other good. Hanno gentled, tamed, and ennobled Kai, who loved him tenderly, admired his white hands, and, for his sake, let Ida Jungmann wash his own with soap and a nail brush. And if Hanno could absorb some of his friend's wild energy and spirits, it would be welcome, for the senator realized keenly the constant feminine influence that surrounded the boy, and knew that it was not the best means for developing his manly qualities. The faithful devotion of the good Ida could not be repaid with gold. She had been in the family now for more than 30 years. She had cared for the previous generations with self-abnegation, but Hanno she carried in her arms, lapped him in tender care, and loved him to idolatry. She had a naive, unshakable belief in his privileged station in life, which sometimes went to the length of absurdity. In whatever touched him she showed a surprising, even an unpleasant effrontery. Suppose, for instance, she took him with her to buy cakes at the pastry shop, she would poke among the sweets on the counter and select a piece for Hanno, which she would coolly hand him without paying for it. The man should feel himself honored, indeed. And before a crowded show window she would ask the people in front, in her West Prussian dialect, pleasantly enough, but with decision, to make a place for her charge. He was so uncommon in her eyes that she felt there was hardly another child in the world worthy to touch him. In little Kai's case, the mutual preference of the two children had been too strong for her. Possibly she was a little taken by his name, too. But if other children came up to them on the mill wall, as she sat with Hanno on a bench, Fräulein Jungmann would get up almost at once, make some excuse or other, it was late, or there was a draft, and take her charge away. The pretexts she gave to little Johann would have led him to believe that all his contemporaries were either scrofulous or full of evil humors, and that he himself was a solitary exception, which did not tend to increase his already deficient confidence and ease of manner. Senator Buddenbrooks did not know all the details, but he saw enough to convince him that his son's development was not taking the desired course. If he could only take his upbringing in his own hands, and mold his spirit by daily and hourly contact. But he had not the time. He perceived the lamentable failure of his occasional efforts, he knew they only strained the relations between father and son. In his mind was a picture which he longed to reproduce. It was a picture of Hanno's great-grandfather, whom he himself had known as a boy, a clear-sighted man, jovial, simple, sturdy, humorous. Why could not little Johann grow up like that? If only he could suppress or forbid the music, which was surely not good for the lad's physical development, absorbed his powers, and took his mind from the practical affairs of life. That dreamy nature, did it not almost, at times, border on irresponsibility? One day, some 3/4 of an hour before dinner, Hanno had gone down alone to the first story. He had practiced for a long time on the piano, and now was idling about in the living room. He half lay, half sat, on the chaise longue, tying and untying his sailor's knot, and his eyes, roving aimlessly about, caught sight of an open portfolio on his mother's nutwood writing table. It was the leather case with the family papers. He rested his elbow on the sofa cushion, and his chin in his hand, and looked at the things for a while from a distance. Papa must have had them out after second breakfast, and left them there because he was not finished with them. Some of the papers were sticking in the portfolio, some loose sheets lying outside were weighted with a metal ruler, and the large gilt-edged notebook with the motley paper lay there open. Hanno slipped idly down from the sofa and went to the writing table. The book was open at the Buddenbrooks family tree, set forth in the hand of his various forebears, including his father, complete, with rubrics, parentheses, and plainly marked dates. Kneeling with one knee on the desk chair, leaning his head with its soft waves of brown hair on the palm of his hand, Hanno looked at the manuscript sidewise, carelessly critical, a little contemptuous, and supremely indifferent, letting his free hand toy with Mama's gold and ebony pen. His eyes roved all over these names, masculine and feminine, some of them in queer old-fashioned writing with great flourishes, written in faded yellow or thick black ink, to which little grains of sand were sticking. At the very bottom, in Papa's small, neat handwriting that ran so fast over the page, he read his own name, under that of his parents, Justus, Johann, Caspar, born April 15, 1861. He liked looking at it. He straightened up a little, and took the ruler and pen, still rather idly, let his eye travel once more over the whole genealogical host, then, with absent care, mechanically and dreamily, he made with the gold pen a beautiful, clean double line diagonally across the entire page, the upper one heavier than the lower, just as he had been taught to embellish the page of his arithmetic book. He looked at his work with his head on one side, and then moved away. After dinner the senator called him up and surveyed him with his eyebrows drawn together. "What is this? Where did it come from? Did you do it?" Hanno had to think a minute, whether he really had done it, and then he answered yes. "What for? What is the matter with you? Answer me. What possessed you, to do such a mischievous thing?" cried the senator, and struck Hanno's cheek lightly with the rolled-up notebook. And little Johann stammered, retreating, with his hand to his cheek, I thought there was nothing else coming." Chapter 8. Nowadays, when the family gathered at table on Thursdays, under the calmly smiling gaze of the immortals on the walls, they had a new and serious theme. It called out on the faces of the female Buddenbrooks, at least the Broad Street ones, an expression of cold restraint. But it highly excited Frau Pirminder, as her manner and gestures betrayed. She tossed back her head, stretched out her arms before her, or flung them above her head as she talked, and her voice showed by turns anger and dismay, passionate opposition and deep feeling. She would pass over from the particular to the general, and talk in her throaty voice about wicked people, interrupting herself with the little cough that was due to poor digestion. Or she would utter little trumpetings of disgust, Tiri Triechka, Grunlich, Pirminder. A new name had now been added to these, and she pronounced it in a tone of indescribable scorn and hatred, the district attorney. But when Director Hugo Weinschenk entered late, as usual, for he was overwhelmed with work, balancing his two fists and weaving about more than ever at the waist of his frock coat, and sat down at table, his lower lip hanging down with its impudent expression under his mustaches, then the conversation would come to a full stop, and heavy silence would brood over the table until the senator came to the rescue by asking the director how his affair was going on as if it were an ordinary business dealing. Hugo Weinschenk would answer that things were going very well indeed, they could not go otherwise, and then he would blithely change the subject. He was much more sprightly than he used to be, there was a certain lack of restraint in his roving eye, and he would ask ever so many times about Gerda Buddenbrook's fiddle without getting any reply. He talked freely and gaily, only it was a pity his flow of spirits prevented him from guarding his tongue, for he now and then told anecdotes which were not at all suited to the company. One, in particular, was about a wet nurse who prejudiced the health of her charge by the fact that she suffered from flatulence. Too late, or not at all, he remarked that his wife was flushing rosy red, that Thomas, the Frau Consul, and Gerda were sitting like statues, and the Mrs. Buddenbrook exchanging glances that were fairly boring holes in each other. Even Riekchen Severin was looking insulted at the bottom of the table, and old Consul Kroger was the single one of the company who gave even a subdued snort. What was the trouble with Director Weinschenk? This industrious, solid citizen with the rough exterior and no social graces, who devoted himself with an obstinate sense of duty to his work alone. This man was supposed to have been guilty, not once but repeatedly, of a serious fault. He was accused of, he had been indicted for, performing a business maneuver which was not only questionable, but directly dishonest and criminal. There would be a trial, the outcome of which was not easy to guess. What was he accused of? It was this: certain fires of considerable extent had taken place in different localities, which would have cost his company large sums of money. Director Weinschenk was accused of having received private information of such accidents through his agents, and then, in wrongful possession of this information, of having transferred the back insurance to another firm, thus saving his own the loss. The matter was now in the hands of the state attorney, Dr. Moritz Hagenstrom. "Thomas," said the Frau Consul in private to her son, "please explain it to me. I do not understand. What do you make of the affair?" "Why, my dear mother," he answered, "what is there to say? It does not look as though things were quite as they should be, unfortunately. It seems unlikely to me that Weinschenk is as guilty as people think. In the modern style of doing business, there is a thing they call usance. And usance, well, imagine a sort of manoeuvre, not exactly open and above board, something that looks dishonest to the man in the street, yet perhaps quite customary and taken for granted in the business world. That is usance. The boundary line between usance and actual dishonesty is extremely hard to draw. Well, if Weinschenk has done anything he shouldn't, he has probably done no more than a good many of his colleagues who will not get caught. But I don't see much chance of his being cleared. Perhaps in a larger city he might be, but here everything depends on cliques and personal motives. He should have borne that in mind in selecting his lawyer. It is true that we have no really eminent lawyer in the whole town, nobody with superior oratorical talent, who knows all the ropes and is versed in dubious transactions. All our jurists hang together, they have family connections, in many cases, they eat together, they work together, and they are accustomed to considering each other. In my opinion, it would have been clever to take a town lawyer. But what did Weinschenk do? He thought it necessary, and this in itself makes his innocence look doubtful, to get a lawyer from Berlin, a Dr. Breslauer, who is a regular rake, an accomplished orator and up to all the tricks of the trade. He has the reputation of having got so and so many dishonest bankrupts off scot-free. He will conduct this affair with the same cleverness for a consideration. But will it do any good? I can see already that our town lawyers will band together to fight him tooth and nail, and that Dr. Hagenstrom's hearers will already be prepossessed in his favor. As for the witnesses, well, Weinschenk's own staff won't be any too friendly to him, I'm afraid. What we indulgently call his rough exterior, he would call it that, himself, too, has not made him many friends. In short, mother, I am looking forward to trouble. It will be a pity for Erica, if it turns out badly, but I feel most for Tony. You see, she is quite right in saying that Hagenstrom is glad of the chance. The thing concerns all of us, and the disgrace will fall on us too, for Weinschenk belongs to the family and eats at our table. As far as I am concerned, I can manage. I know what I have to do. In public, I shall act as if I had nothing whatever to do with the affair. I will not go to the trial, although I am sorry not to, for Breslauer is sure to be interesting. And in general I must behave with complete indifference, to protect myself from the imputation of wanting to use my influence. But Tony? I don't like to think what a sad business a conviction will be for her. She protests vehemently against envious intrigues and calumniators and all that, but what really moves her is her anxiety lest, after all her other troubles, she may see her daughter's honorable position lost as well. It is the last blow. She will protest her belief in Weinschenk's innocence the more loudly the more she is forced to doubt it. Well, he may be innocent, after all. We can only wait and see, mother, and be very tactful with him and Tony and Erica. But I'm afraid it was under these circumstances that the Christmas feast drew near, to which little Hanno was counting the days, with a beating heart and the help of a calendar manufactured by Ida Jungmann, with a Christmas tree on the last leaf. The signs of festivity increased. Ever since the first Sunday in Advent a great gaily colored picture of a certain Ruprecht had been hanging on the wall in Grandmama's dining room. And one morning Hanno found his covers and the rug beside his bed sprinkled with gold tinsel. A few days later, as Papa was lying with his newspaper on the living room sofa, and Hanno was reading The Witch of Endor out of Xerox palm leaves, an old man was announced. This had happened every year since Hanno was a baby and yet was always a surprise. They asked him in, this old man, and he came shuffling along in a big coat with the fur side out, sprinkled with bits of cotton wool and tinsel. He wore a fur cap, and his face had black smudges on it, and his beard was long and white. The beard and the big, bushy eyebrows were also sprinkled with tinsel. He explained as he did every year in a harsh voice, that this sack, on his left shoulder, was for good children, who said their prayers. It contained apples and gilded nuts, but that this sack, on his right shoulder, was for naughty children. The old man was, of course, Ruprecht, perhaps not actually the real Ruprecht, it might even be Wenzel the barber, dressed up in Papa's coat turned fur side out, but it was as much Ruprecht as possible. Hanno, greatly impressed, said Our Father for him, as he had last year, both times interrupting himself now and again with a little nervous sob, and was permitted to put his hand into the sack for good children, which the old man forgot to take away. The holidays came, and there was not much trouble over the report, which had to be presented for Papa to read, even at Christmas time. The great dining room was closed and mysterious, and there were marzipan and gingerbread to eat, and in the streets, Christmas had already come. Snow fell, the weather was frosty, and on the sharp clear air were borne the notes of the barrel organ, for the Italians, with their velvet jackets and their black mustaches, had arrived for the Christmas feast. The shop windows were gay with toys and goodies, the booths for the Christmas fair had been erected in the marketplace, and wherever you went you breathed in the fresh, spicy odor of the Christmas trees set out for sale. The evening of the 23rd came at last, and with it the present giving in the house in Fisher's Lane. This was attended by the family only. It was a sort of dress rehearsal for the Christmas Eve party given by the Frau Consul in Meng Street. She clung to the old customs, and reserved the 24th for a celebration to which the whole family group was bidden, which, accordingly, in the late afternoon, assembled in the landscape room. The old lady, flushed of cheek, and with feverish eyes, arrayed in a heavy black and grey striped silk that gave out a faint scent of patchouli, received her guests as they entered, and embraced them silently, her gold bracelets tinkling. She was strangely excited this evening. Why, mother, you're fairly trembling, the senator said when he came in with Gerda and Hanno. Everything will go off very easily. But she only whispered, kissing all three of them, for Jesus Christ's sake and my blessed Jean's. Indeed, the whole consecrated program instituted by the deceased consul had to be carried out to the smallest detail, and the poor lady fluttered about, driven by her sense of responsibility for the fitting accomplishment of the evening's performance, which must be pervaded with a deep and fervent joy. She went restlessly back and forth, from the pillared hall where the choir boys from St. Mary's were already assembled, to the dining room, where Richen Severin was putting the finishing touches to the tree and the table full of presents, to the corridor full of shrinking old people, the poor who were to share in the presents, and back into the landscape room, where she rebuked every unnecessary word or sound with one of her mild sidelong glances. It was so still that the sound of a distant hand organ, faint and clear like a toy music box, came across to them through the snowy streets. Some 20 persons or more were sitting or standing about in the room, yet it was stiller than a church, so still that, as the senator cautiously whispered to Uncle Justice, it reminded one more of a funeral. There was really no danger that the solemnity of the feast would be rudely broken in upon by youthful high spirits. A glance showed that almost all the persons in the room were arrived at an age when the forms of expression are already long ago fixed. Senator Thomas Buddenbrook, whose pallor gave the lie to his alert, energetic, humorous expression, Gerda, his wife, leaning back in her chair, the gleaming, blue-ringed eyes in her pale face gazing fixedly at the crystal prisms in the chandelier, his sister, Frau Piermander, his cousin, Jürgen Kroger, a quiet, neatly dressed official, Friedrich, Henriette, and Fifi, the first two more long and lean, the third smaller and plumper than ever, but all three wearing their stereotyped expression. Their sharp, spiteful smile at everything and everybody, as though they were perpetually saying, "Really, it seems incredible." Lastly, there was poor, ashen-gray Clotilde, whose thoughts were probably fixed upon the coming meal. Every one of these persons was past 40. The hostess herself, her brother Justus and his wife, and little Therese Wakebrodt were all well past 60, while old Frau Consul Buddenbrook, Uncle Gotthold's widow, Bornstewing, as well as Madame Kethelson, now, alas, almost entirely deaf, were already in the 70s. Erika Weinschenk was the only person present in the bloom of youth. She was much younger than her husband, whose cropped, graying head stood out against the idyllic landscape behind him. When her eyes, the light blue eyes of Herr Grunlich, rested upon him, you could see how her full bosom rose and fell without a sound, and how she was beset with anxious, bewildered thoughts about usance and bookkeeping, witnesses, prosecuting attorneys, defense, and judges. Thoughts like these, un-Christmas-like though they were, troubled everybody in the room. They all felt uncanny at the presence in their midst of a member of the family who was actually accused of an offense against the law, the civic will, and business probity, and who would probably be visited by shame and imprisonment. Here was a Christmas family party at the Buddenbrooks with an accused man in the circle. Frau Piermander's dignity became majestic, and the smile of the Mrs. Buddenbrook more and more pointed. And what of the children, the scant posterity upon whom rested the family hopes? Were they conscious too of the slightly uncanny atmosphere? The state of mind of the little Elizabeth could not be fathomed. She sat on her bones lap in a frock trimmed by Frau Piermander with satin bows, folded her small hands into fists, sucked her tongue, and stared straight ahead of her. Now and then she would utter a brief sound, like a grunt, and the nurse would rock her a little on her arm. But Hanno sat still on his footstool at his mother's knee and stared up, like her, into the chandelier. Christian was missing. Where was he? At the last minute they noticed his absence. The Frau Consul's characteristic gesture, from the corner of her mouth up to her temple, as though putting back a refractory hair, became frequent and feverish. She gave an order to Mamsell Severin, and the spinster went out through the hall, past the choir boys and the poor, and down the corridor to Christian's room, where she knocked on the door. Christian appeared straightway. He limped casually into the landscape room, rubbing his bald brow. "Good gracious, children," he said, "I nearly forgot the party." "You nearly forgot?" his mother repeated, and stiffened. "Yes, I really forgot it was Christmas. I was reading a book of travel, about South America. Dear me, I've seen such a lot of Christmases," he added, and was about to launch out upon a description of a Christmas in a fifth-rate variety theatre in London, when all at once the church-like hush of the room began to work upon him, and he moved on tiptoe to his place, wrinkling up his nose. "Rejoice, O daughter of Zion," sang the choir boys. They had previously been indulging in such audible practical jokes that the senator had to get up and stand in the doorway to inspire respect. But now they sang beautifully. The clear treble, sustained by the deeper voices, soared up in pure, exultant, glorifying tones, bearing all hearts along with them, softening the smiles of the spinsters, making the old folk look in upon themselves and back upon the past, easing the hearts of those still in the midst of life's tribulations, and helping them to forget for a little while. Hanno unclasped his hands from about his knees. He looked very pale, and cold, played with the fringe of his stool, and twisted his tongue about among his teeth. He had to draw a deep breath every little while, for his heart contracted with a joy almost painful at the exquisite bell-like purity of the chorale. The white folding doors were still tightly closed, but the spicy poignant odor drifted through the cracks and whetted one's appetite for the wonder within. Each year with throbbing pulses he awaited this vision of ineffable, unearthly splendor. What would there be for him, in there? What he had wished for, of course, there was always that unless he had been persuaded out of it beforehand. The theater, then, the long-desired toy theater, would spring at him as the door opened, and show him the way to his place. This was the suggestion which had stood heavily underlined at the top of his list, ever since he had seen Fidelio. Indeed, since then, it had been almost his single thought. He had been taken to the opera as compensation for a particularly painful visit to Herr Brecht. Sitting beside his mother, in the dress circle, he had followed breathless a performance of Fidelio, and since that time he had heard nothing, seen nothing, thought of nothing but opera, and a passion for the theater filled him and almost kept him sleepless. He looked enviously at people like Uncle Christian, who was known as a regular frequenter and might go every night if he liked, Consul Dolman. Gosh, the broker, how could they endure the joy of seeing it every night? He himself would ask no more than to look once a week into the hall, before the performance, hear the voices of the instruments being tuned, and gaze for a while at the curtain. For he loved it all, the seats, the musicians, the drop curtain, even the smell of gas. Would his theater be large? What sort of curtain would it have? A tiny hole must be cut in it at once. There was a peephole in the curtain at the theater. Had Grandmamma, or rather had Mamselle Severin, for Grandmamma could not see to everything herself, been able to find all the necessary scenery for Fidelio? He determined to shut himself up tomorrow and give a performance all by himself, and already in fancy he heard his little figures singing, for he was approaching the theater by way of his music. Exult, Jerusalem, finished the choir, and their voices, following one another in fugue form, united joyously in the last syllable. The clear accord died away, deep silence reigned in the pillared hall and the landscape room. The elders looked down, oppressed by the pause. Only Director Weinschenk's eyes roved boldly about, and Frau Pirminder coughed her dry cough, which she could not suppress. Now the Frau Consul moved slowly to the table and sat among her family. She turned up the lamp and took in her hands the great Bible with its edges of faded gold leaf. She stuck her glasses on her nose, unfastened the two great leather hasps of the book, opened it to the place where there was a bookmark, took a sip of eau sucrée, and began to read, from the yellowed page with the large print, the Christmas chapter. She read the old familiar words with a simple, heartfelt accent that sounded clear and moving in the pious hush. And to mend goodwill, she finished, and from the pillared hall came a trio of voices, Holy Night, Peaceful Night. The family in the landscape room joined in. They did so cautiously, for most of them were unmusical, as a tone now and then betrayed. But that in no wise impaired the effect of the old hymn. Frau Pirminder sang with trembling lips, it sounded sweetest and most touching to the heart of her who had a troubled life behind her, and looked back upon it in the brief peace of this holy hour. Madame Kethelson wept softly, but comprehended nothing. Now the Frau Consul rose. She grasped the hands of her grandson Johann and her granddaughter Elizabeth, and proceeded through the room. The elders of the family fell in behind, and the younger brought up the rear. The servants and poor joined in from the hall, and so they marched, singing with one accord, "Oh, Evergreen." Uncle Christian sang "Oh, Everblue," and made the children laugh by lifting up his legs like a jumping jack through the wide open, lofty folding doors, and straight into paradise. The whole great room was filled with the fragrance of slightly singed evergreen twigs and glowing with light from countless tiny flames. The sky blue hangings with the white figures on them added to the brilliance. There stood the mighty tree, between the dark red window curtains, towering nearly to the ceiling, decorated with silver tinsel and large white lilies, with a shining angel at the top and the manger at the foot. Its candles twinkled in the general flood of light like far-off stars. And a row of tiny trees, also full of stars and hung with comfits, stood on the long white table, laden with presents, that stretched from the window to the door. All the gas brackets on the wall were lighted too, and thick candles burned in all four of the gilded candelabra in the corners of the room. Large objects, too large to stand upon the table, were arranged upon the floor, and two smaller tables, likewise adorned with tiny trees and covered with gifts for the servants and the poor, stood on either side of the door. Dazzled by the light and the unfamiliar look of the room, they marched once around it, singing, filed past the manger where lay the little wax figure of the Christ child, and then moved to their places and stood silent. Hanno was quite dazed. His fevered glance had soon sought out the theatre, which, as it stood there upon the table, seemed larger and grander than anything he had dared to dream of. But his place had been changed. It was now opposite to where he had stood last year, and this made him doubtful whether the theatre was really his. And on the floor beneath it was something else, a large, mysterious something, which had surely not been on his list, a piece of furniture, that looked like a commode. Could it be meant for him? "Come here, my dear child," said the Frau Consul, "and look at this." She lifted the lid. "I know you like to play chorals. Herr Pfeil will show you how. You must tread all the time, sometimes more and sometimes less, and then, not lift up the hands, but change the fingers so, poo-ah-poo." It was a harmonium, a pretty little thing of polished brown wood, with metal handles at the sides, gay bellows worked with a treadle, and a neat revolving stool. Hanno struck a chord. A soft organ tone released itself and made the others look up from their presents. He hugged his grandmother, who pressed him tenderly to her, and then left him to receive the thanks of her other guests. He turned to his theatre. The harmonium was an overpowering dream which just now he had no time to indulge. There was a superfluity of joy, and he lost sight of single gifts in trying to see and notice everything at once. Ah, here was the prompter's box, a shell-shaped one, and a beautiful red and gold curtain rolled up and down behind it. The stage was set for the last act of Fidelio. The poor prisoners stood with folded hands. Don Pizarro, in enormous puffed sleeves, was striking a permanent and awesome attitude, and the minister, in black velvet, approached from behind with hasty strides, to turn all to happiness. It was just as in the theatre, only almost more beautiful. The Jubilee chorus, the finale, echoed in Hanno's ears, and he sat down at the harmonium to play a fragment which stuck in his memory. But he got up again, almost at once, to take up the book he had wished for, a mythology, in a red binding with a gold Pallas Athene on the cover. He ate some of the sweetmeats from his plate full of marzipan, gingerbread, and other goodies, looked through various small articles like writing utensils and school bag, and for the moment forgot everything else, to examine a pen holder with a tiny glass bulb on it. When you held this up to your eye, you saw, like magic, a broad Swiss landscape. Mamselle Severin and the maid passed tea and biscuits, and while Hanno dipped and ate, he had time to look about. Everyone stood talking and laughing. They all showed each other their presents and admired the presents of others. Objects of porcelain, silver, gold, nickel, wood, silk, cloth, and every other conceivable material lay on the table. Huge loaves of decorated gingerbread, alternating with loaves of marzipan, stood in long rows, still moist and fresh. All the presents made by Frau Piermander were decorated with huge satin bows. Now and then someone came up to little Johann, put an arm across his shoulders, and looked at his presents with the overdone, cynical admiration which people manufacture for the treasures of children. Uncle Christian was the only person who did not display this grown-up arrogance. He sauntered over to his nephew's place, with a diamond ring on his finger, a present from his mother, and his pleasure in the toy theater was as unaffected as Hanno's own. "By George, that's fine," he said, letting the curtain up and down, and stepping back for a view of the scenery. "Did you ask for it?" "Oh, so you did ask for it," he suddenly said after a pause, during which his eyes had roved about the room as though he were full of unquiet thoughts. "Why did you ask for it? What made you think of it? Have you been in the theater?" "Fidelio, eh? Yes, they give that well. And you want to imitate it, do you? Do opera yourself, eh? Did it make such an impression on you? Listen, son, take my advice, don't think too much about such things, theater, and that sort of thing. It's no good. Believe your old uncle. I've always spent too much time on them, and that is why I haven't come to much good. I've made great mistakes, you know." Thus he held forth to his nephew, while Hanno looked up at him curiously. He paused, and his bony, emaciated face cleared up as he regarded the little theater. Then he suddenly moved forward one of the figures on the stage, and sang, in a cracked and hollow tremolo, "Ha, what terrible transgression!" He sat down on the piano stool, which he shoved up in front of the theater, and began to give a performance, singing all the roles and the accompaniment as well, and gesticulating furiously. The family gathered at his back, laughed, nodded their heads, and enjoyed it immensely. As for Hanno, his pleasure was profound. Christian broke off, after a while, very abruptly. His face clouded, he rubbed his hand over his skull and down his left side, and turned to his audience with his nose wrinkled and his face quite drawn. "There it is again," he said. "I never have a little fun without having to pay for it. It is not an ordinary pain, you know, it is a misery, down all this left side, because the nerves are too short." But his relatives took his complaints as little seriously as they had his entertainment. They hardly answered him, but indifferently dispersed, leaving Christian sitting before the little theater in silence. He blinked rapidly for a bit and then got up. "No, child," said he, stroking Hanno's head, "amuse yourself with it, but not too much, you know, don't neglect your work for it, do you hear? I have made a great many mistakes. I think I'll go over to the club for a while," he said to the elders. "They are celebrating there today, too. Goodbye for the present." And he went off across the hall, on his stiff, crooked legs. They had all eaten the midday meal earlier than usual today, and been hungry for the tea and biscuits. But they had scarcely finished when great crystal bowls were handed round full of a yellow, grainy substance which turned out to be almond cream. It was a mixture of eggs, ground almonds, and rose water, tasting perfectly delicious, but if you ate even a tiny spoonful too much, the result was an attack of indigestion. However, the company was not restrained by fear of consequences even though Frau Consul begged them to leave a little corner for supper. Clotilde, in particular, performed miracles with the almond cream, and lapped it up like so much porridge, with heartfelt gratitude. There was also wine jelly in glasses, and English plum cake. Gradually they all moved over to the landscape room, where they sat with their plates round the table. Hanno remained alone in the dining room. Little Elizabeth Weinschenk had already been taken home, but he was to stop up for supper, for the first time in his life. The servants and the poor folk had had their presents and gone. Ida Jungmann was chattering with Riekchen Severin in the hall, although generally, as a governess, she preserved a proper distance between herself and the Frau Consuls maid. The lights of the great tree were burnt down and extinguished, the manger was in darkness. But a few candles still burned on the small trees, and now and then a twig came within reach of the flame and crackled up, increasing the pungent smell in the room. Every breath of air that stirred the trees stirred the pieces of tinsel too, and made them give out a delicate metallic whisper. It was still enough to hear the hand organ again, sounding through the frosty air from a distant street. Hanno abandoned himself to the enjoyment of the Christmas sounds and smells. He propped his head on his hand and read in his mythology book, munching mechanically the while, because that was proper to the day, marzipan, sweetmeats, almond cream, and plum cake, until the chest depression caused by an overloaded stomach mingled with the sweet excitation of the evening and gave him a feeling of pensive felicity. He read about the struggles of Zeus before he arrived at the headship of the gods, and every now and then he listened into the other room, where they were going at length into the future of poor Aunt Clotilde. Clotilde, on this evening, was far and away the happiest of them all. A smile lighted up her colorless face as she received congratulations and teasing from all sides. Her voice even broke now and then out of joyful emotion. She had at last been made a member of the Order of St. John. The senator had succeeded by subterranean methods in getting her admitted, not without some private grumblings about nepotism, on the part of certain gentlemen. Now the family all discussed the excellent institution, which was similar to the homes in Mecklenburg, Daubertien, and Ribnitz, for ladies from noble families. The object of these establishments was the suitable care of portionless women from old and worthy families. Poor Clotilde was now assured of a small but certain income, which would increase with the years, and finally, when she had succeeded to the highest class, would secure her a decent home in the cloister itself. Little Hanno stopped a while with the grown UPS, but soon strayed back to the dining room, which displayed a new charm now that the brilliant light did not fairly dazzle one with its splendors. It was an extraordinary pleasure to roam about there, as if on a half-darkened stage after the performance, and see a little behind the scenes. He touched the lilies on the big fir tree, with their golden stamens, handled the tiny figures of people and animals in the manger, found the candles that lighted the transparency for the Star of Bethlehem over the stable, lifted up the long cloth that covered the present table, and saw quantities of wrapping paper and pasteboard boxes stacked beneath. The conversation in the landscape room was growing less and less agreeable. Inevitably, irresistibly, it had arrived at the one dismal theme which had been in everybody's mind, but which they had thus far avoided, as a tribute to the festal evening. Hugo Weinschenk himself dilated upon it, with a wild levity of manner and gesture. He explained certain details of the procedure. The examination of witnesses had now been interrupted by the Christmas recess, condemned the very obvious bias of the president, Dr. Philander, and poured scorn on the attitude which the public prosecutor, Dr. Hagenstrom, thought it proper to assume toward himself and the witnesses for the defense. Breslauer had succeeded in drawing the sting of several of his most slanderous remarks, and he had assured the director that, For the present, there need be no fear of a conviction. The senator threw in a question now and then, out of courtesy, and Frau Pirmander, sitting on the sofa with elevated shoulders, would utter fearful imprecations against Dr. Moritz Hagenstrom. But the others were silent, so profoundly silent that the director at length fell silent too. For little Hanno, over in the dining room, the time sped by on angel's wings, but in the landscape room there reigned an oppressive silence, which dragged on till Christian came back from the club, where he had celebrated Christmas with the bachelors and good fellows. The cold stump of a cigar hung between his lips, and his haggard cheeks were flushed. He came through the dining room and said, as he entered the landscape room, "Well, children, the tree was simply gorgeous. Weinschenk, we ought to have had Breslauer come to see it. He has never seen anything like it, I am sure." He encountered one of his mother's quiet, reproachful side glances, and returned it with an easy, unembarrassed questioning look. At 9 o'clock the party sat down to supper. It was laid, as always on these occasions, in the pillared hall. The Frau Consul recited the ancient grace with sincere conviction, "Come, Lord Jesus, be our guest, and bless the bread thou gavest us," to which, as usual on the holy evening, she added a brief prayer, the substance of which was an admonition to remember those who, on this blessed night, did not fare so well as the Buddenbrook family. This accomplished, they all sat down with good consciences to a lengthy repast, beginning with carp and butter sauce and old Rhine wine. The senator put 2 fish scales into his pocket, to help him save money during the coming year. Christian, however, ruefully remarked that he hadn't much faith in the prescription, and Consul Kroger had no need of it. His pittance had long since been invested securely, beyond the reach of fluctuations in the exchange. The old man sat as far away as possible from his wife, to whom he hardly ever spoke nowadays. She persisted in sending money to Jacob, who was still roaming about, nobody knew where, unless his mother did. Uncle Justus scowled forbiddingly when the conversation, with the advent of the second course, turned upon the absent members of the family, and he saw the foolish mother wipe her eyes. They spoke of the Frankfurt Buddenbrooks and the Duchamps in Hamburg, and of Pastor Tibertius in Riga, too, without any ill will. And the senator and his sister touched glasses in silence to the health of Messrs. Grunlich and Pirmander, for, after all, did they not in a sense belong to the family too? The turkey, stuffed with chestnuts, raisins, and apples, was universally praised. They compared it with other years, and decided that this one was the largest for a long time. With the turkey came roast potatoes and 2 kinds of compote, and each dish held enough to satisfy the appetite of a family all by itself. The old red wine came from the firm of Mollendorf. Little Johann sat between his parents and choked down with difficulty a small piece of white meat with stuffing. He could not begin to compete with Aunt Tilda, and he felt tired and out of sorts. But it was a great thing none the less to be dining with the grown ups, and to have one of the beautiful little rolls with poppy seed in his elaborately folded serviette, and 3 wine glasses in front of his place. He usually drank out of the little gold mug which Uncle Justus gave him. But when the red, white, and brown meringues appeared, and Uncle Justus poured some oily, yellow Greek wine into the smallest of the 3 glasses, his appetite revived. He ate a whole red ice, then half a white one, then a little piece of the chocolate, his teeth hurting horribly all the while. Then he sipped his sweet wine gingerly and listened to Uncle Christian, who had begun to talk. He told about the Christmas celebration at the club, which had been very jolly, it seemed. "Good God," he said, just as if he were about to relate the story of Johnny Thunderstorm, "those fellows drank Swedish punch just like water." "Ugh," said the Frau Consul shortly, and cast down her eyes. But he paid no heed. His eyes began to wander and thought and memory became so vivid that they flickered like shadows across his haggard face. "Do any of you know," he asked, "how it feels to drink too much Swedish punch? I don't mean getting drunk, I mean the feeling you have the next day, the after effects. They are very queer and unpleasant, yes, queer and unpleasant at the same time." "Reason enough for describing them," said the senator. "Say, Christian." "That does not interest us in the least," said the Frau Consul. But he paid no attention. It was his peculiarity that at such times nothing made any impression on him. He was silent a while, and then it seemed that the thing which moved him was ripe for speech. "You go about feeling ghastly," he said, turning to his brother and wrinkling up his nose. "Headache, and upset stomach, oh, well, you have that with other things, too. But you feel filthy here." He rubbed his hands together, his face entirely distorted. "You wash your hands, but it does no good, they feel dirty and clammy, and there is grease under the nails. You take a bath, no good, your whole body is sticky and unclean. You itch all over, and you feel disgusted with yourself. Do you know the feeling, Thomas? You do know it, don't you?" "Yes, yes," said the senator, making a gesture of repulsion with his hand. But Christian's extraordinary tactlessness had so increased with the years that he never perceived how unpleasant he was making himself to the company, nor how out of place his conversation was in these surroundings and on this evening. He continued to describe the evil effects of too much Swedish punch, and when he felt that he had exhausted the subject, he gradually subsided. Before they arrived at the butter and cheese, the Frau Consul found occasion for another little speech to her family. "If," she said, "not quite everything in the course of the years had gone as we, in our short-sightedness, desired, there remains such manifold blessings as should fill our hearts with gratitude and love." For it was precisely this mingling of trials with blessings which showed that God never lifted his hand from the family, but ever guided its destinies according to his wise design, which we might not seek to question. And now, with hopeful hearts, we might drink together to the family health and to its future, that future when all the old and elderly of the present company would be laid to rest, and to the children, to whom the Christmas feast most properly belonged. As Director Weinschenk's small daughter was no longer present, little Johann had to make the round of the table alone and drink severally with all the company, from Grandmama to Mamsell Severin. When he came to his father, the senator touched the child's glass with his and gently lifted Hanno's chin to look into his eyes. But his son did not meet his glance. The long, gold-brown lashes lay deep, deep upon the delicate bluish shadows beneath his eyes. Therese Wakebrodt took his head in both her hands, kissed him explosively on both cheeks, and said with such a hearty emphasis that surely God must have heeded it, "Be happy, you good child." An hour later Hanno lay in his little bed, which now stood in the antechamber next to the senator's dressing room. He lay on his back, out of regard for his stomach, which feeling was far from pleasant over all the things he had put into it that evening. Ida came out of her room in her dressing gown, waving a glass about in circles in the air in order to dissolve its contents. He drank the carbonate of soda down quickly, made a wry face, and fell back again. "I think I'll just have to give it all up, Ida," he said. "Oh, nonsense, Hanno. Just lie still on your back. You see, now, who was it kept making signs to you to stop eating, and who was it that wouldn't do it? Well, perhaps I'll be all right. When will the things come, Ida?" "Tomorrow morning, first thing, my dearie. I wish they were here, I wish I had them now." "Yes, yes, my dearie, but just have a good sleep now." She kissed him, put out the light, and went away. He lay quietly, giving himself up to the operation of the soda he had taken. But before his eyes gleamed the dazzling brilliance of the Christmas tree. He saw his theater and his harmonium, and his book of mythology. He heard the choir boys singing in the distance, "Rejoice, Jerusalem." Everything sparkled and glittered. His head felt dull and feverish, his heart, affected by the rebellious stomach, beat strong and irregularly. He lay for long, in a condition of mingled discomfort, excitement, and reminiscent bliss, and could not fall asleep. Next day there would be a third Christmas party, at Fräulein Weichbrod's. He looked forward to it as to a comic performance in the theater. Therese Weichbrod had given up her pensionat in the past year. Madame Kethelson now occupied the first story of the house on the mill brink, and she herself the ground floor, and there they lived alone. The burden of her deformed little body grew heavier with the years, and she concluded, with Christian humility and submission, that the end was not far off. For some years now she had believed that each Christmas was her last, and she strove with all the powers at her command to give a departing brilliance to the feast that was held in her small overheated rooms. Her means were very narrow, and she gave away each year a part of her possessions to swell the heap of gifts under the tree, knick-knacks, paper-weights, emery bags, needle cushions, glass vases, and fragments of her library, miscellaneous books of every shape and size. Books like The Secret Journal of a Student of Himself, Hebel's Alemannian Poems, Crummacher's Parables. Hanno had once received an edition of the Pensées de Blaise Pascal, in such tiny print that it had to be read with a glass. Bishop flowed in streams, and Sesame's gingerbread was very spicy. But Fräulein Weichbrod abandoned herself with such trembling emotion to the joys of each Christmas party that none of them ever went off without a mishap. There was always some small catastrophe or other to make the guests laugh and enhance the silent fervour of the hostess' mien. A jug of Bishop would be upset and overwhelm everything in a spicy, sticky red flood. Or the decorated tree would topple off its wooden support just as they solemnly entered the room. Hanno fell asleep with the mishap of the previous year before his eyes. It had happened just before the gifts were given out. Therese Weichbrod had read the Christmas chapter, in such impressive accents that all the vowels got inextricably commingled, and then retreated before her guests to the door, where she made a little speech. She stood upon the threshold, humped and tiny, her old hands clasped before her childish bosom, the green silk cap ribbons falling over her fragile shoulders. Above her head, over the door, was a transparency, garlanded with evergreen, that said "Glory to God in the highest." And Sesame spoke of God's mercy. She mentioned that this was her last Christmas, and ended by reminding them that the words of the apostle commended them all to joy, wherewith she trembled from head to foot, so much did her whole poor little body share in her emotions. "Rejoice," said she, laying her head on one side and nodding violently, "and again I say unto you, rejoice." But at this moment the whole transparency, with a puffing, crackling, spitting noise, went up in flames, and Mademoiselle Weichbrod gave a little shriek and a side spring of unexpected picturesqueness and agility, and got herself out of the way of the rain of flying sparks. As Hanno recalled the leap which the old spinster performed, he giggled nervously for several minutes into his pillow. Chapter 9. Frau Piermander was going along Broad Street in a great hurry. There was something abandoned about her air. She showed almost none of the impressive bearing usual to her on the street. Hunted and harassed, in almost violent haste, she had as it were been able to save only a remnant of her dignity, like a beaten king who gathers what is left of his army about him to seek safety in the arms of flight. She looked pitiable indeed. Her upper lip, that arched upper lip that had always done its share to give charm to her face, was quivering now, and the eyes were large with apprehension. They were very bright and stared fixedly ahead of her, as though they too were hurrying onward. Her hair came in disorder from under her close hat, and her face showed the pale yellow tint which it always had when her digestion took a turn for the worse. Her digestion was obviously worse in these days. The family noticed that on Thursdays. And no matter how hard everyone tried to keep off the rocks, the conversation always made straight for them and stuck there, on the subject of Hugo Weinschenk's trial. Frau Piermander herself led up to it. She would call on God and her fellow men to tell her how Public Prosecutor Moritz Hagenstrom could sleep of nights. For her part, she could not understand it, she never would. Her agitation increased with every word. "Thank you, I can't eat," she would say, and push away her plate. She would elevate her shoulders, toss her head, and in the height of her passion fall back upon the practice, acquired in her Munich years, of taking nothing but beer, cold Bavarian beer, poured into an empty stomach, the nerves of which were in rebellion and would revenge themselves bitterly. Toward the end of the meal she always had to get up and go down to the garden or the court, where she suffered the most dreadful fits of nausea, leaning upon Ida Jungmann or Riekchen Severin. Her stomach would finally relieve itself of its contents, and contract with spasms of pain, which sometimes lasted for minutes and would continue at intervals for a long time. It was about 3 in the afternoon, a windy, rainy January day. Frau Piermander turned the corner at Fisher's Lane and hurried down the steep declivity to her brother's house. After a hasty knock she went from the court straight into the bureau, her eye flying across the desks to where the senator sat in his seat by the window. She made such an imploring motion with her head that he put down his pen without more ado and went to her. "Well," he said, one eyebrow lifted. "A moment, Thomas, it's very pressing, there's no time to waste." He opened the baize door of his private office, closed it behind him when they were both inside, and looked at his sister inquiringly. "Tom," she said, her voice quavering, wringing her hands inside her muff, "you must give it to us, lay it out for us, you will, won't you, the money for the bond, I mean. We haven't it. Where should we get 25,000 marks from, I should like to know? You will get them back, you'll get them back all too soon, I'm afraid. You understand, the thing is this, in short, they have reached a point where Hagenstrom demands immediate arrest or else a bond of 25,000 marks. And Weinschenk will give you his word not to stir from the spot. Has it really come to that?" the senator said, shaking his head. "Yes, they have succeeded in getting that far, the villains." Frau Piermander sank upon the sofa with an impotent sob. "And they will go on to the end, Tom." "Tony," he said, and sat down sidewise by his mahogany desk, crossing one leg over the other and leaning his head on his hand, "tell me straight out, do you still have faith in his innocence?" She sobbed once or twice before she answered, hopelessly, "Oh, no, Tom. How could I? I've seen so much evil in the world. I haven't believed in it from the beginning, even, though I tried my very best. Life makes it so very hard, you know, to believe in anyone's innocence. Oh, no, I've had doubts of his good conscience for a long time, and Erica has not known what to make of him. She confessed it to me, with tears, on account of his behavior at home. We haven't talked about it, of course. He got ruder and ruder, and kept demanding all the time that Erica should be lively and divert his mind and make him forget his troubles. And he broke the dishes when she wasn't. You can't imagine what it was like, when he shut himself up evenings with his papers. When anybody knocked, you could hear him jump up and shout, 'Who's there?' They were silent. But suppose he is guilty, Tom. Suppose he did do it," began Frau Piermander afresh, and her voice gathered strength. "He wasn't working for his own pocket, but for the company, and then, good heavens, in this life, people have to realize there are other things to be taken into consideration. He married into our family, he is one of us, now. They can't just go and stick him into prison like that. He shrugged his shoulders. What are you shrugging your shoulders for, Tom? Do you mean that you are willing to sit down under the last and crowning insult these adventurers think they can offer us? We must do something. He mustn't be convicted. Aren't you the burgomaster's right hand? My God, can't the Senate just pardon him if it likes? You know, before I came to you, I nearly went to Creamer, to get him to implore him to intervene and take a stand in the matter. He is chief of police. Oh, child, that is all just nonsense. Nonsense, Tom. And Erica? And the child, said she, lifting up her muff, with her two imploring hands inside. She was still a moment, she let her arms fall, her chin began to quiver, and two great tears ran down from under her drooping lids. She added softly, and me. Oh, Tony, be brave, said the senator. Her helplessness went through him. He pushed his chair up to hers and stroked her hair, in an effort to console her. Everything isn't over, yet. Perhaps it will come out all right. Of course I will give you the money, that goes without saying, and Breslauer's very clever. She shook her head, weeping. No, Tom, it will not come out all right. I've no hope that it will. They will convict him, and put him in prison, and then the hard time will come for Erica and me. Her dowry is gone, it all went to the setting out, the furniture and pictures, we shan't get a quarter of it back by selling. And the salary was always spent. We never put a penny by. We will go back to mother, if she will take us, until he is free. And then where can we go? We'll just have to sit on the rocks. She sobbed. On the rocks. Oh, that's just an expression, a figure. What I mean is, it won't turn out all right. I've had too much to bear. I don't know how I came to deserve it all, but I can't hope any more. Erica will be like me with Grunlich and Piermander. But now you can see just how it is and how it all comes over you. Could I help it? Could anyone help it, I ask you, Tom, she repeated drearily, and looked at him with her tear-swimming eyes. Everything I've ever undertaken has gone wrong and turned to misfortune, and I've meant everything so well. God knows I have. And now this too, this is the last straw, the very last. She wept, leaning on the arm which he gently put about her, wept over her ruined life and the quenching of this last hope. A week later, Herr Director Hugo Weinschenk was sentenced to 3.5 years imprisonment, and arrested at once. There was a very large crowd at the final session. Lawyer Breslauer of Berlin made a speech for the defense, the like of which had never been heard before. Gosh, the broker went about for weeks afterward, bursting with enthusiasm for the masterly pathos and irony it displayed. Christian Buddenbrook heard it too, and afterward got behind a table at the club, with a pile of newspapers in front of him, and reproduced the whole speech. At home he declared that jurisprudence was the finest profession there was, and he thought it would just have suited him. The public prosecutor himself, Dr. Moritz Hagenstrom, who was a great connoisseur, said in private that the speech had been a genuine treat to him. But the famous advocate's talents did not prevent his colleagues from thumping him on the back and telling him he had not pulled the wool over their eyes. The necessary sale followed upon the disappearance of the director, and when it was over, people in town began gradually to forget about Hugo Weinschenk. But the Mrs. Buddenbrook, sitting on Thursday at the family table, declared that they had known the first moment, from the man's eyes, that he was not straight, that his conscience was bad, and that there would be trouble in the end. Certain considerations, which they wished now they had not regarded, had led them to suppress these painful observations. Part 9. Chapter I. Senator Buddenbrook followed the two gentlemen, old Dr. Grabo and young Dr. Langhals, out of the Frau Consul's bedchamber into the breakfast room and closed the door. "May I ask you to give me a moment, gentlemen," he said, and led them up the steps, through the corridor, and into the landscape room, where, on account of the raw, damp weather, the stove was already burning. "You will understand my anxiety," he said. "Sit down and tell me something reassuring, if possible." "Zounds, my dear Senator," answered Dr. Grabo, leaning back comfortably, his chin in his neckcloth, his hat brim propped in both hands against his stomach. Dr. Langhals put his top hat down on the carpet beside him and regarded his hands, which were exceptionally small and covered with hair. He was a heavy dark man with a pointed beard, a pompadour haircut, beautiful eyes, and a vain expression. "There is positively no reason for serious disquiet at present," Dr. Grabo went on. "When we take into consideration our honored patient's powers of resistance, my word, I think, as an old and tried counselor, I ought to know what that resistance is. It is simply astonishing, for her years, I must say." "Yes, precisely, for her years," said the senator, uneasily, twisting his mustaches. "I don't say," went on Dr. Grabo, in his gentle voice, "that your dear mother will be walking out tomorrow. You can tell that by looking at her, of course. There is no denying that the inflammation has taken a disappointing turn in the last 24 hours. The chill yesterday afternoon did not please me at all, and today there is actually pain in the side. And some fever, oh, nothing to speak of, but still, in short, my dear Senator, we shall probably have to reckon with the troublesome fact that the lung is slightly affected." "Inflammation of the lungs then?" asked the senator, and looked from one physician to the other. "Yes, pneumonia," said Dr. Langhals, with a solemn and correct bow. "A slight inflammation, however, and confined to the right side," answered the family physician. "We will do our best to localize it." "Then there is ground for serious concern, after all." The senator sat quite still and looked the speaker full in the face. "Concern? Oh, we must be concerned to limit the affection. We must ease the cough, and go at the fever energetically. The quinine will see to that. And by the by, my dear Senator, let me warn you against feeling alarm over single symptoms, you know. If the difficulty in breathing increases, or there should be a little delirium in the night, or a good deal of discharge tomorrow, a sort of rusty-looking mucus, with a little blood in it, well, all that is to be expected, entirely regular and normal. Do reassure dear Madame Pierremander on this point too. She is nursing the patient with such devotion. How is she feeling? I quite forgot to ask how she has been, in the last few days." "She is about as usual," the senator said. "I have not heard of anything new. She is not taking much thought for her own condition, these days, of course, of course. And, apropos, your sister needs rest, especially at night, and Mamselle Severin has not time to give her all the rest she needs. What about a nurse, my dear senator? Why not have one of our good Grace sisters, in whom you feel such an interest? The Mother Superior would be glad to send you one. You consider it necessary?" "I am only suggesting it. The sisters are invaluable. Their experience and calmness are always so soothing to the patient, especially in an illness like this, where there is a succession of disquieting symptoms. Well, let me repeat, no anxiety, my dear senator. And we shall see, we shall see. We will have another talk this evening." "Positively," said Dr. Langhals, took his hat and got up, with his colleague. But the senator had not finished. He had another question, another test to make. Gentlemen, he said, one word more. My brother Christian is a nervous man. He cannot stand much. Do you advise me to send him word? Should I suggest to him to come home? Your brother Christian is not in town. No, he is in Hamburg for a short time, on business, I understand. Dr. Grabo gave his colleague a glance. Then he laughingly shook the senator's hand and said, well, we'll let him attend to his business in peace. No use upsetting him unnecessarily. If any change comes which seems to make it advisable, to quiet the patient, or to raise her spirits, well, there is plenty of time still, plenty of time. The gentleman traversed the pillared hall and stood on the steps a while, talking about other matters, politics, and the agitations and changes due to the war just then ended. Well, good times will be coming now, Herr Senator? Money in the country, and fresh confidence everywhere. And the senator partially agreed with him. He said that the grain trade with Russia had been greatly stimulated since the outbreak of war, and mentioned the dimensions to which the import trade in oats had attained, though the profit, it was true, had been very unevenly divided. The physicians took their leave, and Senator Buddenbrooks turned to go back to the sick room. He revolved what Dr. Grabo had said. He had spoken with reserve. He gave the impression of avoiding anything definite. The single plain word was inflammation of the lungs, which became no more reassuring after Dr. Langhals added the scientific terminology. Pneumonia at the Frau Consul's age. The fact that there were two physicians coming and going was in itself disquieting. Grabo had arranged that very unobtrusively. He intended to retire before long, and as young Dr. Langhals would then be taking over the practice, he, Dr. Grabo, would be pleased if he might bring him in now and again. When the senator entered the darkened room, his mien appeared alert and his bearing energetic. He was used to hiding his cares and weariness under an air of calmness and poise, and the mask glided over his features as he opened the door, almost as though by a single act of will. Frau Pirmander sat by the high bed, the hangings of which were thrust back, and held her mother's hand. The old lady was propped up on pillows. She turned her head as her son came in, and looked searchingly with her pale blue eyes into his face, a look of calm self-control, yet of deliberate insistence. Coming as it did, slightly sidewise, there was almost something sinister about it, too. Two red spots stood out upon the pallor of her cheeks, but there were no signs of weakness or exhaustion. The old lady was very wide awake, more so in fact than those around her, for, after all, she was the person most concerned. And she mistrusted this illness. She was not at all disposed to lie down and let it have its own way. "What did they say, Thomas?" she asked in a brisk, decided voice which made her cough directly. She tried to keep the cough behind her closed lips, but it burst out and made her put her hand to her side. "They said," answered the senator, when the spasm was over, stroking her hand, "they said that our dear, good mother will be up again in a few days. The wretched cough is responsible for your lying here. The lung is of course slightly affected. It is not exactly inflammation," he hastened to say, as he saw her narrowing gaze, "but even if it were, that needn't necessarily be so bad. It might be much worse," he finished. "In short, the lung is somewhat irritated, and they may be right. Where is Mamsell Severin?" "Gone to the chemist's," said Frau Pirmander. "Yes, you see. She has gone to the chemist's again, and you look as though you might go to sleep any minute, Tony." "No, it isn't good enough. If only for a day or so, we should have a nurse in, don't you think so? I will find out if my mother superior up at the Grey Sisters has any one free." "Thomas," said the Frau Consul, this time in a more cautious voice, so as not to let loose another cough, believe me, you cause a good deal of feeling by your protection of the Catholic order against the black Protestant sisters. You have shown the Catholics a distinct preference. Pastor Pringsheim complained to me about it very strenuously a little time ago. Well, he needn't. I am convinced that the Grey Sisters are more faithful, devoted, and self-sacrificing than the black ones are. The Protestants aren't the real thing. They all marry the first chance they get. They are worldly, egotistical, and ordinary, while the Grey Sisters are perfectly disinterested. I am sure they are much nearer heaven. And they are better for us for the very reason that they owe me some gratitude. What should we have done without Sister Leandra when Hanno had convulsions? I only hope she is free. And Sister Leandra came. She put down her cloak and little handbag, took off the grey veil which she wore on the street over her white one, and went softly about her work, in her gentle, friendly way, the rosary at her waist clicking as she moved. She remained a day and a night with the querulous, not always patient sufferer, and then withdrew, almost apologetic over the human weakness that enforced a little repose. She was replaced by another sister, but came back again after she had slept. The Frau Consul required constant attendance at her bedside. The worse her condition grew, the more she bent all her thoughts and all her energies upon her illness, for which she felt a naive hatred. Nearly all her life she had been a woman of the world, with a quiet, native, and permanent love of life and good living. Yet she had filled her latter years with piety and charitable deeds, largely out of loyalty toward her dead husband, but also, perhaps, by reason of an unconscious impulse which bade her make her peace with heaven for her own strong vitality, and induce it to grant her a gentle death despite the tenacious clutch she had always had on life. But the gentle death was not to be hers. Despite many a sore trial, her form was quite unbowed, her eyes still clear. She still loved to set a good table, to dress well and richly, to ignore events that were unpleasant, and to share with complacency in the high regard that was everywhere felt for her son. And now this illness, this inflammation of the lungs, had attacked her erect form without any previous warning, without any preparation to soften the blow. There had been no spiritual anticipation, none of that mining and sapping of the forces which slowly, painfully estranges us from life and rouses in us the sweet longing for a better world, for the end, for peace. No, the old Frau Consul, despite the spiritual courses of her latter years, felt scarce prepared to die, and she was filled with agony of spirit at the thought that if this were indeed the end, then this illness, of itself, in awful haste, in the last hour, must, with bodily torments, break down her spirit and bring her to surrender. She prayed much, but almost more she watched, as often as she was conscious, over her own condition, felt her pulse, took her temperature, and fought her cough. But the pulse was poor, the temperature mounted after falling a little, and she passed from chills to fever and delirium, her cough increased, bringing up a blood-impregnated mucus, and she was alarmed by the difficulty she had in breathing. It was accounted for by the fact that now not only a lobe of the right lung, but the whole right lung, was affected, with even distinct traces of a process in the left, which Dr. Langhals, looking at his nails, called hepatization, and about which Dr. Grabo said nothing at all. The fever wasted the patient relentlessly. The digestion failed. Slowly, inexorably, the decline of strength went on. She followed it. She took eagerly, whenever she could, the concentrated nourishment which they gave her. She knew the hours for her medicines better than the nurse, and she was so absorbed in watching the progress of her case that she hardly spoke to anyone but the physicians, and displayed actual interest only when talking with them. Callers had been admitted in the beginning, and the old ladies of her social circle, pastors' wives and members of the Jerusalem evenings, came to see her, but she received them with apathy and soon dismissed them. Her relatives felt the difference in the old lady's greeting. It was almost disdainful, as though she were saying to them, "You can't do anything for me." Even when little Hanno came, in a good hour, she only stroked his cheek and turned away. Her manner said more plainly than words, "Children, you are all very good, but perhaps I may be dying." She received the two physicians, on the other hand, with very lively interest, and went into the details of her condition. One day the Gerhardt ladies appeared, the descendants of Paul Gerhardt. They came in their mantles, with their flat shepherdess hats and their provision baskets, from visiting the poor, and could not be prevented from seeing their sick friend. They were left alone with her, and God only knows what they said as they sat at her bedside. But when they departed, their eyes and their faces were more gentle, more radiant, more blissfully remote than ever, while the Frau Consul lay within, with just such eyes and just such an expression, quite still, quite peaceful, more peaceful than ever before. Her breath came very softly and at long intervals, and she was visibly declining from weakness to weakness. Frau Piermander murmured a strong word in the wake of the Gerhardt ladies, and sent at once for the physicians. The two gentlemen had barely entered the sick chamber when a surprising alteration took place in the patient. She stirred, she moved, she almost sat up. The sight of her trusted and faithful professional advisers brought her back to earth at a bound. She put out her hands to them and began, "Welcome, gentlemen. Today, in the course of the day, the illness had attacked both lungs, of that there was no more room for doubt. Yes, my dear Senator," Dr. Grabo said, and took Thomas Buddenbrook by the hand, "it is now both lungs. We have not been able to prevent it. That is always serious, you know as well as I do. I should not attempt to deceive you. No matter what the age of the patient, the condition is serious, and if you ask me again today whether in my opinion your brother should be written to or perhaps a telegram would be better, I should hesitate to deter you from it. How is he, by the way? A good fellow, Christian, I've always liked him immensely, but for heaven's sake, my dear Senator, don't draw any exaggerated conclusions from what I say. There is no immediate danger. I am foolish to take the word in my mouth. But still, under the circumstances, you know, one must reckon with the unexpected. We are very well satisfied with your mother as a patient. She helps all she can, she doesn't leave us in the lurch. No, on my word, she is an incomparable patient. So there is still great hope, my dear sir. And we must hope for the best. But there is a moment when hope becomes something artificial and insincere. There is a change in the patient. He alters. There is something strange about him. He is not as he was in life. He speaks, but we do not know how to reply. What he says is strange. It seems to cut off his retreat back to life, it condemns him to death. And when that moment comes, even if he is our dearest upon this earth, we do not know how to wish him back. If we could bid him arise and walk, he would be as frightful as one risen from his coffin. Dreadful symptoms of the coming dissolution showed themselves, even though the organs, still in command of a tenacious will, continued to function. It had now been weeks since Frau Consul first took to her bed with a cold, and she began to have bed sores. They would not heal, and grew worse and worse. She could not sleep, because of pain, coughing and shortness of breath, and also because she herself clung to consciousness with all her might. Only for minutes at a time did she lose herself in fever, but now she began, even when she was conscious, to talk to people who had long been dead. One afternoon, in the twilight, she said suddenly, in a loud, fervent, anxious voice, "Yes, my dear Jean, I am coming." and the immediacy of the reply was such that one almost thought to hear the voice of the deceased consul calling her. Christian arrived. He came from Hamburg, where he had been, he said, on business. He only stopped a short time in the sick room, and left it, his eyes roving wildly, rubbing his forehead, and saying, it's frightful, I can't stand it any longer." Pastor Pringsheim came, measured Sister Leandra with a chilling glance, and prayed with a beautifully modulated voice at the bedside. Then came the brief lightning, the flickering up of the dying flame. The fever slackened, there was a deceptive return of strength, and a few plain, hopeful words, that brought tears of joy to the eyes of the watchers at the bedside. "Children, we shall keep her, you'll see, we shall keep her after all," cried Thomas Buddenbrook. "She will be with us next Christmas." But even in the next night, shortly after Gerda and her husband had gone to bed, they were summoned back to Meng Street by Frau Pirmander, for the mother was struggling with death. A cold rain was falling, and a high wind drove it against the window panes. The bedchamber, as the senator and his wife entered it, was lighted by two sconces burning on the table, and both physicians were present. Christian too had been summoned from his room, and sat with his back to the bed and his forehead bowed in his hands. They had sent for the dying woman's brother, Justice Kroger, and he would shortly be here. Frau Pirmander and Erika were sobbing softly at the foot of the bed. Sister Leandra and Mamsell Severin had nothing more to do, and stood gazing in sadness on the face of the dying. The Frau Consul lay on her back, supported by a quantity of pillows. With both her blue-veined hands, once so beautiful, now so emaciated, she ceaselessly stroked the coverlet in trembling haste. Her head in the white nightcap moved from side to side with dreadful regularity. Her lips were drawn inward, and opened and closed with a snap at every tortured effort to breathe, while the sunken eyes roved back and forth or rested with an envious look on those who stood about her bed, up and dressed and able to breathe. They were alive, they belonged to life, but they could help her no more than this, to make the sacrifice that consisted in watching her die. And the night wore on, without any change. "How long can it go on, like this?" asked Thomas Buddenbrook, in a low tone, drawing Dr. Grabo away to the bottom of the room, while Dr. Langhals was undertaking some sort of injection to give relief to the patient. Frau Pirmander, her handkerchief in her hand, followed her brother. "I can't tell, my dear Senator," answered Dr. Grabo. "Your dear mother may be released in the next few minutes, or she may live for hours. It is a process of strangulation, an edema I know," said Frau Pirmander, and nodded while the tears ran down her cheeks. "It often happens in cases of inflammation of the lungs, a sort of watery fluid forms, and when it gets very bad the patient cannot breathe any more." "Yes, I know." The senator, his hands folded, looked over at the bed. "How frightfully she must suffer," he whispered. "No," Dr. Grabo said, just as softly, but in a tone of authority, while his long, mild countenance wrinkled more than ever. "That is a mistake, my dear friend, believe me. The consciousness is very clouded. These are largely reflex motions which you see, depend upon it." And Thomas answered, "God grant it, but a child could have seen from the Frau Consul's eyes that she was entirely conscious and realized everything." They took their places again. Consul Kroger came and sat bowed over his cane at the bedside, with reddened eyelids. The movements of the patient increased. This body, delivered over to death, was possessed by a terrible unrest, an unspeakable craving, an abandonment of helplessness, from head to foot. The pathetic, imploring eyes now closed with the rustling movement of the head from side to side, now opened with a heart-breaking expression, so wide that the little veins of the eyeballs stood out blood red. And she was still conscious. A little after 3, Christian got up. "I can't stand it anymore," he said, and went out, limping, and supporting himself on the furniture on his way to the door. Erika Weinschenk and Mamsel Severin had fallen asleep to the monotonous sound of the raucous breathing, and sat rosy with slumber on their chairs. About 4 it grew much worse. They lifted the patient and wiped the perspiration from her brow. Her breathing threatened to stop altogether. "Let me sleep," she managed to say. "Give me a sleeping draught." Alas, they could give her nothing to make her sleep. Suddenly she began again to reply to voices which the others could not hear. "Yes, Jean, not much longer now." And then, "Yes, dear Clara, I am coming." The struggle began afresh. Was this a wrestling with death? Ah, no, for it had become a wrestling with life or death, on the part of the dying woman. "I want," she panted, I cannot, let me sleep. Have mercy, gentlemen, let me sleep." Frau Piermander sobbed aloud as she listened, and Thomas groaned softly, clutching his head a moment with both hands. But the physicians knew their duty. They were obliged, under all circumstances, to preserve life just as long as possible, and a narcotic would have effected an unresisting and immediate giving up of the ghost. Doctors were not made to bring death into the world, but to preserve life at any cost. There was a religious and moral basis for this law, which they had known, once, though they did not have it in mind at the moment. So they strengthened the heart action by various devices, and even improved the breathing by causing the patient to retch. By 5 the struggle was at its height. The Frau Consul, erect in convulsions, with staring eyes, thrust wildly about her with her arms as though trying to clutch after some support or to reach the hands which she felt stretching toward her. She was answering constantly in every direction to voices which she alone heard, and which evidently became more numerous and urgent. Not only her dead husband and daughter, but her parents, parents-in-law, and other relatives who had passed before her into death, seemed to summon her, and she called them all by name, though the names were some of them not familiar to her children. "Yes," she cried, "yes, I am coming now at once, a moment I cannot, oh, let me sleep." At 5:30 there was a moment of quiet. And then over her aged and distorted features there passed a look of ineffable joy, a profound and quivering tenderness. Like lightning she stretched up her arms and cried out, with an immediate suddenness swift as a blow, so that one felt there was not a second's space between what she heard and what she answered, with an expression of absolute submission and a boundless and fervid devotion, "Here I am," and parted. They were all amazed. What was it? Who had called her? To whose summons had she responded thus instantly? Someone drew back the curtains and put out the candles, and Dr. Grabo gently closed the eyes of the dead. They all shivered in the autumn dawn that filled the room with its sallow light. Sister Leandra covered the mirror of the toilet table with a cloth. Chapter 2. Through the open door Frau Piermander could be seen praying in the chamber of death. She knelt there alone, at a chair near the bed, with her mourning garments flowing about her on the floor. While she prayed, her hands folded before her on the seat of the chair, she could hear her brother and sister-in-law in the breakfast room, where they stood and waited for the prayer to come to an end. But she did not hurry on that account. She finished, coughed her usual little dry cough, gathered her gown about her, and rose from the chair, then moved toward her relatives with a perfectly dignified bearing in which there was no trace of confusion. "Thomas," she said, with a note of asperity in her voice, "it strikes me, that as far as Severin is concerned, our Blessed Mother was cherishing a viper in her bosom. What makes you think that?" "I am perfectly furious with her." I shall try to behave with dignity, but has the woman any right to disturb us at this solemn moment by her common ways? What has she been doing? Well, in the first place, she is outrageously greedy. She goes to the wardrobe and takes out mother's silk gowns, folds them over her arm, and starts to retire. Why, Riek-Chen, I say, what are you doing with those? Frau Consul promised me. My dear Severin, I say, and show her, in a perfectly ladylike way, what I think of her unseemly haste. Do you think it did any good? She took not only the silk gowns, but a bundle of underwear as well, and went out. I can't come to blows with her, can I? And it isn't Severin alone. There are wash baskets full of stuff going out of the house. The servants divide up things before my face. Severin has the keys to the cupboards. I said to her, Fräulein Severin, I shall be much obliged for the keys. And she told me, in good set terms, that I've nothing to say to her, she's not in my service, I didn't engage her, and she will keep the keys until she leaves. Have you the keys to the silver chest? Good. Let the rest go. That sort of thing is inevitable when a household breaks up, especially when the rule has been rather lax already. I don't want to make any scenes. The linen is old and worn. We can see what there is there. Have you the lists? Good. We'll have a look at them. They went into the bedchamber and stood a while in silence by the bed. Frau Antony removed the white cloth from the face of the dead. The Frau Consul was arrayed in the silk garment in which she would that afternoon lie upon her bier in the hall. 28 hours had passed since she drew her last breath. The mouth and chin, without the false teeth, looked sunken and senile, and the pointed chin projected sharply. All three tried their best to recognize their mother's face in this sunken countenance before them, with its eyelids inexorably closed. But under the old lady's Sunday cap there showed, as in life, the smooth, reddish-brown wig over which the Misses Buddenbrooks had so often made merry. Flowers were strewn on the coverlet. The most beautiful wreaths have come, said Frau Piermander. From all the families in town, simply from everybody. I had everything carried up to the corridor. You must look at them afterwards, Gerda and Tom. They are heartbreakingly lovely. How are they progressing down in the hall? Asked the senator. They will soon be done, Tom. Jacobs has taken the greatest pains. And though she choked down a sob, the coffin has come. But you must take off your things, my dears, she went on, carefully replacing the white cloth over the face of the dead. It is cold in here, but there is a little fire in the breakfast room. Let me help you, Gerda. Such an elegant mantle, one must be careful with it. Let me give you a kiss. You know I love you, even if you have always despised me. No, I won't make your hair untidy when I take off your hat. Your lovely hair. Such hair mother had too, when she was young. She was never so splendid as you are, but there was a time, and since I was born, too, when she was really beautiful. How true it is, isn't it, what your old Grobleben always says, we must all return to earth at last, such a simple man, too. Here, Tom. These are the most important lists. They returned to the next room and sat down at the round table, while the senator took up the paper, on which was a list of the objects to be divided among the nearest heirs. Frau Piermander's eyes never left her brother's face, and her own wore a strained, excited look. There was something in her mind, a question hard to put, upon which, nevertheless, all her thoughts were bent, and which must, in the next few hours, come up for discussion. I think, said the senator, we may as well keep to the usual rule, that presents go back. So his wife interrupted him. Pardon me, Thomas. It seems to me, where is Christian? Oh, goodness, yes, Christian, cried Frau Pirminder. We've forgotten him. She went to ring the bell. But at the same moment Christian opened the door. He entered rather quickly, closed it behind him with a slight bang, and stood there frowning, his little deep round eyes not resting on anybody, but rolling from side to side. His mouth opened and shut under the bushy red mustaches. His mood seemed irritated and defiant. I heard you were here, he said. If the things are to be talked about, it is proper that I should be told. We were just about to call you, the senator said indifferently. Sit down. His eyes rested, as he spoke, on the white studs in Christian's shirt. He himself was in irreproachable mourning, a black cloth coat, blinding white shirt set off at the collar with a black tie, and black studs instead of the gold ones he usually wore. Christian saw his glance. He drew up a chair to the table and sat down, saying as he did so, with a gesture toward his shirt, I know I have on white studs. I haven't got round to buying black, or rather, I haven't bothered. In the last few years I've seen times when I had to borrow money for tooth powder, and go to bed by the light of a match. I don't know that I am altogether and entirely to blame. Anyhow, there are other things in the world more important than black studs. I don't set much store by appearances, I never have. Gerda looked at him as he spoke, and now she gave a little laugh. The senator remarked, I doubt if you could bear out the truth of that last statement. No? Perhaps you know better than I do, Thomas. I say I don't set much store by them. I've seen too much of the world, and lived with too many different sorts of men, with too many different ways, to care what, and anyhow, I am a grown man. His voice grew suddenly loud. I am 43 years old, and my own master, and in a position to warn everybody not to mix in my affairs. The senator was quite astonished. It seems to me you have something on your mind, my friend, he said. As far as the studs go, I haven't so much as mentioned them, if my memory serves me. Wear whatever mourning you choose, or none at all if that pleases you, but don't imagine you make any impression on me with your cheap broad-mindedness. I am not trying to make an impression on you. Tom Christian, said Frau Pirminder. Don't let us have any hard words, not today. When in the next room, just go on, Thomas. Presents are to be returned. That is only right. And Thomas went on. He began with the large things, and wrote down for himself the articles he could use in his own house, the candelabra in the dining room, the great carved chest that stood in the downstairs entry. Frau Pirminder paid extraordinarily close attention. No matter what the article was, the future possession of which was at the moment in question, she would say with an incomparable air, oh, well, I'm willing to take it, as if the whole world owed her thanks for her act of self-sacrifice. She accepted for herself, her daughter, and her granddaughter far and away the largest share of the furnishings. Christian had some pieces of furniture, an empire table clock and the harmonium. He seemed satisfied enough. But when they came to dividing the table linen and silver and the sets of dishes, he displayed, to the great astonishment of the others, an eagerness that was almost avidity. What about me, he would say. I must ask you not to forget me, please. Who is forgetting you? Look, I've put a whole tea service and a silver tray down to you. I've taken the gilt Sunday service, as we are probably the only ones who would have a use for it. I'm willing to take the everyday onion pattern, said Frau Pirminder. And what about me? Cried Christian. He was possessed now by that excitement which sometimes seized him and sat so extraordinarily on his haggard cheek. I certainly want a share in the dishes. And how many forks and spoons do I get? Almost none at all, it seems to me. But, my dear man, what do you want of them? You have no use for them at all. I don't understand. It is better the things should continue in the family, but suppose I say I want them if only in remembrance of mother, Christian cried defiantly. To which the senator impatiently replied, I don't feel much like making jokes, but am I to judge from your words that you would like to put a soup tureen on your chest of drawers and keep it there in memory of mother? Please don't get the idea that we want to cheat you out of your share. If you get less of the effects, you will get more elsewhere. The same is true of the linen. I don't want the money. I want the linen and dishes. Whatever for? Christian's reply to this was one that made Gerda Buddenbrook turn and gaze at him with an enigmatic expression in her eyes. The senator hastily donned his pince-nez to look the better, and Frau Piermander simply folded her hands. He said, well, I am thinking of getting married, sooner or later. He said this rather low and quickly, with a short gesture, as though he were tossing something to his brother across the table. Then he leaned back, avoiding their eyes, looking surly, defiant, and yet extremely embarrassed. There was a long pause. At last the senator broke it by saying, I must say, Christian, your ideas come rather late. That is, of course, if this really is anything serious, and not the same kind of thing you proposed to mother a while ago. My intentions have remained what they were, Christian said. He did not look at anybody or change his expression. That is impossible, I should think. Were you waiting for mother's death? I had that amount of consideration, yes. You seem to think, Thomas, that you have a monopoly of all the tact and feeling in the world. I don't know what justifies you in making remarks like that. And, moreover, I must admire the extent of your consideration. On the day after mother's death, you propose to display your lack of filial feeling by only because the subject came up. But the point is that now mother cannot be affected by any step I may take no more today than she would be a year from now. Good Lord, Thomas, mother couldn't have any actual right, but I saw it from her point of view, and had consideration for that, as long as she lived. She was an old woman, a woman of a past generation, with different views about life. I can only say that I concur with her absolutely in this particular view. I cannot be bothered about that. But you will be bothered about it, my dear sir. Christian looked at him. No, he shouted. I won't. I can't do it. Suppose I tell you I can't? I must know what I have to do, mustn't I? I am a grown man. You don't in the least know what you have to do. Your being what you call a grown man is only very external. I know very well what I have to do. In the first place, I have to act like a man of honor. You don't know how the thing stands. With Tony and Gerda here we can't really talk, but I have already told you I have responsibilities. The last child, little Gisela, I know nothing about any little Gisela, and I don't care to. I am perfectly convinced they are making a fool of you. In any case, what sort of responsibility can you have toward a person like the one you have in mind other than the legal one, which you can perform as before? Person, Thomas, person. You are making a mistake about her. A lean silence, roared Senator Buddenbrook in a voice like thunder. The two brothers glared across the table into each other's faces. Thomas was pale and trembling with scorn. The rims of Christian's deep little eyes had got suddenly red, his mouth and eyes spread wide open, his lean cheeks seemed nothing but hollows, and a pair of red patches showed just under the cheekbones. Gerda looked rather disdainfully from one to the other, and Tony wrung her hands, imploring Tom, Christian. And mother lying there in the next room. You have no sense of shame, went on the senator. How can you bring yourself? What must it cost you to mention that name, on this spot, under these circumstances? You have a lack of feeling that amounts to a disease. Will you tell me why I should not mention Aline's name? Christian was so beside himself that Gerda looked at him with increasing intentness. I do mention it, as you hear, Thomas. I intend to marry her, for I have a longing for a home, and for peace and quiet, and I insist you hear the word I use. I insist that you keep out of my affairs. I am free. I am my own master. Oh, you fool, you. When you hear the will read, you will see just how much you are your own master. You won't get the chance to squander mother's inheritance, as you have run through with the 30,000 marks already. I have been made the guardian of your affairs, and I will see to it that you never get your hands on more than a monthly sum at a time, that I swear. Well, you know better than I who it was that instigated mother to make such a will. But I am surprised, very much so, that mother did not give the office to somebody that had a little more brotherly feeling for me than you have. Christian no longer knew what he was saying. He leaned over the table, knocking on it all the while with his knuckle, glaring up, red-eyed, his mustaches bristling, at his brother, who, on his side, stood looking down at him, pale, and with half-closed lids. Christian went on, and his voice was hollow and rasping. Your heart is full of coldness and ill will toward me, all the while. As far back as I can remember, I have felt cold in your presence. You freeze me with a perfect stream of icy contempt. You may think that is a strange expression, but what I feel is just like that. You repulse me, just by looking at me, and you hardly ever even so much as look at me. How have you got a right to treat me like that? You are a man too, you have your own weaknesses. You have always been a better son to our parents, but if you really stood so much closer to them than I do, you might have absorbed a little of their Christian charity. If you have no brotherly love to spare for me, you might have had some Christ-like love. But you are entirely without affection. You never came near me in the hospital. When I lay there and suffered with rheumatism, I have more serious things to think about than your illnesses. And my own health. Oh, come, Thomas, your health is magnificent. You wouldn't be sitting here for what you are, if your health weren't far and away better than mine. I may be perhaps worse off than you are. Worse than I am. Come, that's too much. Gerda, Tony. He says he is worse off than I am. Perhaps it was you that came near dying, in Hamburg, of rheumatism. Perhaps you have had to endure torments in your left side, perfectly indescribable torments, for every little trifling irregularity. Perhaps all your nerves are short on the left side. All the authorities say that is what is the matter with me. Perhaps it happens to you that you come into your room when it is getting dark and see a man sitting on the sofa, nodding at you, when there is no man there. Christian. Frau Piermander burst out in horror. What are you saying? And, my God, what are you quarreling about? Is it an honor for one to be worse off than the other? If it were, Gerda and I might have something to say, too, and with mother lying in there. How can you? Don't you realize, you fool, cried Thomas Buddenbrook, in a passion, that all these horrors are the consequence and effect of your vices, your idleness, and your self-tormenting? Go to work. Stop petting your condition and talking about it. If you do go crazy, and I tell you plainly I don't think it at all unlikely, I shan't be able to shed a tear, for it will be entirely your own fault. No, and when I die you won't shed any tears either. You won't die, said the senator bitingly. I shan't die? Very good, I shan't die, then. We'll see who dies first. Work. Suppose I can't work? My God. I can't do the same thing long at a time. It kills me. If you have been able to, and are able to, thank God for it, but don't sit in judgment on others, for it isn't a virtue. God gives strength to one, and not to another. But that is the way you are made, Thomas. You are self-righteous. Oh, wait, that is not what I am going to say, nor what I accuse you of. I don't know where to begin, and however much I can say is only a millionth part of the feeling I have in my heart against you. You have made a position for yourself in life, and there you stand, and push everything away which might possibly disturb your equilibrium for a moment, for your equilibrium is the most precious thing in the world to you. But it isn't the most precious thing in life, Thomas, no, before God, it is not. You are an egotist, that is what you are. I am still fond of you, even when you are angry, and tread on me, and thunder me down. But when you get silent, when somebody says something and you are suddenly dumb, and withdraw yourself, quite elegant and remote, and repulse people like a wall and leave the other fellow to his shame, without any chance of justifying himself. Yes, you are without pity, without love, without humility. Oh, he cried, and stretched both arms in front of him, palms outward, as though pushing everything away from him. Oh, how sick I am of all this tact and propriety, this poise and refinement, sick to death of it. The outburst was so genuine, so heartfelt, it sounded so full of loathing and satiety, that it was actually crushing. Thomas shrank a little and looked down in front of him, weary and without a word. At last he said, and his voice had a ring of feeling, I have become what I am because I did not want to become what you are. If I have inwardly shrunk from you, it has been because I needed to guard myself. Your being, and your existence, are a danger to me, that is the truth. There was another pause, and then he went on, in a crisper tone, well, we have wandered far away from the subject. You have read me a lecture on my character, a somewhat muddled lecture, with a grain of truth in it. But we are not talking about me, but about you. You are thinking of marrying, and I should like to convince you that it is impossible for you to carry out your plan. In the first place, the interest I shall be able to pay you on your capital will not be a very encouraging sum. Aline has put some away. The senator swallowed, and controlled himself. You mean you would mingle your mother's inheritance with the savings of this lady? Yes. I want a home, and somebody who will be sympathetic when I am ill. And we suit each other very well. We are both rather damaged goods, so to speak, and you intend, further, to adopt the existing children and legitimize them. Yes. So that after your death your inheritance would pass to them. As the senator said this, Frau Piermander laid her hand on his arm and murmured adjuringly, Thomas. Mother is lying in the next room. Yes, answered Christian. That would be the way it would be. Well, you shan't do it, then, shouted the senator, and sprang up. Christian got behind his chair, which he clutched with one hand. His chin went down on his breast, he looked apprehensive as well as angry. You shan't do it, repeated Thomas, almost senseless with anger, pale, trembling, jerking convulsively. As long as I am alive it won't happen. I swear it, so take care. There's enough money gone already, what with bad luck and foolishness and rascality, without your throwing a quarter of mother's inheritance into this creature's lap and her bastards, and that after another quarter has been snapped up by Tibertius. You've brought enough disgrace on the family already, without bringing us home a courtesan for a sister-in-law, and giving our name to her children. I forbid it, do you hear? I forbid it, he shouted, in a voice that made the room ring, and Frau Piermander squeezed herself weeping into the corner of the sofa. And I advise you not to attempt to defy me. Up to now I have only despised you and ignored you, but if you try any tricks, if you bring the worst to the worst, we'll see who will come out ahead. You can look out for yourself. I shan't have any mercy. I'll have you declared incompetent, I'll get you shut up, I'll ruin you, you understand. And I tell you thus it all began over again, and went on, a battle of words, destructive, futile, lamentable, without any purpose other than to insult, to wound, to cut one another to the quick. Christian came back to his brother's character and cited examples of Thomas's egotism, painful anecdotes out of the distant past, which he, Christian, had never forgotten, but carried about with him to feed his bitterness. And the senator retorted with scorn, and with threats which he regretted a moment later. Gerda leaned her head on her hand and watched them, with an expression in her eyes impossible to read. Frau Piermander repeated over and over again, in her despair, and mother lying there in the next room. Christian, who at the end had been walking up and down in the room, at last forsook the field. Very good, we shall see, he shouted. With his eyes red, his mustaches ruffled, his handkerchief in his hand, his coat wide open, hot and beside himself, he went out of the door and slammed it behind him. In the sudden stillness the senator stood for a moment upright and gazed after his brother. Then he sat down without a word and took up the papers jerkily. He went curtly through the remaining business, then leaned back and twisted his mustaches through his fingers, lost in thought. Frau Piermander's anxiety made her heart beat loudly. The question, the great question, could now not be put off any longer. It must come up, and he must answer, but was her brother now in a mood to be governed by gentleness and filial piety? Alas, she feared not. And Tom, she began, looking down into her lap, and then up, as she made a timid effort to read his thoughts. The furniture you have taken everything into consideration, of course the things that belong to us, I mean to Erica and me and the little one, they remain here with us? In short, the house, what about it? She finished, and furtively wrung her hands. The senator did not answer at once. He went on for a while twisting his mustaches and drearily meditating. Then he drew a deep breath and sat up. The house, he said. Of course it belongs to all of us, to you and me, and Christian and, queerly enough, to Pastor Tiberius too. I can't decide anything about it by myself. I have to get your consent. But obviously the thing to do is to sell as soon as possible, he concluded, shrugging his shoulders. Yet something crossed his face, after all, as though he were startled by his own words. Frau Piermander's head sank deep on her breast, her hands stopped pressing themselves together, she relaxed all over. Our consent, she repeated after a pause, sadly, and rather bitterly as well. Dear me, Tom, you know you will do whatever you think best. The rest of us are not likely to withhold our consent for long. But if we might put in a word to beg you, she went on, almost dully, but her lip was trembling, to the house, mother's house, the family home, in which we have all been so happy. We must sell it. The senator shrugged his shoulders again. Child, you will believe me when I tell you that I feel everything you can say, as much as you do yourself. But those are only our feelings, they aren't actual objections. What has to be done, remains the problem. Here we have this great piece of property, what shall we do with it? 4 years back, ever since father's death, the whole back part has been going to pieces. A family of cats is living rent-free in the billiard room, and you can't walk there for fear of going through the floor. Of course, if I did not have my house in Fisher's Lane, but I have, and what should I do with it? Do you think I might sell that instead? Tell me yourself, to whom? I should lose half the money I put into it. We have property enough, Tony, we have far too much, in fact. The granary buildings, and 2 great houses. The invested capital is out of all proportion to the value of the property. No, no, we must sell. But Frau Piermander was not listening. She was sitting bent over on the sofa, withdrawn into herself with her own thoughts. Our house, she murmured. I remember the housewarming. We were no bigger than that. The whole family was there. And Uncle Hofstede read a poem. It is in the family papers. I know it by heart. Venus Anadyomene. The landscape room. The dining hall. And strange people. Yes, Tony. They must have felt the same, the family of whom grandfather bought the house. They had lost their money and had to give up their home, and they are all dead and gone now. Everything has its time. We ought to be grateful to God that we are better off than the Ratenkamps, and are not saying goodbye to the house under such sorry circumstances as theirs. Sobs, long, painful sobs, interrupted him. Frau Piermander so abandoned herself to her grief that she did not even dry the tears that ran down her cheeks. She sat bent over, and the warm drops fell unheeded upon the hands lying limp in her lap. Tom, said she, and there was a gentle, touching decision in her voice, which, a moment before her sobs had threatened to choke, you can't understand how I feel at this hour, you cannot understand your sister's feelings. Things have not gone well with her in this life. I have had everything to bear that fate could think of to inflict upon me. But I have borne it all without flinching, Tom, all my troubles with Grunlich and Piermander and Weinschenk. For, however my life seemed to go awry, I was never quite lost. I had always a safe haven to fly to. Even this last time, when everything came to an end, when they took away Weinschenk to prison, Mother, I said, may we come to you? And she said, yes, my children, come. Do you remember, Tom, when we were little, and played war, there was always a little spot marked off for us to run to, where we could be safe and not be touched until we were rested again. Mother's house, this house, was my little spot, my refuge in life, Tom. And now it must be sold. She leaned back, buried her face in her handkerchief, and wept unrestrainedly. He drew down one of her hands and held it in his own. I know, dear Tony, I know it all. But we must be sensible. Our dear good mother is gone. We cannot bring her back. And so it is madness to keep the house as dead capital. Shall we turn it into a tenement house? I know it is painful to think of strangers living here, but after all it is better you should not see it. You must take a nice, pretty little house or flat somewhere for yourself and your family outside the castle gate, for example. Or would you rather stop on here and let out floors to different families? And you still have the family, Gerda and me, and the Buddenbrooks in Broad Street, and the Krogers, and Therese Wake Broad, and Clotilde, that is, if Clotilde will condescend to associate with us, now that she's become a lady of the Order of St. John. It's so very exclusive, you know. She gave a sigh that was already partly a laugh, and mopped her eyes with her handkerchief, looking like a hurt child whom somebody is helping, with a jest, to forget its pain. Then she resolutely cleared her face and put herself to rights, tossing her head with the characteristic gesture and bringing her chin down on her breast. Yes, Tom, she said, and blinked with her tear-reddened eyes, I'll be good now, I am all ready. You must forgive me, and you too, Gerda, for breaking down like that. But it may happen to anyone, you know. It is a weakness. But, believe me, it is only outward. I am a woman steeled by misfortunes. And that about the dead capital is very convincing to me, Tom. I've enough intelligence to understand that much, anyhow. I can only repeat that you must do what you think best. You must think and act for us all, for Gerda and I are only women, and Christian, well, God help him, poor soul. We cannot oppose you, for whatever we could say would be only sentiment, not real objections, it is very plain. To whom will you sell it, Tom? Do you think it will go off right away? Ah, child, how do I know? But I talked a little this morning with old Gosh the broker, he did not seem disinclined to undertake the business. That is a good idea, Tom. Sigismund Gosh has his weaknesses, of course. That thing about his translation from the Spanish, I can't remember the man's name, but it is very odd, one must admit. However, he was father's friend, and he is an honest man through and through. What shall you ask? 100,000 marks would be the least, I should think. And 100,000 marks would be the least, wouldn't it, Tom? She was still asking, the doorknob in her hand, as the senator and his wife went down the steps. Then she was alone, and stood there in the middle of the room with her hands clasped, palms down in front of her, looking all around with large, helpless eyes. Her head, heavy with the weight of her thoughts, adorned with the little black lace cap, sank slowly, shaking all the while, deeper and deeper on one shoulder. Chapter 3. Little Johann was to go to take his farewell of his grandmother's mortal remains. His father so arranged it, and, though Hanno was afraid, he made not a syllable of objection. At table, the day after the Frau Consul's dying struggle, the senator, in his son's presence and apparently with design, had commented harshly upon the conduct of Uncle Christian, who had slipped away and gone to bed when the patient's suffering was at its height. That was his nerves, Thomas, Gerda had answered. But with a glance at Hanno, which had not escaped the child, the senator had severely retorted that an excuse was not in place. The agony of their departed mother had been so sore that one had felt ashamed even to be sitting there free from pain, not to mention entertaining the cowardly thought of trying to escape any suffering of mind called up by the sight. From which, Hanno had gathered that it would not be safe to object to the visit to the open coffin. The room looked as strange to him as it had at Christmas, when, on the day before the funeral, between his father and his mother, he entered it from the hall. There was a half-circle of potted plants, arranged alternately with high silver candelabra, and against the dark green leaves gleamed from a black pedestal the marble copy of Thorwaldsen's Christ, which belonged in the corridor outside. Black crepe hangings fluttered everywhere in the draught, hiding the sky-blue tapestries and the smiling immortals who had looked down from these walls upon so many festive dinner tables. Little Johann stood beside the bier among his black-clad relatives. He had a broad mourning band on his own sailor suit, and his senses felt misty with the scent from countless bouquets and wreaths, and with another odor that came wafted now and then on a current of air, and smelled strange, yet somehow familiar. He stood beside the bier and looked at the motionless white figure stretched out there severe and solemn, amid white satin. This was not Grandmamma. There was her Sunday cap with the white silk ribbons, and her red-brown hair beneath it. But the pinched nose was not hers, nor the drawn lips, nor the sharp chin, nor the yellow, translucent hands, whose coldness and stiffness one could see. This was a wax doll. To dress it up and lay it out like that seemed rather horrible. He looked across to the landscape room, as though the real Grandmamma might appear there the next minute. But she did not come, she was dead. Death had turned her forever into this wax figure that kept its lids and lips so forbiddingly closed. He stood resting on his left leg, the right knee bent, balancing lightly on the toe, and clutched his sailor knot with one hand, the other hanging down. He held his head on one side, the curly light brown locks swaying over the temples, and looked with his gold brown, blue encircled eyes in brooding repugnance upon the face of the dead. His breath came long and shuddering, for he kept expecting that strange, puzzling odor which all the scent of the flowers sometimes failed to disguise. When the odor came, and he perceived it, he drew his brows still more together, his lip trembled, and the long sigh which he gave was so like a tearless sob that Frau Piermander bent over and kissed him and took him away. And after the senator and his wife, and Frau Piermander and Erika, had received for long hours the condolences of the entire town, Elizabeth Buddenbrook, born Kroger, was consigned to earth. The out-of-town families, from Hamburg and Frankfurt, came to the funeral and, for the last time, received hospitality in Meng Street. And the hosts of the sympathizers filled the hall and the landscape room, the corridor and the pillared hall, and Pastor Pringsheim of St. Mary's, erect among burning tapers at the head of the coffin, turning his face up to heaven, his hands folded beneath his chin, preached the funeral sermon. He praised in resounding tones the qualities of the departed, he praised her refinement and humility, her piety and cheer, her mildness and her charity. He spoke of the Jerusalem evenings and the Sunday school, he gilded with matchless oratory the whole long rich and happy earthly course of her who had left them, and when he came to the end, since the word end needed some sort of qualifying adjective, he spoke of her peaceful end. Frau Piermander was quite aware of the dignity, the representative bearing, which she owed to herself and the community in this hour. She, her daughter Erika, and her granddaughter Elizabeth occupied the most conspicuous places of honor, close to the pastor at the head of the coffin, while Thomas, Gerda, Clotilde, and little Johann, as likewise old Consul Kroger, who had a chair to sit in, were content, as were the relatives of the second class, to occupy less prominent places. Frau Piermander stood there, very erect, her shoulders elevated, her black-bordered handkerchief between her folded hands, and her pride in the chief role which it fell to her lot to perform was so great as sometimes entirely to obscure her grief. Conscious of being the focus of all eyes, she kept her own discreetly cast down, yet now and again she could not resist letting them stray over the assembly, in which she noted the presence of Julchen Mollendorf, born Hagenstrom, and her husband. Yes, they had all had to come, Mollendorfs, Kistenmakers, Langhalls, Overdiex before Tony Buddenbrook left her parental roof forever, they had all gathered here, to offer her, despite Grunlich, despite Piermander, despite Hugo Weinschenk, their sympathy and condolences. Pastor Pringsheim's sermon went on, turning the knife in the wound that death had made, he caused each person present to remember his own dead, he knew how to make tears flow where none would have flowed of themselves and for this the weeping ones were grateful to him. When he mentioned the Jerusalem evenings, all the old friends of the dead began to sob excepting Madame Kethelson, who did not hear a word he said, but stared straight before her with the remote air of the deaf, and the Gerhardt sisters, the descendants of Paul, who stood hand in a corner, their eyes glowing. They were glad for the death of their friend, and could have envied her but that envy and unkindness were foreign to their natures. Poor Mademoiselle Wakebrodt blew her nose all the time, with a short, emphatic sound. The Misses Buddenbrook did not weep. It was not their habit. Their bearing, less angular than usual, expressed a mild satisfaction with the impartial justice of death. Pastor Pringsheim's last amen resounded, and the four bearers, in their black three-cornered hats, their black cloaks billowing out behind them with the swiftness of their advance, came softly in and put their hands upon the coffin. They were four lackeys, known to everybody, who were engaged to hand the heavy dishes at every large dinner in the best circles, and who drank Mollendorf's claret out of the carafes, between the courses. But, also, they were indispensable at every funeral of the first or second class, being of large experience in this kind of work. They knew that the harshness of this moment, when the coffin was laid hold upon by strange hands and borne away from the survivors, must be ameliorated by tact and swiftness. Their movements were quick, agile, and noiseless. Hardly had any one time to be sensible of the pain of the situation, before they had lifted the burden from the bier to their shoulders, and the flower-covered casket swayed away smoothly and with decorum through the pillared hall. The ladies pressed tenderly about Frau Piermander and her daughter to offer their sympathy. They took her hand and murmured, with drooping eyes, precisely no more and no less than what on such occasions must be murmured, while the gentlemen made ready to go down to the carriages. Then came, in a long, black procession, the slow drive through the grey, misty streets out through the Bergthor, along the leafless avenue in a cold driving rain, to the cemetery, where the funeral march sounded behind half-bare shrubbery on the edge of the little grove, and the great sandstone cross marked the Buddenbrook family lot. The stone lid of the grave, carven with the family arms, lay close to the black hole framed in dripping greens. A place had been prepared down below for the newcomer. In the last few days, the senator had supervised the work of pushing aside the remains of a few early Buddenbrooks. The music sounded, the coffin swayed on the ropes above the open depth of masonry, with a gentle commotion it glided down. Pastor Pringsheim, who had put on pulse warmers, began to speak afresh, his voice ringing fervid and emotional above the open grave. He bent over the grave and spoke to the dead, calling her by her full name, and blessed her with the sign of the cross. His voice ceased, all the gentlemen held their top hats in front of their faces with their black-gloved hands, and the sun came out a little. It had stopped raining, and into the sound of the single drops that fell from the trees and bushes there broke now and then the short, fine, questioning twitter of a bird. All the gentlemen turned a moment to press the hands of the sons and brother of the dead once more. Thomas Buddenbrook, as the others filed by, stood between his brother Christian and his uncle Justus. His thick dark woolen overcoat was dewed with fine silver drops. He had begun of late to grow a little stout, the single sign of age in his carefully preserved exterior, and his cheeks, behind the pointed protruding ends of his moustaches, looked rounder than they used, but it was a pale and sallow roundness, without blood or life. He held each man's hand a moment in his own, and his slightly reddened eyes looked them all, with weary politeness, in the face. Chapter 4. A week later there sat in Senator Buddenbrook's private office, in the leather chair beside the writing desk, a little smooth-shaven old man with snow-white hair falling over his brow and temples. He sat in a crouching position, supporting both hands on the white top of his crutch cane, and his pointed chin on his hands, while he directed at the senator a look of such malevolence, such a crafty, penetrating glance, that one wondered why the latter did not avoid contact with such a man as this. But the senator sat apparently at ease, leaning back in his chair, talking to this baleful apparition as to a harmless ordinary citizen. Broker Sigismund Gosch and the head of the firm of Johann Buddenbrook were discussing the price of the Meng Street house. It took a long time. The offer of 28,000 thaler made by Herr Gosch seemed too low to the senator, and the broker called heaven to witness that it would be an act of madness to add a single groschen to the sum. Thomas Buddenbrook spoke of the central position and unusual extent of the property, but Herr Gosch, with picturesque gestures, in low and sibilant tones, expatiated upon the criminal risk he would be running. He waxed almost poetic. Ha! Could his honored friend tell him when, to whom, for how much, he would be able to get rid of the house again? How often, in the course of the century, would there be a demand for such a house? Perhaps his friend and patron could assure him that tomorrow, on the train from Buchen, there was arriving an Indian nabob who wished to establish himself in the Buddenbrook mansion? He, Sigismund Gauch, would have it on his hands, simply on his hands, and it would be the ruin of him. He would be a beaten man, his race would be run, his grave dug. Yes, it would be dug, and, as the phrase enchanted him, he repeated it, and added something more about chattering apes and clods of earth falling upon the lid of his coffin. But the senator was not satisfied. He spoke of the ease with which the property could be divided, emphasized his responsibility toward his sister, and remained by the sum of 30,000 thaler. After which he had to listen, with a mixture of enjoyment and impatience, to a rejoinder from Herr Gauch, which lasted some 2 hours, during which the broker sounded, as it were, all the registers of his character. He played 2 roles at once: first, the hypocritical villain, with a sweet voice, his head on one side, and a smile of open-hearted simplicity. Stretching out his large, white hand, with the long, trembling fingers, he said, "Agree, my dear young patron, 84,000 marks, it is the offer of an honest old man." But a child could have seen that this was all lies and treachery, a deceiving mask, behind which the man's deep villainy peeped forth. Thomas Buddenbrook finally declared that he must take time to think, and that in any case he must consult his sister, before he accepted the 28,000 thaler, which was unlikely. Then he turned the conversation to indifferent topics and asked Herr Gauch about business and his health. Things were going badly with Herr Gauch. He made a fine, sweeping gesture to wave away the imputation that he was a prosperous man. The burdens of old age approached, they were at hand even now, as aforesaid, his grave was dug. He could not even carry his glass of grog to his lips without spilling half of it, his arm trembled so like the devil. It did no good to curse. The will no longer availed. And yet, he had his life behind him, not such a poor life, after all. He had looked at the world with his eyes open. Revolutions had thundered by, their waves had beat upon his heart, so to speak. Ha! Those were other times, when he had stood at the side of Consul Johann Buddenbrook, the senator's father, at that historic sitting, and defied the fury of the raging mob. A frightful experience. No, his life had not been poor, either outwardly or inwardly. Hang it, he had been conscious of powers, and as the power is, so is the ideal, as Feuerbach says. And even now, his soul was not impoverished, his heart was still young, it had never ceased, and would never cease, to be capable of great emotions, to live fervently in and for his ideals. They would go with him to his grave, but were ideals, after all, meant to be realized? No, 1,000 times no. We might long for the stars, but should we ever reach them? No, hope, not realization, was the most beautiful thing in life. L'espérance, tout trompilleux est, cert au moins nous mener à la fin de la vie par un chemin agréable. La Rochefoucauld said that, and it was fine, wasn't it? Oh, yes, his honored friend and patron, of course, did not need to console himself with that sort of thing. The waves of life had lifted him high on their shoulders, and fortune played about his brow. But for the lonely and submerged, who dreamed alone in the darkness, suddenly you are happy, he said, laying his hand on the senator's knee, and looking up at him with swimming eyes. Don't deny it, it would be sacrilege. You are happy. You hold fortune in your arms. You have reached out your strong arms and conquered her, your strong hands. He corrected himself, not liking the sound of arms twice so close together. He was silent, and the senator's deprecating, patient reply went unheard. He seemed to be darkly dreaming for a moment, then he got up. We have been chatting, he said, but we came together on business. Time is money. Let us not waste it in hesitation. Listen to me. Since it is you, since it is you, you understand. Here it almost looked as though Herr Gosch was about to give way again to another rhapsody, but he restrained himself. He made a wide, sweeping gesture, and cried, 29,000 thaler, 87,000 marks current, for your mother's house. Is it a bargain? And Senator Buddenbrook agreed. Frau Permender, of course, found the sum ridiculously small. Considering the memories that clung about it, she would have thought $1,000,000 down no more than an honest price for their old home. But she rapidly adjusted herself the more readily that her thoughts and efforts were soon taken up by plans for the future. She rejoiced from the bottom of her heart over all the good furniture that had fallen to her share. And though there was no idea of bustling her away from under the parental roof, she plunged at once, with the greatest zest, into the business of finding and renting a new home. The leave-taking would be hard. The very thought of it brought tears to her eyes. But the prospect of a change was not without its own charm too. It was almost like another setting out the fourth one. And so again she looked at houses and visited Jacob's, again she bargained for portieres and stair carpets. And while she did all that, her heart beat faster, yes, even the heart of this old woman who was steeled by the misfortunes of life. Weeks passed like this, 4, 5, 6 weeks. The first snow fell, the stoves crackled. Winter was here again, and the Buddenbrooks began to consider sadly what sort of Christmas feast they should have this year. But now something happened, something surprising and dramatic beyond all words, something that simply knocked you off your feet. Frau Permender paused in the midst of her business, like one paralyzed. "Thomas," she said, "am I crazy? Is Gosh dreaming? It is too absurd, too outlandish." She held her temples with both her hands. The senator shrugged his shoulders. "My dear child, nothing at all is decided yet. But there is the possibility, and if you think it over quietly, you will see that there is nothing so extraordinary about it, after all. It is a little startling, I admit. It gave me a start when Gosh first told me. But absurd? What makes it absurd?" "I should die," said she. She sat down in a chair and stopped there without moving. What was going on? Simply that a buyer had appeared for the house, or, rather, a possible purchaser showed a desire to go over it, with a view to negotiations. And this possible purchaser was Hermann Hagenstrom, wholesale dealer and consul for the Kingdom of Portugal. When the first rumor reached Frau Permender, she was stunned, incredulous, incapable of grasping the idea. But when the rumor became concrete, when it actually took shape in the person of Consul Hermann Hagenstrom, standing, as it were, before the door, then she pulled herself together, and animation came back to her. "This must not happen, Thomas. As long as I live, it must not happen. When one sells one's house, one is bound to look out for the sort of master it gets. Our mother's house. Our house. The landscape room. But what stands in the way? What stands in the way? Heavens, Thomas. Mountains stand in the way, or they ought to. But he doesn't see them, this fat man with the snub nose. He doesn't care about them. He has no delicacy and no feeling. He is like the beasts that perish. From time immemorial the Hagenstroms and we have been rivals. Old Heinrich played father and grandfather some dirty tricks, and if Hermann hasn't tripped you up yet, it is only because he hasn't had a chance. When we were children, I boxed his ears in the open street, for very good reasons, and his precious little sister Julchen nearly scratched me to pieces for it. That was all childishness, then. But they have always looked on and enjoyed it whenever we had a piece of bad luck, and it was mostly I myself who gave them the pleasure. God willed it so. Whatever the consul did to injure you or overreach you in a business way, that I can't speak of, Tom. You must know better than I. But the last straw was when Erica made a good marriage and he wormed around until he managed to spoil it and get her husband shut up, through his brother, who is a cat. And now they have the nerve. Listen, Tony. In the first place, we have nothing more to say in the matter. We made our bargain with Gosh, and he has the right to deal with whomever he likes. But there is a sort of irony about it, after all. Irony? Well, if you like to call it that, but what I call it is a disgrace, a slap in the face, because that is just what it would be. You don't realize what it would be like, in the least. But it would mean to everybody that the Buddenbrook family are finished and done for, they clear out, and the Hagenstroms squeeze into their place, rattle-te-bang. No, Thomas, never will I consent to sit by while this goes on. I will never stir a finger in such baseness. Let him come here if he dares. I won't receive him, you may be sure of that. I will sit in my room with my daughter and my granddaughter, and turn the key in the door, and forbid him to enter. That is just what I will do. I know, Tony, you will do what you think best, and you will probably consider well beforehand if it will be wise not to preserve the ordinary social forms. For of course you don't imagine that Consul Hagenstrom would feel wounded by your conduct? Not in the least, my child. It would neither please nor displease him. He would simply be mildly surprised, that is all. The trouble is, you imagine he has the same feelings toward you that you have toward him. That is a mistake, Tony. He does not hate us in the least. He doesn't hate anybody. He is highly successful and extremely good-natured. As I've told you more than 10 times already, he would speak to you on the street with the utmost cordiality if you didn't put on such a belligerent air. I'm sure he is surprised at it for 2 minutes, of course not enough to upset the equilibrium of a man to whom nobody can do any harm. What is it you reproach him with? Suppose he has outstripped me in business, and even now and then got ahead of me in some public affair? That only means he is a better businessman and a cleverer politician than I am. There's no reason at all for you to laugh in that scornful way, but to come back to the house. The truth is, it has lost most of its old significance for us. That has gradually passed over to mine. I say this to console you in advance. On the other hand, it is plain why Consul Hagenstrom is thinking of buying. These people have come up in the world, their family is growing, they have married into the Mollendorp family, and become equal to the best in money and position. But so far, there has been something lacking, the outward sign of their position, which they were evidently willing to do without, the historic consecration, the legitimization, so to speak. But now they seem to have made up their minds to have that too, and some of it they will get by moving into a house like this one. You wait and see, mark my words, the consul will preserve everything as much as possible as it is. He will even keep the Dominus Provide bit over the door, though, to do him justice, it hasn't been the Lord at all, but Hermann Hagenstrom himself, single-handed, that has put the family and the firm where they are. Bravo, Tom. Oh, it does do me good to hear you say something spiteful about them once in a while. That's really all I want. Oh, if I only had your head. Wouldn't I just give it to him? But there you stand, you see, my head doesn't really do me much good. There you stand, I say, with that awful calmness, which I simply don't understand at all, and tell me how Hermann Hagenstrom does things. Ah, you may talk as you like, but you have a heart in your body, the same as I have myself, and I simply don't believe you feel as calm inside as you make out. All the things you say are nothing but your own efforts to console yourself. Now, Tony, you are getting pert. What I do is all you have anything to do with what I think is my own affair. Tell me one thing, Tom, wouldn't it be like a nightmare to you? Exactly. Like something you dreamed in a fever. Why not? Like the most ridiculous kind of farce. There, now, that's enough. And Consul Hagenstrom appeared in Meng Street, accompanied by Herr Gosch, who held his Jesuit hat in his hand, crouched over like a conspirator, and peered past the maid into the landscape room even while he handed her his card. Hermann Hagenstrom looked the city man to the life, an imposing stock exchange figure, in a coat the fur of which seemed a foot long, standing open over an English winter suit of good fuzzy yellow-green tweed. He was so uncommonly fat that not only his chin, but the whole lower part of his face, was double, a fact which his full short-trimmed blonde beard could not disguise. When he moved his forehead or eyebrows, deep folds came even in the smoothly shorn skin of his skull. His nose lay flatter upon his upper lip than ever, and breathed down into his mustaches. Now and then his mouth had to come to the rescue and fly open for a deep breath. When it did this it always made a little smacking noise, as the tongue came away from the roof of his mouth. Frau Piermander colored when she heard this once well-known sound. A vision of lemon buns with truffled sausage on top, almost threatened, for a moment, the stony dignity of her bearing. She sat on the sofa, her arms crossed and her shoulders lifted, in an exquisitely fitting black gown with flounces up to the waist, and a dainty morning cap on her smooth hair. As the two gentlemen entered, she made a remark to her brother the senator, in a calm, indifferent tone. He had not had the heart to leave her in the lurch at this hour, and he now walked to the middle of the room to meet their guests, while Tony remained on the sofa. He exchanged a hearty greeting with Herr Gosch and a correct and courteous one with the consul, then Tony rose of her own accord, performed a measured bow to both of them at once, and, without any excess of zeal, associated herself with her brother's invitation to the two gentlemen to be seated. They all sat down, and the consul and the broker talked by turns for the next few minutes. Herr Gosch's voice was offensively obsequious as he begged them to pardon the intrusion on their privacy. You could hear a malign undercurrent in it nonetheless, but Herr Consul Hagenstrom was anxious to go through the house with a view to possible purchase. And the consul, in a voice that again called up visions of lemon bun and goose liver, said the same thing in different words. Yes, in fact, this was the idea he had in mind and hoped to be able to carry out provided the broker did not try to drive too hard a bargain with him. He did not doubt but the matter could be settled to the satisfaction of everybody concerned. His manner was free and easy and like a man of the world's, which did not fail to make a certain impression on Madame Piermander, the more so that he nearly always turned to her as he spoke. His tone was almost apologetic when he went into detail upon the grounds for his desire to purchase. Room, he said. We need more room. My house in Sand Street, you wouldn't believe it, my dear madam, nor you, Herr Senator, but in fact, it is getting so small we can't turn round in it. I'm not speaking of company. It only takes the family, and the Hunius, and the Mollendorps and my brother Moritz's family, and there we are in fact, packed in like sardines. So, then well, why should we, you know? He spoke in an almost fretful tone, while manner and gestures expressed, you see for yourselves, there's no reason why I should put up with that sort of thing, when there is plenty of money to do what we like. I thought of waiting, he went on, till Zerline and Bob should want a house. Then they could take mine, and I could find something larger for myself. But in fact, you know, he interrupted himself, my daughter Zerline has been engaged to Bob, my brother the attorney's eldest, 4 years. The wedding won't be put off much longer, 2 years at most. They are young, so much the better. Well, in fact, why should I wait for them and let slip a good chance when it offers? There would be no sense in that. Everybody agreed. The conversation paused for a while on the subject of the approaching wedding. Advantageous marriages between first cousins were not uncommon in the town, and this one excited no disapproval. The plans of the young pair were inquired into with reference to the wedding journey. They thought of going to the Riviera, to Nice and so on. That was what they seemed to want to do, and why shouldn't they, you know? The younger children were mentioned, and the consul spoke of them with easy satisfaction, shrugging his shoulders. He himself had 5 children, and his brother Moritz had 4 sons and daughters. Yes, they were all flourishing, thanks. Why shouldn't they be, you know? In fact, they were all very well. And he came back to the growing up of the family, and to their narrow quarters. Yes, this is something else entirely, he said. I've seen that already, on the way upstairs. This house is a pearl, certainly a pearl if you can compare anything so large with anything so small, ha, ha. Why, even the hangings here, I own up to having had my eye on the hangings all the time I've been talking. A most charming room, in fact. When I think that you have passed all your life in these surroundings, in fact with some interruptions, said Frau Piermander, in that extraordinarily throaty voice of which she sometimes availed herself. Oh, yes, interruptions, repeated the consul, with a civil smile. Then he glanced at Senator Buddenbrook and the broker, and, as those gentlemen were in conversation together, he drew up his chair to Frau Piermander's sofa and leaned toward her, so that she felt his heavy breathing close under her nose. Being too polite to turn away, she sat as stiff and erect as possible and looked down at him under her drooping lids. But he was quite unconscious of her discomfort. Let me see, my dear Madame Piermander, he said. Seems to me we've done business together before now. In fact, what was it we were dickering over then? Sweetmeats, wasn't it, or titbits of some sort, and now a whole house? I don't remember, said Frau Piermander. She held her neck as stiff as she could, for his face was really disgustingly, indecently near. You don't remember? No, really, I don't remember anything at all about sweetmeats. I have a sort of hazy recollection of lemon buns, with sausage on top, some disgusting sort of school luncheon. I don't know whether it was yours or mine. We were all children then, but this matter of the house is entirely Herr Gosch's affair. I have nothing to do with it. She gave her brother a quick, grateful look, for he had seen her need and come to her rescue by asking if the gentlemen were ready to make the round of the house. They were quite ready, and took temporary leave of Frau Piermander, expressing the hope of seeing her again when they had finished. The senator led the 2 gentlemen out through the dining room. He took them upstairs and down, and showed them the rooms in the 2nd story as well as those on the corridor of the 1st, and the ground floor, including the kitchen and cellars. As the visit fell in business hours, they refrained from visiting the offices of the insurance company. But the new director was mentioned, and Consul Hagenstrom declared him to be a very honest chap, a remark which was received by the senator in silence. They went through the garden, lying bare and wretched under half-melting snow, looked at the portal, and returned to the laundry, in the front courtyard, and thence by the narrow paved walk that led between walls to the back courtyard with the oak tree, and the back building. Here there was nothing but old age, neglect, and dilapidation. Grass and moss grew between the paving stones, the steps were in a state of advanced decay, and they could only look into the billiard room without entering. The floor was so bad so the family of cats that lived there rent-free was not disturbed. Consul Hagenstrom said very little. He was obviously planning. Well, yes, he kept saying, as he looked and turned away, suggesting by his manner that in case he bought the house all this would of course be different. He stood, with the same air, on the ground floor of the back building and looked up at the empty attic. Yes, well, he repeated, and set in motion the thick, rotting cable with the rusty iron hook on the end that had been hanging there for years. Then he turned on his heel. "Best thanks for your trouble, Herr Senator," he said. "We're at the end, I suppose." He scarcely uttered a word on the rapid return to the front building, or later when the two gentlemen paid their respects to Frau Permender in the landscape room and the senator accompanied them down the steps and across the entry. But hardly had they said goodbye and Consul Hagenstrom turned with his companion to walk down the street, when it was seen that a very lively conversation began at once between the two. The senator returned to the room where Frau Permender, with her severest manner, sat bolt upright in the window, knitting with two huge wooden needles a black worsted frock for her granddaughter Elizabeth, and now and then casting a glance into the gossip's glass. Thomas walked up and down a while in silence, with his hands in his trousers pockets. "Yes, we have put it in the broker's hands," he said at length. "We must wait and see what comes of it. My opinion is that he will buy the whole property, live here in the front, and utilize the back part in some other way." She did not look at him, or change her position, or cease to knit. On the contrary, the needles flew back and forth faster than ever. "Oh, certainly, of course he'll buy it. He'll buy the whole thing," she said, and it was her throaty voice she used. "Why shouldn't he buy it, you know? In fact, there would be no sense in that at all." She raised her eyebrows and looked severely through her pince-nez which she now used for sewing, but never managed to put on straight at her knitting needles. They flew like lightning round and round each other, clacking all the while. Christmas came, the first Christmas without the Frau Consul. They spent the evening of the 24th at the senator's house, without the old Krogers and without the Misses Buddenbrook, for the old children's day had now ceased to exist, and Thomas Buddenbrook did not feel like making presents to everybody who used to attend the Frau Consul's celebration. Only Frau Permender and Erika, with little Elizabeth, Christian, Clotilde, and Mademoiselle Wake-Brot, were invited. The latter insisted on holding the customary present-giving on the 25th, in her own stuffy little rooms, where it was attended with the usual mishap. There was no troop of poor retainers to receive shoes and woolen underwear, and there were no choir boys, when they assembled in Fisher's Lane on the 24th. They joined quite simply together in Holy Night, and Therese Wake-Brot read the Christmas chapter instead of the Frau Senator, who did not particularly care for such things. Then they went through the suite of rooms into the hall, singing in a subdued way the first stanza of "O Evergreen." There was no special ground for rejoicing. Nobody's face was beaming with joy, there was no lively conversation. What was there to talk about? They thought of the departed mother, discussed the sale of the house and the well-lighted apartment which Frau Permender had rented in a pleasant house outside Holson Gate, with a view on the green square of Linden Place, and what would happen when Hugo Weinschenk came out of prison. At intervals little Johann played on the piano something which he had been learning with Herr Pfeil, or accompanied his mother, not faultlessly, but with a lovely singing tone, in a Mozart sonata. He was praised and kissed, but had to be taken off to bed by Ida Jungmann, for he was pale and tired on account of a recent stomach upset. Even Christian was disinclined to talk or joke. After the violent altercation in the breakfast room he had not let fall another syllable about getting married. He lived on in the old way, on terms with his brother which were not very honorable to himself. He made a brief effort, rolling his eyes about, to awaken sympathy in the company for the misery in his side, went early to the club, and came back to supper, which was held after the prescribed traditions. And then the Buddenbrooks had this Christmas too behind them, and were glad of it. In the beginning of the year 1872, the household of the deceased Frau Consul was broken up. The servants went, and Frau Piermander thanked God to see the last of Mamsell Severin, who had continued to question her authority in the most unpleasant manner, and now departed with the silk gowns and linen which she had accumulated. Furniture wagons stood before the door, and the old house was emptied of its contents. The great carved chest, the gilt candelabra, and the other things that had fallen to his share, the senator took to his house in Fisher's Lane. Christian moved with his into a 3-room bachelor apartment near the club, and the little Piermander Weinschenk family took possession with theirs of the well-lighted flat in Linden Place, which was after all not without some claims to elegance. It was a pretty little apartment, and the front door of it had a bright copper plate with the name A. Piermander Buddenbrook, widow, in ornamental lettering. The house in Meng Street was hardly emptied when a host of workmen appeared and began to tear down the back building. The dust from the old mortar darkened the air. The property had passed into the hands of Consul Hermann Hagenstrom. He had set his heart upon it, and had outbid an offer which Sigmund Gosch received for it from Bremen. He immediately began to turn it to the best advantage, in the ingenious way for which he had been so long admired. In the spring he moved with his family into the front house, where he left everything almost untouched, save for the necessary renovations and certain very modern improvements. For instance, he had the old bell pulls taken out and the house fitted throughout with electric bells. And hardly had the back building been demolished when a new, neat, and airy structure rose in its place, which fronted on Baker's Alley and was intended for shops and warehouses. Frau Piermander had frequently sworn to her brother that no power on earth could bring her ever to look at the parental home again. But it was hardly possible to carry out this threat. Her way sometimes led her of necessity past the shops which had been quickly and advantageously rented, and past the show windows of the back building, or the dignified gable front on the other side, where now, beneath the Dominus Provide bit, was to be read the name of Consul Hermann Hagenstrom. When she saw that, Frau Piermander, on the open street, before ever so many people, simply began to weep aloud. She put back her head like a bird beginning to sing, pressed her handkerchief to her eyes, uttered a wail of mingled protest and lament, and, giving no heed to the passers-by or to the remonstrances of her daughter, gave her tears free vent. They were the unashamed, refreshing tears of her childhood, which she still retained despite all the storms and shipwrecks of her life. Part 10. Chapter I often, in an hour of depression, Thomas Buddenbrook asked himself what he was, or what there was about him to make him think even a little better of himself than he did of his honest, limited, provincial fellow burghers. The imaginative grasp, the brave idealism of his youth was gone. To work at his play, to play at his work, to bend an ambition that was half earnest, half whimsical, toward the accomplishment of aims that even to himself possessed but a symbolic value for such blithe scepticism and such an enlightened spirit of compromise, a great deal of vitality is necessary, as well as a sense of humor. And Thomas Buddenbrook felt inexpressibly weary and disgusted. What there was in life for him to reach, he had reached. He was well aware that the high water mark of his life, if that were a possible way to speak of such a commonplace, humdrum sort of existence, had long since passed. As for money matters, his estate was much reduced and the business, in general, on the decline. Counting his mother's inheritance and his share of the Meng Street property, he was still worth more than 600,000 marks. But the working capital of the firm had lain fallow for years, under the penny-wise policies of which the senator had complained at the time of the affair of the Poppenrade harvest. Since the blow he had then received, they had grown worse instead of better, until now, At a time when prospects were brighter than ever, when everybody was flushed with victory, the city had at last joined the customs union, and small retail firms all over the country were growing within a few years into large wholesale ones. The firm of Johann Buddenbrook rested on its oars and reaped no advantage from the favorable time. If the head of the firm were asked after his business, he would answer, with a deprecating wave of the hand, "Oh, it's not much good, these days." As a lively rival, a close friend of the Hagenstroms, once put it, Thomas Buddenbrook's function on 'Change was now largely decorative. The jest had for its point a jeer at the senator's carefully preserved and faultless exterior, and it was received as a masterpiece of wit by his fellow citizens. Thus the senator's services to the old firm were no longer what they had been in the time of his strength and enthusiasm, while his labors for the good of the community had at the same time reached a point where they were circumscribed by limitations from without. When he was elected to the Senate, in fact, he had reached those limitations. There were thereafter only places to keep, offices to hold, but nothing further that he could achieve, nothing but the present, the narrow reality, never any grandiose plans to be carried out in the future. He had, indeed, known how to make his position and his power mean more than others had made them mean in his place. Even his enemies did not deny that he was the burgomaster's right hand. But burgomaster himself Thomas Buddenbrook could never become. He was a merchant, not a professional man. He had not taken the classical course at the gymnasium. He was not a lawyer. He had always done a great deal of historical and literary reading in his spare time, and he was conscious of being superior to his circle in mind and understanding, in inward as well as outward culture, so he did not waste much time in lamenting the lack of external qualifications which made it impossible for him to succeed to the first place in his little community. "How foolish we were," he said to Stephen Kistenmaker, but he really only meant himself by we that we went into the office so young, and did not finish our schooling instead. And Stephen Kistenmaker answered, "You're right there. But how do you mean?" The senator now chiefly worked alone at the great mahogany writing desk in his private office. No one could see him there when he leaned his head on his hand and brooded, with his eyes closed. But he preferred it, also, because the hair-splitting pedantries of Herr Marcus had become unendurable to him. The way the man forever straightened his writing materials and stroked his beard would in itself have driven Thomas Buddenbrook from his seat in the counting room. The fussiness of the old man had increased with the years to a positive mania, but what made it intolerable to the senator was the fact that of late he had begun to notice something of the same sort in himself. He, who had once so hated all smallness and pettiness, was developing a pedantry which seemed to him the outgrowth of anybody else's character rather than his own. He was empty within. There was no stimulus, no absorbing task into which he could throw himself. But his nervous activity, his inability to be quiet, which was something entirely different from his father's natural and permanent fondness for work, had not lessened, but increased. It had indeed taken the upper hand and become his master. It was something artificial, a pressure on the nerves, a depressant, in fact, like the pungent little Russian cigarettes which he was perpetually smoking. This craving for activity had become a martyrdom, but it was dissipated in a host of trivialities. He was harassed by 1,000 trifles, most of which had actually to do with the upkeep of his house and his wardrobe, small matters which he could not keep in his head, over which he procrastinated out of disgust, and upon which he spent an utterly disproportionate amount of time and thought. What outsiders called his vanity had lately increased in a way of which he was himself ashamed, though he was without the power to shake off the habits he had formed. Nowadays it was 9 o'clock before he appeared to Herr Wenzel, in his nightshirt, after hours of heavy, unrefreshing sleep, and quite an hour and a half later before he felt himself ready and panoplied to begin the day, and could descend to drink his tea in the first story. His toilette was a ritual consisting of a succession of countless details which drove him half mad, from the cold douche in the bathroom to the last brushing of the last speck of dust off his coat, and the last pressure of the tongs on his mustache. But it would have been impossible for him to leave his dressing room with the consciousness of having neglected a single one of these details, for fear he might lose thereby his sense of immaculate integrity which, however, would be dissipated in the course of the next hour and have to be renewed again. He saved in everything, so far as he could without subjecting himself to gossip. But he did not save where his clothes were concerned. He still had them made by the best Hamburg tailor, and spared no expense in the care and replenishing of his wardrobe. A spacious cabinet, like another room, was built into the wall of his dressing room, and here, on long rows of hooks, on wooden hangers, were coats, smoking jackets, frock coats, evening clothes, clothes for all occasions, all seasons, and all grades of formality. The carefully creased trousers were arranged on chairs beneath. The top of his chest of drawers was covered with combs, brushes, and toilet preparations for hair and beard, while within it was the supply of body linen of all possible kinds, which was constantly changed, washed, worn out, and renewed. He spent in this dressing room not only the early hours of each morning, but also a long time before every dinner, every sitting of the Senate, every public appearance, in short, before every occasion on which he had to show himself among his fellow men, even before the daily dinner with his wife, little Johann, and Ida Jungmann. And when he left it, the fresh underwear on his body, the faultless elegance of his clothing, the smell of the brilliantine on his mustache, and the cool, astringent taste of the mouthwash he used, all this gave him a feeling of satisfaction and adequacy, like that of an actor who has adjusted every detail of his costume and makeup and now steps out upon the stage. And, in truth, Thomas Buddenbrooks' existence was no different from that of an actor whose whole life has become one long production, which, but for a few brief hours for relaxation, consumes him unceasingly. In the absence of any ardent objective interest, his inward impoverishment oppressed him almost without any relief, with a constant, dull chagrin, while he stubbornly clung to the determination to be worthily representative, to conceal his inward decline, and to preserve the or whatever it cost him. All this made of his life, his every word, his every motion, a constant irritating pretense. And this state of things showed itself by peculiar symptoms and strange whims, which he observed with surprise and disgust. People who have no role to perform before the public, who do not conceive themselves as acting a part, but as standing unobserved to watch the performance of others, like to stand with the light at their backs. But Thomas Buddenbrook could not endure the feeling of standing in the shadow while the light streamed full upon the faces of those whom he wished to impress. He wanted his audience, before whom he was to act the role of a social light, a public orator, or a representative businessman, to stand before him in a confused and shadowy mass while a blinding light played upon his own face. Only this gave him a feeling of separation and safety, an intoxicating sense of self-production, which was the atmosphere in which he achieved success. It had come to be the case that precisely this intoxication was the most bearable condition he knew. When he stood up at table, wine-glass in hand, to reply to a toast, with his charming manner, easy gestures, and witty turns of phrase, which struck unerringly home and released waves of merriment down the length of the table, then he might feel, as well as seem, the Thomas Buddenbrook of former days. It was much harder to keep the mastery over himself when he was sitting idle. For then his weariness and disgust rose up within him, clouded his eyes, relaxed his bearing and his facial muscles. At such times, he was possessed by one desire, to steal away, to be alone, to lie in silence, with his head resting on a cool pillow. Frau Permander had dined that evening in Fisher's Lane. She was the only guest, for her daughter, who was to have gone, had visited her husband that afternoon in the prison, and felt, as she usually did, exhausted and incapable of further effort. So she had stayed at home. Frau Antony had spoken at table of the mental condition of her son-in-law, which, it appeared, was very bad, and the question arose whether one might not, with some hope of success, petition the Senate for a pardon. After dinner the three relatives sat in the living room, at the round table beneath the great gas lamp. The Frau Senator bent her lovely face over some embroidery, and the gas light lit up gleams in her dark hair. Frau Pirmander, with careful fingers, fastened an enormous red satin bow onto a tiny yellow basket, intended as a birthday present for a friend. Her glasses were stuck absolutely awry and useless on her nose. The senator sat with his legs crossed, partly turned away from the table, in a large upholstered easy chair, reading the paper. He drew in the smoke of his Russian cigarette and let it out again in a light grey stream between his mustaches. It was a warm summer Sunday evening. The lofty window was open, and the lifeless, rather damp air flowed into the room. From where they sat at the table they could look between the grey gables of intervening houses at the stars and the slowly moving clouds. There was still light in Iwerson's little flower shop across the way. Further on in the quiet street a concertina was being played with a good many false notes, probably by the son of Dankwart the driver. But sometimes the street was noisy with a troop of sailors, singing, smoking, arm in arm, going, no doubt, from one doubtful waterside public house to another still more doubtful one, and obviously in a jovial mood. Their rough voices and swinging tread would die off down across street. The senator laid down his newspaper, put his glasses in his waistcoat pocket, and rubbed his hand over his eyes and forehead. Feeble, very feeble indeed, this paper, he said. I always think when I read it of what grandfather used to say about a dish that had no particular taste or consistency. It tastes as if you were hanging your tongue out of the window. 1, 2, 3, and you've finished with the whole stupid thing. You are certainly right about that, Tom, said Frau Pirmander, letting fall her work and looking at her brother sidewise, past her glasses but not through them. What is there in it? I've always said, ever since I was a mere slip of a girl, that this town paper is a wretched sheet. I read it too, of course, for want of a better one, but it isn't so very thrilling to hear that wholesale dealer Consul so-and-so is going to celebrate his silver wedding. We ought to read other papers, the Königsberg Gazette, or the Rhenish Gazette, then she interrupted herself. She had taken up the paper as she spoke, and let her eye run contemptuously down the columns. But her glance was arrested by a short notice of 4 or 5 lines, which she read through, clutching her eyeglasses, her mouth slowly opening. Then she uttered 2 shrieks, with the palms of her hands pressed against her cheeks, and her elbows held out straight. Oh, impossible, impossible. Imagine you're not seeing that at all. It is frightful. Oh, poor Armgard. It had to come to her like that. Gerda had lifted her head from her work, and Thomas, startled, looked at his sister. Much upset, Frau Pirmander read the notice aloud, in a guttural, portentous tone. It came from Rostock, and it said that, the night before, Herr Ralph von Mayboom, owner of the Poppenrade estate, had committed suicide by shooting himself with a revolver, in the study of the manor house. Pecuniary difficulties seemed to have been the cause of the act. Herr von Mayboom leaves a wife and 3 children. She finished and let the paper fall in her lap, then leaned back and looked at her brother and sister with wide, piteous eyes. Thomas Buddenbrook had turned away while he listened, and looked past his sister between the portieres, into the dark salon. With a revolver, he asked, after silence had reigned some 2 minutes. and then, after another pause, he said in a low voice, slowly and mockingly, "That is the nobility for you." Then he fell again to musing, and the rapidity with which he drew the ends of his mustaches through his fingers was in remarkable contrast to the vacant fixity of his gaze. He did not listen to the lamentations of his sister, or to her speculations on what poor Armgard would do now. Nor did he notice that Gerda, without turning her head in his direction, was fixing him with a searching and steady gaze from her close-set, blue-shadowed eyes. Chapter 2 Thomas Buddenbrook did not contemplate the future of little Johann with the weary dejection which was now his settled mood when he thought about his own life and his own end. The family feeling which led him to cherish the past history of his house extended itself even more strongly into its future, and he was influenced, too, by the loving and expectant curiosity concentrated upon his son by his family and his friends and acquaintances, even by the Buddenbrook ladies in Broad Street. He said to himself that, however hopeless and thwarted he himself felt, he was still, wherever his son was concerned, capable of inexhaustible streams of energy, endurance, achievement, success. Yes, that at this one spot his chilled and artificial life could still be warmed into a genuine and glowing warmth of hopes and fears and affections. Perhaps, some day, it would be granted to him to look back upon his past from a quiet corner and watch the renaissance of the old time, the time of Hanno's great-grandfather. Was such a hope, after all, entirely vain? He had felt that the music was his enemy, but it had almost begun to look as if it had no such important bearing upon the situation. Granted that the child's fondness for improvising, without notes, was evidence of a not quite common gift, in the systematic lessons with Herr Pfeil he had not showed by any means extraordinary progress. The preoccupation with music was no doubt due to his mother's influence, and it was not surprising that during his early years this influence had been preponderant. But the time was close at hand when it would be the father's turn to influence his son, to draw him over to his side, to neutralize the feminine influence by introducing a masculine one in its place. And the senator determined not to let any such opportunities pass without improving them. Hanno was now 11 years old. The preceding Easter, he had, by the skin of his teeth and by dint of 2 extra examinations in mathematics and geography, been passed into the 4th form, as had likewise his young friend Count Maln. It had been settled that he should attend the mercantile side of the school, for it went without saying that he would be a merchant and take over the family business. When his father asked him if he felt any inclination toward his future career, he answered yes, a simple, unadorned, embarrassed yes, which the senator tried to make a little more convincing by asking leading questions, but mostly without success. If the senator had had 2 sons, he would assuredly have allowed the second to go through the gymnasium and study. But the firm demanded a successor. And, besides, he was convinced he was doing the boy a kindness in relieving him of the unnecessary Greek. He was of opinion that the mercantile course was the easier to master, and that Hanno would therefore come through with greater credit and less strain if he took it, considering his defects, his slowness of comprehension, his absent, dreaming ways, and his physical delicacy, which often obliged him to be absent from school. If little Johann Buddenbrook were to achieve the position in life to which he was called, they must be mindful before everything else, by care and cherishing on the one hand, by sensible toughening on the other, to strengthen his far from robust constitution. Hanno had grown sturdier in the past year, but, despite his blue sailor suit, he still looked a little strange in the playground of the school, by contrast with the blonde Scandinavian type that predominated there. He now wore his brown hair parted on the side and brushed away from his white forehead. But it still inclined to fall in soft ringlets over the temples, and his eyes were as golden brown as ever, and as veiled with their brown lashes. His legs, in long black stockings, and his arms, in the loose quilted blue sleeves of his suit, were small and soft like a girl's, and he had, like his mother, the blue shadows under his eyes. And still, in those eyes, especially when they gave a side glance, as they often did, there was that timid and defensive look, while the mouth closed with the old, woebegone expression which he had had even as a baby, or went slightly crooked when he explored the recesses of his mouth for a defective tooth. And there would come upon his face when he did this a look as if he were cold. Dr. Langhals had now entirely taken over Dr. Grabo's practice and had become the Buddenbrook family physician. From him they learned the reason why the child's skin was so pale and his strength so inadequate. It seemed that Hanno's organism did not produce red corpuscles in sufficient number. But there was a remedy for this defect, cod liver oil, which, accordingly, Dr. Langhals prescribed in great quantities, good, thick, greasy, yellow cod liver oil, to be taken from a porcelain spoon twice a day. The senator gave the order, and Ida Jungmann, with stern affection, saw it carried out. In the beginning, to be sure, Hanno threw up after each spoonful. His stomach seemed to have a prejudice against the good cod liver oil. But he got used to it in the end, and if you held your breath and chewed a piece of rye bread immediately after, the nausea was not so severe. His other troubles were all consequent upon this lack of red corpuscles, it appeared, secondary phenomena, Dr. Langhals called them, looking at his fingernails. But it was necessary to attack these other enemies ruthlessly. As for the teeth, for these Herr Brecht and his Josephus lived in Mill Street, to take care of them, to fill them, when necessary, to extract them. And for the digestion there was castor oil, thick, clear castor oil that slipped down your throat like a lizard, after which you smelled and tasted it for 3 days, sleeping and waking. Oh, why were all these remedies of such surpassing nastiness? One single time Hanno had been rather ill, and his heart action had shown unusual irregularity. Dr. Langhals had with some misgiving prescribed a remedy which little Hanno had actually enjoyed, and which had done him a world of good. These were arsenic pills. But however much he asked to have the dose repeated, for he felt almost a yearning for these sweet, soothing little pills, Dr. Langhals never prescribed them again. Castor oil and cod liver oil were excellent things. But Dr. Langhals was quite at one with the senator in the view that they could not of themselves make a sound and sturdy citizen of little Johann if he did not do his part. There was gymnasium drill once a week in the summer, out on the castle field, where the youth of the city were given the opportunity to develop their strength and courage, their skill and presence of mind, under the guidance of Herr Fritsch, the drill master. But to his father's annoyance, Hanno showed a distinct distaste for the manly sports, a silent, pronounced, almost haughty opposition. Why was it that he cared so little for playmates of his own class and age, with whom he would have to live, and was forever sticking about with this little unwashed Kai, who was a good child, of course, but not precisely a proper friend for the future? Somehow or other a boy must know from the beginning how to gain the confidence and respect of his comrades, upon whose good opinion of him he will be dependent for the rest of his life. There were, on the other hand, the 2 sons of Consul Hagenstrom, 2 fine strapping boys, 12 and 14 years old, strong and full of spirits, who instituted prize fights in the neighboring woods, were the best gymnasts in the school, swam like otters, smoked cigars, and were ready for any deviltry. They were popular, feared, and respected. Their cousins, the 2 sons of Dr. Moritz Hagenstrom, the state attorney, were of a more delicate build, and gentler ways. They distinguished themselves in scholarship, and were model pupils, zealous, industrious, quiet, attentive, devoured by the ambition to bring home a report card marked number 1. They achieved their ambition, and were respected by their stupider and lazier colleagues. But not to speak of his masters, what must his fellow pupils think of Hanno, who was not only a very mediocre scholar, but a weakling into the bargain, who tried to get out of everything for which a scrap of courage, strength, skill, and energy were needed? When Senator Buddenbrook passed the little balcony on his way to his dressing room, he would hear from Hanno's room, which was the middle one of the three on that floor since he had grown too large to sleep with Ida Jungmann, the notes of the harmonium, or the hushed and mysterious voice of Count Malm telling a story. Kai avoided the drill classes, because he detested the discipline which had to be observed there. "No, Hanno," he said, "I'm not going." "Are you?" "Deuce take it. Anything that would be any fun is forbidden." Expressions like "deuce take it" he got from his father. Hanno answered, "If Herr Fritsch ever one single day smelled of anything but beer and sweat, I might consider it." "Don't talk about it, Kai. Go on. Tell that one about the ring you got out of the bog. You didn't finish it?" "Very good," said Kai. "But when I nod, then you must play." And he went on with his story. If he was to be believed, he had once, on a warm evening, in a strange, unrecognizable region, slid down a slippery, immeasurable cliff, at the foot of which, by the flickering, livid light from will-o'-the-wisps, he saw a black marsh, from which silvery bubbles mounted with a hollow gurgling sound. One of these bubbles, which kept coming up near the bank, took the form of a ring when it burst, and he had succeeded in seizing it, after long and dangerous efforts, after which it burst no more, but remained in his grasp, a firm and solid ring, which he put on his finger. He rightly ascribed unusual powers to this ring, for by its help he climbed up the slippery cliff and saw, a little way off in the rosy mist, a black castle. It was guarded to the teeth, but he had forced an entrance, always by the help of the ring, and performed miracles of rescue and deliverance. All this Hanno accompanied with sweet chords on his harmonium. Sometimes, if the difficulties were not too great, these stories were acted in the Marionette Theatre, to musical accompaniment. But Hanno attended the drill class only on his father's express command, and then Kai went too. It was the same with the skating in the winter time, and with the bathing in summer at the wooden bathing establishment of Herr Asmussen, down on the river. Bathing and swimming, let the boy have bathing and swimming, he must bathe and swim, Dr. Langhals had said. And the senator was entirely of the same opinion. But Hanno had a reason for absenting himself from the bathing, as well as from the skating and the drill class. The two sons of Consul Hagenstrom, who took part in all such exercises with great skill and credit, singled Hanno out at once. And though they lived in his own grandmother's house, that fact did not prevent them from making his life miserable. They lost no opportunity of tormenting him. At drill they pinched him and derided him. They rolled him in the dirty snow at the ice rink, and in the water they came up to him with horrid noises. Hanno did not try to escape. It would have been useless anyhow. He stood, with his girlish arms, up to his middle in the turbid water of the pool, which had large patches of duckweed growing on it, and awaited his tormentors with a scowl, a dark look, and twisted lips. They, sure of their prey, came on with long splashing strides. They had muscular arms, these two young Hagenstroms, and they clutched him round his body and ducked him a good long time, so that he swallowed rather a lot of the dirty water and gasped for breath a long time after. One single time he was a little avenged. One afternoon the two Hagenstroms were holding him down under the water, when one of them suddenly gave a shriek of pain and fury and lifted his plump leg, from which drops of blood were oozing. Beside him rose the head of Count Malm, who had somehow got hold of the price of admission, swum up invisible in the water, and bitten young Hagenstrom, bitten with all his teeth into his leg, like a furious little dog. His blue eyes flashed through the red blonde hair that hung down wet all over his face. He paid richly for the deed, did the little count, and left the swimming pool much the worse for the encounter. But Consul Hagenström's son limped perceptibly when he went home. Nourishing remedies and physical exercise were the basis of the treatment calculated to turn Senator Buddenbrooks' son into a strong and healthy lad. But no less painstakingly did the senator strive to influence his mind and give him lively impressions of the practical world in which he was to live. He began gradually to introduce him into the sphere of his future activities. He took him on business expeditions down to the harbor and let him stand by on the quay while he spoke to the dockers in a mixture of Danish and dialect or gave orders to the men who with hollow, long-drawn cries were hauling up the sacks to the granary floor. He took him into dark little warehouse offices to confer with superintendents. All this life of the harbors, ships, sheds, and granaries, where it smelled of butter, fish, sea-water, tar, and greasy iron, had been to Thomas Buddenbrook from childhood up the most fascinating thing on earth. But his son gave no spontaneous expression of his own enchantment with the sight, and so the father was fain to arouse it in him. "What are the names of the boats that ply to Copenhagen?" "The Naiad, the Halmstad, the Friedrich over the Eck. Why, if you know those, my son, at least that's something. You'll soon learn the others. Some of those people over there hauling up the grain have the same name as you. They were named after your grandfather, as you were. And their children are often named after me or Mama. We give them little presents every year. Now this next granary we don't stop at it, we go past and don't talk to the men, it is a rival business. Should you like to come, Hanno?" he said another time. "There is a ship of our line being launched today, and I shall christen it. Do you want to go?" And Hanno signified that he wanted to go. He went with his father, listened to his speech, and saw him break a bottle of champagne on the prow of the ship, saw how she glided down the ways, which had been smeared with green soap, and into the water. On certain days of the year, as New Year's and Palm Sunday, when there were confirmations, Senator Buddenbrook drove out on a round of visits to particular houses in which he had social relations. His wife did not like these visits, and excused herself on the ground of headache and nervousness, so Hanno would be asked to go along in her place, and here, too, he signified his desire to go. He climbed into the carriage beside his father, and sat silent by his side in the reception rooms, watching his easy, tactful, assured, and carefully graduated manner toward their hosts. He heard District Commander Colonel Herr von Rindlingen tell his father how greatly he appreciated the honor of his visit, and saw how his father, in reply, put on an air of amiable depreciation and laid his arm an instant across the colonel's shoulders. In another place the same remark was made, and he received it with quiet seriousness, and in a third with an ironically exaggerated compliment in return. All this with a floridity of speech and gesture which he obviously liked to produce for the admiration of his son, and from which he promised himself the most edifying results. But the little boy saw more than he should have seen. The shy, gold-brown, blue shadowy eyes observed too well. He saw not only the unerring charm which his father exercised upon everybody, he saw as well, with strange and anguished penetration, how cruelly hard it was upon him. He saw how his father, paler and more silent after each visit, would lean back in his corner of the carriage with closed eyes and reddened eyelids. He realized with a sort of horror that on the threshold of the next house a mask would glide over his face, a galvanized activity take hold of the weary frame. Thus the visits, the social intercourse with one's kind, instead of giving little Johann, quite simply, the idea that one has practical interests in common with one's fellow men, which one looks after oneself, expecting others to do the same, appeared to him like an end in themselves, instead of straightforward and single-minded participation in the common business, he saw his father perform an artificial and complicated part, by dint of a fearful effort and an exaggerated, consuming virtuosity. And when he thought that some day he should be expected to perform the same part, under the gaze of the whole community, Hanno shut his eyes and shivered with rebellion and disgust. Ah, that was not the effect Thomas Buddenbrook looked for from the influence of his own personality upon his sons. What he had hoped to do was to stimulate self-confidence in the boy, and a sense of the practical side of life. This was what he had in mind and nothing else. "You seem to enjoy good living, my boy," said he, when Hanno asked for a second portion of the sweet or a half cup of coffee after dinner. "Well, then, you must become a merchant and earn a lot of money." "Should you like to do that?" Little Johann said he would. Sometimes when the family were invited to dinner, Aunt Antony or Uncle Christian would begin to tease Aunt Clotilde and imitate her meek, drawling accents. Then little Johann, stimulated by the heavy red wine which they gave him, would ape his elders and make some remarks to Aunt Clotilde in the same vein. And then how Thomas Buddenbrook would laugh! He would give a loud, hearty, jovial roar, like a man put in high spirits by some unexpected piece of good luck, and join in on his son's side against poor Aunt Clotilde, though for his own part he had long since given up these witticisms at the expense of his poor relative. It was so easy, so safe, to tease poor, limited, modest, lean, and hungry Clotilde, that, harmless though it was, he felt it rather beneath him. But he wished he did not, for it was the same story over again, too many considerations, too many scruples. Why must he be forever opposing these scruples against the hard, practical affairs of life? Why could he never learn that it was possible to grasp a situation, to see around it, as it were, and still to turn it to one's own advantage without any feeling of shame? For precisely this, he said to himself, is the essence of a capacity for practical life. And thus, how happy, how delighted, how hopeful he felt whenever he saw even the least small sign in little Johann of a capacity for practical life. Chapter 3 The extended summer trip which had once been customary with the Buddenbrooks had now been given up for some years. Indeed, when the Frau Senator, in the previous spring, had wished to make her old father in Amsterdam a visit and play a few duets with him, the senator had given his consent rather curtly. But it had become the rule for Gerda, little Johann, and Fräulein Jungmann to spend the holidays at the Kurhaus, in Travemund, for the sake of Hanno's health. Summer holidays at the seashore. Did anybody really understand the joy of that? After the dragging monotony and worry of the endless school terms came 4 weeks of peaceful, carefree seclusion, full of the good smell of seaweed and the whispering of the gentle surf. 4 weeks. At the beginning it seemed endless, you could not believe that it would end, it was almost indelicate to suggest such a thing. Little Johann could not comprehend the crudity of a master who could say, after the holidays we shall take up our work at this or that point. After the holidays. He appeared to be already rejoicing in the thought, this strange man in the shiny worsted suit. After the holidays. What a thought! And how far off in the grey distance lay everything that was on the other side of the holidays, on the other side of those 4 weeks. The inspection of the school report, with its record of examinations well or badly got through, would be at last over, and the journey in the overcrowded carriage. Hanno would wake the first morning in his room at the Kurhaus, in one of the Swiss cottages that were united by a small gallery to the main building and the pastry shop. He would have a vague feeling of happiness that mounted in his brain and made his heart contract. He would open his eyes and look with eager pleasure at the old-fashioned furniture of the cleanly little room. A moment of dazed and sleepy bliss, then he would be conscious that he was in Travemund for 4 immeasurable weeks in Travemund. He did not stir. He lay on his back in the narrow yellow wooden bed, the linen of which was extremely thin and soft with age. He even shut his eyes again and felt his chest rising in deep, slow breaths of happy anticipation. The room lay in yellow daylight that came in through the striped blind. Everything was still. Mama and Ida Jungmann were asleep. Nothing was to be heard but a measured, peaceful sound which meant that the boy was raking the gravelled paths of the Kurgarten below, and the buzzing of a fly that had got between the blind and the window and was storming the pane. You could see his shadow shooting about in long zigzag lines. Peace. Only the sound of the rake and the dull buzzing noise. This gently animated quiet filled little Johann with a priceless sensation, the feeling of quiet, well cared for, elegant repose which was the atmosphere of the resort, and which he loved better than anything else. Thank God, none of the shiny worsted-coats who were the chosen representatives of grammar and the rule of 3 on this earth was in the least likely to come here, for here it was rather exclusive and expensive. An access of joy made him spring up and run barefoot to the window. He put up the blind and unfastened the white-painted hook of the window, and as he opened it the fly escaped and flew away over the flower beds and the gravelled paths. The music pavilion, standing in a half-circle of beech trees opposite the main building, was still empty and quiet. The Locaton field, which took its name from the lighthouse that stood on it, somewhere off to the right, stretched its extent of short sparse grass under the pale sky, to a point where the grass passed into a growth of tall, coarse water plants, and then came the sand, with its rows of little wooden huts and tall wicker beach chairs looking out to the sea. It lay there, the sea, in peaceful morning light, striped blue and green, and a steamer came in from Copenhagen, between the 2 red buoys that marked its course, and one did not need to know whether it was the Naiad or the Friedrich Overdyk. Hanno Buddenbrook drew in a deep, quiet, blissful breath of the spicy air from the sea and greeted her tenderly, with a loving, speechless, grateful look. Then the day began, the first of those paltry 28 days, which seemed in the beginning like an eternity of bliss, and which flew by with such desperate haste after the first 2 or 3. They breakfasted on the balcony or under the great chestnut tree near the children's playground, where the swing hung. Everything, the smell of the freshly washed tablecloth when the waiter shook it out, the tissue paper serviettes, the unaccustomed bread, the eggs they ate out of little metal cups, with ordinary spoons instead of bone ones like those at home, all this, and everything, enchanted little Johann. And all that followed was so easy and carefree, such a wonderfully idle and protected life. There was the forenoon on the beach, while the Kurhaus band gave its morning program, the lying and resting at the foot of the beach chair, the delicious, dreamy play with the soft sand that did not make you dirty, while you let your eyes rove idly and lose themselves in the green and blue infinity beyond. There was the air that swept in from that infinity, strong, free, wild, gently sighing and deliciously scented. It seemed to enfold you round, to veil your hearing and make you pleasantly giddy, and blessedly submerge all consciousness of time and space. And the bathing here was a different affair altogether from that in Herr Asmussen's establishment. There was no duckweed here, and the light green water foamed away in crystalline clearness when you stirred it up. Instead of a slimy wooden floor there was soft sand to caress the foot, and Consul Hagenstrom's sons were far away, in Norway or the Tyrol. The consul loved to make an extended journey in the holidays, and why shouldn't he? A walk followed, to warm oneself up, along the beach to Seagull Rock or Ocean Temple, a little lunch by the beach chair, then the time came to go up to one's room for an hour's rest, before making a toilette for the table d'hôte. The table d'hôte was very gay, for this was a good season at the baths, and the great dining room was filled with acquaintances of the Buddenbrooks, Hamburg families, and even some Russians and English people. A black-clad gentleman sat at a tiny table and served the soup out of a silver tureen. There were 4 courses, and the food tasted nicer and more seasoned than that at home, and many people drank champagne. These were the single gentlemen who did not allow their business to keep them chained in town all the week, and who got up some little games of roulette after dinner. Consul Peter Dolman, who had left his daughter at home, and told such extremely funny stories that the ladies from Hamburg laughed till their sides ached and they begged him for mercy. Senator Dr. Creamer, the old superintendent of police, Uncle Christian, and his friend Dr. Giesk, who was also without his family, and paid everything for Uncle Christian. After dinner, the grown ups drank coffee under the awnings of the pastry shop, and the band played, and Hanno sat on a chair close to the steps of the pavilion and listened unwearied. He was settled for the afternoon. There was a shooting gallery in the Kurgarten, and at the right of the Swiss cottage were the stables, with horses and donkeys, and the cows whose foaming, fragrant milk one drank warm every evening. One could go walking in the little town or along the front, one could go out to the Prival in a boat and look for ember on the beach, or play croquet in the children's playground, or listen to Ida Jungmann reading aloud, sitting on a bench on the wooded hillside where hung the great bell for the table d'hôte. But best of all was it to go back to the beach and sit in the twilight on the end of the breakwater, with your face turned to the open horizon. Great ships passed by, and you signaled them with your handkerchief, and you listened to the little waves slapping softly against the stones, and the whole space about you was filled with a soft and mighty sighing. It spoke so benignly to little Johann. It bade him close his eyes, it told him that all was well. But just then Ida would say, "Come, little Hanno. It's supper time. We must go. If you were to sit here and go to sleep, you'd die." How calm his heart felt, how evenly it beat, after a visit to the sea. Then he had his supper in his room, for his mother ate later, down in the glass veranda, and drank milk or malt extract, and lay down in his little bed, between the soft old linen sheets, and almost at once sleep overcame him, and he slept, to the subdued rhythm of the evening concert and the regular pulsations of his quiet heart. On Sunday the senator appeared, with the other gentlemen who had stopped in town during the week, and remained until Monday morning. Ices and champagne were served at the table d'hôte, and there were donkey rides and sailing parties out to the open sea. Still, little Johann did not care much for these Sundays. The peaceful isolation of the bathing place was broken in upon. A crowd of townsfolk, good middle-class trippers, Ida Jungmann called them, populated the Kurgarten and crowded the beach, drank coffee and listened to the music. Hanno would have liked to stay in his room until these killjoys in their Sunday clothes went away again. No, he was glad when everything returned to its regular course on Monday, and he felt relieved to feel his father's eyes no more upon him. 2 weeks had passed, and Hanno said to himself, and to everyone who would listen to him, that there was still as much time left as the whole of the Michaelmas holidays amounted to. It consoled him to say this, but after all it was a specious consolation, for the crest of the holidays had been reached, and from now on they were going downhill so quickly, so frightfully quickly, that he would have liked to cling to every moment, not to let it escape, to lengthen every breath he drew of the sea air, to taste every second of his joy. But the time went on, relentless, in rain and sun, sea wind and land wind, long spells of brooding warmth and endless noisy storms that could not get away out to sea and went on for ever so long. There were days on which the northeast wind filled the bay with dark green floods, covered the beach with seaweed, mussels, and jellyfish, and threatened the bathing huts. The turbid, heavy sea was covered far and wide with foam. The mighty waves came on in awful, awe-inspiring calm, and the underside of each was a sharp metallic green, then they crashed with an ear-splitting roar, hissing and thundering along the sand. There were other days when the west wind drove back the sea for a long distance, exposing a gently rolling beach and naked sandbanks everywhere, while the rain came down in torrents. Heaven, earth, and sea flowed into each other, and the driving wind carried the rain against the panes so that not drops but rivers flowed down, and made them impossible to see through. Then Hanno stayed in the salon of the Kurhaus and played on the little piano that was used to play waltzes and schottisches for the balls and was not so good for improvising on as the piano at home, still one could sometimes get amusing effects out of its muffled and clacking keys. And there were still other days, dreamy, blue, windless, broodingly warm, when the blue flies buzzed in the sun above the Locaton field, and the sea lay silent and like a mirror, without stir or breath. When there were only 3 days left, Hanno said to himself, and to everybody else, that the time remaining was just as long as a Whitsuntide holiday, but, incontestable as this reckoning was, it did not convince even himself. He knew now that the man in the worst coat was right, and that they would, in very truth, begin again where they had left off, and go on to this and that. The laden carriage stood before the door. The day had come. Early in the morning Hanno had said goodbye to sea and strand. Now he said it to the waiters as they received their fees, to the music pavilion, the rosebeds, and the whole long summer as well. And amid the bows of the hotel servants the carriage drove off. They passed the avenue that led to the little town, and rolled along the front. Ida Jungmann sat, white-haired, bright-eyed, and angular, opposite Hanno on the back seat, and he squeezed his head into the corner and looked past her out of the window. The morning sky was overcast, the Trave was full of little waves that hurried before the wind. Now and then raindrops spattered the pane. At the farther end of the front, people sat before their house doors and mended nets, barefoot children ran past, and stared inquisitively at the occupants of the carriage. They did not need to go away. As they left the last houses behind, Hanno bent forward once more to look after the lighthouse, then he leaned back and closed his eyes. "We'll come back again next year, darling," Ida Jungmann said in her grave, soothing voice. It needed only that to make Hanno's chin tremble and the tears run down beneath his long dark lashes. His face and hands were brown from the sea air. But if his stay at the baths had been intended to harden him, to give him more resistance, more energy, more endurance, then it had failed of its purpose, and Hanno himself was aware of this lamentable fact. These 4 weeks of sheltered peace and adoration of the sea had not hardened him, they had made him softer than ever, more dreamy and more sensitive. He would be no better able to endure the rigors of Herr Tietge's class. The thought of the rules and history dates which he had to get by heart had not lost its power to make him shudder, he knew the feeling too well, and how he would fling them away in desperation and go to bed, and suffer next day the torments of the unprepared. And he would be exactly as much afraid of catastrophes at the recitation hour, of his enemies the Hagenstroms, and of his father's injunctions not to be faint-hearted whatever else he was. But he felt cheered a little by the fresh morning drive through flooded country roads, amid the twitterings of birds. He thought of seeing Kai again, and Herr Pfeil, of his music lessons, the piano, and his harmonium. And as the morrow was Sunday, a whole day still intervened between him and the first lesson hour. He could feel a few grains of sand from the beach, still inside his buttoned boot. How lovely! He would ask old Grobleben to leave them there. Let it all begin again, the worst coats, the Hagenstroms, and the rest. He had what he had. When the waves of tribulation went over him once more, he would think of the sea and of the Kurgarten, and of the sound made by the little waves, coming hither out of the mysterious slumbering distance. One single memory of the sound they made as they plashed against the breakwater could make him oppose an invincible front to all the pains and penalties of his life. Then came the ferry, and Israelsdorfer Avenue, Jerusalem Hill, and the Castle Field, on the right side of which rose the walls of the prison where Uncle Weinschenk was. Then the carriage rolled along Castle Street and over the Coburg, crossed Broad Street, and braked down the steep decline of Fisher's Lane. There was the red house front with the bow window and the white caryatides, and as they went from the midday warmth of the street into the coolness of the stone-flagged entry, the senator, with his pen in his hand, came out of the office to greet them. Slowly, slowly, with secret tears, little Johann learned to live without the sea, to lead an existence that was frightened and bored by turns, to keep out of the way of the Hagenstroms, to console himself with Kai and Herr Pfeil and his music. The Broad Street Buddenbrooks and Aunt Clotilde, directly they saw him again, asked him how he liked school after the holidays. They asked it teasingly, with that curiously superior and slighting air which grown people assume toward children, as if none of their affairs could possibly be worthy of serious consideration, but Hanno was proof against their questions. 3 or 4 days after the homecoming, Dr. Langhals, the family physician, appeared in Fisher's Lane to observe the results of the cure. He had a long consultation with the Frau Senator, and then Hanno was summoned and put, half undressed, through a long examination of his status praesens, as Dr. Langhals called it, looking at his fingernails. He tested Hanno's heart action and measured his chest and his lamentable muscular development. He inquired particularly after all his functions, and lastly, with a hypodermic syringe, took a drop of blood from Hanno's slender arm to be tested at home. He seemed, in general, not very well satisfied. "We've got rather brown," he said, putting his arm around Hanno as he stood before him. He arranged his small black felt hand upon the boy's shoulder, and looked up at the Frau Senator and Ida Jungmann. "But we still look very down in the mouth." "He is homesick for the sea," said Gerda Buddenbrook. "Oh, so you like being there?" asked Dr. Langhals, looking with his shallow eyes into Hanno's face. Hanno colored. What did Dr. Langhals mean by his question, to which he plainly expected an answer? A fantastic hope rose up in him, inspired by the belief that nothing was impossible to God despite all the worst-coded men there were in the world. "Yes," he brought out, with his wide eyes full upon Dr. Langhal's face. But after all, it seemed, the physician had nothing particular in mind when he asked the question. "Well, the effect of the bathing and the good air is bound to show itself in time," Dr. Langhals said. He tapped little Johann on the shoulder and then put him away, with a nod toward the Frau Senator and Ida Jungmann, a superior, benevolent nod, the nod of the omniscient physician, used to have people hanging on his lips. He got up, and the consultation was at an end. It was Aunt Antony who best understood his yearning for the sea, and the wound in his heart that healed so slowly and was so likely to bleed afresh under the strain of everyday life. Aunt Antony loved to hear him talk about Travemund, and entered freely into his longings and enthusiasm. "Yes, Hanno," she said, "the truth is the truth, and Travemund is and always will be a beautiful spot. Till I go down to my grave I shall remember the weeks I spent there when I was a slip of a girl and such a silly young girl. I lived with people I was fond of, and who seemed to care for me. I was a pretty young thing in those days, though I'm an old woman now and full of life and high spirits. They were splendid people, I can tell you, respectable and kind-hearted and straight-thinking, and they were cleverer and better educated, too, than any I've known since, and they had more enthusiasm. Yes, my life seemed very full when I lived with them, and I learned a great deal which I've never forgotten: information, beliefs, opinions, ways of looking at things. If other things hadn't interfered, as all sorts of things did, the way life does, you know, I might have learned a great deal more from them. Shall I tell you how silly I was in those days? I thought I could get the pretty star out of the jellyfish, and I carried a quantity home with me and spread them in the sun on the balcony to dry. But when I looked at them again, of course there was nothing but a big wet spot, and a smell of rotten seaweed. Chapter 4. In the beginning of the year 1873 the Senate pardoned Hugo Weinschenk, and the former director left prison, 6 months before his time was up. Frau Pirmander, if she had told the truth, would have admitted that she was not so very glad. She had been living peacefully with her daughter and granddaughter in Linden Place, and had for society the house in Fisher's Lane and her friend Armgard von Mayboom, who had lived in the town since her husband's death. Frau Antony had long been aware that there was no place for her outside the walls of her native city. She had her Munich memories, her weak digestion, and an increasing need of quiet and repose, and she felt not the least inclination to move to a large city of the United Fatherland, still less to migrate to another country. "My dear child," she said to her daughter, "I must ask you something very serious. Do you still love your husband with your whole heart? Would you follow him with your child wherever he went in the wide world as, unfortunately, it is not possible for him to remain here?" And Frau Erika Weinschenk, amid tears that might have meant anything at all, replied just as dutifully as Tony herself, in similar circumstances, had once replied to the same question, in the villa outside Hamburg. So it was necessary to contemplate a parting in the near future. On a day almost as dreadful as the day when he had been arrested, Frau Pirmander brought her son-in-law from the prison, in a closed carriage, to her house in Linden Place. And there he stayed, after he had greeted his wife and child in a dazed, helpless way, in the room that had been prepared for him, smoking from early to late, without going out, without even taking his meals with his family, a broken gray-haired man. He had always had a very strong constitution, and the prison life could hardly have impaired his physical health. But his condition was, none the less, pitiable in the extreme. This man had in all probability done no more than his business colleagues did every day and thought nothing of. If he had not been caught, he would have gone on his way with head erect and conscience clear. Yet it was dreadful to see how his ruin as a citizen, the judicial correction, and the 3 years' imprisonment, had operated to break down his morale. His testimony before the court had been given with the most sincere conviction, and people who understood the technicalities of the case supported his contention that he had merely executed a bold maneuver for the credit of his firm and himself, a maneuver known in the business world as usance. The lawyers who had convicted him knew, in his opinion, nothing whatever about such things and lived in quite a different world. But their conviction, endorsed by the governing power of the state, had shattered his self-esteem to such a degree that he could not look anybody in the face. Gone was his elastic tread, the way he had of wriggling at the waist of his frock coat and balancing with his fists and rolling his eyes about. Gone was the ignorant self-assurance with which he had delivered his uninformed opinions and put his questions. The change was such that his family shuddered at it, and indeed it was frightful to see such cowardice, dejection, and lack of self-respect. Herr Hugo Weinschenk spent 8 or 10 days doing nothing but smoking, then he began to read the papers and write letters. The consequence of the letters was that after another 8 or 10 days he explained vaguely that there seemed to be a position for him in London, whither he wished to travel alone to arrange matters personally, and then to send for wife and child. Accompanied by Erika, he drove to the station in a closed carriage and departed without having once seen any other members of the family. Some days later a letter addressed to his wife arrived from Hamburg. It said that he had made up his mind not to send for his wife and child, or even to communicate with them, until such time as he could offer them a life fitting for them to live. And this letter was the very last sign of life from Hugo Weinschenk. No one from then henceforward heard anything from him. The experienced Frau Pirmander made several energetic attempts to get into touch with him, in order, as she importantly explained, to get evidence upon which to sue him for divorce on the ground of willful desertion. But he was, and remained, missing. And thus it came about that Erika Weinschenk and her small daughter Elizabeth remained now, as before, with Erika's mother, in the light and airy apartment in Linden Place. Chapter V. The marriage of which little Johann had been the issue had never lost charm in the town as a subject for conversation. Since both of the parties to it were still felt to have something queer about them, the union itself must partake of that character of the strange and uncanny which they each possessed. To get behind it even a little, to look beneath the scanty outward facts to the bottom of this relation, seemed a difficult, but certainly a stimulating task. And in bedrooms and sitting rooms, in clubs and casinos, yes, even on 'Change itself, people still talked about Gerda and Thomas Buddenbrook. How had these two come to marry, and what sort of relationship was theirs? Everybody remembered the sudden resolve of Thomas Buddenbrook 18 years ago, when he was 30 years old. This one or no one, he had said. It must have been something of the same sort with Gerda, for it was well known that she had refused everybody up to her 27th year, and then forthwith lent an ear to this particular wooer. It must have been a love match, people said. They granted that the 300,000 thaler had probably not played much of a role. But of that which any ordinary person would call love, there was very little to be seen between the pair. They had displayed from the very beginning a correct, respectful politeness, quite extraordinary between husband and wife. And what was still more odd, it seemed not to proceed out of any inner estrangement, but out of a peculiar, silent, deep mutual knowledge. This had not at all altered with the years. The one change due to the passage of time was an outward one. It was only this, that the difference in years began to make itself plainly visible. When you saw them together you felt that here was a rapidly aging man, already a little heavy, with his young wife at his side. Thomas Buddenbrook was going off very much, and this despite the now almost laughable vanity by which he kept himself up. On the other hand, Gerda had scarcely altered in these 18 years. She seemed to be, as it were, conserved in the nervous coldness which was the essence of her being. Her lovely dark red hair had kept its color, the white skin its smooth texture, the figure its lofty aristocratic slimness. In the corners of her rather too small and close-set brown eyes were the same blue shadows. You could not trust those eyes. Their look was strange, and what was written in it impossible to decipher. This woman's personality was so cool, so reserved, so repressed, so distant, she showed so little human warmth for anything but her music. How could one help feeling a vague mistrust? People unearthed wise old saws on the subject of human nature and applied them to Senator Buddenbrook's wife. Still waters were known to run deep. Some people were slyer than foxes. And as they searched for an explanation, their limited imagination soon led them to the theory that the lovely Gerda was deceiving her aging husband. They watched, and before long they felt sure that Gerda's conduct, to put it mildly, passed the bounds of propriety in her relations with Herr Lieutenant von Throde. René Maria von Throde came from the Rhineland. He was second lieutenant of one of the infantry battalions quartered in the town. The red collar went well with his black hair, which he wore parted on the side and combed back in a high, thick curling crest from his white forehead. He looked big and strong enough, but was most unmilitary in speech and manner. He had a way of running one hand in between the buttons of his half-open undress coat and of sitting with his head supported on the back of his hand. His bows were devoid of military stiffness, and you could not hear his heels click together as he made them. And he had no more respect for his uniform than for ordinary clothes. Even the slim youthful mustaches that ran slantwise down to the corners of his mouth had neither point nor consistency, they only confirmed the unmartial impression he gave. The most remarkable thing about him was his eyes, so large, black, and extraordinarily brilliant that they seemed like glowing bottomless depths when he visited anything or anybody with his glance, which was sparkling, ardent, or languishing by turns. He had probably gone into the army against his will, or at least without any inclination for it, and despite his physique he was no good in the service. He was unregarded by his comrades, and shared but little in their interests, the interests and pleasures of young officers lately back from a victorious campaign. And they found him a disagreeable oddity, who did not care for horses or hunting or play or women. All his thoughts were bent on music. He was to be seen at all the concerts, with his languishing eyes and his lax, unmilitary, theatrical attitudes. On the other hand, he despised the club and the casino and never went near them. He made the duty calls which his position demanded, but the Buddenbrook house was the only one at which he visited too much, people thought, and the senator himself thought so too. No one dreamed what went on in Thomas Buddenbrook. No one must guess. But it was just this keeping everybody in ignorance of his mortification, his hatred, his powerlessness, that was so cruelly hard. People were beginning to find him a little ludicrous, but perhaps their laugh would have turned to pity if they had even dimly suspected how much he was on his guard against their laughter. He had seen it coming long before, he had felt it beforehand, before anyone else had such an idea in his head. His much carped at vanity had its source largely in this fear. He had been first to see, with dismay, the growing disparity between himself and his lovely wife, on whom the years had not laid a finger. And now, since the advent of Herr von Throde, he had to fight with the last remnant of his strength to dissimulate his own misgivings, in order that they might not make him a laughing-stock in the eyes of the community. Gerda Buddenbrook and the eccentric young officer met each other, naturally, in the world of music. Herr von Throde played the piano, violin, viola, cello, and flute, and played them all unusually well. Often the senator became aware of an impending visit when Herr von Throde's man passed the office door with his master's cello case on his back. Thomas Buddenbrook would sit at his desk and watch until he saw his wife's friend enter the house. Then, overhead in the salon, the harmonies would rise and surge like waves, with singing, lamenting, unearthly jubilation, would lift like clasped hands outstretched toward heaven, would float in vague ecstasies, would sink and die away into sobbing, into night and silence. But they might roll and seethe, weep and exult, foam up and enfold each other, as unnaturally as they liked. They were not the worst. The worst, the actually torturing thing, was the silence. It would sometimes rain so long, and so profoundly, above there in the salon, that it was impossible not to feel afraid of it. There would be no tread upon the ceiling, not even a chair would move, simply a soundless, speechless, deceiving, secret silence. Thomas Buddenbrook would sit there, and the torture was such that he sometimes softly groaned. What was it that he feared? Once more people had seen Herr von Throde enter his house. And with their eyes he beheld the picture just as they saw it. Below, an aging man, worn out and crotchety, sat at his window in the office. Above, his beautiful wife made music with her lover. And not that alone. Yes, that was the way the thing looked to them. He knew it. He was aware, too, that the word lover was not really descriptive of Herr von Throde. It would have been almost a relief if it were. If he could have understood and despised him as an empty-headed, ordinary youth who worked off his average endowment of high spirits in a little music, and thus beguiled the feminine heart. He tried to think of him like that. He tried to summon up the instincts of his father to meet the case, the instincts of the thrifty merchant against the frivolous, adventurous, unreliable military caste. He called Herr von Throta the lieutenant, and tried to think of him as that, but in his heart he was conscious that the name was inappropriate. What was it that Thomas Buddenbrook feared? Nothing to put a name to. If there had only been something tangible, some simple, brutal fact, something to defend himself against. He envied people the simplicity of their conceptions. For while he sat there in torments, with his head in his hands, he knew all too well that betrayal, adultery, were not words to describe the singing things, the abysmally silent things, that were happening up there. He looked up sometimes at the grey gables, at the people passing by, at the Jubilee present hanging above his desk with the portraits of his forefathers. He thought of the history of his house, and said to himself that this was all that was wanting, that his person should become a byword, his name and family life a scandal among the people. This was all that was lacking to set the crown upon the whole. And the thought, again, almost did him good, because it was a simple, comprehensible, normal thought, that one could think and express quite another matter from this brooding over a mysterious disgrace, a blot upon his family scutcheon. He could bear it no more. He shoved back his chair, left the office, and went upstairs. Whither should he go? Into the salon, to be greeted with unembarrassed slight condescension by Herr von Throta, to ask him to supper and be refused. For one of the worst features of the case was that the lieutenant avoided him, refused all official invitations from the head of the house, and confined himself to the free and private intercourse with its mistress. Should he wait? Sit down somewhere, perhaps in the smoking room, until the lieutenant went, and then go to Gerda and speak out, and call her to account? Ah, one did not speak out with Gerda, one did not call her to account. Why should one? Their alliance was based on mutual consideration, tact, and silence. To become a laughing-stock before her, surely he was not called upon to do that. To play the jealous husband would be to grant that outsiders were right, to proclaim a scandal, to cry it aloud. Was he jealous? Of whom? Of what? Alas, no. Jealousy, the word meant action, mistaken, crazy, wrong action, perhaps, but at least action, energetic, fearless, and conclusive. No, he only felt a slight anxiety, a harassing worry, over the whole thing. He went into his dressing room and bathed his face with eau de cologne. Then he descended to the music room, determined to break the silence there, cost what it would. He laid his hand on the doorknob, but now the music struck up again with a stormy outburst of sound, and he shrank back. One day in such an hour, he was leaning over the balcony of the second floor, looking down the well of the staircase. Everything was quite still. Little Johann came out of his room, down the gallery steps, and across the corridor, on his way to Ida Jungmann's room. He slipped along the wall with his book, and would have passed his father with lowered eyes, and a murmured greeting, but the senator spoke to him. "Well, Hanno, and what are you doing?" "Studying my lessons, Papa. I am going to Ida, to have her hear my translation well, and what do you have tomorrow?" Hanno, still looking down, made an obvious effort to give a prompt, alert, and correct answer to the question. He swallowed once and said, "We have Cornelius Nepos, some accounts to copy, French grammar, the rivers of North America, German theme." Correcting, he stopped and felt provoked with himself. He could not remember any more, and wished he had said and let his voice fall, it sounded so abrupt and unfinished. "Nothing else," he said as decidedly as he could, without looking up. But his father did not seem to be listening. He held Hanno's free hand and played with it absently, unconsciously fingering the slim fingers. And then Hanno heard something that had nothing to do with the lessons at all, his father's voice, in a tone he had never heard before, low, distressed, almost imploring. "Hanno, the lieutenant has been more than 2 hours with Mama." Little Hanno opened wide his gold-brown eyes at the sound, and they looked, as never before, clear, large, and loving, straight into his father's face, with its reddened eyelids under the light brows, its white puffy cheeks and long stiff mustaches. God knows how much he understood. But one thing they both felt, in the long second when their eyes met, all constraint, coldness, and misunderstanding melted away. Hanno might fail his father in all that demanded vitality, energy, and strength. But where fear and suffering were in question, there Thomas Buddenbrook could count on the devotion of his son. On that common ground they met as one. He did not realize this, he tried not to realize it. In the days that followed, he urged Hanno on more sternly than ever to practical preparations for his future career. He tested his mental powers, pressed him to commit himself upon the subject of his calling, and grew irritated at every sign of rebellion or fatigue. For the truth was that Thomas Buddenbrook, at the age of 48, began to feel that his days were numbered, and to reckon with his own approaching death. His health had failed. Loss of appetite, sleeplessness, dizziness, and the chills to which he had always been subject forced him several times to call in Dr. Langhals. But he did not follow the doctor's orders. His willpower had grown flabby in these years of idleness or petty activity. He slept late in the morning, though every evening he made an angry resolve to rise early and take the prescribed walk before breakfast. Only 2 or 3 times did he actually carry out the resolve, and it was the same with everything else. And the constant effort to spur on his will, with the constant failure to do so, consumed his self-respect and made him a prey to despair. He never even tried to give up his cigarettes. He could not do without the pleasant narcotic effect, he had smoked them from his youth up. He told Dr. Langhals to his vapid face, "You see, doctor, it is your duty to forbid me cigarettes, a very easy and agreeable duty. But I have to obey the order, that is my share, and you can look on at it. No, we will work together over my health, but I find the work unevenly divided, too much of yours falls to me. Don't laugh, it is no joke. One is so frightfully alone. Well, I smoke. Will you have one?" He offered his case. All his powers were on the decline. What strengthened in him was the conviction that it could not last long, that the end was close at hand. He suffered from strange apprehensive fancies. Sometimes at table it seemed to him that he was no longer sitting with his family, but hovering above them somewhere and looking down upon them from a great distance. "I am going to die," he said to himself. And he would call Hanno to him repeatedly and say, "My son, I may be taken away from you sooner than you think. And then you will be called upon to take my place. I was called upon very young myself. Can you understand that I am troubled by your indifference? Are you now resolved in your mind?" "Yes." "Oh, yes is no answer. Again you won't answer me. What I ask you is, have you resolved, bravely and joyfully, to take up your burden? Do you imagine that you won't have to work, that you will have enough money without? You will have nothing, or very, very little. You will be thrown upon your own resources. If you want to live, and live well, you will have to work hard, harder even than I did." But this was not all. It was not only the burden of his son's future, the future of his house, that weighed him down. There was another thought that took command, that mastered him and spurred on his weary thoughts. And it was this: as soon as he began to think of his mortal end not as an indefinite remote event, almost a contingency, but as something near and tangible for which it behoved him to prepare, he began to investigate himself, to examine his relations to death and questions of another world. And his earliest researches in this kind discovered in himself an irremediable unpreparedness. His father had united with his hard practical sense a literal faith, a fanatic Bible Christianity which his mother, in her latter years, had adhered to as well, but to himself it had always been rather repellent. The worldly scepticism of his grandfather had been more nearly his own attitude. But the comfortable superficiality of old Johann could not satisfy his metaphysical and spiritual needs, and he ended by finding in evolution the answer to all his questions about eternity and immortality. He said to himself that he had lived in his forebears and would live on in his descendants. And this line which he had taken coincided not only with his sense of family, his patrician self-consciousness, his ancestor worship, as it were, it had also strengthened his ambitions and through them the whole course of his existence. But now, before the near and penetrating eye of death, it fell away, it was nothing, it gave him not one single hour of calm, of readiness for the end. Thomas Buddenbrook had played now and then throughout his life with an inclination to Catholicism. But he was at bottom, none the less, the born Protestant, full of the true Protestant's passionate, relentless sense of personal responsibility. No, in the ultimate things there could be, no help from outside, no mediation, no absolution, no soothing syrup, no panacea. Each one of us, alone, unaided, of his own powers, must unravel the riddle before it was too late, must wring for himself a pious readiness before the hour of death, or else part in despair. Thomas Buddenbrook turned away, desperate and hopeless, from his only son, in whom he had once hoped to live on, renewed and strong, and began in fear and haste to seek for the truth which must somewhere exist for him. It was high summer of the year 1874. Silvery, high-piled clouds drifted across the deep blue sky above the garden's dainty symmetry. The birds twittered in the boughs of the walnut tree, the fountain splashed among the irises, and the scent of the lilacs floated on the breeze, mingled, alas, with the smell of hot syrup from a sugar factory nearby. To the astonishment of the staff, the senator now often left his work during office hours, to pace up and down in the garden with his hands behind his back, or to work about, raking the gravel paths, tying up the rose bushes, or dredging mud out of the fountain. His face, with its light eyebrows, seemed serious and attentive as he worked, but his thoughts traveled far away in the dark on their lonely, painful path. Sometimes he seated himself on the little terrace, in the pavilion now entirely overgrown with green, and stared across the garden at the red brick rear wall of the house. The air was warm and sweet, it seemed as though the peaceful sounds about him strove to lull him to sleep. Weary of loneliness and silence and staring into space, he would close his eyes now and then, only to snatch them open and harshly frighten peace away. "I must think," he said, almost aloud. "I must arrange everything before it is too late." He sat here one day, in the pavilion, in the little reed rocking chair, and read for 4 hours, with growing absorption, in a book which had, partly by chance, come into his hands. After second breakfast, cigarette in mouth, he had unearthed it in the smoking room, from behind some stately volumes in the corner of a bookcase, and recalled that he had bought it at a bargain one day years ago. It was a large volume, poorly printed on cheap paper and poorly sewed, the second part, only, of a famous philosophical system. He had brought it out with him into the garden, and now he turned the pages, profoundly interested. He was filled with a great, surpassing satisfaction. It soothed him to see how a mastermind could lay hold on this strong, cruel, mocking thing called life and enforce it and condemn it. His was the gratification of the sufferer who has always had a bad conscience about his sufferings and concealed them from the gaze of a harsh, unsympathetic world, until suddenly, from the hand of an authority, he receives, as it were, justification and license for his suffering, justification before the world, this best of all possible worlds which the mastermind scornfully demonstrates to be the worst of all possible ones. He did not understand it all. Principles and premises remained unclear, and his mind, unpracticed in such readings, was not able to follow certain trains of thought. But this very alternation of vagueness and clarity, of dull incomprehension with sudden bursts of light, kept him enthralled and breathless, and the hours vanished without his looking up from his book or changing his position in his chair. He had left some pages unread in the beginning of the book, and hurried on, clutching rapidly after the main thesis, reading only this or that section which held his attention. Then he struck on a comprehensive chapter and read it from beginning to end, his lips tightly closed and his brows drawn together with a concentration which had long been strange to him, completely withdrawn from the life about him. The chapter was called On Death, and its relation to our personal immortality. Only a few lines remained when the servant came through the garden at 4 o'clock to call him to dinner. He nodded, read the remaining sentences, closed the book, and looked about him. He felt that his whole being had unaccountably expanded, and at the same time there clung about his senses a profound intoxication, a strange, sweet, vague allurement which somehow resembled the feelings of early love and longing. He put away the book in the drawer of the garden table. His hands were cold and unsteady, his head was burning, and he felt in it a strange pressure and strain, as though something were about to snap. He was not capable of consecutive thought. What was this? He asked himself the question as he mounted the stairs and sat down to table with his family. What is it? Have I had a revelation? What has happened to me, Thomas Buddenbrook, counselor of this government, head of the grain firm of Johann Buddenbrook? Was this message meant for me? Can I bear it? I don't know what it was, I only know it is too much for my poor brain. He remained the rest of the day in this condition, this heavy lethargy and intoxication, overpowered by the heady draught he had drunk, incapable of thought. Evening came. His head was heavy, and since he could hold it up no longer, he went early to bed. He slept for 3 hours, more profoundly than ever before in his life. And, then, suddenly, abruptly, with a start, he awoke and felt as one feels on realizing, suddenly, a budding love in the heart. He was alone in the large sleeping chamber, for Gerda slept now in Ida Jungmann's room, and the latter had moved into one of the 3 balcony rooms to be nearer little Johann. It was dark, for the curtains of both high windows were tightly closed. He lay on his back, feeling the oppression of the stillness and of the heavy, warm air, and looked up into the darkness. And behold, it was as though the darkness were rent from before his eyes, as if the whole wall of the night parted wide and disclosed an immeasurable, boundless prospect of light. I shall live, said Thomas Buddenbrook, almost aloud, and felt his breast shaken with inward sobs. This is the revelation, that I shall live. For it will live, and that this it is not I is only an illusion, an error which death will make plain. This is it, this is it. Why? But at this question the night closed in again upon him. He saw, he knew, he understood, no least particle more, he let himself sink deep in the pillows, quite blinded and exhausted by the morsel of truth which had been vouchsafed. He lay still and waited fervently, feeling himself tempted to pray that it would come again and irradiate his darkness. And it came. With folded hands, Not daring to move, he lay and looked. What was death? The answer came, not in poor, large-sounding words, he felt it within him, he possessed it. Death was a joy, so great, so deep that it could be dreamed of only in moments of revelation like the present. It was the return from an unspeakably painful wandering, the correction of a grave mistake, the loosening of chains, the opening of doors it put right again a lamentable mischance. And, dissolution. These were pitiable words, and thrice pitiable he who used them. What would end, what would dissolve? Why, this his body, this heavy, faulty, hateful encumbrance, which prevented him from being something other and better. Was not every human being a mistake and a blunder? Was he not in painful arrest from the hour of his birth? Prison, prison, bonds, and limitations everywhere. The human being stares hopelessly through the barred window of his personality at the high walls of outward circumstance, till death comes and calls him home to freedom. Individuality, all that one is, can, and has, seems poor, grey, inadequate, wearisome. What one is not, cannot, has not, that is what one looks at with a longing desire that becomes love because it fears to become hate. I bear in myself the seed, the tendency, the possibility of all capacity and all achievement. Where should I be were I not here? Who, what, how could I be, if I were not I, if this my external self, my consciousness, did not cut me off from those who are not I? Organism. Blind, thoughtless, pitiful eruption of the urging will. Better, indeed, for the will to float free in spaceless, timeless night than for it to languish in prison, illumined by the feeble, flickering light of the intellect. Have I hope to live on in my son? In a personality yet more feeble, flickering, and timorous than my own? Blind, childish folly. What can my son do for me? What need have I of a son? Where shall I be when I am dead? Ah, it is so brilliantly clear, so overwhelmingly simple. I shall be in all those who have ever, do ever, or ever shall say, I especially, however, in all those who say it most fully, potently, and gladly. Somewhere in the world a child is growing up, strong, well grown, adequate, able to develop its powers, gifted, untroubled, pure, joyous, relentless, one of those beings whose glance heightens the joy of the joyous and drives the unhappy to despair. He is my son. He is I, myself, soon, as soon as death frees me from the wretched delusion that I am not he as well as myself. Have I ever hated life, pure, strong, relentless life? Folly and misconception. I have but hated myself, because I could not bear it. I love you all, you blessed, and soon, I shall cease to be cut off from you all by the narrow bonds of myself, soon will that in me which loves you be free and be in and with you all. He wept, he pressed his face into the pillows and wept, shaken through and through, lifted up in transports by a joy without compare for its exquisite sweetness. This it was which since yesterday had filled him as if with a heady, intoxicating draught, had worked in his heart in the darkness of the night and roused him like a budding love. And in so far as he could now understand and recognize not in words and consecutive thoughts, but in sudden rapturous illuminations of his inmost being, he was already free, already actually released and free of all natural as well as artificial limitations. The walls of his native town, in which he had willfully and consciously shut himself up, opened out, they opened and disclosed to his view the entire world, of which he had in his youth seen this or that small portion, and of which death now promised him the whole. The deceptive perceptions of space, time, and history, the preoccupation with the glorious historical continuity of life in the person of his own descendants, the dread of some future final dissolution and decomposition, all this his spirit now put aside. He was no longer prevented from grasping eternity. Nothing began, nothing left off. There was only an endless present, and that power in him which loved life with a love so exquisitely sweet and yearning, the power of which his person was only the unsuccessful expression. That power would always know how to find access to this present. "I shall live," he whispered into his pillow. He wept, and in the next moment knew not why. His brain stood still, the vision was quenched. Suddenly there was nothing more, he lay in dumb darkness. "It will come back," he assured himself. And before sleep inexorably wrapped him round, he swore to himself never to let go this precious treasure, but to read and study, to learn its powers, and to make inalienably his own the whole conception of the universe out of which his vision sprang. But that could not be. Even the next day, as he woke with a faint feeling of shame at the emotional extravagances of the night, he suspected that it would be hard to put these beautiful designs into practice. He rose late and had to go at once to take part in the debate at an assembly of burgesses. Public business, the civic life that went on in the gabled narrow streets of this middle-sized trading city, consumed his energies once more. He still planned to take up the wonderful reading again where he had left it off. But he questioned of himself whether the events of that night had been anything firm and permanent, whether, when death approached, they would be found to hold their ground. His middle-class instincts rose against them, and his vanity, too, the fear of being eccentric, of playing a laughable role. Had he really seen these things? And did they really become him, Thomas Buddenbrook, head of the firm of Johann Buddenbrook? He never succeeded in looking again into the precious volume, to say nothing of buying its other parts. His days were consumed by nervous pedantry, harassed by 1,000 details, all of them unimportant. He was too weak-willed to arrive at a reasonable and fruitful arrangement of his time. Nearly 2 weeks after that memorable afternoon he gave it up and ordered the maidservant to fetch the book from the drawer in the garden table and replace it in the bookcase. And thus Thomas Buddenbrook, who had held his hands stretched imploringly upward toward the high ultimate truth, sank now weakly back to the images and conceptions of his childhood. He strove to call back that personal God, the Father of all human beings, who had sent a part of himself upon earth to suffer and bleed for our sins, and who, on the final day, would come to judge the quick and the dead, at whose feet the justified, in the course of the eternity then beginning, would be recompensed for the sorrows they had borne in this vale of tears. Yes, he strove to subscribe to the whole confused, unconvincing story, which required no intelligence, only obedient credulity, and which, when the last anguish came, would sustain one in a firm and childlike faith. But would it, really? Ah, even here there was no peace. This poor, well-nigh exhausted man, consumed with gnawing fears for the honor of his house, his wife, his child, his name, his family, this man who spent painful effort even to keep his body artificially erect and well preserved, this poor man tortured himself for days with thoughts upon the moment and manner of death. How would it really be? Did the soul go to heaven immediately after death, or did bliss first begin with the resurrection of the flesh? And, if so, where did the soul stay until that time? He did not remember ever having been taught this. Why had he not been told this important fact in school or in church? How was it justifiable for them to leave people in such uncertainty? He considered visiting Pastor Pringsheim and seeking advice and counsel, but he gave it up in the end for fear of being ridiculous. And finally he gave it all up, he left it all to God. But having come to such an unsatisfactory ending of his attempts to set his spiritual affairs in order, he determined at least to spare no pains over his earthly ones, and to carry out a plan which he had long entertained. One day little Johann heard his father tell his mother, as they drank their coffee in the living room after the midday meal, that he expected lawyer so-and-so to make his will. He really ought not to keep on putting it off. Later, in the afternoon, Hanno practiced his music for an hour. When he went down the corridor after that, he met, coming up the stairs, his father and a gentleman in a long black overcoat. "Hanno," said the senator, curtly. And little Johann stopped, swallowed, and said quickly and softly, "Yes, Papa." "I have some important business with this gentleman," his father went on. "Will you stand before the door into the smoking room and take care that nobody, absolutely nobody, you understand, disturbs us?" "Yes, Papa," said little Johann, and took up his post before the door, which closed after the two gentlemen. He stood there, clutching his sailor's knot with one hand, felt with his tongue for a doubtful tooth, and listened to the earnest subdued voices which could be heard from inside. His head, with the curling light brown hair, he held on one side, and his face with the frowning brows and blue-shadowed, gold-brown eyes, wore that same displeased and brooding look with which he had inhaled the odor of the flowers, and that other strange, yet half-familiar odor, by his grandmother's beer. Ida Jungmann passed and said, "Well, little Hanno, why are you hanging about here?" And the hump-backed apprentice came out of the office with a telegram, and asked for the senator. But, both times, little Johann put his arm in its blue sailor sleeve with the anchor on it horizontally across the door, both times he shook his head and said softly, after a pause, "No one may go in. Papa is making his will." Chapter 6. In the autumn Dr. Langhals said, making play like a woman with his beautiful eyes, "It is the nerves, Senator, the nerves are to blame for everything. And once in a while the circulation is not what it should be. May I venture to make a suggestion? You need another little rest. These few Sundays by the sea, during the summer, haven't amounted to much, of course. It's the end of September, Travemund is still open, there are still a few people there. Drive over, Senator, and sit on the beach a little. 2 or 3 weeks will do you a great deal of good." And Thomas Buddenbrooks said yes and amen. But when he told his family of the arrangement, Christian suggested going with him. "I'll go with you, Thomas," he said, quite simply. "You don't mind, I suppose?" And the senator, though he did mind very much, said yes and amen to this arrangement as well. Christian was now more than ever master of his own time. His fluctuating health had constrained him to give up his last undertaking, the champagne and spirit agency. The man who used to come and sit on his sofa and nod at him in the twilight had happily not recurred of late. But the misery in the side had, if anything, grown worse, and added to this was a whole list of other infirmities of which Christian kept the closest watch, and which he described in all companies, with his nose wrinkled up. He often suffered from that long-standing dread of paralysis of the tongue, throat, and esophagus, even of the extremities and of the brain, of which there were no actual symptoms, but the fear in itself was almost worse. He told in detail how, one day when he was making tea, he had held the lighted match not over the spirit lamp, but over the open bottle of methylated spirit instead, so that not only himself, but the people in his own and the adjacent buildings, nearly went up in flames. And he dwelt in particular detail, straining every resource he had at his command to make himself perfectly clear, upon a certain ghastly anomaly which he had of late observed in himself. It was this, that on certain days, i.e., under certain weather conditions, and in certain states of mind, he could not see an open window without having a horrible and inexplicable impulse to jump out. It was a mad and almost uncontrollable desire, a sort of desperate foolhardiness. The family were dining on Sunday in Fisher's Lane, and he described how he had to summon all his powers, and crawl on hands and knees to the window to shut it. At this point everybody shrieked, his audience rebelled, and would listen no more. He told these and similar things with a certain horrible satisfaction. But the thing about himself which he did not know, which he never studied and described, but which none the less grew worse and worse, was his singular lack of tact. He told in the family circle anecdotes of such a nature that the club was the only possible place for them. And even his sense of personal modesty seemed to be breaking down. He was on friendly terms with his sister-in-law, Gerda. But when he displayed to her the beautiful weave and texture of his English socks, he did not stop at that, but rolled up his wide, checkered trouser leg too far above the knee. "Look," he said, wrinkling his nose in distress, "look how thin I'm getting. Isn't it striking and unusual?" And there he sat, sadly gazing at his crooked, bony leg and the gaunt knee visible through his white woolen drawers. His mercantile activity then, was a thing of the past. But such hours as he did not spend at the club he liked to fill in with one sort of occupation or another, and he would proudly point out that he had never actually ceased to work. He extended his knowledge of languages and embarked upon a study of Chinese, though this was for the sake of acquiring knowledge, simply, with no practical purpose in view. He worked at it industriously for 2 weeks. He was also, just at this time, occupied with the project of enlarging an English-German dictionary which he had found inadequate. But he really needed a little change, and it would be better too for the senator to have somebody with him, so he did not allow his business to keep him in town. The two brothers drove out together to the sea along the turnpike, which was nothing but a puddle. The rain drummed on the carriage top, and they hardly spoke. Christian's eyes roved hither and yon, he was as if listening to uncanny noises. Thomas sat muffled in his cloak, shivering, gazing with bloodshot eyes, his mustaches stiffly sticking out beyond his white cheeks. They drove up to the Kerhouse in the afternoon, their wheels grating in the wet gravel. Old Broker Gosh sat in the glass veranda, drinking rum punch. He stood up, whistling through his teeth, and they all sat down together to have a little something warm while the trunks were being carried up. Herr Gosh was a late guest at the cure, and there were a few other people as well, an English family, a Dutch maiden lady, and a Hamburg bachelor, all of them presumably taking their rest before table d'hôte, for it was like the grave everywhere but for the sound of the rain. Let them sleep. As for Herr Gosh, he was not in the habit of sleeping in the daytime. He was glad enough to get a few hours' sleep at night. He was far from well, he was taking a late cure for the benefit of this trembling which he suffered from in all his limbs. Hang it, he could hardly hold his glass of grog, and more often than not he could not write at all, so that the translation of Lope de Vega got on but slowly. He was in a very low mood indeed, and even his curses lacked relish. "Let it go hang," was his constant phrase, which he repeated on every occasion and often on none at all. And the senator? How was he feeling? How long were the gentlemen thinking of stopping? Oh, Dr. Langhals had sent him out on account of his nerves. He had obeyed orders, of course, despite the frightful weather. What doesn't one do out of fear of one's physician? He was really feeling more or less miserable, and they would probably remain till there was a little improvement. "Yes, I'm pretty wretched too," said Christian, irritated at Thomas's speaking only of himself. He was about to fetch out his repertoire, the nodding man, the spirit bottle, the open window, when the senator interrupted him by going to engage the rooms. The rain did not stop. It washed away the earth, it danced upon the sea, which was driven back by the southwest wind and left the beaches bare. Everything was shrouded in grey. The steamers went by like wraiths and vanished on the dim horizon. They met the strange guests only at table. The senator, in mackintosh and goloshes, went walking with Gosh. Christian drank Swedish punch with the barmaid in the pastry shop. 2 or 3 times in the afternoon it looked as though the sun were coming out, and a few acquaintances from town appeared, people who enjoyed a holiday away from their families, Senator Dr. Giesk, Christian's friend, and Consul Peter Dolman, who looked very ill indeed, and was killing himself with Huniati Janos water. The gentlemen sat together in their overcoats, under the awnings of the pastry shop, opposite the empty bandstand, drinking their coffee, digesting their 5 courses, and talking desultorily as they gazed over the empty garden. The news of the town, the last high water, which had gone into the cellars and been so deep that in the lower part of the town people had to go about in boats, a fire in the dockyard sheds, a senatorial election, these were the topics of conversation. Alfred Lauritsen, of the firm of Sturman and Lauritsen, tea, coffee, and spice merchants, had been elected, and Senator Buddenbrook had not approved of the choice. He sat smoking cigarettes, wrapped in his cloak, almost silent except for a few remarks on this particular subject. One thing was certain, he said, and that was that he had not voted for Herr Lauritsen. Lauritsen was an honest fellow and a good man of business. There was no doubt of that, but he was middle class, respectable middle class. His father had fished herrings out of the barrel and handed them across the counter to servant maids with his own hands, and now they had in the Senate the proprietor of a retail business. His, Thomas Buddenbrook's father had disowned his eldest son for marrying a shop, but that was in the good old days. The standard is being lowered, he said. The social level is not so high as it was, the Senate is being democratized, my dear Giesk, and that is no good. Business ability is one thing, but it is not everything. In my view we should demand something more. Alfred Lauritsen, with his big feet and his bosun's face, it is offensive to me to think of him in the Senate House. It offends something in me, I don't know what. It goes against my sense of form, it is a piece of bad taste, in short. Senator Giesk demurred. He was rather piqued by this expression of opinion. After all, he himself was only the son of a fire commissioner. No, the laborer was worthy of his hire. That was what being a Republican meant. You ought not to smoke so much, Buddenbrook, he ended. You won't get any sea air. I'll stop now, said Thomas Buddenbrook, flung away the end of his cigarette, and closed his eyes. The conversation dragged on, the rain set in again and veiled the prospect. They began to talk about the latest town scandal about P. Philip Cassbaum, who had been falsifying bills of exchange and now sat behind locks and bars. No one felt outraged over the dishonesty, they spoke of it as an act of folly, laughed a bit, and shrugged their shoulders. Senator Dr. Giesk said that the convicted man had not lost his spirits. He had asked for a mirror, it seemed, there being none in his cell. I'll need a looking glass, he was reported to have said, I shall be here for some time. He had been, like Christian and Dr. Giesk, a pupil of the lamented Marcella Stengel. They all laughed again at this, through their noses, without a sign of feeling. Sigismund Gosch ordered another grog in a tone of voice that was as good as saying, "What's the use of living?" Consul Dolman sent for a bottle of brandy. Christian felt inclined to more Swedish punch, so Dr. Giesk ordered some for both of them. Before long Thomas Buddenbrook began to smoke again. And the idle, cynical, indifferent talk went on, heavy with the food they had eaten, the wine they drank, and the damp that depressed their spirits. They talked about business, the business of each one of those present, but even this subject roused no great enthusiasm. "Oh, there's nothing very good about mine," said Thomas Buddenbrook heavily, and leaned his head against the back of his chair with an air of disgust. "Well, and you, Dolman?" asked Senator Gieske, and yawned. "You been devoting yourself entirely to brandy, eh?" "The chimney can't smoke, unless there's a fire," the consul retorted. "I look into the office every few days. Short hairs are soon combed. And Strunk and Hagenstrom have all the business in their hands anyhow," the broker said morosely, with his elbows sprawled out on the table and his wicked old grey head in his hands. "Oh, nothing can compete with a dung heap, for smell," Dolman said, with a deliberately coarse pronunciation, which must have depressed everybody's spirits the more by its hopeless cynicism. "Well, and you, Buddenbrook, what are you doing now?" "Nothing, eh?" "No," answered Christian, "I can't, any more." And without more ado, having perceived the mood of the hour, he proceeded to accentuate it. He began, his hat on one side, to talk about his Valparaiso office and Johnny Thunderstorm. "Well, in that heat, good God." "Work, sir." "No, sir." "As you see, sir." And they puffed their cigarette smoke right in his face. Good God! It was, as always, an incomparable expression of dissolute, impudent, lazy good nature. His brother sat motionless. Herr Gosch tried to lift his glass to his thin lips, put it back on the table again, cursing through his shut teeth, and struck the offending arm with his fist. Then he lifted the glass once more, and spilled half its contents, draining the remainder furiously at a gulp. "Oh, you and your shaking, Gosh!" Peter Dolman exclaimed. "Why don't you just let yourself go, like me? I'll croak if I don't drink my bottle every day. I've got as far as that, and I'll croak if I do. How would you feel if you couldn't get rid of your dinner, not a single day I mean, after you've got it in your stomach?" And he favored them with some repulsive details of his condition, to which Christian listened with dreadful interest, wrinkling his nose as far as it could go and countering with a brief and forcible account of his misery. It rained harder than ever. It came straight down in sheets and filled the silence of the Kurgarten with its ceaseless, forlorn, and desolate murmur. "Yes, life's pretty rotten," said Senator Gieske. He had been drinking heavily. "I'd just as lief quit," said Christian. "Let it go hang," said Herr Gosch. "There comes Fike Dahlbeck," said Senator Gieske. The proprietress of the cow stalls, a heavy, bold-faced woman in the 40s, came by with a pail of milk and smiled at the gentleman. Senator Gieske let his eyes rove after her. "What a bosom," he said. Consul Dolman added a lewd witticism, with the result that all the gentlemen laughed once more, through their noses. The waiter was summoned. "I've finished the bottle, Schroeder," said Consul Dolman. "May as well pay we have to some time or other." "You, Christian. Gieske pays for you, eh?" Senator Buddenbrook roused himself at this. He had been sitting there, hardly speaking, wrapped in his cloak, his hands in his lap and his cigarette in the corner of his mouth. Now he suddenly started up and said sharply, "Have you no money with you, Christian? Then I'll lend it to you." They put up their umbrellas and emerged from their shelter to take a little stroll. Frau Piermander came out once in a while to see her brother. They would walk as far as Seagull Rock or the Little Ocean Temple, and here Tony Buddenbrook, for some reason or other, was always seized by a mood of vague excitement and rebellion. She would repeatedly emphasize the independence and equality of all human beings, summarily repudiate all distinctions of rank or class, use some very strong language on the subject of privilege and arbitrary power, and demand in set terms that merit should receive its just reward. And then she talked about her own life. She talked well, she entertained her brother capitally. This child of fortune, so long as she walked upon this earth, had never once needed to suppress an emotion, to choke down or swallow anything she felt. She had never received in silence either the blows or the caresses of fate. And whatever she had received, of joy or sorrow, she had straightway given forth again, in a flow of childish, self-important trivialities. Her digestion was not perfect, it is true. But her heart her heart was light, her spirit was free, freer than she herself comprehended. She was not consumed by the inexpressible. No sorrow weighed her down, or strove to speak but could not. And thus it was that her past left no mark upon her. She knew that she had led a troubled life, she knew it, that is, but at bottom she never believed in it herself. She recognized it as a fact, since everybody else believed it, and she utilized it to her own advantage, talking of it and making herself great with it in her own eyes and those of others. With outraged virtue and dignity she would call by name all those persons who had played havoc with her life and, in consequence, with the prestige of the Buddenbrook family, the list had grown long with time: Thierry Triechka, Grunlich, Piermander, Tibertius, Weinschenk, the Hagenstroms, the state attorney, Severin, Wutfilu, all of them, Thomas. God will punish them, that is my firm belief. Twilight was falling as they came up to the Ocean Temple, for the autumn was far advanced. They stood in one of the little chambers facing the bay. It smelled of wood, like the bathing cabins at the Cour, and its walls were scribbled over with mottos, initials, hearts and rhymes. They stood and looked out over the dripping slope across the narrow, stony strip of beach, out to the turbid, restless sea. Great waves, said Thomas Buddenbrook. How they come on and break, one after another, endlessly, idly, empty and vast. And yet, like all the simple, inevitable things, they soothe, they console, after all. I have learned to love the sea more and more. Once, I think, I cared more for the mountains because they lay farther off. Now I do not long for them. They would only frighten and abash me. They are too capricious, too manifold, too anomalous. I know I should feel myself vanquished in their presence. What sort of men prefer the monotony of the sea? Those, I think, who have looked so long and deeply into the complexities of the spirit, that they ask of outward things merely that they should possess one quality above all: simplicity. It is true that in the mountains one clambers briskly about, while beside the sea one sits quietly on the shore. This is a difference, but a superficial one. The real difference is in the look with which one pays homage to the one and to the other. It is a strong, challenging gaze, full of enterprise, that can soar from peak to peak, but the eyes that rest on the wide ocean and are soothed by the sight of its waves rolling on forever, mystically, relentlessly, are those that are already wearied by looking too deep into the solemn perplexities of life, health and illness. That is the difference. The man whose strength is unexhausted climbs boldly up into the lofty multiplicity of the mountain heights. But it is when one is worn out with turning one's eyes inward upon the bewildering complexity of the human heart, that one finds peace in resting them on the wideness of the sea. Frau Piermander was silent and uncomfortable, as simple people are when a profound truth is suddenly expressed in the middle of a conventional conversation. People don't say such things, she thought to herself, and looked out to sea so as not to show her feeling by meeting his eyes. Then, in the silence, to make amends for an embarrassment which she could not help, she drew his arm through hers. Chapter 7. Winter had come, Christmas had passed. It was January, 1875. The snow, which covered the footwalks in a firm trodden mass, mingled with sand and ashes, was piled on either side of the road in high mounds that were growing grayer and more porous all the time, for the temperature was rising. The pavements were wet and dirty, the grey gables dripped. But above all stretched the heavens, a cloudless tender blue, while millions of light atoms seemed to dance like crystal motes in the air. It was a lively sight in the center of the town, for this was Saturday, and market day as well. Under the pointed arches of the town hall arcades the butchers had their stalls and weighed out their wares red-handed. The fish market, however, was held around the fountain in the market square itself. Here fat old women, with their hands in muffs from which most of the fur was worn off, warming their feet at little coal braziers, guarded their slippery wares and tried to cajole the servants and housewives into making purchases. There was no fear of being cheated. The fish would certainly be fresh, for the most of them were still alive. The luckiest ones were even swimming about in pails of water, rather cramped for space, but perfectly lively. Others lay with dreadfully goggling eyes and laboring gills, clinging to life and slapping the marble slab desperately with their tails until such time as their fate was at hand, when somebody would seize them and cut their throats with a crunching sound. Great fat eels writhed and wreathed about in extraordinary shapes. There were deep vats full of black masses of crabs from the Baltic. Once in a while a big flounder gave such a desperate leap that he sprang right off his slab and fell down upon the slippery pavement, among all the refuse, and had to be picked up and severely admonished by his possessor. Broad Street, at midday, was full of life. School children with knapsacks on their backs came along the street, filling it with laughter and chatter, snowballing each other with the half-melting snow. Smart young apprentices passed, with Danish sailor caps or suits cut after the English model, carrying their portfolios and obviously pleased with themselves for having escaped from school. Among the crowd were settled, grey-bearded, highly respectable citizens, wearing the most irreproachable national liberal expression on their faces, and tapping their sticks along the pavement. These looked across with interest to the glazed brick front of the town hall, where the double guard was stationed, for the Senate was in session. The sentries trod their beat, wearing their cloaks, their guns on their shoulders, phlegmatically stamping their feet in the dirty half-melted snow. They met in the center of their beat, looked at each other, exchanged a word, turned, and moved away each to his own side. Sometimes a lieutenant would pass, his coat collar turned up, his hands in his pockets, on the track of some grisette, yet at the same time permitting himself to be admired by young ladies of good family, and then each sentry would stand at attention in front of his box, look at himself from head to foot, and present arms. It would be a little time yet before they would perform the same salute before the members of the Senate. The sitting lasted some 3/4 of an hour, it would probably adjourn before that. But one of the sentries suddenly heard a short, discreet whistle from within the building. At the same moment the entrance was illumined by the red uniform of Elefelt the beadle, with his dress sword and cocked hat. His air of preoccupation was simply enormous as he uttered a stealthy look out and hastily withdrew. At the same moment approaching steps were heard on the echoing flags within. The sentries front-faced, inflated their chests, stiffened their necks, grounded their arms, and then, with a couple of rapid motions, presented arms. Between them there had appeared, lifting his top hat, a gentleman of scarcely medium height, with one light eyebrow higher than the other and the pointed ends of his mustaches extending beyond his pallid cheeks. Senator Thomas Buddenbrooks was leaving the town hall today long before the end of the sitting. He did not take the street to his own house, but turned to the right instead. He looked correct, spotless, and elegant as, with the rather hopping step peculiar to him, he walked along Broad Street, constantly saluting people whom he met. He wore white kid gloves, and he had his stick with the silver handle under his left arm. A white dress tie peeped forth from between the lapels of his fur coat. But his head and face, despite their careful grooming, looked rather seedy. People who passed him noticed that his eyes were watering and that he held his mouth shut in a peculiar cautious way. It was twisted a little to one side, and one could see by the muscles of his cheeks and temples that he was clenching his jaw. Sometimes he swallowed, as if a liquid kept rising in his mouth. "Well, Buddenbrook, so you are cutting the session? That is something new," somebody said unexpectedly to him at the beginning of Mill Street. It was his friend and admirer Stephen Kistenmaker, whose opinion on all subjects was the echo of his own. Stephen Kistenmaker had a full graying beard, bushy eyebrows, and a long nose full of large pores. He had retired from the wine business a few years back with a comfortable sum, and his brother Edward carried it on by himself. He lived now the life of a private gentleman, but, being rather ashamed of the fact, he always pretended to be overwhelmed with work. "I'm wearing myself out," he would say, stroking his grey hair, which he curled with the tongs. But what's a man good for, but to wear himself out? He stood hours on change, gesturing imposingly, but doing no business. He held a number of unimportant offices, the latest one being director of the city bathing establishments, but he also functioned as juror, broker, and executor, and labored with such zeal that the perspiration dripped from his brow. "There's a session, isn't there, Buddenbrook, and you are taking a walk?" "Oh, it's you," said the senator in a low voice, moving his lips cautiously. "I'm suffering frightfully. I'm nearly blind with pain." "Pain? Where?" "Toothache. Since yesterday. I did not close my eyes last night. I have not been to the dentist yet, because I had business in the office this morning, and then I did not like to miss the sitting. But I couldn't stand it any longer. I'm on my way to Brecht." "Where is it?" "Here on the left side, the lower jaw. A back tooth. It is decayed, of course. The pain is simply unbearable. Goodbye, Kistenmaker. You can understand that I am in a good deal of a hurry." "Yes, of course. Don't you think I am, too? Awful lot to do. Goodbye. Good luck. Have it out, get it over with at once, always the best way." Thomas Buddenbrook went on, biting his jaws together, though it made the pain worse to do so. It was a furious burning, boring pain, starting from the infected back tooth and affecting the whole side of the jaw. The inflammation throbbed like red-hot hammers, it made his face burn and his eyes water. His nerves were terribly affected by the sleepless night he had spent. He had had to control himself just now, lest his voice break as he spoke. He entered a yellow-brown house in Mill Street and went up to the first story, where a brass plate on the door said, "Brecht, Dentist." He did not see the servant who opened the door. The corridor was warm and smelled of beefsteak and cauliflower. Then he suddenly inhaled the sharp odor of the waiting room into which he was ushered. "Sit down." "One moment," shrieked the voice of an old woman. It was Josephus, who sat in his shining cage at the end of the room and regarded him sidewise out of his venomous little eyes. The senator sat down at the round table and tried to read the jokes in a volume of Fliegend Blätter, flung down the book, and pressed the cool silver handle of his walking stick against his cheek. He closed his burning eyes and groaned. There was not a sound, except for the noise made by Josephus as he bit and clawed at the bars of his cage. Herr Brecht might not be busy, but he owed it to himself to make his patient wait a little. Thomas Buddenbrook stood up precipitately and drank a glass of water from the bottle on the table. It tasted and smelled of chloroform. Then he opened the door into the corridor and called out in an irritated voice, if there were nothing very important to prevent it, would Herr Brecht kindly make haste, he was suffering. And immediately the bald forehead, hooked nose, and grizzled mustaches of the dentist appeared in the door of the operating room. "If you please," he said. "If you please," shrieked Josephus. The senator followed on the invitation. He was not smiling. A bad case, thought Herr Brecht, and turned pale. They passed through the large light room to the operating chair in front of one of the two largest windows. It was an adjustable chair with an upholstered headrest and green plush arms. As he sat down, Thomas Buddenbrook briefly explained what the trouble was. Then he leaned back his head and closed his eyes. Herr Brecht screwed up the chair a bit and got to work on the tooth with a tiny mirror and a pointed steel instrument. His hands smelled of almond soap, his breath of cauliflower and beefsteak. "We must proceed to extraction," he said, after a while, and turned still paler. "Very well, proceed, then," said the senator, and shut his eyes more tightly. There was a pause. Herr Brecht prepared something at his chest of drawers and got out his instruments. Then he approached the chair again. "I'll paint it a little," he said, and began at once to apply a strong-smelling liquid in generous quantities. Then he gently implored the patient to sit very still and open his mouth very wide, and then he began. Thomas Buddenbrook clutched the plush armrests with both his hands. He scarcely felt the forceps close around his tooth, but from the grinding sensation in his mouth, and the increasingly painful, really agonizing pressure on his whole head, he was made amply aware that the thing was underway. "Thank God," he thought, "now it can't last long." The pain grew and grew, to limitless, incredible heights. It grew to an insane, shrieking, inhuman torture, tearing his entire brain. It approached the catastrophe. "Here we are," he thought. "Now I must just bear it." It lasted 3 or 4 seconds. Herr Brecht's nervous exertions communicated themselves to Thomas Buddenbrook's whole body. He was even lifted up a little on his chair, and he heard a soft, squeaking noise coming from the dentist's throat. Suddenly there was a fearful blow, a violent shaking as if his neck were broken, accompanied by a quick crackling noise. The pressure was gone, but his head buzzed, the pain throbbed madly in the inflamed and ill-used jaw, and he had the clearest impression that the thing had not been successful, that the extraction of the tooth was not the solution of the difficulty, but merely a premature catastrophe which only made matters worse. Herr Brecht had retreated. He was leaning against his instrument cupboard, and he looked like death. He said, "The crown, I thought so." Thomas Buddenbrook spat a little blood into the blue basin at his side, for the gum was lacerated. He asked, half dazed, "What did you think?" "What about the crown?" "The crown broke off, Herr Senator. I was afraid of it. The tooth was in very bad condition. But it was my duty to make the experiment." "What next?" "Leave it to me, Herr Senator." "What will you have to do now?" "Take out the roots." "With a lever?" "There are 4 of them." "4. Then you must take hold and lift 4 times." "Yes, unfortunately." "Well, this is enough for today," said the senator. He started to rise, but remained seated and put his head back instead. "My dear sir, you mustn't demand the impossible of me," he said. "I'm not very strong on my legs, just now. I have had enough for today. Will you be so kind as to open the window a little?" Herr Brecht did so. "It will be perfectly agreeable to me, Herr Senator, if you come in tomorrow or next day, at whatever hour you like, and we can go on with the operation. If you will permit me, I will just do a little more rinsing and penciling, to reduce the pain somewhat." He did the rinsing and penciling, and then the senator went. Herr Brecht accompanied him to the door, pale as death, expending his last remnant of strength in sympathetic shoulder shruggings. "One moment, please," shrieked Josephus as they passed through the waiting room. He still shrieked as Thomas Buddenbrook went down the steps. With a lever, yes, that was tomorrow. What should he do now? Go home and rest, sleep, if he could. The actual pain in the nerve seemed deadened, in his mouth was only a dull, heavy burning sensation. Home, then. He went slowly through the streets, mechanically exchanging greetings with those whom he met. His look was absent and wandering, as though he were absorbed in thinking how he felt. He got as far as Fisher's Lane and began to descend the left-hand sidewalk. After 20 paces he felt nauseated. "I'll go over to the public house and take a drink of brandy," he thought, and began to cross the road. But just as he reached the middle, something happened to him. It was precisely as if his brain was seized and swung around, faster and faster, in circles that grew smaller and smaller, until it crashed with enormous, brutal, pitiless force against a stony center. He performed a half-turn, fell, and struck the wet pavement, his arms outstretched. As the street ran steeply downhill, his body lay much lower than his feet. He fell upon his face, beneath which, presently, a little pool of blood began to form. His hat rolled a little way off down the road, his fur coat was wet with mud and slush, his hands, in their white kid gloves, lay outstretched in a puddle. Thus he lay, and thus he remained, until some people came down the street and turned him over. Chapter 8. Frau Piermander mounted the main staircase, holding up her gown in front of her with one hand and with the other pressing her muff to her cheek. She tripped and stumbled more than she walked, her cheeks were flushed, her capote sat crooked on her head, and little beads stood on her upper lip. Though she met no one, she talked continually as she hurried up, in whispers out of which now and then a word rose clear and audible and emphasized her fear. "It's nothing," she said. "It doesn't mean anything. God wouldn't let anything happen. He knows what he's doing, I'm very sure of that. Oh, my God, I'll pray every day," she prattled senselessly in her fear, as she rushed up to the second story and down the corridor. The door of the antechamber opened, and her sister-in-law came toward her. Gerda Buddenbrook's lovely white face was quite distorted with horror and disgust, and her close-set, blue-shadowed brown eyes opened and shut with a look of anger, distraction, and shrinking. As she recognized Frau Piermander, she beckoned quickly with outstretched arms and embraced her, putting her head on her sister-in-law's shoulder. "Gerda! Gerda! What is it?" Frau Piermander cried. "What has happened? What does it mean? They said he fell unconscious. How is he? God won't let the worst happen, I know. Tell me, for pity's sake." But the reply did not come at once. She only felt how Gerda's whole form was shaken. Then she heard a whisper at her shoulder. How he looked, she heard, when they brought him. His whole life long, he never let anyone see even a speck of dust on him. Oh, it is insulting, it is vile, for the end to have come like that. Subdued voices came out to them. The dressing-room door opened, and Ida Jungmann stood in the doorway in a white apron, a basin in her hands. Her eyes were red. She looked at Frau Piermander and made way, her head bent. Her chin was trembling. The high-flowered curtains stirred in the draught as Tony, followed by her sister-in-law, entered the chamber. The smell of carbolic, ether, and other drugs met them. In the wide mahogany bed, under the red down coverlet, lay Thomas Buddenbrook, on his back, undressed and clad in an embroidered nightshirt. His half-open eyes were rolled up, his lips were moving under the disordered mustaches, and babbling, Gurgling sounds came out. Young Dr. Langhals was bending over him, changing a bloody bandage for a fresh one, which he dipped into a basin at the bedside. Then he listened at the patient's chest and felt his pulse. On the bedclothes at the foot of the bed sat little Johann, clutching his sailor's knot and listening broodingly to the sounds behind him, which his father was making. The senator's bemired clothing hung over a chair. Frau Piermander cowered down at the bedside, seized one of her brother's hands. It was cold and heavy, and stared wildly into his face. She began to understand that, whether God knew what he was doing or not, he was at all events bent on the worst. "Tom," she clamored, "do you know me? How are you? You aren't going to leave us? You won't go away from us? Oh, it can't be." Nothing answered her, that could be called an answer. She looked imploringly up at Dr. Langhals. He stood there with his beautiful eyes cast down, and his manner, not without a certain self-satisfaction, expressed the will of God. Ida Jungmann came back into the room, to make herself useful if she could. Old Dr. Grabo appeared in person, looked at the patient with his long, mild face, shook his head, pressed all their hands, and then stood as Dr. Langhals stood. The news had gone like the wind through the whole town. The vestibule door rang constantly, and inquiries after the senator's condition came up into the sick chamber. It was unchanged. Everyone received the same answer. The two physicians were in favor of sending for a sister of charity at least for the night. They sent for Sister Leandra, and she came. There was no trace of surprise or alarm in her face as she entered. Again she laid aside her leather bag, her outer hood and cloak, and again she set to work in her gentle way. Little Johann sat hour after hour on the bedclothes, watching everything and listening to the gurgling noises. He was to have gone to an arithmetic lesson, but he understood perfectly that what was happening here was something over which the worst coats had no jurisdiction. He thought of his lessons only for a moment, and with scorn. He wept, sometimes, when Frau Piermander came up and pressed him to her, but mostly he sat dry-eyed, with a shrinking, brooding gaze, and his breath came irregularly and cautiously, as if he expected any moment to smell that strange and yet familiar smell. Toward 4 o'clock Frau Piermander took a sudden resolve. She asked Dr. Langhals to come with her into the next room, and there she folded her arms and laid back her head, with the chin dropped. "Herr Doctor," she said, "there is one thing you can do, and I beg you to do it. Tell me the truth. I am a woman steeled by adversity, I have learned to bear the truth. You may depend upon me. Please tell me plainly, will my brother be alive tomorrow?" Dr. Langhals turned his beautiful eyes aside, looked at his fingernails, and spoke of our human powerlessness, and the impossibility of knowing whether Frau Piermander's brother would outlive the night, or whether he would be called away the next minute. "Then I know what I have to do," said she, went out of the room, and sent for Pastor Pringsheim. Pastor Pringsheim appeared, without his vestments or neck ruff, in a long black gown. He swept Sister Leandra with an icy stare, and seated himself in the chair which they placed for him by the bedside. He asked the patient to recognize and hear him. Then, as this appeal was unsuccessful, he addressed himself at once to God and prayed in carefully modulated tones, with his Frankish pronunciation, with emphasis now solemn and now abrupt, while waves of fanaticism and sanctimony followed each other across his face. He pronounced his R in a sleek and oily way peculiar to himself alone, and little Johann received an irresistible impression that he had just been eating rolls and coffee. He said that he and the family there present no longer importuned God for the life of this dear and beloved sufferer, for they saw plainly that it was God's will to take him to himself. They only begged him for the mercy of a gentle death. And then he recited, appropriately and with effect, two of the prayers customary on such occasions. Then he got up. He pressed Gerda Buddenbrooks' hand, and Frau Piermander's, and held little Johann's head for a moment between both his hands, regarding the drooping eyelashes with an expression of the most fervent pity. He saluted Ida Jungmann, stared again at Sister Leandra, and took his leave. Dr. Langhals had gone home for a little. When he came back there had been no change. He spoke with the nurse, and went again. Dr. Grabo came once more, to see that everything was being done. Thomas Buddenbrook went on babbling and gurgling, with his eyes rolled up. Twilight was falling. There was a pale winter glow at sunset, and it shone through the window upon the soiled clothing lying across the chair. At 5 o'clock Frau Piermander let herself be carried away by her feelings, and committed an indiscretion. She suddenly began to sing, in her throaty voice, her hands folded before her. "Come, Lord," she sang, quite loud, and they all listened without stirring. "Come, Lord, receive his failing breath, strengthen his hands and feet, and lead him unto death." But in the devoutness of her prayer, she thought only of the words as they welled up from her heart, and forgot that she did not know the whole stanza. After the third line she was left hanging in the air, and had to make up for her abrupt end by the increased dignity of her manner. Everybody shivered with embarrassment. Little Johann coughed so hard that the cough sounded like sobs. And then, in the sudden pause, there was no sound but the agonizing gurgles of Thomas Buddenbrook. It was a relief when the servant announced that there was something to eat in the next room. But they had only begun, sitting in Gerda's bedroom, to take a little soup, when Sister Leandra appeared in the doorway and quietly beckoned. The senator was dying. He hiccuped gently 2 or 3 times, was silent, and ceased to move his lips. That was the only change. His eyes had been quite dead before. Dr. Langhals, who was on the spot a few minutes later, put the black stethoscope to the heart, listened, and, after this scientific test, said, "Yes, it is over." And Sister Leandra, with the forefinger of her gentle white hand, softly closed the eyes of the dead. Then Frau Piermander flung herself down on her knees by the bed, pressed her face into the coverlet, and wept aloud, surrendering herself utterly and without restraint to one of those refreshing bursts of feeling which her happy nature had always at its command. Her face still streamed with tears, but she was soothed and comforted and entirely herself as she rose to her feet and began straightway to occupy her mind with the announcements of the death an enormous number of elegant cards, which must be ordered at once. Christian appeared. He had heard the news of the senator's stroke in the club, which he had left at once. But he was so afraid of seeing some awful sight that he went instead for a long walk outside the walls, and was not to be found. Now, however, he came in, and on the threshold heard of his brother's death. "It isn't possible," he said, and limped up the stairs, his eyes rolling wildly. He stood at the bedside between his sister and his sister-in-law, with his bald head, his sunken cheeks, his drooping mustaches, and his huge beaked nose. He stood there on his bent legs, looking a little like an interrogation point, and gazed with his little round deep eyes into his brother's face, as it lay so silent, so cold, so detached and inaccessible. The corners of Thomas's mouth were drawn down in an expression almost scornful. Here he lay, at whom once Christian had flung the reproach that he was too heartless to weep at a brother's death. He was dead now himself, he had simply withdrawn, silent, elegant, and irreproachable, into the hereafter. He had, as so often in his life, left it to others to feel put in the wrong. No matter now, whether he had been right or wrong in his cold and scornful indifference toward his brother's afflictions, the misery, the nodding man, the spirit bottle, the open window. None of that mattered now, for death, with arbitrary and incomprehensible partiality, had singled him out, and taken him up, and given him an awesome dignity and importance. And yet death had rejected Christian, had held him off, and would not have him at any price, would only keep on making game of him and mocking him with all these tricks and antics which nobody took seriously. Never in his life had Thomas Buddenbrooks so impressed his brother as at this hour. Success is so definite, so conclusive. Death alone can make others respect our sufferings, and through death the most pitiable sufferings acquire dignity. You have won, I give in, Christian thought. He knelt on one knee, with a sudden awkward gesture, and kissed the cold hand on the coverlet. Then he stepped back and moved about the room, his eyes darting back and forth. Other visitors came, the old Krogers, the Mrs. Buddenbrook, old Herr Marcus. Poor Clotilde, lean and ashen, stood by the bed, her face was apathetic, and she folded her hands in their worst gloves. You must not think, Tony and Gerda, said she, and her voice dragged very much, that I've no feeling because I don't weep. The truth is, I have no more tears. And as she stood there, incredibly dry and withered, it was evident that she spoke the truth. Then they all left the room to make way for an elderly female, an unpleasant old creature with a toothless, mumbling jaw, who had come to help Sister Leandra wash and dress the corpse. Gerda Buddenbrook, Frau Piermander, Christian, and little Johann sat under the big gas lamp around the center table in the living room, and worked industriously until far on into the evening. They were addressing envelopes and making a list of people who ought to receive announcements. Now and then somebody thought of another name. Hanno had to help, too. His handwriting was plain, and there was need of haste. It was still in the house and in the street. The gas lamp made a soft hissing noise, somebody murmured a name, the papers rustled. Sometimes they looked at each other and remembered what had happened. Frau Piermander scratched busily. But regularly once every 5 minutes she would put down her pen, lift her clasped hands up to her mouth, and break out in lamentations. I can't realize it, she would cry, meaning that she was gradually beginning to realize. It is the end of everything, she burst out another time, in sheer despair, and flung her arms around her sister-in-law's neck with loud weeping. After each outburst she was strengthened, and took up her work again. With Christian it was as with poor Clotilde. He had not shed a tear, which fact rather mortified him. It was true, too, that his constant preoccupation with his own condition had used him up emotionally and made him insensitive. Now and then he would start up, rub his hand over his bald brow, and murmur, "Yes, it's frightfully sad." He said it to himself, with strong self-reproach, and did his best to make his eyes water. Suddenly something happened to startle them all. Little Johann began to laugh. He was copying a list of names, and had found one with such a funny sound that he could not resist it. He said it aloud and snorted through his nose, bent over, sobbed, and could not control himself. The grown people looked at him in bewildered incredulity, and his mother sent him up to bed. Chapter 9. Senator Buddenbrook had died of a bad tooth. So it was said in the town. But goodness, people don't die of a bad tooth. He had had a toothache, Herr Brecht had broken off the crown, and thereupon the senator had simply fallen in the street. Was ever the like heard? But however it had happened, that was no longer the point. What had next to be done was to send wreaths, large, expensive wreaths which would do the givers credit and be mentioned in the paper, wreaths which showed that they came from people with sympathetic hearts and long purses. They were sent. They poured in from all sides, from organizations, from families and individuals, laurel wreaths, wreaths of heavily scented flowers, silver wreaths, wreaths with black bows or bows with the colors of the city on them, or dedications printed in heavy black type or gilt lettering. And palms, simply quantities of palms. The flower shops did an enormous business, not least among them being Iwerson's, opposite the Buddenbrook mansion. Frau Iwerson rang many times in the day at the vestibule door, and handed in arrangements in all shapes and styles, from senator this or that, or consul so and so, from office staffs and civil servants. On one of these visits she asked if she might go up and see the senator a minute. Yes, of course, she was told, and she followed Frau Piermander up the main staircase, gazing silently at its magnificence. She went up heavily, for she was, as usual, expecting. Her looks had grown a little common with the years, but the narrow black eyes and the Malay cheekbones had not lost their charm. One could still see that she must once have been exceedingly pretty. She was admitted into the salon, where Thomas Buddenbrook lay upon his bier. He lay in the center of the large, light room, the furniture of which had been removed, amid the white silk linings of his coffin, dressed in white silk, shrouded in white silk, in a thick and stupefying mingling of odors from the tube roses, violets, roses, and other flowers with which he was surrounded. At his head, in a half-circle of silver candelabra, stood the pedestal draped in mourning, supporting the marble copy of Thorwaldsen's Christ. The wreaths, garlands, baskets, and bunches stood or lay along the walls, on the floor, and on the coverlet. Palms stood around the bier and drooped over the feet of the dead. The skin of his face was abradded in spots, and the nose was bruised. But his hair was dressed with the tongs, as in life, and his mustache, too, had been drawn through the tongs for the last time by old Herr Wenzel, and stuck out stiff and straight beyond his white cheeks. His head was turned a little to one side, and an ivory cross was stuck between the folded hands. Frau Iwerson remained near the door, and looked thence, blinking, over to the bier. Only when Frau Piermander, in deep black, with a cold in her head from much weeping, came from the living room through the portieres and invited Frau Iwerson to come nearer, did she dare to venture a little farther forward on the parquetry floor. She stood with her hands folded across her prominent abdomen, and looked about her with her narrow black eyes, at the plants, the candelabra, the bows and the wreaths, the white silk, and Thomas Buddenbrook's face. It would be hard to describe the expression on the pale, blurred features of the pregnant woman. Finally she said yes, sobbed just once, a brief confused sound, and turned away. Frau Piermander loved these visits. She never stirred from the house, but superintended with tireless zeal the homage that pressed about the earthly husk of her departed brother. She read the newspaper articles aloud many times in her throaty voice, those same newspapers which at the time of the Jubilee had paid tribute to her brother's merits, now mourned the irreparable loss of his personality. She stood at Gerda's side to receive the visits of condolence in the living room, and there was no end of these, their name was legion. She held conferences with various people about the funeral, which must of course be conducted in the most refined manner. She arranged farewells, she had the office staff come in a body to bid their chief goodbye. The workmen from the granaries came too. They shuffled their huge feet along the parquetry floor, drew down the corners of their mouths to show their respect, and emanated an odor of chewing tobacco, spirits, and physical exertion. They looked at the dead lying in his splendid state, twirled their caps, first admired and then grew restive, until at length one of them found courage to go, and the whole troop followed shuffling on his heels. Frau Piermander was enchanted. She asserted that some of them had tears running down into their beards. This simply was not the fact, but she saw it, and it made her happy. The day of the funeral dawned. The metal casket was hermetically sealed and covered with flowers, the candles burned in their silver holders, the house filled with people, and, surrounded by mourners from near and far, Pastor Pringsheim stood at the head of the coffin in upright majesty, his impressive head resting upon his ruff as on a dish. A high-shouldered functionary, a brisk intermediate something between a waiter and a majordomo, had in charge the outward ordering of the solemnity. He ran with the softest speed down the staircase and called in a penetrating whisper across the entry, which was filled to overflowing with tax commissioners in uniform and grain porters in blouses, knee breeches, and tall hats. "The rooms are full, but there is a little room left in the corridor." Then everything was hushed. Pastor Pringsheim began to speak. He filled the whole house with the rolling periods of his exquisitely modulated, sonorous voice. He stood there near the figure of Thorwaldsen's Christ and wrung his hands before his face or spread them out in blessing, while below in the street, before the house door, beneath a white wintry sky, stood the hearse drawn by 4 black horses, with the other carriages in a long row behind it. A company of soldiers with grounded arms stood in 2 rows opposite the house door, with Lieutenant von Throde at their head. He held his drawn sword on his arm and looked up at the bow window with his brilliant eyes. Many people were craning their necks from windows nearby or standing on the pavements to look. At length there was a stir in the vestibule, the lieutenant's muffled word of command sounded, the soldiers presented arms with a rattle of weapons, Herr von Throde let his sword sink, and the coffin appeared. It swayed cautiously forth of the house door, borne by the 4 men in black cloaks and cocked hats, and a gust of perfume came with it, wafted over the heads of bystanders. The breeze ruffled the black plumes on top of the hearse, tossed the manes of the horses standing in line down to the river, and dishevelled the mourning hat scarves of the coachmen and grooms. Enormous single flakes of snow drifted down from the sky in long slanting curves. The horses attached to the hearse, all in black trappings so that only their restless rolling eyeballs could be seen, now slowly got in motion. The hearse moved off, led by the 4 black servants. The company of soldiers fell in behind, and one after another the coaches followed on. Christian Buddenbrook and the pastor got into the first, little Johann sat in the second, with a well-fed Hamburg relative. And slowly, with mournful long-drawn pomp, Thomas Buddenbrook's funeral train wound away, while the flags at half-mast on all the houses flapped before the wind. The office staff and the grain porters followed on foot. The casket, with the mourners behind, followed the well-known cemetery paths, past crosses and statues and chapels and bare weeping willows, to the Buddenbrook family lot, where the military guard of honor already stood, and presented arms again. A funeral march sounded in subdued and solemn strains from behind the shrubbery. Once more the heavy gravestone, with the family arms in relief, had been moved to one side, and once more the gentlemen of the town stood there, on the edge of the little grove, beside the abyss walled in with masonry into which Thomas Buddenbrook was now lowered to join his fathers. They stood there with bent heads, these worthy and well-to-do citizens. Prominent among them were the senators, in white gloves and cravats. Beyond them was the throng of officials, clerks, grain porters, and warehouse laborers. The music stopped. Pastor Pringsheim spoke. While his voice, raised in blessing, still lingered on the air, everybody pressed round to shake hands with the brother and son of the deceased. The ceremony was long and tedious. Christian Buddenbrook received all the condolences with his usual absent, embarrassed air. Little Johann stood by his side, in his heavy reefer jacket with the gilt buttons, and looked at the ground with his blue-shadowed eyes. He never looked up, but bent his head against the wind with a sensitive twist of all his features. Part 11. Chapter I. It sometimes happens that we may recall this or that person whom we have not lately seen and wonder how he is. And then, with a start, we remember that he has disappeared from the stage, that his voice no longer swells the general concert, that he is, in short, departed from among us, and lies somewhere outside the walls, beneath the sod. Frau Consul Buddenbrook, she that was eschewing, Uncle Gotthold's widow, passed away. Death set his reconciling and atoning seal upon the brow of her who in her life had been the cause of such violent discord, and her 3 daughters, Friedrich, Henriette, and Fifi, received the condolences of their relatives with an affronted air which seemed to say, "You see, your persecutions have at last brought her down to her grave." As if the Frau Consul were not as old as the hills already. And Madame Kethelson had gone to her long rest. In her later years she had suffered much from gout, but she died gently and simply, resting upon a childlike faith which was much envied by her educated sister, who had always had her periodic attacks of rationalistic doubt, and who, though she grew constantly smaller and more bent, was relentlessly bound by an iron constitution to this sinful earth. Consul Peter Dolman was called away. He had eaten up all his money, and finally fell a prey to Huniati Janos, leaving his daughter an income of 200 marks a year. He depended upon the respect felt in the community for the name of Dolman to ensure her being admitted into the Order of St. John. Justice Kroger also departed this life, which was a loss, for now nobody was left to prevent his wife selling everything she owned to send money to the wretched Jacob, who was still leading a dissolute existence somewhere in the world. Christian Buddenbrook had likewise disappeared from the streets of his native city. He would have been sought in vain within her walls. He had moved to Hamburg, less than a year after his brother's death, and there he united himself, before God and men, with Fräulein Aline Pivogel, a lady with whom he had long stood in a close relationship. No one could now stop him. His inheritance from his mother, indeed, half the interest of which had always found its way to Hamburg, was managed by Herr Stefan Kistenmaker in so far as it was not already spent in advance. Herr Kistenmaker, in fact, had been appointed administrator by the terms of his deceased friend's will. But in all other respects Christian was his own master. Directly the marriage became known, Frau Piermander addressed to Frau Aline Buddenbrook in Hamburg a long and extraordinarily violent letter, beginning Madam, and declaring in carefully poisoned words that she had absolutely no intention of recognizing as a relative either the person addressed or any of her children. Herr Kistenmaker was executor and administrator of the Buddenbrook estate and guardian of little Johann. He held these offices in high regard. They were an important activity which justified him in rubbing his head on the bourse with every indication of overwork and telling everybody that he was simply wearing himself out. Besides, he received 2 per cent of the revenues, very punctually. But he was not too successful in the performance of his duties, and Gerda Buddenbrook soon had reason to feel dissatisfied. The business was to close, the firm to go into liquidation, and the estate to be settled within a year. This was Thomas Buddenbrook's wish, as expressed in his will. Frau Piermander felt much upset. And Hanno? And little Johann, what about Hanno? She was disappointed and grieved that her brother had passed over his son and heir and had not wished to keep the firm alive for him to step into. She wept for hours to think that one should dispose thus summarily of that honorable shield, that jewel cherished by 4 generations of Buddenbrooks, that the history of the firm was now to close, while yet there existed a direct heir to carry it on. But she finally consoled herself by thinking that the end of the firm was not, after all, the end of the family, and that her nephew might as easily, in a new and different career, perform the high task allotted to him, that task being to carry on the family name and add fresh luster to the family reputation. It could not be in vain that he possessed so much likeness to his great-grandfather. The liquidation of the business began, under the auspices of Herr Kistenmaker and old Herr Marcus, and it took a most deplorable course. The time was short, and it must be punctiliously kept to. The pending business was disposed of on hurried and unfavorable terms. One precipitate and disadvantageous sale followed another. The granaries and warehouses were turned into money at a great loss, and what was not lost by Herr Kistenmaker's overzealousness was wasted by the procrastination of old Herr Marcus. In town they said that the old man, before he left his house in winter, warmed not only his coat and hat, but his walking stick as well. If ever a favorable opportunity arose, he invariably let it slip through his fingers. And so the losses piled up. Thomas Buddenbrook had left, on paper, an estate of 650,000 marks. A year after the will was opened, it had become abundantly clear that there was no question of such a sum. Indefinite, exaggerated rumors of the unfavorable liquidation got about, and were fed by the news that Gerda Buddenbrook meant to sell the great house. Wonderful stories flew about, of the reasons which obliged her to take such a step, of the collapse of the Buddenbrook fortune. Things were thought to look very badly, and a feeling began to grow up in the town, of which the widowed Frau Senator became aware, at first with surprise and astonishment, and then with growing anger. When she told her sister-in-law, one day, that she had been pressed in an unpleasant way for the payment of some considerable accounts, Frau Piermander had at first been speechless, and then had burst out into frightful laughter. Gerda Buddenbrook was so outraged that she expressed a half-determination to leave the city forever with little Johann and go back to Amsterdam to play duets with her old father. But this called forth such a storm of protest from Frau Piermander that she was obliged to give up the plan for the time being. As was to be expected, Frau Piermander protested against the sale of the house which her brother had built. She bewailed the bad impression it would make and complained of the blow it would deal the family prestige. But she had to grant that it would be folly to continue to keep up the spacious and splendid dwelling that had been Thomas Buddenbrook's costly hobby, and that Gerda's idea of a comfortable little villa outside the wall, in the country, had, after all, much to commend it. A great day dawned for Sigismund Gosch the broker. His old age was illumined by an event so stupendous that for many hours it held his knees from trembling. It came about that he sat in Gerda Buddenbrook's salon, in an easy chair, opposite her, and discussed tête-à-tête the price of her house. His snow-white locks streamed over his face, his chin protruded grimly, he succeeded for once in looking thoroughly hump-backed. He hissed when he talked, but his manners were cold and businesslike, and nothing betrayed the emotions of his soul. He bound himself to take over the house, stretched out his hand, smiled cunningly, and bid 85,000 marks, which was a possible offer, for some loss would certainly have to be taken in the sale. But Herr Kistenmaker's opinion must be heard, and Gerda Buddenbrook had to let Herr Gosch go without making the bargain. Then it appeared that Herr Kistenmaker was not minded to allow any interference in what he considered his prerogative. He mistrusted Herr Gosch's offer, he laughed at it, and swore that he could easily get much more. He continued to swear this, until at length he was forced to dispose of the property for 75,000 marks to an elderly spinster who had returned from extended travel and decided to settle in the town. Herr Kistenmaker also arranged for the purchase of the new house, a pleasant little villa for which he paid rather too high a price, but which was about what Gerda Buddenbrook wanted. It lay outside the castle gate, on a chestnut-bordered avenue, and thither, in the autumn of the year 1876, the Frau Senator moved with her son, her servants, and a part of her household goods, the remainder, to Frau Piermander's great distress, being left behind to pass into the possession of the elderly gentlewoman. As if these were not changes enough, Mamsell Jungmann, after 40 years in the service of the Buddenbrook family, left it to return to her native West Prussia to live out the evening of her life. To tell the truth, she was dismissed by the Frau Senator. This good soul had taken up with little Johann when the previous generation had outgrown her. She had cherished him fondly, read him fairy stories, and told him about the uncle who died of hiccups. But now little Johann was no longer small. He was a lad of 15 years, to whom, despite his lack of strength, she could no longer be of much service, and with his mother her relations had not for a long time been on a very comfortable footing. She had never been able to think of this lady, who had entered the family so much later than herself, as a proper Buddenbrook, and of late she had begun, with the freedom of an old servant, to arrogate to herself exaggerated authority. She stirred up dissension in the household by this or that encroachment, the position became untenable, there were disagreements, and though Frau Piermander made an impassioned plea in her behalf, as for the old house and the furniture, old Ida had to go. She wept bitterly when the hour came to bid little Johann farewell. He put his arms about her and embraced her. Then, with his hands behind his back, resting his weight on one leg while the other poised on the tips of the toes, he watched her out of sight. His face wore the same brooding, introspective look with which he had stood at his father's deathbed, and his grandmother's bier, witnessed the breaking up of the great household, and shared in so many events of the same kind, though of lesser outward significance. The departure of old Ida belonged to the same category as other events with which he was already familiar, breakings up, closings, endings, disintegrations, he had seen them all. Such events did not disturb him, they had never disturbed him. But he would lift his head, with the curling light brown hair, inflate one delicate nostril, and it was as if he cautiously sniffed the air about him, expecting to perceive that odor, that strange and yet familiar odor which, at his grandmother's bier, not all the scent of the flowers had been able to disguise. When Frau Piermander visited her sister-in-law, she would draw her nephew to her and tell him of the Buddenbrook family past, and of that future for which, next to the mercy of God, they would have to thank little Johann. The more depressing the present appeared, the more she strove to depict the elegance of the life that went on in the houses of her parents and grandparents, and she would tell Hanno how his great-grandfather had driven all over the country with his carriage and 4 horses. One day she had a severe attack of cramps in the stomach because Friedrich, Henriette, and Fifi had asserted that the Hagenstroms were the crème de la crème of town society. Bad news came of Christian. His marriage seemed not to have improved his health. He had become more and more subject to uncanny delusions and morbid hallucinations, until finally his wife had acted upon the advice of a physician and had him put into an institution. He was unhappy there, and wrote pathetic letters to his relatives, expressive of a fervent desire to leave the establishment, where, it seemed, he was none too well treated. But they kept him shut up, and it was probably the best thing for him. It also put his wife in a position to continue her former independent existence without prejudice to her status as a married woman or to the practical advantages accruing from her marriage. Chapter 2. The alarm clock went off with cruel alacrity. It was a hoarse rattling and clattering that it made, rather than a ringing, for it was old and worn out, but it kept on for a painfully long time, for it had been thoroughly wound up. Hanno Buddenbrook was startled to his inmost depths. It was like this every morning. His very entrails rebelled, in rage, protest, and despair, at the onslaught of this at once cruel and faithful monitor standing on the bedside table close to his ear. However, he did not get up, or even change his position in the bed, he only wrenched himself away from some blurred dream of the early morning and opened his eyes. It was perfectly dark in the wintry room. He could distinguish nothing, not even the hands on the clock. But he knew it was 6 o'clock, because last night he had set his alarm for 6. Last night, and as he lay on his back, with his nerves rasped by the shock of waking, struggling for sufficient resolution to make a light and jump out of bed, everything that had filled his mind yesterday came gradually back into his consciousness. It was Sunday evening, and after having been maltreated by Herr Brecht for several days on end, he had been taken as a reward to a performance of Lohengrin. He had looked forward for a whole week to this evening with a joy which absorbed his entire existence. Only, it was a pity that on such occasions the full pleasure of the anticipation had to be marred by disagreeable commonplaces that went on up to the very last minute. But at length Saturday came, school was over for the week, and Herr Brecht's little drill had bored and buzzed away in the mouth for the last time. Now everything was out of the way and done with, for he had obstinately put off his preparation for Monday until after the opera. What was Monday to him? Was it likely it would ever dawn? Who believes in Monday, when he is to hear Lohengrin on Sunday evening? He would get up early on Monday and get the wretched stuff done, and that was all there was to it. Thus he went about free from care, fondled the coming joy in his heart, dreamed at his piano, and forgot all unpleasantness to come. And then the dream became reality. It came over him with all its enchantment and consecration, all its secret revelations and tremors, its sudden inner emotion, its extravagant, unquenchable intoxication. It was true that the music of the overture was rather too much for the cheap violins in the orchestra, and the fat conceited-looking Lohengrin with straw-colored hair came in rather hindside foremost in his little boat. And his guardian, Herr Stefan Kistenmaker, had sat in the next box and grumbled about the boys being taken away from his lessons and having his mind distracted like that. But the sweet, exalted splendor of the music had borne him away upon its wings. The end had come at length. The singing, shimmering joy was quenched and silent. He had found himself back home in his room, with a burning head and the consciousness that only a few hours of sleep, there in his bed, separated him from dull everyday existence. And he had been overpowered by an attack of the complete despondency which was all too familiar an experience. Again he had learned that beauty can pierce one like a pain, and that it can sink profoundly into shame and a longing despair that utterly consume the courage and energy necessary to the life of every day. His despondency weighed him down like mountains, and once more he told himself, as he had done before, that this was more than his own individual burden of weaknesses that rested upon him, that his burden was one which he had borne upon his soul from the beginning of time, and must one day sink under at last. He had wound the alarm clock and gone to sleep and slept that dead and heavy sleep that comes when one wishes never to awake again. And now Monday was here, and he had not prepared a single lesson. He sat up and lighted the bedside candle. But his arms and shoulders felt so cold that he lay down again and pulled up the covers. The hand pointed to 10 minutes after 6. Oh, it was absurd to get up now. He should hardly have time to make a beginning, for there was preparation in nearly every lesson. And the time he had fixed was already past. Was it as certain, then, as it had seemed to him yesterday that he would be called up in Latin and chemistry? It was certainly to be expected. In all human probability it would happen. The names at the end of the alphabet had lately been called in the Ovid class, and presumably they would begin again at the beginning. But, after all, it wasn't so absolutely certain. Beyond a peradventure there were exceptions to every rule. Chance sometimes worked wonders, he knew. He sank deeper and deeper into these false and plausible speculations, his thoughts began to run in together. He was asleep. The little schoolboy bedchamber, cold and bare, with the copper plate of the Sistine Madonna over the bed, the extension table in the middle, the untidy bookshelf, a stiff-legged mahogany desk, the harmonium, and the small wash-hand stand, lay silent in the flickering light of the candle. The window was covered with ice crystals, and the blind was up in order that the light might come earlier. And Hanno slept, his cheek pressed into the pillow, his lips closed, the eyelashes lying close upon his cheek. He slept with an expression of the most utter abandonment to slumber, the soft, light brown hair clustering about his temples. And slowly the candle flame lost its reddish-yellow glow, as the pale, dun-colored dawn stole into the room through the icy coating on the window pane. At 7 he woke once more, with a start of fear. He must get up and take upon himself the burden of the day. There was no way out of it. Only a short hour now remained before school would begin. Time pressed, there was no thought of preparation now. And yet he continued to lie, full of exasperation and rebellion against this brutal compulsion that was upon him to forsake his warm bed in the frosty dawning and go out into the world, into contact with harsh and unfriendly people. Oh, only 2 little tiny minutes more, he begged of his pillow, in overwhelming tenderness. And then he gave himself a full 5 minutes more, out of sheer bravado, and closed his eyes, opening one from time to stare despairingly at the clock, which went stupidly on in its insensate, accurate way. 10 minutes after 7 o'clock, he tore himself out of bed and began to move about the room with frantic haste. He let the candle burn, for the daylight was not enough by itself. He breathed upon a crystal and, looking out, saw a thick mist abroad. He was unutterably cold, and a shiver sometimes shook his entire body. The ends of his fingers burned, they were so swollen that he could do nothing with the nail brush. As he washed the upper parts of his body, his almost lifeless hand let fall the sponge, and he stood a moment stiff and helpless, steaming like a sweating horse. At last he was dressed. Dull-eyed and breathless, he stood at the table, collected his despairing senses with a jerk, and began to put together the books he was likely to need today, murmuring in an anguished voice, religion, Latin, chemistry, and shuffling together the wretched ink-spotted paper volumes. Yes, he was already quite tall, was little Johann. He was more than 15 years old, and no longer wore a sailor costume, but a light brown jacket suit with a blue and white spotted cravat. Over his waistcoat he wore a long, thin gold chain that had belonged to his grandfather, and on the fourth finger of his broad but delicately articulated right hand was the old seal ring with the green stone. It was his now. He pulled on his heavy winter jacket, put on his hat, snatched his school bag, extinguished the candle, and dashed down the stair to the ground floor, past the stuffed bear, and into the dining room on the right. Fräulein Clementine, his mother's new factotum, a thin girl with curls on her forehead, a pointed nose, and short-sighted eyes, already sat at the breakfast table. "How late is it, really?" he asked between his teeth, though he already knew with great precision. "8:15, she answered, pointing with a thin, red, rheumatic-looking hand at the clock on the wall. "You must get along, Hanno." She set a steaming cup of cocoa before him, and pushed the bread and butter, salt, and an egg cup toward his place. He said no more, clutched a roll, and began, standing, with his hat on and his bag under his arm, to swallow his cocoa. The hot drink hurt the back tooth which Herr Brecht had just been working at. He let half of it stand, pushed away the egg, and with a sound intended for an adieu ran out of the house. It was 10 minutes to 8 when he left the garden and the little brick villa behind him and dashed along the wintry avenue. 10, 9, 8 minutes more. And it was a long way. He could scarcely see for the fog. He drew it in with his breath and breathed it out again, this thick, icy cold fog, with all the power of his narrow chest. He stopped his still throbbing tooth with his tongue, and did fearful violence to his leg muscles. He was bathed in perspiration, yet he felt frozen in every limb. He began to have a stitch in his side. The morsel of breakfast revolted in his stomach against this morning jaunt which it was taking. He felt nauseated, and his heart fluttered and trembled so that it took away his breath. The castle gate, only the castle gate, and it was 4 minutes to 8. As he panted on through the streets, in an extremity of mingled pain, perspiration, and nausea, he looked on all sides for his fellow pupils. No, there was no one else, they were all on the spot, and now it was beginning to strike 8. Bells were ringing all over the town, and the chimes of St. Mary's were playing, in celebration of this moment. Now let us all thank God. They played half the notes falsely, they had no idea of rhythm, and they were badly in want of tuning. Thus Hanno, in the madness of despair. But what was that to him? He was late, there was no longer any room for doubt. The school clock was usually a little behind, but not enough to help him this time. He stared hopelessly into people's faces as they passed him. They were going to their offices or about their business, they were in no particular hurry, nothing was threatening them. Some of them looked at him and smiled at his distracted appearance and sulky looks. He was beside himself at these smiles. What were they smiling at, these comfortable, unhurried people? He wanted to shout after them and tell them their smiling was very uncivil. Perhaps they would just enjoy falling down dead in front of the closed entrance gate of the school. The prolonged shrill ringing, which was the signal for morning prayers, struck on his ear while he was still 20 paces from the long red wall with the 2 cast iron gates, which separated the court of the school building from the street. He felt that his legs had no more power to advance, he simply let his body fall forward, the legs moved willy-nilly to prevent his stumbling, and thus he staggered on and arrived at the gate just as the bell had ceased ringing. Herr Schlemiel, the porter, a heavy man with the face and rough beard of a laborer, was just about to close the gate. "Well," he said, and let Buddenbrooks slip through. Perhaps, he might still be saved. What he had to do now was to slip unobserved into his classroom and wait there until the end of prayers, which were held in the drill hall, and to act as if everything were in order. Panting, exhausted, in a cold perspiration, he slunk across the courtyard and through the folding doors with glass panes that divided it from the interior. Everything in the establishment was now new, clean, and adequate. The time had been ripe, and the grey, crumbling walls of the ancient monastic school had been levelled to the ground to make room for the spacious, airy, and imposing new building. The style of the whole had been preserved, and corridors and cloisters were still spanned by the fine old Gothic vaulting. But the lighting and heating arrangements, the ventilation of the classrooms, the comfort of the masters' rooms, the equipment of the halls for the teaching of chemistry, physics, and design, all this had been carried out on the most modern lines with respect to comfort and sanitation. The exhausted Hanno stuck close to the wall and kept his eyes open as he stole along. Heaven be praised, the corridors were empty. He heard distantly the hubbub made by the hosts of masters and pupils going into the drill hall, to receive there a little spiritual strengthening for the labors of the week. But here everything was empty and still, and his road up the broad linoleum-covered stairs lay free. He stole up cautiously on his tiptoes, holding his breath, straining his ears for sounds from above. His classroom, the lower second of the real Schule, was in the first story, opposite the stairs, and the door was open. Crouched on the top step, he peered down the long corridor, on both sides of which were the entrances to the various classrooms, with porcelain signs above them. 3 rapid, noiseless steps forward and he was in his own room. It was empty. The curtains of the 3 large windows were still drawn, and the gas was burning in the chandelier with a soft hissing noise. Green shades diffused the light over the 3 rows of desks. These desks each had room for 2 pupils, they were made of light-colored wood, and opposite them, in remote and edifying austerity, stood the master's platform with a blackboard behind it. A yellow wainscoting ran round the lower part of the wall, and above it the bare whitewashed surface was decorated with a few maps. A second blackboard stood on an easel by the master's chair. Hanno went to his place, which was nearly in the center of the room. He stuffed his bag into the desk, sank upon the hard seat, laid his arms on the sloping lid, and rested his head upon them. He had a sensation of unspeakable relief. The room was bare, hard, hateful, and ugly, and the burden of the whole threatening forenoon, with its numerous perils, lay before him. But for the moment he was safe, he had saved his skin, and could take things as they came. The first lesson, Herr Ballerstedt's class in religious instruction, was comparatively harmless. He could see, by the vibration of the little strips of paper over the ventilator next the ceiling, that warm air was streaming in, and the gas, too, did its share to heat the room. He could actually stretch out here and feel his stiffened limbs slowly thawing. The heat mounted to his head, it was very pleasant, but not quite healthful, it made his ears buzz and his eyes heavy. A sudden noise behind him made him start and turn around. And behold, from behind the last bench rose the head and shoulders of Count Mann. He crawled out, did this young man, got up, shook himself, slapped his hands together to get the dust off, and came up to Hanno with a beaming face. "Oh, it's you, Hanno," he said. "And I crawled back there because I took you for a piece of the faculty when you came in." His voice cracked as he spoke, because it was changing, which Hanno's had not yet begun to do. He had kept pace with Hanno in his growth, but his looks had not altered, and he still wore a dingy suit of no particular color, with a button or so missing and a big patch in the seat. His hands, too, were not quite clean, narrow and aristocratic looking though they were, with long, slender fingers and tapering nails. But his brow was still pure as alabaster beneath the carelessly parted reddish-yellow hair that fell over it, and the glance of the sparkling blue eyes was as keen and as profound as ever. In fact, the contrast was even more striking between his neglected toilette and the racial purity of his face, with its delicate bony structure, slightly aquiline nose, and short upper lip, upon which the down was beginning to show. "Oh, Kai," said Hanno, with a wry face, putting his hand to his heart. "How can you frighten me like that? What are you doing up here? Why are you hiding? Did you come late too?" "Dear me, no," Kai said. "I've been here a long time. Though one doesn't much look forward to getting back to the old place, when Monday morning comes round. You must know that yourself, old fellow." "No, I only stopped up here to have a little game." The Deep One seems to be able to reconcile it with his religion to hunt people down to prayers. Well, I get behind him, and I manage to keep close behind his back whichever way he turns, the old mystic. So in the end he goes off, and I can stop up here. "But what about you?" he said sympathetically, sitting down beside Hanno on the bench. "You had to run, didn't you? Poor old chap. You look perfectly worn out. Your hair is sticking to your forehead." He took a ruler from the table and carefully combed little Johann's hair with it. "You overslept, didn't you?" "Look," he interrupted himself, "here I am sitting in the sacred seat of number 1 Adolf Todtenhoff's place. Well, it won't hurt me for once, I suppose." "You overslept, didn't you?" Hanno had put his head down on his arms again. "I was at the opera last night," he said, heaving a long sigh. "Right, I'd forgot that." "Well, was it beautiful?" He got no answer. "You are a lucky fellow, after all," went on Kai perseveringly. "I've never been in the theater, not a single time in my whole life, and there isn't the smallest prospect of my going, at least, not for years. If only one did not have to pay for it afterwards, said Hanno gloomily. The headache next morning, well, I know how that feels, anyhow. Kai stooped and picked up his friend's coat and hat, which lay on the floor beside the bench, and carried them quietly out into the corridor. Then I take for granted you haven't done the verses from the Metamorphoses, he asked as he came back. No, said Hanno. Have you prepared for the geography test? I haven't done anything, and I don't know anything, said Hanno. Not the chemistry nor the English, either. Benissimo. Then there's a pair of us brothers in arms, said Kai, with obvious gratification. I'm in exactly the same boat, he announced jauntily. I did no work Saturday, because the next day was Sunday, and I did no work on Sunday, because it was Sunday. No, nonsense, it was mostly because I'd something better to do. He spoke with sudden earnestness, and a slight flush spread over his face. Yes, perhaps it may be rather lively today, Hanno. If I get only one more bad mark, I shan't go up, said Johann, and I'm sure to get it when I'm called up for Latin. The letter B comes next, Kai, so there's not much help for it. We shall see. What does Caesar say? Dangers may threaten me in the rear, but when they see the front of Caesar. But Kai did not finish. He was feeling rather out of sorts himself. He went to the platform and sat down in the master's chair, where he began to rock back and forth, scowling. Hanno still sat with his forehead resting on his arms. So they remained for a while in silence. Then, somewhere in the distance, a dull humming was heard, which quickly swelled to a tumult of voices, approaching, imminent. The mob, said Kai, in an exasperated tone. Goodness, how fast they got through. They haven't taken up 10 minutes of the period. He got down from the platform and went to the door to mingle with the incoming stream. Hanno, for his part, lifted up his head for a minute, screwed up his mouth, and remained seated. Stamping, shuffling, with a confusion of masculine voices, treble and falsetto, they flooded up the steps and over the corridor. The classroom suddenly became full of noise and movement. This was the lower second form of the real Schule, some 25 strong, comrades of Hanno and Kai. They loitered to their places with their hands in their pockets or dangling their arms, sat down, and opened their Bibles. Some of the faces were pleasant, strong, and healthy, others were doubtful or suspicious looking. Here were tall, stout, lusty rascals who would soon go to sea or else begin a mercantile career, and who had no further interest in their school life, and small, ambitious lads, far ahead of their age, who were brilliant in subjects that could be got by heart. Adolf Tottenhaupt was the head boy. He knew everything. In all his school career he had never failed to answer a question. Part of his reputation was due to his silent, impassioned industry, but part was also due to the fact that the masters were careful not to ask him anything he might not know. It would have pained and mortified them and shaken their faith in human perfectibility to have Adolf Tottenhaupt fail to answer. He had a head full of remarkable bumps, to which his blonde hair clung as smooth as glass, grey eyes with black rings beneath them, and long brown hands that stuck out beneath the two short sleeves of his neatly brushed jacket. He sat down next Hanno Buddenbrook with a mild, rather sly smile, and bade his neighbor good morning in the customary jargon, which reduced the greeting to a single careless monosyllable. Then he began to employ himself silently with the class register, holding his pen in a way that was incomparably correct, with the slender fingers outstretched, while about him people yawned, laughed, conned their lessons, and chattered half aloud. After 2 minutes there were steps outside. The front rows of pupils rose, and some of those seated farther back followed their example. The rest scarcely interrupted what they were doing as Herr Ballerstedt came into the room, hung his hat on the door, and betook himself to the platform. He was a man in the 40s, with a pleasant embonpoint, a large bald spot, a short beard, a rosy complexion, and a mingled expression of unctuousness and sensuality on his humid lips. He took out his notebook and turned over the leaves in silence, but as the order in the classroom left much to be desired, he lifted his head, stretched out his arm over the desk, and waved his flabby white fist a few times powerlessly in the air. His face grew slowly red, such a dark red that his beard looked pale yellow by contrast. He moved his lips and struggled spasmodically and fruitlessly for half a minute to speak, and finally brought out a single syllable, a short, suppressed grunt that sounded like well. He still struggled after further expression, but in the end gave it up, returned to his notebook, calmed down, and became quite composed once more. This was Herr Ballerstedt's way. He had intended to be a priest, but on account of his tendency to stutter and his leaning toward the good things of life he had become a pedagogue instead. He was a bachelor of some means, wore a small diamond on his finger, and was much given to eating and drinking. He was the headmaster who associated with his fellow masters only in working hours, and outside them he spent his time chiefly with the bachelor society of the town, yes, even with the officers of the garrison. He ate twice a day in the best hotel and was a member of the club. If he met any of his elder pupils in the streets, late at night or at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, he would puff up the way he did in the classroom, fetch out a good morning, and let the matter rest there, on both sides. From this master Hanno Buddenbrook had nothing to fear and was almost never called up by him. Herr Ballerstedt had been too often associated with Hanno's uncle Christian in all too purely human affairs, to make him inclined to conflict with Johann in an official capacity. Well, he said, looked about him once more, waved his flabby fist with the diamond upon it, and glanced into his notebook. Pearl Mann, the synopsis. Somewhere in the class, up rose Pearl Mann. One could hardly see that he had risen, he was one of the small and forward ones. The synopsis, he said, softly and politely, craning his neck forward with a nervous smile. The book of Job falls into 3 sections. First, the condition of Job before he fell under the chastening of the Lord, chapter 1, verses 1 to 6. Second, the chastening itself, and its consequences, chapter right. Pearl Mann, interrupted Herr Ballerstedt, touched by so much modesty and obligingness. He put down a good mark in his book. Continue, Hein Reisse. Hein Reisse was one of the tall rascals who gave themselves no trouble over anything. He shoved the knife he had been playing with into his pocket, and got up noisily, with his lower lip hanging, and coughing in a gruff voice. Nobody was pleased to have him called up after the gentle Pearl Mann. The pupils sat drowsing in the warm room, some of them half asleep, soothed by the purring sound of the gas. They were all tired after the holiday, they had all crawled out of warm beds that morning with their teeth chattering, groaning in spirit. And they would have preferred to have the gentle Pearl Mann drone on for the remainder of the period. Hein Reisse was almost sure to make trouble. I wasn't here when we had this, he said, none too respectfully. Herr Ballerstedt puffed himself up, waved his fist, struggled to speak, and stared young Hein Reisse in the face with his eyebrows raised. His head shook with the effort he made, but he finally managed to bring out a well, and the spell was broken. He went on with perfect fluency. There is never any work to be got out of you, and you always have an excuse ready, Hein Reisse. If you were ill the last time, you could have had help in that part. Besides, if the first part dealt with the condition before the tribulation, and the second part with the tribulation itself, you could have told by counting on your fingers that the third part must deal with the condition after the tribulation. But you have no application or interest whatever. You are not only a poor creature, but you are always ready to excuse and defend your mistakes. But so long as this is the case, Hein Rice, you cannot expect to make any improvement, and so I warn you. Sit down, Hein Rice. Go on, Wasservogel. Hein Rice, thick-skinned and defiant, sat down with much shuffling and scraping, whispered some sort of saucy comment in his neighbor's ear, and took out his jackknife again. Wasservogel stood up, a boy with inflamed eyes, a snub nose, prominent ears, and bitten fingernails. He finished the summary in a rather whining voice, and began to relate the story of Job, the man from the land of Uz, and what happened to him. He had simply opened his Bible, behind the back of the pupil ahead of him, and he read from it with an air of utter innocence and concentration, staring then at a point on the wall and translated what he read, coughing the while, into awkward and hesitating modern German. There was something positively repulsive about Wasservogel, but Herr Ballerstedt gave him a large meed of praise. Wasservogel had the knack of making the masters like him, and they praised him in order to show that they were incapable of being led away by his ugliness to blame him unjustly. The lesson continued. Various pupils were called up to display their knowledge touching Job, the man from the land of Uz. Gottlob Kasbaum, son of the unfortunate merchant P. Philip Kasbaum, got an excellent mark, despite the late distressing circumstances of his family, because he knew that Job had 7,000 sheep, 3,000 camels, 500 yoke of oxen, 500 asses, and a large number of servants. Then the Bibles, which were already open, were permitted to be opened, and they went on reading. Wherever Herr Ballerstedt thought explanation necessary, he puffed himself up, said well, and after these customary preliminaries made a little speech upon the point in question, interspersed with abstract moral observations. Not a soul listened. A slumberous peace reigned in the room. The heat, with the continuous influx of warm air and the still lighted gas burners, had become oppressive, and the air was well nigh exhausted by these 25 breathing and steaming organisms. The warmth, the purring of the gas, and the drone of the reader's voice lulled them all to a point where they were more asleep than awake. Count Maln, however, had a volume of Edgar Allan Poe's tales inside his Bible, and read in it, supporting his head on his hand. Hanno Buddenbrook leaned back, sank down in his seat, and looked with relaxed mouth and hot, swimming eyes at the book of Job, in which all the lines ran together into a black haze. Now and then, as the Grail motif or the wedding march came into his mind, his lids drooped and he felt an inward soothing, and then he would wish that this safe and peaceful morning hour might go on forever. Yet it ended, as all things must end. The shrill sound of the bell, clanging and echoing through the corridor, shook the 25 brains out of their slumberous calm. "That is all," said Herr Ballerstedt. The register was handed up to him and he signed his name in it, as evidence that he had performed his office. Hanno Buddenbrook closed his Bible and stretched himself, yawning. It was a nervous yawn, and as he dropped his arms and relaxed his limbs he had to take a long, deep breath to bring his heart back to a steady pulsation, for it weakly refused its office for a second. Latin came next. He cast a beseeching glance at Kai, who still sat there reading and seemed not to have remarked the end of the lesson. Then he drew out his Ovid, in stitched covers of marbled paper, and opened it at the lines that were to have been learned by heart for today. No, it was no use now trying to memorize any of it. The regular lines, full of pencil marks, numbered by fives all the way down the page, looked hopelessly unfamiliar. He barely understood the sense of them, let alone trying to say a single one of them by heart. And of those in today's preparation he had not puzzled out even the first sentence. "What does that mean?" Decide Rant, Patula Jovis arbori glands, he asked in a despairing voice, turning to Adolf Tottenhaupt, who sat beside him working on the register. "What?" asked Tottenhaupt, continuing to write. "The acorns from the tree of Jupiter, that is the oak. No, I don't quite know myself. Tell me a bit, Tottenhaupt, when it comes my turn, will you?" begged Hanno, and pushed the book away. He scowled at the cool and careless nod Tottenhaupt gave by way of reply, then he slid sidewise off the bench and stood up. The scene had changed. Herr Ballerstedt had left the room, and his place was taken by a small, weak, enervated little man who stood straight and severe on the platform. He had a sparse white beard and a thin red neck that rose out of a narrow turned-down collar. He held his top hat upside down in front of him, clasped in two small hands covered with white hair. His real name was Professor Huckope, but he was called Spider by the pupils. He was in charge of classrooms and corridors during the recess. "Out with the gas. Up with the blinds. Up with the windows," he said, and gave his voice as commanding a tone as possible, moving his little arm in the air with an awkward, energetic gesture, as if he were turning a crank. "Everybody downstairs, into the fresh air, as quick as possible." The gas went out, the blinds flew up, the sallow daylight filled the room. The cold mist rushed in through the wide-open windows, and the lower second crowded past Professor Huckope to the exit. Only the head boy might remain upstairs. Hanno and Kai met at the door and went down the stairs together, and across the architecturally correct vestibule. They were silent. Hanno looked pathetically unwell, and Kai was deep in thought. They reached the courtyard and began to stroll up and down across the wet red tiles, among school companions of all ages and sizes. A youthful-looking man with a blond pointed beard kept order down here, Dr. Goldener, the dressy one. He kept a pensionat for the sons of the rich landowners from Mecklenburg and Holstein, and dressed, on account of these aristocratic youths, with an elegance not apparent in the other masters. He wore silk cravats, a dandified coat, and pale-colored trousers fastened down with straps under the solace of his boots, and used perfumed handkerchiefs with colored borders. He came of rather simple people, and all this elegance was not very becoming his huge feet, for example, looked absurd in the pointed buttoned boots he wore. He was vain of his plump red hands, too, and kept rubbing them together, clasping them before him, and regarding them with every mark of admiration. He carried his head laid far back on one side, and constantly made faces by blinking, screwing up his nose, and half opening his mouth, as though he were about to say, "What's the matter now?" But his refinement led him to overlook all sorts of small infractions of the rules. He overlooked this or that pupil who had brought a book with him into the courtyard to prepare a little at the 11th hour, he overlooked the fact that one of his boarding pupils handed money to the porter, Herr Schlemiel, and asked him to get some pastry. He overlooked a small trial of strength between two third-form pupils, which resulted in a beating of one by the other, and around which a ring of connoisseurs was quickly formed, and he overlooked certain sounds behind him which indicated that a pupil who had made himself unpopular by cheating, cowardice, or other weakness was being forcibly escorted to the pump. It was a lusty, not too gentle race, that of these comrades of Hanno and Kai among whom they walked up and down. The ideals of the victorious, united fatherland were those of a somewhat rude masculinity. Its youth talked in a jargon at once brisk and slovenly. The most despised vices were softness and dandyism, the most admired virtues those displayed by prowess in drinking and smoking, bodily strength, and skill in athletics. Whoever went out with his coat collar turned up incurred a visit to the pump, while he who let himself be seen in the streets with a walking stick must expect a public and ignominious correction administered in the drill hall. Hanno's and Kai's conversation was in striking contrast to that which went on around them among their fellows. This friendship had been recognized in the school for a long time. The masters suffered it grudgingly, suspecting that it meant disaffection and future trouble. The pupils could not understand it, but had settled down to regarding it with a sort of embarrassed dislike, and to thinking of the two friends as outlaws and eccentrics who must be left to their own devices. They recognized, it is true, the wildness and insubordination of Count Maln, and respected him accordingly. As for Hanno Buddenbrook, Big Hein Ricey, who thrashed everybody, could not make up his mind to lay a finger on him by way of chastisement for dandyism or cowardice. He refrained out of an indefinite respect and awe for the softness of Hanno's hair, the delicacy of his limbs, and his sad, shy, cold glance. "I'm scared," Hanno said to Kai. He leaned against the wall of the school, drawing his jacket closer about him, yawning and shivering. "I'm so scared, Kai, that it hurts me all over my body. Now just tell me this, is Herr Mantelsack the sort of person one ought to be afraid of? Tell me yourself. If this beastly Ovid lesson were only over. If I just had my bad mark in peace and stopped where I am, and everything was in order. I'm not afraid of that. It is the row that goes beforehand that I hate." Kai was still deep in thought. "This Roderick Usher is the most remarkable character ever conceived," he said suddenly and abruptly. "I have read the whole lesson hour. If ever I could write a tale like that." Kai was absorbed in his writing. It was to this he had referred when he said that he had something better to do than his preparation, and Hanno had understood him. Attempts at composition had developed out of his old propensity for inventing tales, and he had lately completed a composition in the form of a fantastic fairy tale, a narrative of symbolic adventure, which went forward in the depths of the earth among glowing metals and mysterious fires, and at the same time in the souls of men, a tale in which the primeval forces of nature and of the soul were interchanged and mingled, transformed and refined, the whole conceived and written in a vein of extravagant and even sentimental symbolism, fervid with passion and longing. Hanno knew the tale well, and loved it, but he was not now in a frame of mind to think of Kai's work or of Edgar Allan Poe. He yawned again, and then sighed, humming to himself a motif he had lately composed on the piano. This was a habit with him. He would often give a long sigh, a deep indrawn breath, from the instinct to calm the fluctuating and irregular action of his heart, and he had accustomed himself to set the deep breathing to a musical theme of his own or someone else's invention. "Look, there comes the Lord God," said Kai. "He is walking in his garden." "Fine garden," said Hanno. He began to laugh nervously, and could not stop, putting his handkerchief to his mouth the while and looking across the courtyard at him whom Kai called the Lord God. This was Director Woolek, the head of the school, who had appeared in the courtyard, an extremely tall man with a slouch hat, a short heavy beard, a prominent abdomen, trousers that were far too short, and very dirty funnel-shaped cuffs. He strode across the flagstones with a face so angry in its expression that he seemed to be actually suffering, and pointed at the pump with outstretched arm. The water was running. A train of pupils ran before him and stumbled in their zeal to repair the damage. Then they stood about, looking first at the pump and then at the director, their faces pictures of distress, and the director, meanwhile, had turned to Dr. Goldener, who hurried up with a very red face and spoke to him in a deep hollow voice, fairly babbling with excitement between the words. This Director Woolek was a most formidable man. He had succeeded to the headship of the school after the death, soon after 1871, of the genial and benevolent old gentleman under whose guidance Hanno's father and uncle had pursued their studies. Dr. Woollach was summoned from a professorship in a Prussian high school, and with his advent an entirely new spirit entered the school. In the old days the classical course had been thought of as an end in itself, to be pursued at one's ease, with a sense of joyous idealism. But now the leading conceptions were authority, duty, power, service, the career. The categorical imperative of our philosopher Kant was inscribed upon the banner which Dr. Woollach in every official speech unfurled to the breeze. The school became a state within a state, in which not only the masters but the pupils regarded themselves as officials, whose main concern was the advancement they could make, and who must therefore take care to stand well with the authorities. Soon after the new director was installed in his office the tearing down of the old school began, and the new one was built up on the most approved hygienic and aesthetic principles, and everything went swimmingly. But it remained an open question whether the old school, as an institution, with its smaller endowment of modern comfort and its larger share of gay good nature, courage, charm, and good feeling, had not been more blessed and blessing than the new. As for Dr. Woollach himself personally, he had all the awful mystery, duplicity, obstinacy, and jealousy of the Old Testament God. He was as frightful in his smiles as in his anger. The result of the enormous authority that lay in his hands was that he grew more and more arbitrary and moody. He was even capable of making a joke and then visiting with his wrath anybody who dared to laugh. Not one of his trembling creatures knew how to act before him. They found it safest to honor him in the dust, and to protect themselves by a frantic abasement from the fate of being whirled up in the cloud of his wrath and crushed forever under the weight of his righteous displeasure. The name Kai had given Dr. Woollach was known only to himself and Hanno, and they took the greatest pains not to let any of the others overhear it, for they could not possibly understand. No, there was not one single point on which those two stood on common ground with their schoolfellows. Even the methods of revenge, of getting even, which obtained in the school were foreign to Hanno and Kai, and they utterly disdained the current nicknames, which did not in the least appeal to their more subtle sense of humor. It was so poor, it showed such a paucity of invention, to call thin Professor Huckope Spider and Herr Ballerstedt cocky. It was such scant compensation for their compulsory service to the state. No, Kai, Count Maln, flattered himself that he was not so feeble as that. He invented, for his own and Hanno's use, a method of alluding to all their masters by their actual names, with the simple prefix, thus, Herr Ballerstedt, Herr Huckope. The irony of this, its chilly remoteness and mockery, pleased him very much. He liked to speak of the teaching body, and would amuse himself for whole recesses with imagining it as an actual creature, a sort of monster, with a repulsively fantastic form. And they spoke in general of the institution as if it were similar to that which harbored Hanno's uncle Christian. Kai's mood improved at sight of the Lord God, who still pervaded the playground and put everybody in a pallid fright by pointing, with fearful rumblings, to the wrapping papers from the luncheons which strewed the courtyard. The two lads went off to one of the gates, through which the masters in charge of the second period were now entering. Kai began to make bows of exaggerated respect before the red-eyed, pale, shabby-looking seminarists, who crossed over to go to their 6th and 7th form pupils in the back court. And when the grey-haired mathematics master, Herr Tietke, appeared, holding a bundle of books on his back with a shaking hand, bent, yellow, cross-eyed, spitting as he walked along, Kai said, "Good morning, old dead man." He said this, in a loud voice and gazed straight up into the air with his bright, sharp gaze. Then the bell clanged loudly, and the pupils began to stream through the entrances into the building. Hanno could not stop laughing. He was still laughing so hard on the stairs that his classmates looked at him and Kai with wonder and cold hostility, and even with a slight disgust at such frivolity. There was a sudden hush in the classroom, and everybody stood up, as Herr Professor Mantelsack entered. He was the Professor Ordinarius, for whom it was usual to show respect. He pulled the door to after him, bowed, craned his neck to see if all the class were standing up, hung his hat on its nail, and went quickly to the platform, moving his head rapidly up and down as he went. He took his place and stood for a while looking out the window and, running his forefinger, with a large seal ring on it, around inside his collar. He was a man of medium size, with thin gray hair, a curled Olympian beard, and short-sighted prominent sapphire blue eyes gleaming behind his spectacles. He was dressed in an open frock coat of soft gray material, which he habitually settled at the waist with his short-fingered, wrinkled hand. His trousers were, like all the other masters, even the elegant Dr. Goldeners, far too short, and showed the legs of a pair of very broad and shiny boots. He turned sharply away from the window and gave vent to a little good-natured sigh, smiling familiarly at several pupils. His mood was obviously good, and a wave of relief ran through the classroom. So much everything, in fact, depended on whether Dr. Mantelsack was in a good mood. For the whole form was aware that he gave way to the feeling of the moment, whatever that might happen to be, without the slightest restraint. He was most extraordinarily, boundlessly, naively unjust, and his favor was as inconstant as that of fortune herself. He had always a few favorites, 2 or 3 whom he called by their given names, and these lived in paradise. They might say almost anything they liked, and after the lesson Dr. Mantelsack would talk with them just like a human being. But a day would come perhaps after the holidays when for no apparent reason they were dethroned, cast out, rejected, and others elevated to their place. The mistakes of these favorites would be passed over with neat, careful corrections, so that their work retained a respectable appearance, no matter how bad it was, whereas he would attack the other copybooks with heavy, ruthless pen, and fairly flood them with red ink, so that their appearance was shocking indeed. And as he never troubled to count the mistakes, but distributed bad marks in proportion to the red ink he had expended, his favorites always emerged with great credit from these exercises. He was not even aware of the rank injustice of this conduct. And if anybody had ever had the temerity to call his attention to it, that person would have been forever deprived of even the chance of becoming a favorite and being called by his first name. There was nobody who was willing to let slip the chance. Now Dr. Mantelsack crossed his legs, still standing, and began to turn over the leaves of his notebook. Hanno Buddenbrook wrung his hands under the desk. B, the letter B, came next. Now he would hear his name, he would get up, he would not know a line, and there would be a row, a loud, frightful catastrophe no matter how good a mood Dr. Mantelsack might be in. The seconds dragged out, each a martyrdom. Buddenbrook, now he would say Buddenbrook. Edgar, said Dr. Mantelsack, closing his notebook with his finger in it. He sat down, as if all were in the best of order. What? Who? Edgar. That was Litters, the fat Litters boy over there by the window. Letter L, which was not next at all. No. Was it possible? Dr. Mantelsack's mood was so good that he simply selected one of his favorites, without troubling in the least about whose turn it was. Litters stood up. He had a face like a pug dog, and dull brown eyes. He had an advantageous seat, and could easily have read it off, but he was too lazy. He felt too secure in his paradise, and answered simply, I had a headache yesterday, and couldn't study. Oh, so you are leaving me in the lurch, Edgar, said Dr. Mantelsack with tender reproach. You cannot say the lines on the Golden Age? What a shocking pity, my friend. You had a headache? It seems to me you should have told me before the lesson began, instead of waiting till I called you up. Didn't you have a headache just lately, Edgar? You should do something for them, for otherwise there is danger of your not passing. Tim, will you take his place? Litters sat down. At this moment he was the object of universal hatred. It was plain that the master's mood had altered for the worse, and that Litters, perhaps in the very next lesson, would be called by his last name. Tim stood up in one of the back seats. He was a blond country-looking lad with a light brown jacket and short, broad fingers. He held his mouth open in a funnel shape, and hastily found the place, looking straight ahead the while with the most idiotic expression. Then he put down his head and began to read, in long drawn-out, monotonous, hesitating accents, like a child with a first lesson book, Aurea prima sata est idas. It was plain that Dr. Mantelsack was calling up quite at random, without reference to the alphabet. And thus it was no longer so imminently likely that Hanno would be called on, though this might happen through unlucky chance. He exchanged a joyful glance with Kai and began to relax somewhat. But now Tim's reading was interrupted. Whether Dr. Mantelsack could not hear him, or whether he stood in need of exercise, is not to be known. But he left his platform and walked slowly down through the room. He paused near Tim, with his book in his hand. Tim meanwhile had succeeded in getting his own book out of sight, but was now entirely helpless. His funnel-shaped mouth emitted a gasp. He looked at the ordinarius with honest, troubled blue eyes, and could not fetch out another syllable. "Well, Tim," said Dr. Mantelsack. "Can't you get on?" Tim clutched his brow, rolled up his eyes, sighed windily, and said with a dazed smile, "I get all mixed up, Herr Doctor, when you stand so close to me." Dr. Mantelsack smiled too. He smiled in a very flattered way and said, "Well, pull yourself together and get on." And he strolled back to his place. And Tim pulled himself together. He drew out and opened his book again, all the time apparently wrestling to recover his self-control and staring about the room. Then he dropped his head and was himself again. "Very good," said the master, when he had finished. "It is clear that you have studied to some purpose. But you sacrifice the rhythm too much, Tim. You seem to understand the Ellis ions, yet you have not been really reading hexameters at all. I have an impression as if you had learned the whole thing by heart, like prose. But, as I say, you have been diligent, you have done your best, and whoever does his best, you may sit down." Tim sat down, proud and beaming, and Dr. Mantelsack gave him a good mark in his book. And the extraordinary thing was that at this moment not only the master, but also Tim himself and all his classmates, sincerely felt that Tim was a good industrious pupil who had fully deserved the mark he got. Hanno Buddenbrook, even, thought the same, though something within him revolted against the thought. He listened with strained attention to the next name. "Mummy," said Dr. Mantelsack. Again, "Aurea prima mummy." "Well, thank heaven." Hanno was now in probable safety. The lines would hardly be asked for a third time, and in the sight reading the letter B had just been called up. Mummy got up. He was tall and pale, with trembling hands and extraordinarily large round glasses. He had trouble with his eyes, and was so short-sighted that he could not possibly read standing up from a book on the desk before him. He had to learn, and he had learned. But today he had not expected to be called up. He was, besides, painfully ungifted, and he stuck after the first few words. Dr. Mummy helped him. He helped him again in a sharper tone, and for the third time with intense irritation. But when Mumma came to a final stop, the ordinarius was mastered by indignation. "This is entirely insufficient, Mumma. Sit down. You cut a disgraceful figure, let me tell you, sir. A cretin. Stupid and lazy both, it is really too much." Mummy was overwhelmed. He looked the child of calamity, and at this moment everybody in the room despised him. A sort of disgust, almost like nausea, mounted again in Hanno Buddenbrooks' throat, but at the same time he observed with horrid clarity all that was going forward. Dr. Mantelsack made a mark of sinister meaning after Mumma's name, and then looked through his notebook with frowning brows. He went over, in his disgust, to the order of the day, and looked to see whose turn it really was. There was no doubt that this was the case, and just as Hanno was overpowered by this knowledge, he heard his name as if in a bad dream. Buddenbrook. Dr. Mantelsack had said Buddenbrook. The scale was in the air again. Hanno could not believe his senses. There was a buzzing in his ears. He sat still. "Herr Buddenbrook," said Dr. Mantelsack, and stared at him sharply through his glasses with his prominent sapphire blue eyes. "Will you have the goodness?" Very well, then. It was to be. It had to come. It had come differently from his expectations, but still, here it was, and he was none the less lost. But he was calm. Would it be a very big row? He rose in his place and was about to utter some forlorn and absurd excuse to the effect that he had forgotten to study the lines, when he became aware that the boy ahead of him was offering him his open book. This boy, Hans Hermann Killian, was a small brown lad with oily hair and broad shoulders. He had set his heart on becoming an officer, and was so possessed by an ideal of comradeship that he would not leave in the lurch even little Buddenbrook, whom he did not like. He pointed with his finger to the place. Hanno gazed down upon it and began to read. With trembling voice, his face working, he read of the golden age, when truth and justice flourished of their own free will, without laws or compulsions. Punishment and fear did not exist, he said, in Latin. No threats were graven upon the bronze tablets, nor did those who came to petition fear the countenance of the judges. He read in fear and trembling, read with design badly and disjointedly, purposely omitted some of the Ellis ions that were marked with pencil in Killian's book, made mistakes in the lines, progressed with apparent difficulty, and constantly expected the master to discover the fraud and pounce upon him. The guilty satisfaction of seeing the open book in front of him gave him a pricking sensation in his skin, but at the same time he had such a feeling of disgust that he intentionally deceived as badly as possible, simply to make the deceit seem less vulgar to himself. He came to the end, and a pause ensued, during which he did not dare look up. He felt convinced that Dr. Mantelsack had seen all, and his lips were perfectly white. But at length the master sighed and said, "Oh, Buddenbrook. Si taquesis. You will permit me the classical thou, for this once. Do you know what you have done? You have conducted yourself like a vandal, a barbarian. You are a humorist, Buddenbrook, I can see that by your face. If I ask myself whether you have been coughing or whether you have been reciting this noble verse, I should incline to the former. Tim showed small feeling for rhythm, but compared to you he is a genius, a rhapsodist. Sit down, unhappy wretch. You have studied the lines, I cannot deny it, and I am constrained to give you a good mark. You have probably done your best. But tell me, have I not been told that you are musical, that you play the piano? How is it possible? Well, very well, sit down. You have worked hard, that must suffice. He put a good mark down in his book, and Hanno Buddenbrook took his seat. He felt as Tim, the rhapsodist had felt before him that he really deserved the praise which Dr. Mantelsack gave him. Yes, at the moment he was of the opinion that he was, if rather a dull, yet an industrious pupil, who had come off with honor, comparatively speaking. He was conscious that all his schoolmates, not excepting Hans Hermann Killian, had the same view. Yet he felt at the same time somewhat nauseated. Pale, trembling, too exhausted to think about what had happened, he closed his eyes and sank back in lethargy. Dr. Mantelsack, however, went on with the lesson. He came to the verses that were to have been prepared for today, and called up Peterson. Peterson rose, fresh, lively, sanguine, in a stout attitude, ready for the fray. Yet today, even today, was destined to see his fall. Yes, the lesson hour was not to pass without a catastrophe far worse than that which had befallen the hapless, short-sighted mummy. Peterson translated, glancing now and then at the other page of his book, which should have had nothing on it. He did it quite cleverly. He acted as though something there distracted him, a speck of dust, perhaps, which he brushed with his hand or tried to blow away. And yet there followed the catastrophe. Dr. Mantelsack made a sudden violent movement, which was responded to on Peterson's part by a similar movement. And in the same moment the master left his seat, dashed headlong down from his platform, and approached Peterson with long, impetuous strides. "You have a crib in your book," he said as he came up. "A crib, I know," stammered Peterson. He was a charming lad, with a great wave of blonde hair on his forehead and lovely blue eyes which now flickered in a frightened way. "You have no crib in your book." "A crib, Herr Doctor? No, really, I haven't." "You are mistaken. You are accusing me falsely." Peterson betrayed himself by the unnatural correctness of his language, which he used in order to intimidate the master. "I am not deceiving you," he repeated, in the greatness of his need. "I have always been honorable, my whole life long." But Dr. Mantelsack was all too certain of the painful fact. "Give me your book," he said coldly. Peterson clung to his book. He raised it up in both hands and went on protesting. He stammered, his tongue grew thick. "Believe me, Herr Doctor. There is nothing in the book. I have no crib. I have not deceived you. I have always been honorable. Give me your book," repeated the master, stamping his foot. Then Peterson collapsed, and his face grew gray. "Very well," said he, and delivered up his book. "Here it is. Yes, there is a crib in it. You can see for yourself, there it is. But I haven't used it," he suddenly shrieked, quite at random. Dr. Mantelsack ignored this idiotic lie, which was rooted in despair. He drew out the crib, looked at it with an expression of extreme disgust, as if it were a piece of decaying offal, thrust it into his pocket, and threw the volume of Ovid contemptuously back on Peterson's desk. "Give me the class register," he said in a hollow voice. Adolf Todtenhoff dutifully fetched it, and Peterson received a mark for dishonesty which effectually demolished his chances of being sent up at Easter. "You are the shame of the class," said Dr. Mantelsack. Peterson sat down. He was condemned. His neighbor avoided contact with him. Everyone looked at him with a mixture of pity, aversion, and disgust. He had fallen, utterly and completely, because he had been found out. There was but one opinion as to Peterson, and that was that he was, in very truth, the shame of the class. They recognized and accepted his fall, as they had the rise of Tim and Buddenbrook and the unhappy mummy's mischance. And Peterson did too. Thus most of this class of 25 young folk, being of sound and strong constitution, armed and prepared to wage the battle of life as it is, took things just as they found them, and did not at this moment feel any offense or uneasiness. Everything seemed to them to be quite in order. But one pair of eyes, little Johann's, which stared gloomily at a point on Hans Hermann Killian's broad back, were filled, in their blue-shadowed depths, with abhorrence, fear, and revulsion. The lesson went on. Dr. Mantelsack called on somebody, anybody. He had lost all desire to test anyone. And after Adolf Totenhaupt, another pupil, who was but moderately prepared, and did not even know what Patula Jovis Arbori meant, had been called on, Buddenbrooks had to say it. He said it in a low voice, without looking up, because Dr. Mantelsack asked him, and he received a nod of the head for the answer. And now that the performance of the pupils was over, the lesson had lost all interest. Dr. Mantelsack had one of the best scholars read at his own sweet will, and listened just as little as the 24 others, who began to get ready for the next class. This one was finished, in effect. No one could be marked on it, nor his interest or industry judged. And the bell would soon ring. It did ring. It rang for Hanno, and he had received a nod of approbation. Thus it was. "Well," said Kai to Hanno, as they walked down the Gothic corridor with their classmates, to go to the chemistry class, "what do you say now about the brow of Caesar? You had wonderful luck." "I feel sick, Kai," said little Johann, "I don't like that kind of luck. It makes me sick." Kai knew he would have felt the same in Hanno's place. The chemistry hall was a vaulted chamber like an amphitheater with benches rising in tiers, a long table for the experiments, and 2 glass cases of files. The air in the classroom had grown very hot and heavy again, but here it was saturated with an odor of sulfur et hydrogen from a just completed experiment, and smelled abominable. Kai flung up the window and then stole Adolf Totenhaupt's copybook and began in great haste to copy down the lesson for the day. Hanno and several others did the same. This occupied the entire pause till the bell rang, and Dr. Morozk came in. This was the deep one, as Kai and Hanno called him. He was a medium-sized dark man with a very yellow skin, 2 large lumps on his brow, a stiff smeary beard, and hair of the same kind. He always looked unwashed and unkempt, but his appearance probably belied him. He taught the natural sciences, but his own field was mathematics, in which subject he had the reputation of being an original thinker. He liked to hold forth on the subject of metaphysical passages from the Bible, and when in a good-natured or discursive mood, he would entertain the boys of the first and second forms with marvelous interpretations of mysterious passages. He was, besides all this, a reserve officer, and very enthusiastic over the service. As an official who was also in the army, he stood very well with Director Woolik. He set more store by discipline than any of the other masters. He would review the ranks of sturdy youngsters with a professional eye, and he insisted on short, brisk answers to questions. This mixture of mysticism and severity was not, on the whole, attractive. The copybooks were shown, and Dr. Morozk went around and touched each one with his finger. Some of the pupils who had not done theirs at all, put down other books or turned this one back to an old lesson, but he never noticed. Then the lesson began, and the 25 boys had to display their industry and interest with respect to boric acid and chlorine and strontium, as in the previous period they had displayed it with respect to Ovid. Hans Hermann Killian was commended because he knew that baso-4, or borides, was the metal most commonly used in counterfeiting. He was the best in the class, anyhow, because of his desire to be an officer. Kai and Hanno knew nothing at all, and fared very badly in Dr. Morozk's notebook. And when the tests, recitation, and marking were over, the interest in chemistry was about exhausted too. Dr. Morozk began to make a few experiments, There were a few pops, a few colored gases, but that was only to fill out the hour. He dictated the next lesson, and then the third period, too, was a thing of the past. Everybody was in good spirits now, even Peterson, despite the blow he had received. For the next hour was likely to be a jolly one. Not a soul felt any qualms before it, and it even promised occasion for entertainment and mischief. This was English, with candidate Modersohn, a young philologian who had been for a few weeks on trial in the faculty, or, as Count Malm, put it, he was filling a limited engagement with the company. There was little prospect, however, of his being re-engaged. His classes were much too entertaining. Some of the form remained in the chemistry hall, others went up to the classroom. Nobody needed to go down and freeze in the courtyard, because Herr Modersohn was in charge up in the corridors, and he never dared send anyone down. Moreover, there were preparations to be made for his reception. The room did not become in the least quieter when it rang for the 4th hour. Everybody chattered and laughed and prepared to see some fun. Count Malm, his head in his hands, went on reading Roderick Usher. Hanno was audience. Some of the boys imitated the voices of animals. There was the shrill crowing of a cock, and Wasservogel, in the back row, grunted like a pig without anybody's being able to see that the noise came from his inside. On the blackboard was a huge chalk drawing, a caricature, with squinting eyes, drawn by Tim the rhapsodist. And when Herr Modersohn entered he could not shut the door, even with the most violent efforts, because there was a thick fir cone in the crack. Adolf Tottenhaupt had to take it away. Candidate Modersohn was an undersized, insignificant-looking man. His face was always contorted with a sour, peevish expression, and he walked with one shoulder thrust forward. He was frightfully self-conscious, blinked, drew in his breath, and kept opening his mouth as if he wanted to say something if he could only think of it.